Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 96, Chapter 33 Part 3. Hearing Arcuade's words, all the accompanying demons lowered their heads and quickly entered. It seems she mostly only has some other demons helping her run the territory. I don't blame her, their loyalty is far easier to guarantee, and they are extremely competent. I could spot those 3 demons from the day in the group along with a few others I haven't had the chance to actually meet after naming them. Lalatina, Megumin, and Moss weren't present, but that's expected. All the demons greeted me with a bow. You don't need to bow. Thankfully they all listen and straighten themselves. These are all the demons in charge of monitoring and enforcing your will upon your territory, my lord. Arcuade commented. I gave her a nod. Arcuade was basically at the head of command excluding Lalatina and Megumin. Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin are all right under me, though they each have their own departments they oversee. Arcuade, along with monitoring everything, is also somewhat involved with the Foreign Affairs Department, which has Moss at the head. Lalatina and Megumin each had their own roles as well. These guys, though. I had no clue what they do. I really am a negligent ruler, huh? Arcuade gestured to the 3 demons I've already met. They are part of the Department of Defense, they work directly under Megumin. I nodded in understanding. They are part of the Department of Internal Affairs. They supervise local governments like villages scattered about your territory. I see, it's good that those villages aren't being given free rein. Though they do pay a tax in return for my protection. Being under the rule of a demon lord is protection on its own after all. Arcuade then pointed to a group of demons from Megumin's lineage. They make sure everyone is following the laws we have in place. It makes sense that Megumin's battle junkie lineage is in charge of that. And then there is the Department of Defense, which Megumin is in charge of, and the Department of Intelligence, which Lalatina is in charge of. Yeah, I already know what those 2 get up to, so you can skip over their departments. Arcuade nodded. Very well. Arcuade pointed to a more bulky demon. He is in charge of the Department of Infrastructure. Ah, so he is the one who is building and expanding everything. Good to know. She then pointed to a lone figure standing in the corner of the room. And then agriculture is being directed by her. I gave the demon a nod. Very well. Thank you for introducing me, Arcuade. Whatever you wish for I will do, my lord. I shook my head in exasperation. Underscore 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 underscore. I looked to the side to see my date for the evening. I had promised Ingvile a date a little while back, and I am now holding up to that deal. I have neglected Ingvile far too much since she usually just hangs out in my territory. According to Glenda, she doesn't want to seek me out since she doesn't want to bother me. She really is a kind girl. But life is cruel after all. She was basically enslaved and forced to do someone else's dirty work. That thought only made me more determined to seek out strength. In the end, strength is what matters. No one can force you to do something against your will if you are stronger. Morals and rules are determined by who is stronger. After all, look at the demon lords. They each have territories where they are basically worshipped as gods. Luminous is literally worshipped as a god. Strength is all that matters in the end, though I don't want to lose myself in the pursuit of it. But I always have Odin to count on to keep me sane. I swear I could almost feel Odin smile happily. Odin will always be there for the master. I know you will, thanks Odin. It's crazy to think that she has been with me basically my entire journey as a demon. At first as just the extra skill, Sage, then the unique skill, Cursed Sage, and then finally her current self. Having a partner isn't too bad. Ah. Can we go try that? I heard Ingvile ask in an excited tone. I looked towards what she was pointing at. It seems she wants to try a burger. Rimuru managed to recreate a bunch of food items from Earth and Tempest, along with the stuff I got him from the Jujutsu Kaisen world. He has had a relatively easy time. Something I have benefited from, as Arcuade and Raiden can easily replicate them with my knowledge and work on spreading them throughout my territory. Yeah, sure, we can check it out. Ingvile gave me an excited smile before leading me towards the stand. It's nice to see that she can take joy in even the smallest of things, or sad depending on how you look at it. Ah. Welcome, Lord Felix. I gave the goblin manning the stand a nod. Rimuru has all sorts of stands and shops all around Tempest, partly in preparation for the festival and partly because he wants the residents of Tempest to have easy access to good food. He really does spoil them. And hello to you too, miss, said the goblin. Ingvile. She beamed. The goblin nodded with a smile. Ingvile then. Hee hee, I can't wait to see Rimuru's reaction to seeing Ingvile Leviathan. Hearing about fictional characters being real is one thing, but seeing them in person is another. Ingvile and I quickly gave our orders. I pointed to a couple of benches on the side. Why don't we wait over there? Ingvile nodded. Yes. What an excitable girl. Once we took our seats, I decided to ask Ingvile about what she's been up to. I know bits and pieces but not everything. So have you enjoyed your stay in my territory so far? Yes. Everyone is so nice. Siko occasionally comes by to play her violin while I sing. Huh, I didn't know that. Well, good on them. Ingvile continued on. Raiden comes to listen to me sing. That's probably her dragon tamer abilities at work. Arcuade makes sure I have everything I need. Lalatina occasionally stops by along with Megumin. Well, it doesn't really surprise me that those three don't care all that much. They don't strike me as the type to make casual friends. What about the dragons? I'm sure they would enjoy your music. I comment. Ingvile nodded. Yes, I sing for them from time to time. Apparently it helps in their training according to Purunga. Interesting. Other than that, I just train. I looked at her in confusion. Train. She nodded. Strength is something that is always useful in this world. Whether it is to defend yourself or otherwise. If something bad happens, I'd like to be able to help my friends, and having strength helps me achieve that. Huh, well, she's wiser than I thought. That's a good way to think. Though you are fairly strong already. I'd put her at around Kurumi's level, and Kurumi has only grown stronger and stronger since I first named her. Ingvile's unique skill Kraken is also incredibly powerful if used right. Everyone has been growing stronger. Siko and Raiden are beginning to approach the raw energy levels of Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina as well. They are still a ways off, but they are getting there. Ingvile nodded. Indeed, I'm stronger than I ever imagined possible. She clenched her fists. But I still feel like I need to do more. I need to repay everyone's generosity. Ah, so that's what this is about. Haha, there's no need for that. But if you are that determined, then just being in my territory is already helping. People on your level aren't as common as you think. You are capable of fending off most threats as you are now. Ingvile didn't look convinced. Really? I nodded. As you are now, you are stronger than the ex-demon lords Carrion, Fry, and Clayman. Ingvile's eyes widened slightly. Really? Demon lords are considered big shots to those who don't know that the strength of each demon lord varies a large amount when compared to each other. Yup. Though don't let that get to your head. Those three are pretty weak compared to the true demon lords, but Ingvile doesn't need to know that. Ingvile and I continued to chat while we waited for our burgers to finish being cooked. It didn't take long before we each had our food in hand. I ended up getting a burger with 2 patties, cheese, lettuce, and some grilled onion. Thankfully, most of the base crops from Earth also exist in this world or can be replicated with the right knowledge, so this tastes just like home. Ingvile moaned out. This is incredibly good. I ignored her erotic moan and nodded. Yup, one thing Rimuru takes super seriously is the quality of food. That guy does not mess around. I have not heard much about this Rimuru, but if he is your friend and he has done all this, he sounds like a wonderful individual. Ingvile commented. Yup, look around. He's made a successful country where monsters can be happy and don't have to live with a constant threat to their survival. When you think about it like that, Rimuru really has done something quite grand. Even if he had knowledge from his past life and a supercomputer in his head. I haven't really done much to change the world, and I'm fine with that. Rimuru saw something wrong with this world and wanted to change it, where I have adapted and embraced this new world. This is all in preparation for the festival, right? Ingvile asked. I nodded in response. Yup, normally you wouldn't see nearly as many food stalls or games all around. You are planning to attend, right? Of course, you asked me to after all. I'm most looking forward to the concert. Haha, well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I'm fairly certain that Rimuru just used a bunch of music from our previous lives as reference. I wouldn't be surprised if I heard an anime opening or two. That will also be quite enjoyable to listen to. I nodded along. Indeed, from what I've heard, they have all been practicing for this performance for a long time. Ingvile nodded. Then I'm sure their efforts will bear fruit. Chapter 97, Chapter 33 Part 4. I looked into the mirror to make sure I was dressed well. We're all about to leave to attend the Tempest Founding Festival. The festival hasn't officially started yet, but we decided to head over a day or so early. There wasn't any real reason for us to be all dressed up when the festival hadn't really started yet, but I felt like having everyone dress up. So they followed my orders. Being a tyrant rules. These are the clothes we will be wearing when attending the formal events for the festival anyways, so it's probably a good idea to make sure everything looks good. If something is wrong, then Shuna can quickly fix the clothing up. Instead of my classic Demon Lord attire, I was dressed in a fancy black blazer with a dark blue dress shirt underneath with some black pants. And I look damn good. Heh, I'm sure I'll charm all those princesses, that is if they aren't shit scared of me. They'll probably be scared of me. I heard a knock on the door. Come in, Raiden. The door opened to reveal my maid, who was dressed in a bit of a different outfit than usual. Rather than her usual maid uniform she dresses in this time, she is in a slightly revealing dress. She was in a red dress, with a bit of cleavage to show. A truly sexy look. Mohaha, all those monarchs are going to be jealous. She originally wanted to attend as my maid, but I convinced her to wear a dress and just enjoy herself. That girl is far too serious with her maidly duties. You look wonderful, Raiden. I complimented. She blushed slightly. You as well, master. I tried to get her to not call me master tonight, but she was adamant. Oh well, at least my main goal was achieved. Is everyone ready? I asked. I was planning to bring Siko, Raiden, Arcuade, Megumin, Lalatina, Kurumi, Sukuna, Glenda, and Sophia. Basically all of my direct subordinates and then some. It shouldn't be too difficult to manage them all, most of them know not to get in trouble and I trust them to not cause problems. Yes, everyone is prepared to go to the festival. We are just waiting for Lady Malim, Lady Fry, and Lord Carrion to arrive. That's right, Malim and by extension Fry are going to be coming with us along with Carrion, who is also going to bring some subordinates. Midray and Ark will be showing up later. According to Malim, they are in the midst of training. Midray has been extremely intense according to Malim, even she is feeling bad for some of the Dragon Faithful. They should be here soon, so tell everyone to be ready to leave. I ordered. Raiden bowed. Very well, master. It didn't take me long to finish getting ready. Once I was done, I went outside where we were all gathered up. You look wonderful, my lord. I turned to the voice and was met with Sukuna. You as well, Sukuna. I responded. He was dressed pretty much the same, in his butler outfit. He insisted that this was his favorite outfit to wear and I didn't see a point to contest. I'm sure he will enjoy himself plenty. I am curious about how he and Diablo will react to each other. Ah. Felix-sama. I turned to Siko, who was pouting at not having my attention. Siko was dressed in a purple suit as she wanted to attend as my secretary, not something I had an issue with as she isn't as much of a workaholic as Raiden. Siko knows when to take some time off. You look good, Siko. Ah. Thank you. She responded in an excited tone. I'll talk to you later, okay? I want to see how everyone is dressed tonight. Siko pouted but relented. I moved on to Kurumi, who was sitting on one of the love seats in the corner of the room. She was dressed in a beautiful black dress with a side slit. She was pouting at me though since I told her she has to be in her humanoid form for the majority of the festival. Stop pouting, Kurumi, you'll be able to have much more fun in your humanoid form. But I want to be on your shoulder. She crossed her arms and pouted even more. Deal with it for a little bit, maybe once the festival has begun I'll let you do what you wish. Kurumi smiled victoriously. Yes. Thank you, master. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Next was the Demonist trio, who were waiting for me if their expectant looks were anything to go by. Once I approached them, Arcuade took the lead. You look wonderful, my lord. I gave her an appreciative once-over. You as well, Arcuade. She was dressed in a white dress with a side slit and some cleavage to show. Man, these girls were really going all out. Flaunting the goods, you could say. I didn't really mind, I wasn't insecure after all. In fact, it will be quite amusing to see how everyone else reacts. I'm looking forward to the jealous gazes of those other monarchs. No matter their fear of me as a demon lord, the power of horny transcends all. Hee, what about me, master? I turned to the seductive voice. You look wonderful as well, Lalatina. She was dressed in a formal black dress with a V-neck. Hee, master praised me. I went on to ignore her and turned to Megumin, who was dressed way differently from usual. Instead of her usual black military coat, formal white shirt, and tie, she was in a far more feminine outfit. Her normal outfit could be considered her delinquent garbs. Hee, the blush on her face was adorable. Even a primordial can be out of their element on occasion. You look good, Megumin, different from usual but good. Thanks. She regained her boisterous demeanor midway through. Chapter 98, Chapter 33 Part 5. I gave her a pat on the shoulder and moved on to Glenda and Ingvile. Both who were dressed a bit more conservatively compared to others. Lord Felix. Glenda intoned. Ingvile just gave me a wave. Hello you two, you both look good. Thanks. Said Ingvile with a giddy smile on her face. Glenda nodded apprehensively. Hey, it seems she is still terrified of me, I don't really blame her. I gave them a goodbye and moved on to the last person, Sophia, who was messing with the collar of her outfit. Gah. Stupid tight collar. Having some trouble there, Sophia. She jumped up in surprise. Gah. Lord Felix. Hey, I caught you by surprise. You can unbutton your collar if you want to, we don't have to be super formal. She breathed a sigh of relief and unbuttoned the collar. Thanks. I shook my head. No problem. It was at this moment that I sensed Malim and Fry arrived. It seems Malim and Fry are finally here. I announced. Of course I modified the barriers inside and around my castle so that Malim could directly teleport in. I have arrived, Felix. I turned to the voice and was met with a proudly posing Malim, who was surprisingly dressed appropriately for the occasion. She looked quite cute, and the mature-looking Fry next to her offered a nice contrast. You look good today, Malim. And you look beautiful as well, Fry. I complimented. Malim puffed her non-existent chest out proudly while Fry just gave me a seductive smile. Era, you look quite alluring as well, Lord Felix. Ah, I am technically above her in station now, huh? No need to call my name with any formalities, Fry. Fry nodded. Very well, Felix. At least someone listens to me when I tell them that. Hey, Felix. Pay attention to me. I looked towards the pouting Malim. Yes, Malim. Malim's pout only intensified as she turned her head away. What a drama queen. Ah, there's Carrion. It seems he brought only 2 subordinates with him, Albies, that snake, and that leopard. Boss. I turned to the voice and was met with a well-dressed Carrion with his 2 subordinates in tow. I gave him a nod. Carrion. The unique skill, Suppressor, has been analyzed. Ah, I haven't had a chance to analyze Albi's unique skill, huh? The last time I saw her I wasn't able to directly copy skills like I can now. It's a solid skill, it has thought acceleration, spatial motion, and spatial suppressor which puts the surrounding space under the user's control. I can already do that with Ouroboros, but I'm not going to say no to a free skill. Sophia gave me a look, seemingly wanting to ask if she can go hang out with her former co-workers. I gave her a nod, causing a happy grin to spread on her face. While those 3 were catching up, Carrion and I caught up. I haven't directly seen him ever since he officially swore his loyalty to me after all, though we have sent some subordinates back and forth along with using thought communication. You've gotten a bit stronger, huh, Carrion? Gaha, and yet I still feel like a drop in the ocean compared to you. He said boisterously. I rolled my eyes. You need more than just training if you even want to approach my level. Heh, I can see that. Wanna have a spar later, boss? Asked Carrion. If he keeps facing me, someone who is a lot stronger than him, he won't be able to improve nearly as much. Tell you what, you can fight against one of my direct subordinates. You will probably learn far more from a fight with her than with me. I think Carrion facing Raiden would be good for both parties. Raiden is far stronger overall, but she can practice her swordsmanship and Carrion can use the fights to grow. Him being stronger only helps me after all, so no reason to prevent his growth. Alright boss, you're the strong one, so I'll listen to you. Ah, lycanthropes are so simple, I like that about them. Just be stronger than them and they will do whatever you tell them. I looked around, it seems we're all ready. Alright, everyone ready then. Once I got nods from everyone, I snapped my fingers, teleporting all of us to Tempest. This time I teleported all of us directly into Rimuru's office, so it was a bit crowded. Gah. Felix. Rimuru shouted. Sup, we all came a bit early for the festival. The festival itself was going to go on for a week or so it isn't a big deal that we came a few hours early. You didn't have to teleport directly to my office though. I can already sense Shuna on her way due to all the strong auras that appeared. Ah, oops. Sorry about that. I apologized. Rimuru sighed. It's fine. I felt Rimuru send a thought communication, likely calming everyone down. Haha, I knew you would be okay with it, Rimuru. Shouted an overeager Malim. Rimuru sighed again, but this time it was incredibly depressing. Please don't be yourself at this festival, Malim. He said. Malim looked confused. What do you mean? I decided to ease her into the explanation. I think what Rimuru is trying to say is don't cause trouble, this event is important for Tempest and Rimuru's dream, we don't want to mess it up by accidentally killing someone important. Malim nodded in understanding. Yup. You're right, Felix. I don't want to ruin my friend's dream. Malim might be some evil demon lord to others, but she is a loyal friend above everything else. Don't worry, Rimuru, everything will be fine. Indeed, there is no need to worry, Demon Lord Rimuru. I will make sure to keep Melim under control," said Fry. "Hey, imagine having a handler because you can't control yourself." "I can control myself, Fry." Melim pouted. Rimuru nodded. "I'll trust you then, Fry. Ah, while you're here, I wanted to discuss the rebuilding of the Harpy Kingdom." "That's right, Rimuru and Fry did have some kind of alliance going, huh?" Fry nodded. "Very well. I choose this time to jump in. You two can do that in private. I'll make sure to keep Melim under control." "You too, Felix," yelled Melim. We all just ignored her though. "All right, thanks, Felix," said Rimuru. "I will make sure not to take too long, Felix." I waved Fry off. "Take your time, we're just going to go mess around." Hearing me, a grin crept up onto Melim's face. "Messing around?" Rimuru whispered, fear evident in his tone. "It can't be that bad, right? Please just don't go around mugging my citizens for your own amusement." I snorted after hearing him. But that was funny. The look on Gobta's face was priceless. I'm sure he's always got his guard up now. Rimuru smiled slightly. Hee hee, yup. Even Hakuru has increased his training so he doesn't get mugged again. Hee hee, sucks to suck, Gobta. I'll make sure we don't do anything too crazy. "Ah, is that a new subordinate of yours?" asked Rimuru, who was looking at Sukuna. I nodded. "Yup, I wanted a butler. This here is Sukuna, my very own Diablo." Sukuna gave Rimuru a bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Rimuru." Rimuru nodded. "It is nice to meet you as well, Sukuna." I turned to the rest of our large group. "All right, let's go." Once we were outside the building where Rimuru's office was located, I turned to Carrion and his group. "All right, feel free to wander around, just don't cause trouble," I ordered. Carrion saluted me. "You got it, boss." I turned to Sophia. "You can go with them." She gave me a grin and ran to catch up to them. "Thanks, boss." I heard her yell as she was getting further and further away. "Now for my group. You guys can also do whatever you want, just don't cause trouble." Siko was the first to speak up. "Is it fine if I visit some of the Onis?" She probably wants to see her old friends, huh? I haven't told her that Ponytail is going to be here, have I? I told her he was alive. After all, she has the right to know that, but she doesn't know that he is going to be coming here. He was like an older brother to her, so I guess it can be a surprise for her. I nodded. Sure. Once Siko was off, Raiden said, "I would like to stay with you, master. I don't have any problems with free eye candy. I can also drag Raiden around so she can have some fun for once." "All right, that's fine." Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina were discussing something. Once they noticed my attention was on them, Arcuade took the lead. "My lord, the three of us would like to visit this dungeon you have spoken to us about." They are totally going to fight each other, huh? All right, just make sure not to kill too many monsters, those are needed for the demonstration later on in the festival. Even though there are hundreds of thousands of monsters inhabiting the dungeon, I don't doubt they could easily clear the entire thing, except for Veldora, of course. Zijin has the potential to match them eventually, but as he is now, not a chance. The three of them nodded. "Got it, master," said Lalatina. With that, I teleported them directly into the dungeon. I'm sure they can figure everything out. They are millions of years old primordials after all. "I would like to accompany you with Raiden, master," said Kurumi. I nodded. "All right, that's fine with me." I looked to Sukuna. "And you, Sukuna?" "I wish to secure the area in case there is an attack on your person, my lord. I'm pretty sure I'm safe in Tempest, but being careful couldn't hurt." I nodded. "Very well." I turned to the last two. "What about you, Ingvile, Glenda?" Ingvile is the one who responded. "Glenda heard about all the good food we tried here on our D-date and she wanted to try it, so I'll show her around." I nodded. "All right, have fun, you two." I waved them off. Though Glenda had a shit-eating grin for some reason, while Ingvile had a tiny, almost unnoticeable blush. Then it is just Raiden, Kurumi, and Melim with me, huh? I could sense a bunch of new attractions that weren't here the last time I came to Tempest. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru looked towards the seductive Sky Queen as she apologized for her delay. "Thank you for inviting us to this festival. I apologize that we had shown up unannounced, but Melim was adamant about attending with her best friend." Melim is even causing trouble for Fry, Somehow Felix is the only one who she doesn't really cause trouble for, though that's probably because they both cause trouble together for others. Don't worry about that, Fry, just enjoy the next few days free of hassle. Felix might not look it, but he can control Melim very well. Fry nodded. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that those two get along so well. If only they didn't cause so much trouble. Fry went on to explain that whenever Felix shows up he kidnaps Melim, giving both Fry and Ark a heart attack. Haha, Felix really isn't making it easy for them, huh? By the way, I didn't have the chance to ask before, but we have a multitude of dishes made. One in particular is made of bird. Will that be a problem? For some reason Fry seems to be angry. Did he say something wrong? Are you putting me on the same level as a bird, Rimuru? Fry asked with a polite smile on her face. But for some reason he felt that smile was anything but polite. That isn't what I meant, Fry. She giggled. I know, I was just teasing you. Gore, damn seductress. Chapter 99, Chapter 34, Prelude to the Festival. Felix. The reception ceremony should start sometime tomorrow. After that the festival will officially begin, so we have some time to explore and mess around then. Come on, Felix. Let's go, said an overexcited Malim. I sighed. Do you even know where you're going? Malim paused for a moment before turning to look at me. Where are we going again, Felix? I sighed even louder this time. This girl is seriously a handful. Why don't we check out Veldora's takoyaki stand? I'm sure his stand is ready by now. He seemed to be taking it super seriously too, so it should be good. Malim nodded. Okay. I looked to the side to see what Raiden and Kurumi thought. That sounds wonderful, master, said Raiden. Yup, said Kurumi. As we were making our way to where I sensed Veldora, I felt Kurumi in her fox form hop onto my shoulder, something I didn't protest as the festival has not technically started yet. Might as well let her do what she wants today, since tomorrow she will be forced to mingle a bit. Once we were within range, I heard someone shouting. Takoyaki. Come try the amazing Veldora's takoyaki. Hey, that's one method of advertising. It didn't take him long to notice us. Felix, come try my takoyaki. You too, Malim. Veldora then looked at Raiden. I don't think he has actually had an introduction to Raiden before. A dragon, huh? Well, you can come try some too. You as well, Fox. I gave Veldora a wave. Sup, Veldora. I don't think I've introduced you to these two before. The dragon is Raiden, my maid, and the nine-tailed fox is Kurumi. Veldora looked at Raiden with slight interest. You are quite strong, As expected of one of my brother's indirect descendants. You're quite strong too, Fox. As expected of my second brother, Felix. What does that mean? What do you mean by indirect descendant, Veldora? I asked. Malim chose this opportunity to interrupt. What kind of food are you making, Veldora? Right. She probably doesn't want to talk or hear much about her pet, since all dragons are descended from her pet. I assume that Veldanava is related to her pet then somehow. Oh. You need to try my takoyaki. I guarantee it's the best you will ever have. Veldora is really embodying the shady salesman. I decided to help him out. He's right, takoyaki is quite good. I'll try it then, said Malim. Great, then Veldora, can you make enough for me, Malim, Raiden and Kurumi? He looked determined. Yes. I guarantee this will be worth it. I'm sure it will, Veldora. The four of us munched on Veldora's takoyaki. It was actually quite good. I can tell he has been practicing. Malim quickly finished hers. Veldora can make some good stuff. I nodded. Right, who knew? I looked to the side and saw a now humanoid Kurumi and Raiden also enjoying it quite a bit. I can tell Veldora's shop will be quite successful. Though I imagine he will be in a disguise so no one knows he is a true dragon. No one wants to buy food from a true dragon, they would probably be far too terrified. I also ended up asking Veldora for another serving to store in my infinity space. I can give it to Velzard whenever we meet next. I'm sure she would like to try her little brother's cooking. All of a sudden I sensed two auras erupt in the arena. It seems Carrion is fighting someone. Is that Gabiru? What the fuck is going on? Ooh. Let's go watch that fight, Felix, yelled Malim. I nodded. I was also quite interested in how this fight started. Yeah, sure. I snapped my fingers, teleporting us into the VIP spectators area of the arena. The arena is where Rimuru is going to be holding the tournament, so it is quite sturdy. I could sense Sophia, Albiz, and Phobio down below in the common spectators area. I sent Sophia a thought communication. Hey Sophia, how did this fight start? Boss, that Dragonute challenged Lord Carrion. He said he wanted to test himself against an ex-demon lord so that he could see just how far he still has to go. I see, thank you. I cut the thought communication. Is this guy still aiming for Raiden? I can admire the sheer grit he has, but someone needs to talk to this guy. Though from what I'm sensing he can actually match Carrion temporarily if he uses all of his skills. Dragon Body is an intrinsic skill rarely possessed by Dragonutes. The skill allows the user to enter a temporary battle transformation which greatly increases their combat capabilities similar to its lycanthrope counterpart. Intriguing, how does that work? Answer. By absorbing the magicule surrounding them to supercharge their body. This results in a large offensive and defensive power increase. Carrion. He stared down the Dragonute that challenged him to a fight. He was quite surprised at first, but he welcomed all challenges, even back in his territory. If someone wanted to fight him and overthrow him, he welcomed them. Though such people should expect a swift punishment upon defeat. However, before their fight could truly start, they were interrupted. "What the hell are you two doing?" yelled Rimuru. Before he could answer, he sensed Felix appear next to him. "Calm down, Rimuru, they were just having a friendly spar, no?" Carrion nodded, seeing the look he was getting from Felix. "Still so close to the festival. You two better cut it out. If you want to fight, then you can both participate in the tournament." Felix looked interested. "That sounds like it will be a fun show to watch. What do you two think?" Carrion nodded. "I would not mind that." "Neither would I, Lord Rimuru, Lord Felix," responded the Dragonute. Rimuru nodded in satisfaction. "Good, though you will have to wear a disguise, Carrion. Having an ex-demon lord fight in my tournament might scare some off." He nodded. "Very well." Chapter 100, Chapter 34 Part 2. Felix. With that taken care of, I looked to Rimuru with a pout. "You're such a party pooper." Rimuru looked annoyed. "Me? A party pooper? Ha!" Melim chose this moment to appear. That looked like it could have been fun to watch. "Don't worry, Melim, the fight was just postponed. We can watch it at the tournament. Along with that, I bet there will be a few other interesting fights." Rimuru nodded along with me. "Ah. Really? Then I'll look forward to it," said Melim. The unique skill, Tuner, was analyzed. "Ah, that must be Gabiru's unique skill. This is an odd skill. The first sub-skill, Unexpected Effects, allows the user to boost attack power only through unintentional action. It acted based on the user's mood. They gain more strength when excited and driven, and vice versa. While the second sub-skill, Change Destiny, is quite honestly bullshit. It alters the user's own fate to the point of preventing certain death. It can only be used once a day on each target, which means that the user can use it once a day for each different target. It cannot be activated intentionally. Of course, this is not quite as good as Seiko's Cook, but it is still quite broken. Fucking unique skills, man. This world is seriously full of hacks abilities. Though it seems there are more unique skills to analyze in Tempest, so I'll have to get that done during the festival. After all, if I can, then why shouldn't I analyze all the skills I can? The data can only help me after all. Rimuru's Uriel, Lord of Vows, was made with the combination of all of Rimuru's subordinates' abilities, but a lot of those abilities were left out due to them not meshing well with Uriel's general capabilities, so Odin is not able to gather data on every single one of Rimuru's subordinate skills. Odin wanted to go off on her own to go analyze all the skills she can, but I rejected her. After all, this is the Cardinal World, you never know what can happen. One thing I did learn, though, is that Odin is just as eager for more data on skills as I am, if not more. I guess she inherited that from me. "What about Fry?" I asked. "Ah, we were discussing something about how she wanted me to rebuild her territory." I nodded. "I see, but I was asking where she was." Rimuru's eyes widened. "Crap. I teleported here as soon as I could, so I left her in my office. I'll see you guys later," Rimuru said as he teleported away. Well, that happened. I looked towards Carrion. "Well, you heard him, you can have your fight during the tournament." "Got it, boss." Carrion then left with Sophia, Albiz, and Phobio. Though Sophia sent me a thought communication saying goodbye. Now that the fight was postponed, I noticed multiple orcs and high orcs resume their work. It seems they were busy reinforcing the arena when Carrion and Gabiru began releasing their auras in preparation. Noticing I was looking at him, Geld gave me a quick bow before resuming his work. I'd already analyzed his unique skills a while back. The unique skill, Guardian, has 3 sub-skills. Grant Protection, which allows Geld to increase the defensive capabilities of others, Substitute, which allows him to receive the damage others would take, and Iron Wall, which boosts his defensive ability and durability. A solid skill. Then his other unique skill, Gourmet, is just a Reskin Gluttony, though it has a bit more restrictions. It suits a high orc like him. Alright, let's move on so the orcs can finish whatever they were doing. Melim nodded excitedly. "Let's go try some more food." "What a glutton." Underscore 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 underscore. Rimuru Tempest. He gave his name at the reception desk for the free guild and requested to meet with Yuki. The guy at the desk thankfully quickly directed him to Yuki. Status was quite useful sometimes. Heh, Rimuru, long time no see. You've gone through a lot of interesting things since we last met, huh? This bastard. Rimuru controlled his expression to make sure he gave nothing away. He gave Yuki a friendly smile. He sighed. It was far more than just interesting, getting surprise attacked by Hinata, then Falmouth's invasion. I even became a demon lord. Everything was super chaotic for the last few months. Ah, well, you came out on top, huh, Rimuru? That's just like you. Yuki responded playfully. It seems he was going to pretend that he wasn't responsible for Hinata's attack. Even Raphael was not completely certain if he was behind it, but Yuki was the most suspicious. He just couldn't look at his former friend the same with that suspicion in the back of his mind. At least I made up with Hinata, so all turned out well. Yuki nodded. That must have been difficult, I know how she can be. Rimuru imagined it would have been quite difficult if Felix didn't convince him to just directly contact Luminous to sort everything out. With Hinata's brash personality, they likely would have ended up fighting. Yeah, she didn't listen at all to what I was saying, but she is loyal to a fault. He made sure not to give away too much information, like the fact that Felix was BT training Hinata. Ah, you're here to pick me up for the festival though, right? I've been desperately finishing my work just to attend, you know. Asked Yuki. Rimuru nodded. You and the kids. Yuki smirked. I'm sure they will be happy to see their Rimuru-sensei again. Rimuru smiled fondly at remembering his students. His true purpose for coming here after all was to take the kids to Tempest. Ah, I'll introduce you to my assistant as well, Rimuru. Yuki pressed a button under his desk. Rimuru prepared for an attack just in case. After all, Yuki no longer had his trust. He was a demon lord now, he ought to be prepared for these sorts of things. Thankfully, Northwest attack took place. The door opened and in came a beautiful-looking elf. Damn bastard, having an elf secretary. Both Yuki and Felix are traitors, he wants some elf subordinates too. Rimuru did rescue a few elves from Jura who were enslaved, but they weren't really his subordinates, they were more like citizens of his territory. This is my assistant Kigali, she has taken up the role of my deputy guildmaster. Yuki said, introducing me to that woman. She had the classic secretary look, a nice suit with unique designs, neatly combed hair, navy blue eyes, and blonde hair tied in a bun. Then there was her more attractive feature. Her pointed ears. Bastard. If you ever want to meet me and I am not available, you will be directed to her. Said Yuki. Rimuru nodded in response. The elf, Kigali, gave a quick bow. Greetings, Demon Lord Rimuru, my name is Kigali, it is an honor to meet you. He gave her a smile. It is nice to meet you as well, Kigali. They quickly finished their conversation and then left the room. Yuki had to get his bag full of his daily necessities since he will be leaving for a few days. Rimuru made his way to the familiar school building. He didn't send a letter in advance since he wanted to surprise them. He hoped they didn't look at him differently due to him being a demon lord now. Thanks to the pass he got from Yuki, he was able to easily get through the Freedom Academy and make his way to where the kids were. Chapter 101, Chapter 34 Part 3. Yuki Kagurazaka. While Rimuru was meeting with the children, he took the chance to hear what Kigali had to say. So what do you think? He asked. He saw Kigali shiver slightly. It felt like I was constantly being watched, as if one wrong move would result in my death. She whispered. Yuki nodded in response. Rimuru seems to be a bona fide demon lord, far stronger than he was when he was a mere slime. We can't underestimate him or his friend. Kigali nodded. Make sure Laplace is ready when the time comes. He ordered. Got it, boss. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru opened the door to the classroom. Hey kids, I hope you guys have been studying hard. Before he could continue though, he was tackled by Chloe, who hit him like a bullet. She looked up at him with a pout. You said you'd visit Sensei. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, you se dash. Yeah. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Gale is right. You should have come to play with us. He was quite busy with everything that has been going on, but he knew such an excuse wouldn't work on the kids. Haha, sorry about that, but how about to make up for it, why don't you come visit my country? We are holding a big festival where you can all have a ton of fun. Eh. Sensei's country. Yelled Alice. He nodded with a smirk. Yup. My country is pretty awesome, I can even introduce you to my best friend. You have a best friend, Sensei? Asked Chloe with a curious hint to her voice. He nodded. Yup. His name is Felix. All of their eyes widened. You mean the Demon Lord Felix White? Yelled Kenya. Whoa. We can meet a real Demon Lord. Seriously, guys. He was a Demon Lord too. Whatever, as long as they're happy. Yes, I'm sure Felix would love to meet you. Felix had mentioned that he wanted to meet the students he taught at some point. The festival was a good opportunity for that. Yippee! Shouted Kenya. Man, they really didn't take him as a Demon Lord seriously, huh? Well, maybe they were too familiar with him to see him like that. He noticed the teacher standing to the side watching with a surprised expression, though he was smiling. Alright, why don't you kids go get ready? They all nodded and ran off to get what they needed. Ah, what a surprise, they don't treat me with as much affection. Said the teacher. He decided to comfort him. Haha, don't worry about it, before I came here they wouldn't tolerate any other teachers, so they do like you. Aha, that's true, but it does make sense that they don't take me very seriously. The strength of those kids. Eh? Were they really that strong? Ah, I haven't introduced myself, my name is Rimuru, I was their substitute teacher before. The teacher shook his head. There is no need for introduction, those kids won't stop talking about you and Yuki has already informed me about you. My name is Klaus, by the way. Nice to meet you, Klaus. He responded. Klaus said he was an A-rank adventurer and he was 50 years old. If they could rival an A-rank adventurer when they are so young, then those kids have a ton of potential. Especially Kenya and Chloe. According to his elemental of light, he had the potential to become a true hero, a being opposite to the true demon lords. And then Chloe was blessed and contracted to that mysterious spirit, one that great sage said had an immeasurable amount of power. Yuki walked through the doors with a large duffel bag. Ah, are the kids already getting ready? Klaus nodded. Indeed. While you are here, Grandmaster, I would like to make a request to both of you, in fact. Yuki looked at him and he nodded in response. Very well, Klaus, what is it? Asked Yuki. Klaus went on to say that the children's growth may be affected if they don't find a stronger teacher. After all, they are already capable of rivaling him individually. Soon enough they will be able to beat Klaus single-handedly. No student will respect a teacher that is weaker than them, at least normally. Children are just like that, oftentimes logic does not work on them. It doesn't matter if Klaus is more experienced and has more knowledge to pass on. It seemed Klaus really valued the children and wanted them to succeed. It's good to know that there are still teachers like that out there. Rimuru saw this opportunity to poach the kids and get them out of Yuki's influence. If this plan works, he won't need to use his other plan. Why don't they come stay in Tempest then? We have amazing teachers and they are all quite strong, so it will be a long time before the kids outgrow them. Ah. Can we entrust them to you then, Rimuru? Asked Yuki. It's good that he wasn't protesting. He nodded. Yes. Count on me. He can even have Hinata and the Holy Knights help train the kids so they could get a deeper understanding of their elementals. Rimuru looked down at the kids playing around fondly. This is the life they deserve to have, not one where they constantly worry about if they will make it to the next day. Thankfully, Yuki didn't protest much about him taking them to the festival. He had a plan for how to keep them in Tempest. He didn't trust Yuki much due to his shady activity, so it's best if he keeps the kids close. Rimuru left them to their games while he continued to prepare for the festival. He would introduce them to Felix a little later on, maybe when the festival officially starts. Felix. I looked down at the fallen form of Hinata. Since we had a couple hours until nightfall, Hinata wanted to get a little bit more training in since we likely won't have as much time during the festival, which starts tomorrow. Though I wasn't complaining, I used this chance to try out some of my soul magic, basically elemental magic that is used by elemental souls like me. Elemental souls can naturally manipulate the laws of the world concerning their respective elements. This phenomena completely obeys the laws of physics, contrary to how regular magic violates those laws. Since it obeys the laws of physics, elemental souls can be used to fight when under an anti-magic area or a holy barrier. Since my elemental soul of infinity is a combination of my space and time affinities, I can quite casually manipulate both those aspects now, whereas before I struggled with manipulating time partly due to fear of the element itself and inexperience. Soul magic, if mastered enough, is capable of even rivaling an ultimate skill. You had enough yet? I taunt. Gah, not yet. She yelled as she quickly jumped up and charged at me. I simply blocked her attack with my stick and then kicked her away at speeds she couldn't follow. Before I could continue, however, I got a thought communication from Rimuru. You need something, Rimuru? Ah, kinda. Are you busy right now? I looked towards Hinata, who once again charged at me. Not really, no, what's up? Ah, you said you wanted to meet my students, right? They're here now and then want to meet the great demon lord Felix White. I smirked, hearing the slight jealousy in Rimuru's tone. It seems they know who the real demon lord is. Huh. What does that mean? You wanna go? Now you just sound like Malim. Anyways, I'll teleport over to you soon. And with that I cut the thought communication. Chapter 102, Chapter 34 Part 4. Before Hinata could continue attacking me, I interrupted her. Alright, I got something I need to do. Actually, why don't you come along with me? You are kind of famous in the human world, right? I'm sure those kids would like to meet you. Hinata looked confused. Those kids? I nodded. Yeah, Rimuru was teaching some kids at the Freedom Academy. He got them contracted elementals and everything too. Hinata nodded in understanding. Very well, maybe I can see if some of those kids have potential. Hearing her, I nodded. After all, they are kids taught by Rimuru, so they can't be simple. They are otherworlders, so that already puts them above the vast majority of the world. Alright, let's go then. I gestured to Hinata to prepare herself for the teleportation. Some people just can't handle teleporting very well. I snapped my fingers, teleporting us to where I sensed Rimuru. I took a look around. It seems he has the kids staying at the Tempest school. The school itself is quite nice, the teachers are also good from what I've seen. Hinata has stopped by here a few times and always had good things to say. Though she did say the kids could be little shits. I headed out back towards the play area, though some of the combat classes also trained out here since there were barriers up. I noticed Hinata waving to some of the children, who knew the cold heroine had a heart. Felix. I turned towards the voice and saw Rimuru waving at us with a group of kids behind him. I sent him a wave and then gestured for Hinata to follow me. My attention focused on two of Rimuru's students in particular, one an orange-haired boy, and the other a black-haired girl. The boy was contracted to an elemental of light. If he gets his elemental's blessing, all he would need is Ramura's blessing to gain a hero's egg. While the girl was even more special. I could tell she was blessed by time. She even had a hero's egg somehow. She had a unique skill as well. What does she have, Odin? Unable to determine due to an unknown entity interfering with the scan. Odin was not able to completely analyze the skill but was able to determine the skill involves traveling through time in some way. So time travel then. That is the most likely scenario. There is a lot to unpack there. For one, who the fuck could interfere with Odin's scan? This girl doesn't have an ultimate skill, nor does she have divinity. It must be that mysterious blessing then. Time travel sounds like a pain in the ass to consider. Has this girl already traveled to the past? Or maybe her future self will travel to the past and interfere with certain events. In that case, the timeline I am currently in is most likely the already altered one. Is this girl even as old as she looks? From my Malim eye, her soul doesn't tell me much, as it seems to be as old as the girl herself is. But maybe the blessing is interfering with that too. I can't rely on Odin for this then, huh? No need to pout, Odin. I was relying on you too much anyways. I need to be able to do things on my own too. Still, this is confusing. I think it's best if I take a wait and see approach. I don't want to accidentally do something and erase myself out of existence. Fucking time travel, man. The other kids also all had contracts with greater elementals, though the elementals themselves were artificial. I bet Rimuru made them using his unique skill by fusing together a bunch of lesser elementals. Answer. That is correct. Using the unique skill, degenerate Rimuru, Tempest was able to fuse the leftovers of multiple elementals to create a greater elemental for each child. Got it, thanks Odin. Still, Rimuru really has some rather absurd students, huh? Two potential heroes. These are my students, Felix. Rimuru then turned to look at the kids. And this is my best friend Felix. If you guys ever need anything and I'm not around, then you can go to him. Best friend, eh? Heh, I wouldn't disagree. Both Malim and Rimuru have been the closest friends I've got in this life, maybe even my previous life. Sensei's best friend. I heard the girl blessed by time whisper. Weird. Hearing Rimuru, all the kids bowed and greeted me. Haha, no need to bow, you're Rimuru's student, so you can be more casual with me. Anyways, I'm Felix and this is Hinata. One of his students, a blonde-haired girl, looked at Hinata in surprise. Hinata as in Hinata Sakaguchi, the hero. Hey, it seems Hinata is quite famous like I expected. I nodded. That's her. The kids all looked super excited. Why don't you introduce yourselves, kids? Said Rimuru. They nodded. Yes, sensei. The orange-haired kid blessed by an elemental of light took the lead. I'm Kenya. Then the rather large brown-haired boy spoke up. I'm Gale. He has an artificial greater elemental of earth. The blonde girl who seemed to be enamored with Hinata said, Alice. She's blessed by an artificial greater elemental of space. Then a rather shaggy-looking black-haired boy spoke up. I'm Ryota. Huh, he has an artificial greater elemental of water wind, basically a combination of multiple elements. I looked towards the girl blessed by time. She peeked out from behind Rimuru shyly. Chloe Aubert. I gave her a nod. You already know me, but I'm Demon Lord Felix, I said, giving a graceful bow. And I am Hinata Sakaguchi. It is nice to meet some promising individuals, commented Hinata. Everyone I brought to Tempest is currently off doing their own things. Raiden and Kurumi are chilling at my place in Tempest while Malim is off doing who knows what. Sukuna is sparring with some of Rimuru's subordinates. He said that he has been enjoying sparring with new people, so I left him to it. Hinata ended up doing a quick training session with the kids at Rimuru's request. Those are some students you have, I commented. Rimuru smiled proudly. Yup. I smirked. Not as good as mine though. Eh? What do you mean yours? Hinata doesn't count, you already got her when she was super powerful. That sounds like something a loser would say. Face it, I have won the Who Has the Best Student competition without even trying. My greatness astounds me sometimes. Rimuru just stared at me before finally opening his mouth. Dick. Huh, that's the best you got. Rimuru and I continued insulting each other while watching Hinata spar with the kids. Ah, I forgot to ask, how is your relationship with Shuna going? I asked with a shit-eating grin. Rimuru gained a blush on his face. That's not your business. I looked at him offended. Of course it is. I got you two together, so it is now my duty to continue to observe this relationship of yours. Rimuru sighed. Fine, it's going well. Shuna and I are taking our time to get to know each other more as partners and lovers rather than master and subordinate. I nodded. Yeah, that's probably a good move. I don't think I need to do that, seeing as I'm fine with the way my relationships are going now. Chapter 103, Chapter 34 Part 5. By the way, I had an idea for the dungeon. This idea is based off of what Odin did in the Jujutsu Kaisen world. She was able to use the data from Small World to make basically leaderboards around the world detailing someone's strength. Maybe Ramirez can do something similar in the dungeon. After all, strength is quite difficult to measure at the higher levels, so having a way to tell how powerful someone is will be quite helpful later down the line. Hell, maybe Rimuru can make it available to everyone. After all, visibly seeing your strength go up is bound to be good motivation. It also fits with the whole MMORPG thing Rimuru has going on in the dungeon. But Rimuru will have to make sure to keep his subordinates and his own strength level as secret as possible. After all, if someone knows exactly how strong Rimuru is, it could give others with untoward intentions towards Tempest more information. In this world, information often decides the fate of battles between two equal parties. That's why Odin is so broken. She can easily gather information. Once Rimuru heard my idea, he looked thoughtful. It would fit the theme of the dungeon, and it might motivate adventurers to work harder as they see their ranking go up. I nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It can also be a good way to measure progress. If someone sets a goal to reach a certain level, they just need to find someone at a similar level as their goal, then they can tell how close or far away they are from their goal. Something that increases motivation even more. It can also be used to rank exactly how strong a floor boss is, letting people know just how strong they will need to beat a boss. I'll have to talk to Ramirez about it. Thanks, Felix. I nodded. Hey, I wonder where I'll be placed. Rimuru snorted. I don't plan to have any of us listed on the leaderboard if Ramirez can make this a thing. Hell, I probably won't even have our strong subordinates on the leaderboard. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The difference between even an A-rank adventurer and someone like Siko or Benimaru is incredibly vast. Rimuru nodded. All of Rimuru's subordinates got a lot stronger after his Harvest Festival. The gifts from the Harvest Festival aren't a joke. A good chunk of Rimuru's subordinates gained unique skills off of that, unique skills that I of course analyzed. There is Kurobe's Divine Craftsman and Researcher, Shuna's Analyst and Manufacturer. Then there is Benimaru's Commander, the ideal skill for a general like him. It lets him sense the flow of a battle along with reading his chances for victory. It also boosts his army's power and lets him instantly send them orders. Hakuru's Martial Master is, as it sounds, a skill ideal for martial arts. Its first sub-skill, Heavenly Eye, gives Hakuru's senses far greater than what magic sense. It also allows the user not only the ability to visually see magicals and other spiritual matter, but also the ability to tell how much force is behind it, with its user even being able to distinguish the type of magic being used before it's even activated. It's a skill that has the potential to surpass not only the performance level of a normal extra skill, but is even able to surpass the performance of most unique skills in the right hands. And Hakuru is the right hands. With that alone, his skill is already fairly impressive. It also has Thought Acceleration and Ultra Acceleration, which allows him to increase the momentum of anything. It can also predict the future along with some other useful abilities. while Sui also has a unique skill of his own called Shadow Stalker. Its sub-skills include Thought Acceleration, Ultra Acceleration, Insta-Kill which reinforces the user's attacks allowing the user to directly damage the spiritual body, and Espionage which conceals the user and their presence. Rimuru's pet wolf, Ranga also got a unique skill ideal for being the alpha of his pack. All around Rimuru's subordinates are incredibly powerful, some even at the Demon Lord seed level, though of course Diablo is far beyond even that. Man, true Demon Lords really are so high up in the food chain compared to most in this world. When each true Demon Lord has multiple Demon Lord seed level subordinates, it's kinda understandable why the majority of the world is shit scared of even the peaceful Demon Lords. Just knowing there is an individual out there with such a vast amount of power would make the majority paranoid, let alone the nobles and rulers who wish to cling to their political power and position. Rimuru is definitely going to have a hard time with his dream to make peace with humans. But he's already made significant progress. An alliance with both Dworgen and Sarian shows the world that those two superpowers approve of Tempest. By the way, you should probably know that Yuki is here, said Rimuru. That's the guy you suspect of being the one to instigate Hinata and Falmouth? I asked, my tone even. Rimuru nodded. So the guy who I may or may not kill is finally here, huh? I'm not one to let go of grudges after all, if I'm able to confirm if he is behind Siko's death. Well, safe to say I'm going to kill him and devour his soul. Though I'm not quite sure how I can do that without directly controlling him, and he is the guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild of this world, I'm sure he has protection against such a thing like mind control. I don't want to ruin Rimuru's relationship with someone so important on a hunch. Either way, if he is responsible I will find out eventually. No lie or trickery stays hidden for long. Though I also need to consider what if he is responsible. How am I going to deal with him without anyone that I don't want learning about it? After all, Yuki is an important figure in the human world. If they find out that I am responsible for it, for one, they may attack my territory, which isn't a big deal since I can just have all the attackers wiped out. The issue is what if they use that as an excuse to not establish relations with Tempest? I don't want to ruin the chances of my best friend's dream over something like revenge. I need to take my time and plan everything out if I want to kill Yuki. I'm sure an opportunity to strike will appear at some point. I just need to make sure to be patient. Who knew that even at my level I would have to play politics? Rimuru better appreciate what I'm doing. Though it's probably best if I keep my plan to myself from now. Rimuru is soft like that, I could see him not wanting to kill Yuki. I shook my head, clearing away those thoughts. I have time to think about all that at a later time. Rimuru was looking at me curiously but ended up keeping quiet. I turned my head slightly, looking in the direction I sensed the King of Dworgen. It seems he was arriving in a carriage, probably for political reasons. It wasn't too surprising that he was basically the first guest to arrive. Tempest's relations with Dworgen are quite close after all. The King of Dwarves should be here soon, I told Rimuru. Rimuru nodded. All right, thanks for letting me know. I'll go prepare for his arrival. Do you mind keeping an eye on the kids? I nodded. Sure, I don't have much else to do. Right about now I'm sure everyone is getting changed into the outfits we all tried on yesterday before coming to Tempest. Hearing me, Rimuru nodded and walked off. I noticed one of the kids, Chloe, approaching me. Chloe, right? I asked. She nodded shyly. Aren't you supposed to be training with Hinata? She shook her head. Big sis Hinata said that she was just getting a general basis of all our abilities. I nodded. I see, so once she does that she'll begin training you in earnest. Chloe nodded, though I noticed she kept looking towards the direction Rimuru left in. I gave her a pat on the head. Don't worry, kid, he'll be fine. I'm sure Rimuru will spend some more time with you guys after the festival. This festival is quite important for him after all. Chloe nodded with a blush creeping up on her face. I have an amazing idea. Why don't I just ask her about her skill? Truly, my genius astounds me. Hey Chloe, mind if I ask a question about your unique skill? Chloe looked at me confused. Unique skill. But behind that confused expression I could see astonishment and fear. Almost no one can hide their expressions from a skill like Odin. There was a chance she did not know about her skill. Her unique skill likely involves traveling through time. Such an ability is far beyond the bounds of a mere unique skill. There is a high likelihood that her skill has some sort of condition to activate, and until that condition is met she might not know she even has the skill. But it seems that my theory is incorrect, or at least partially incorrect, as it seems Chloe at least has some idea of her ability. Now how to deal with this? I don't want to interfere too much, mostly due to the fear of messing things up. I'm not all-knowing after all. If I push too hard, certain events might change, resulting in a different future. That future could be good or bad. Man, I don't think I've ever felt this helpless before. Who knew for all my power I could still feel helpless? I always heard from various fictional works that time travelers are a pain in the ass, but I never imagined I'd experience what they had for myself. I can now confidently say, yes, time travelers are a pain in the ass. Fuck it, she has a hero's egg, she can't be that bad, right? I might be making a foolish decision here, but hey, if I die, it'll be due to a choice I made. I can accept that. I'll place my faith in Rimuru's student for once. I doubt I'll die anyway, I can always just jump worlds after all in the worst case scenario and bring everyone I care for with me. I shook my head. Never mind. Chloe looked at me confused but nodded nonetheless. Why don't you tell me about your favorite times with Rimuru when he was teaching you? Chloe nodded eagerly and began telling me about her first meeting with Rimuru. One thought I had in my mind at the time was that it's nice to just relax like this sometimes. Chapter 104, Chapter 34 Part 6. Rimuru was currently meeting the King and Queen of Blumend who had just arrived earlier. Rimuru left me with Gazel who had arrived just earlier, and seeing as I thought that Arcuade could possibly want to build a more secure connection with Gazel, I called her over. I was currently sitting across from Gazel, the King of Dworgen. He was dressed in a nice black suit with embroidered designs. Though I did notice his gaze shift to Arcuade occasionally. Could he perhaps know who she really is? Reports of the Lakeshore Dyed Red incident have been spread around, along with that came the description of the demon who did it. A demon with white hair and blood-red eyes. Either way I don't really care, he is strong but not strong enough to pose an issue if he wants to cause me trouble. Besides from what I've seen he has a reasonable personality so I doubt he would want to cause any trouble. After all, any gain that Tempest makes Dworgen makes as well. Gazel of course had a unique skill as a saint. His unique skill, Tyrant, is one that I'm sure helps him in his duties as a ruler. It allows him to read the thoughts of the target and enrich their energy once the skill is fully mastered. It also allows the user to integrate their energy and sublime it into an attack, enhancing its power. I'm sure Gazel used this ability to read Rimuru's intentions when they first met, it's likely why they were completely fine with entering an alliance with a monster nation. Though that skill won't work on Rimuru anymore. Along with that, ironically, I was able to copy Hero's Haki, the counterpart to my own Demon Lord's Haki. Along with the normal effects of Haki, Hero's Haki imbues the user's aura with a spiritual interference effect that allows them to bend others to their will and turn others into allies. Demon Lord's Haki is primarily for intimidation along with being used to kill fodder, while Hero's Haki is more focused on defeating others without killing them. Something that suits the hero theme. Then Gazel's final extra skill might be his most useful skill, more useful than his unique skill. The extra skill, Fusion, allows Gazel to physically merge with allies that he has a strong relationship with, increasing the unified being's total strength. Gazel has a contract with an elemental lord of Earth, a being that on its own is on par with a true demon lord. Gazel himself is also around the same level. When he merges with his elemental lord it's safe to say he becomes a formidable force. I can see why he is so widely respected and worshipped as a hero king, he has the power for it. Arcuade is the one who starts the conversation. So you are the so-called hero king, Gazel's gaze shifted to Arcuade. His gaze alone could make those of weaker will shiver, but Arcuade just met it head-on. That is one of my titles, he responded. She smiled. Interesting. With that out of the way, Arcuade quickly began discussing the alliance Azeroth has with Dworgen. Ours is far less close than the one Dworgen has with Tempest, but that is understandable. Those two went on for a little while as I continued to listen in. I'm sure I could become an expert negotiator with the help of Odin, but there is no reason to bother if I have Arcuade. She enjoys doing it, so why take it away from her? While they were talking I reached for the donuts on the center table. Both Gazel and Arcuade looked at me curiously. You should try one, I commented as I took a bite. No matter how unhealthy donuts are, they are so good, and now that I can eat whatever I want with no consequence, you can bet that I am going to eat whatever the hell I want. As a divine being, my body is made up of energy. All the food I eat is turned into energy, resulting in no waste. That's also one of the reasons I can't have children. I have no functioning genetics or DNA to pass on. If I ever do want kids though, I'm sure I can figure something out. Hell, I could create a kid if I want. Who said the kid needs to be born the normal way? Both Arcuade and Gazel reached for a donut and took a bite. This is quite delicious, my lord. I nodded. Yeah, Raiden made these, so I'm sure she will make you some if you ask. Arcuade nodded. I will in the future. Gazel joined in. Indeed, this is quite incredible, I haven't tasted anything like it anywhere else. And you said one of your subordinates made them? I nodded. I see. Gazel said while looking thoughtful. Arcuade and Gazel quickly resumed their negotiation, but I noticed that Gazel was focusing more on the food culture of Azeroth now. We heard a knock on the door. Gazel looked at both me and Arcuade, asking for permission to allow others in. We both nodded, seeing as Arcuade's negotiations were almost done. Come in, said Gazel. The one who entered was Rimuru, followed by that adventurer, you might think his name was, and that Magen that Clayman was controlling. Gazel stood up. Rimuru. Gazel. They both greeted each other with a handshake. Gazel then looked behind Rimuru to Yum and the Majin. Yum was dressed in quite the fancy outfit, though that makes sense seeing as Rimuru made him king of the now-defunct Falmouth. I hear Yum was being called a hero king like Gazel. He was considered a champion in his own right due to Diablo's manipulations, though Yum himself was weak. I could sense Yum's guardian escort outside. He seemed to be a lycanthrope. The Majin gave a curtsy to the three of us. It is an honor to meet you again, Lord Rimuru, Lord Felix, King Gazel. Haha, Mjurin resembles a queen far more than you do, Yum. Rimuru teased. Yum looked to the side with a slight blush. Well, that's because unlike me she has refinement. Oh. So those two got married, huh? I have experience since Clayman was at least a man of manners. He made sure that I knew the proper etiquette. That makes sense. Clayman was definitely a rather posh guy. After Yum finished talking with Rimuru, he confidently turned to me, causing me to raise a brow. Lord Felix, it is a pleasure to meet you once again. Heh, well at least he's confident. It's nice to see you as well, Yum. I said. He smiled, hearing me respond to his greeting. He then turned to Arcuade, who was sitting next to me. He kneeled in front of her and held his hand out. It is an honor to be in the presence of such a beautiful lady. Arcuade looked amused as she extended her hand, which Yum gave a light kiss. Era. What an interesting little king. She said. I rolled my eyes. Go easy on the guy, Arcuade. She giggled lightly. Very well, my lord. She then looked down at the still kneeling Yum. Well met, King of Farmenas. Hearing that, Yum gave a smile and quickly rose up. Yum nodded and discreetly let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Gazel and greeted him. At the very least, Gazel seems to approve of him. Arcuade turned to me. So that is the one that Lord Rimuru made into a king. I nodded. Yup. Even Gazel approved of him, so he isn't bad. Indeed. He seems to be someone who can prove useful to you, my lord. Hearing her, I nodded. Do whatever you feel is best. Arcuade nodded. Very well, my lord. Chapter 105, Chapter 35, The Banquet. Felix. All 6 of us were now sitting in one of the many recreational rooms in Tempest's capital, Rimuru City. Arcuade and I were sharing a couch with her on my left, though it seems she summoned some wine from somewhere. Yum sat across from us with his wife Mjurin, also on a shared couch, while Gazel was in a seat to my right with Rimuru on a seat to my left. We were all sort of sat in a circle. Did you arrive in a carriage as well, Yum? Asked Gazel. Yum nodded. Indeed, it was a tiring journey and the roads were incredibly busy. Though thankfully the journey itself was rather smooth as the roads are incredibly well maintained. Yeah, coming on a carriage just sounds like a pain in the ass. The normally bumpy roads would be a pain. You also need to maintain the condition of the horses. Hell, carriages could even break down. Unlike the modern world, there was no insurance that could quickly fix your means of transport up and cover the bill for it. It must suck for nobles to travel around. Rimuru perked up. Heh, those roads are one of Tempest's proudest accomplishments. Rimuru boasted. Gazel nodded. Indeed, the hobo-goblin riders were also incredibly swift when taking care of any threats to travelers' safety. The protection of travelers is a big selling point when using the roads monitored by Tempest. Almost all other nations' roads are in far worse condition and there is no protection for traveling merchants. They need to hire and pay for adventurers out of their own pockets and pray that they don't get attacked by an extremely powerful monster. Yum nodded along. There is a barrier surrounding the roads as well. That, along with the occasional drinking fountains, the rest spots that appeared every so often, and the general ease there is when traveling the roads is incredible. I noticed Rimuru preened slightly under their praise. Haha, indeed, those inns are quite something. They are incredibly relaxing. You really did something incredible, my junior. Said Gazel. Rimuru rubbed the back of his head. Well, it couldn't have been done without everyone's effort. The orcs work day and night to build those highways, so it's good that everyone appreciates them. All of us nodded in response to that. Ah, by the way, is it true that Hinata Sakaguchi had come to Tempest? I had heard rumors about it and was prepared to send reinforcements before surprisingly the Holy Kingdom said that they had made an alliance with the monster nation Tempest. That was an incredible surprise to learn of. Said Gazel. The Western Holy Church has even opened a formal window for an alliance with Dworgen. The very same Western Holy Church that viewed us as subhuman, only slightly above monsters. Gazel continued. That's not too surprising. The Western Holy Church strikes me as a bunch of extremists. She originally came here due to false information, but we ended up resolving that misunderstanding and ended up making an alliance with the permission of their goddess. Rimuru said. That's incredibly fortunate. That woman, in all honesty, is stronger than me. Maybe in swordsmanship I may be superior to her, but when it comes to overall strength I would be pushed back. I don't doubt that. Gazel doesn't really have any defense against Hinata's usurper. Even Gazel's elemental lord of earth would find itself weakened. Along with that, Hinata can easily read his moves with Mathematician, not to mention Hinata's Melt Slash, which can even kill an ultimate skill wielder. I'm sure Gazel gained this information by having someone do some investigation on Hinata. He is the Hero King after all. It would negatively affect his reputation if he got into a fight with Hinata. Rimuru's eyes widened slightly. Whoa, I knew she was strong, but I didn't know she was that strong. He then turned to look at me. You got a really strong disciple, huh, Felix? Hearing his words, Gazel, Yum, and Jurin all looked at me in shock. For real? Exclaimed Yum. Huh, I guess Hinata really is a big deal to most. That girl really made something of herself in this world, huh? That is incredibly surprising. Commented Gazel. He tried to maintain his stoic facade, but I could see hints of his shock peeking through. For someone revered as a hero to be learning under a demon lord. He began laughing. How amusing. Incredible. Muttered Jurin, while covering her face. Era, it is expected of my lord to achieve such a feat with ease. I am not quite certain why all of you are surprised. Could it be you have been looking down on my lord? Asked Arcuade with a chilly voice. Yum began visibly sweating, same with Jurin. Even Gazel seemed to be nervous. Gazel is the one who spoke up before I could though. It is nothing like that, Lady Arcuade. We are all just incredibly surprised at hearing such a thing. After all, hearing is different from believing. Appeased Gazel. Wow, he's good at that. I guess centuries of politics helped him a lot. Arcuade smiled, as if she knew what Gazel was doing. Very well, though make sure to not make such a mistake again. Yum quickly agreed while Gazel silently nodded. I placed my hand on Arcuade's thigh. No need to be so intense, Arcuade, we are among allies here. She nodded. As you wish, my lord. Rimuru sighed. Man, I thought things were going to get messy. I went on to answer everyone's unasked question. I just had to beat her up a bit and then offer to teach her. She's someone who is willing to do almost anything for more power, so it didn't take long for her to accept. Beat her up? Whispered Gazel. He looked to Rimuru for answers, but Rimuru just turned his head to the side and began whistling. I tilted my head. Yes, beat her up. What's the confusion about? Gazel shook his head. It's nothing, I just didn't imagine you wielded such a massive amount of power, Lord Felix. He said while addressing me far more respectfully than before. Rimuru nodded to my side. Yeah, you're a real monster, Felix. I rolled my eyes. Don't demean yourself, Rimuru, you're quite strong yourself. That's one thing I've noticed about Rimuru, he constantly brushes off his strength, almost acting as if he is still just a weak slime. Something that was absurd, as he has 4 ultimate skills, a feat even Luminous, a true ancestor and a true demon lord that has been around for over 1,000 years has not achieved. Rimuru also has divinity, a true dragon to call upon, and multiple demon lord seed level subordinates. No one can be considered weak with such a force behind them, even if they were truly powerless. Haha, well that's mostly because of my skills. Rimuru said. Dude. Gazel stared at Rimuru, dumbfounded. You sure are a weird guy, you know, your own skills can be considered a part of your own abilities, you know. Rimuru shook his head. Be that as it may, my own abilities would fail to even beat Hakuru when it comes to swordsmanship. I snorted after hearing that. An awfully high bar you've set. Hakuru has been training for 200 years, of course you can't instantly catch up to him. And even then Rimuru is making steady progress. Yum and Jurin were just looking at us in astonishment. Fucking normies. Humph, I just wish to surpass my teacher. Rimuru said with a pout. Yeah. Rimuru then went on to explain the background of everything that went down with Luminous, though he left out Luminous' own identity. So the 7 luminaries were behind everything, huh? Said Gazel. Rimuru nodded. Yup, with them gone I imagine Hinata now has almost all the authority, so she is able to keep everyone in check. Alright, enough with the boring talk. Now it's time to have fun. Yelled Gazel. Rimuru nodded and quickly had a bunch of drinks and snacks brought in. Even Arcuade looked interested in participating. I gave Arcuade's thigh a quick squeeze as I hadn't removed my hand from her thigh since earlier. She looked at me with a slight blush on her cheeks and gave me a seductive smirk. Hey, I'm gonna have some fun tonight. Arcuade and I, arms locked, made our way to one of the guest rooms Rimuru said we could use. I've already told everyone else not to expect me back tonight, so I'm free to indulge as much as I want. We were a bit tipsy, seeing as we both lowered our abnormal condition nullification in order to enjoy the alcohol. All of us ended up drinking until about midnight. Rimuru brought up some topics concerning the development of Tempest, like a railway that Tempest is designing. Arcuade was quick to pounce on it along with Gazel, so both Azarath and Dworgen will be involved in that project. The moment we were in the confines of the room, I grabbed Arcuade by the waist and kissed her. I closed and sealed the door behind us with a burst of telekinesis, something relatively simple to do. I can easily be considered an esper at this point. I continued kissing Arcuade for a moment before I prodded her lips with my tongue, requesting access, something she quickly allowed by opening her mouth, allowing our tongues to connect. As I was devouring her mouth with my tongue, I slowly lowered my hands, from gripping her curvy waist to groping her voluptuous ass. I could feel my hand sinking into her ass meat due to just how round and squishy it was. Arcuade was meaty in all the right places. After all, Arcuade had no need for any real muscle since we could change our bodies as we pleased. Arcuade wiggled her ass slightly as I continued to mold her cheeks to my desire. Arcuade pulled herself closer, absolutely squishing her breasts into my chest. She got close enough to begin grinding against my tented bulge, met with her own wet mound that was already beginning to leak through the layers of clothing. Our mouths grew more frantic as our tongues collided. I pulled Arcuade closer, causing her voluptuous breasts to press against my chest. Arcuade arched against my chest as she began moaning into my mouth as I began actively groping her ass. I of course was making use of a liberal amount of sex magic. If you aren't cheating, then you aren't really trying. Sex magic is of course the best kind of magic. A magic not used for death or destruction but to bring happiness to your partner. Could there be a better magic? Of course not. I pulled back slightly from the kiss, causing Arcuade to begin to follow my head, eager to reinitiate, but she stopped herself. She had a full-on blush on her face and was panting slightly even though she had no real need for oxygen. I'll just chalk it up to sex things. I continued to grope Arcuade's ass as we stared into each other's eyes. Why don't you get out of that dress? I'd love to appreciate your body more directly. Oh, of course, my lord, she said breathily. Once she was stripped of her clothing, Arcuade was left in her white, almost see-through lingerie. I grabbed her by the ass again and lifted her up. Arcuade quickly locked her legs around my waist. She quickly kissed me again as she began to grind her hot sex against my straining erection. I quickly carried her to the bed and laid her down under me. Arcuade kept her legs locked behind me as I unhooked her bra, revealing her pale breasts to the open air. Each breast was topped with a cherry-pink nipple, each hard and begging for attention. I gave her left nipple a pinch, causing Arcuade to moan out as I approached her right nipple and began licking it. I licked around her areola before taking her entire nipple into my mouth. Yes, my lord. As I was doing that, I began reaching down towards Arcuade's panties with my right hand. She was drenched, I could feel her leaking through her panties. I slipped one of my fingers into her panties and began toying with the outer edges of her pussy lips as well as occasionally flicking her clit, something that drove Arcuade absolutely crazy. After teasing her for a few minutes, I slipped one of my fingers in while I switched nipples. After all, I should pay even attention to both of her breasts. I slipped a second finger into Arcuade's hot sex. It didn't take long for me to feel her folds tighten on my fingers as she came. I pulled back from her breasts and pulled my fingers out of her core. I raised my hand up in front of me. Hey, you got me really wet, Arcuade. Why don't you clean me up? Arcuade looked up at me with smoky eyes as she slowly leaned up and took my hand into her mouth. She carefully cleaned each of my fingers with her tongue while maintaining eye contact. I could feel my own erection almost breaking through my clothing from the scene. Once she was all done, she slowly released my hand, though not before sucking on each finger a little longer than necessary. This girl really knew how to get me going. Arcuade gave me a seductive smirk. Did you wish to partake in my body now, my lord? Haha, I'd never say no to an offer like that. I woke up with Arcuade sleeping on my chest. We didn't need to sleep, but it felt right ending off sex by going to bed usually. I expanded my senses to get an idea of what time it was just after sunrise, so we still have some time until the festival starts. I could sense a steady stream of visitors pouring into Tempest, mostly commoners though there were some nobles and royalty sprinkled in. Rimuru's subordinates were taking care of the nobles and royalty, making sure they had everything they needed. Those kinds of people can be awfully picky, so it's important all their needs are met as they are guests of Tempest. The rooms they will be staying in are incredibly luxurious and the food they will get will also be the best Tempest has to offer. Those guys are really getting spoiled. I could even sense Rimuru teleporting some people in with spatial transport. Spatial transport is the far inferior version of my instant motion. Both are arts, but there is a massive difference between the two. Spatial transport is an art that is used through spatial motion. Spatial transport has an incredibly short activation time than a normal spatial motion, and it also does not require portals like spatial motion. Though there is a requirement to use spatial transport, you need to have an image or information of your current location and destination. So it does require some time to activate the art, time that you might not have. That's why the range can be limited at times, but it is also possible through extremely complex calculations to use spatial transport to travel dimensions. It's even possible to use spatial transport in the suspended world, but movement by manipulating infants is far faster because it's quicker to move oneself between infants than teleporting after receiving the information of the destination. Currently, it doesn't take me more than a passing thought to utilize spatial transport. Instant motion, however, works in an instant with no time delay. It is a truly instantaneous form of transportation. This is accomplished by manipulating both time and space. This art can be activated just by thinking about where you want to go, with thought acceleration that's easy as pie. Though this form of teleportation can be a bit of a strain to use when bringing multiple people with you. Rimuru is of course utilizing a normal spatial transport as he is not quite capable of performing instant motion. Still, I better get up now. The festival will truly begin tonight with the festival dinner where all the important guests will try out some of Tempest's food while the commoners explore all the stalls that are available. I noticed Arcuade was awake now, her blood-red eyes gazing at me with an adoring glint to it. Good morning, Arcuade. Good morning, my lord. Last night was wonderful. I wish you would partake in my body more often. Haha, I would love to do that, but I don't want the others to get too jealous. Yes, maintaining a good relationship with all my lovers is important. When each of them can casually destroy a continent, I seriously don't want them going full Yandere on me. That would not be very fun to deal with. Arcuade sighed. Indeed, my lord. All right, why don't we get up now? Arcuade nodded and quickly lifted the blanket off her and got up. Since she slept in the nude last night, I got to see her in her completely nude glory. Arcuade noticed my gaze and smirked as she seductively sauntered towards the door. I shall be awaiting you outside, my lord. She then snapped her fingers, cleaning her body up as well as fully clothing her. I nodded. I won't be long. Sigh, well, time to get up, I guess. Today I plan to dress in my Demon Lord attire, seeing as tonight is simply the starting ceremony of the festival. I need to be dressed appropriately for my status as a Demon Lord. After that I plan to dress in my suit that I brought to Tempest for the formal events. I snapped my fingers, cleaning up the room from Arcuade and my knight along with cleaning myself up. I then dressed myself in my normal Demon Lord attire, a black trench coat made of the skin of an archdragon, some black pants that Shuna made for me, and a white collared shirt underneath. All of it is god grade due to soaking up the magicules in my infinity space. I look far better than Guy does. That guy pays no attention to his appearance. I better check on everyone else though. I sent out a thought communication connecting to everyone I brought with me. Are you all prepared for the festival? I asked. Felix. Where have you been? I've been so bored, I almost mugged Gopta again. I snorted after hearing Malim's reply. I was in a meeting last night and then just ended up sleeping in one of the guest rooms Rimuru has prepared. I responded. Malim immediately lost interest after hearing about a meeting. All of us are ready, master. We will not disappoint you, nor ruin your reputation. Raiden said, acting as the spokesperson for the group. That's good, but I didn't think you would do either of those. I'll meet you guys in a little bit. Very well, master. With that I cut off the thought communication and went to join Arcuade. Underscore 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 underscore. Everyone was gathered in the banquet hall. I was dressed in my Demon Lord attire, Raiden in her red dress, Sukuna in his butler outfit, Siko in her purple suit, Kurumi in her black dress, Arcuade in her white dress, Megumin in her gold dress and Lalatina in her black formal dress. Of course Ingvile and Glenda were also present, each wearing their own dresses. We were all sat at a fairly large table at the center of the banquet hall. Malim had joined our table along with Ark and Midray. Carrion and Fry were sat at another table, and I allowed Sophia to join them. Fry also ended up bringing her 3 daughters at some point who were also serving as Frey's attendants. I'm not quite sure who the father is, but I think it's safe to say he isn't in the picture. Her children were not all that powerful, around a rank if you pushed it. Though I wonder how strong Fry was previously. After all, whenever a non-human gives birth they lose a portion of their magicules, and Fry has given birth thrice. Sure, she might have regained her lost magicules, but that is still quite impressive to stay at the Demon Lord seed level throughout it all. Veldanava was rendered almost powerless after fathering Malim, though the effects are greater the stronger you are. And I imagine he was the strongest there was at the time. Notice. Harpy queens like Fry reproduce asexually. They do not need a male partner to produce an offspring. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks, Odin. Rimuru's subordinates were all around the banquet hall as they will be the ones making sure that there are no interruptions or attacks. I could see Diablo from the corner of my vision, along with those other 2 demons Rimuru summoned during his harvest festival. Benimaru and Co were also all around. I could even see Hinata with those guys she introduced me to along with some other members of the Western Holy Church. She met my gaze and gave me a smile, causing everyone else at her table to look where she was gazing. Safe to say their gazes almost immediately were averted. I spotted Gazel with some of his Pegasus Knights, as well as Yum and his wife Njurin. Rimuru had wanted to sit with us but wasn't able to due to being the host of this banquet. He needs to go around, give everyone a customary greeting. He's going to be doing a bunch of bothersome stuff. Quite a few people were looking at our group with interest and a healthy amount of fear. After all, for most this is the first time they have ever seen me. And of course the destroyer is sat next to me as well, which is bringing a lot of attention. I'm honestly surprised that so many people came, knowing how many demon lords will be attending. I guess Tempest's reputation was large enough for most to be reassured of their safety. I noticed some of the attendees gazing at the women present at the table, just like I knew they would. Everyone here is extremely beautiful after all, each at the top of the world in their own way. Well, they can look but not touch. Sucks to suck. When can we eat, Felix? Asked Malim. I sighed. Just wait, Malim, Rimuru should be doing some sort of announcement soon. After that I'm sure the food will be served. Lord Felix is correct, Lady Malim, please be patient. Said Ark. Ugh, fine. She said with a pout. We watched as Rimuru stood front and center. Rimuru prepared himself before beginning his speech. Ah, hello everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you here today. I am, as you all know, Demon Lord Rimuru. Now I would prefer if everyone strays away from the more serious topic for tonight. There will be opportunities for talking business later on. Instead I will direct you towards Tempest's best dishes and alcohol created in Demon Lord Felix's own territory. Each is incredible in their own ways, so I hope you enjoy everything. Now long speeches aren't a strength of mine, so excuse me for cutting this short. Now I hope everyone has a grand time. Let the party begin. Hey, who knew the slime could give speeches? Right after Rimuru finished his speech the food was brought out. Each table had an assigned waitress that was trained especially for tonight. Along with that, beautiful elven waitresses were wandering around the halls carrying alcohol. Quite a few of the attendees were enraptured by each elf's seductive figure. Rimuru really knew how to pick them. Each elf greeted their guests with a bow, allowing for easy view of their cleavage. That combined with the yukata made for one hell of a sight. I could hear various praises from all around the table for all the alcoholic beverages supplied by my territory. Hopefully Arcuade can make some deals later on. The waitress for our table approached us and bowed, leaving her cleavage bare. Though I wasn't particularly staring, after all I had far better eye candy next to me. Hello my lords and ladies. My name is Elusia. What did you wish to start with tonight? She raised her head and began taking all of our orders for what we wanted. The food was prepared by Shuna and some other chef that Rimuru recruited, so it's bound to be good. Once our orders were taken and alcohol was served, I took a look around the hall. The banquet was quite chaotic with dignitaries from various nations all around conversing. But that had its own charm to it. I could see Rimuru going from table to table introducing himself and having quick conversations. He really has this whole politics thing down, huh? Good on him. It didn't take long for all of our dishes to be served. Rimuru seriously went all out on this. All of these extravagant dishes were made by Shuna and that other chef too. Very impressive. Malim was the most visibly excited. Whoa. This looks good. Hee hee, I can't wait to try it. Please keep your decorum, Lady Malim. Pleaded Arkman. He really has it tough. Maybe I sentenced him to an eternity of suffering when I had Arcuade bring him as a servant for Malim. Indeed, this looks incredible. Commented Midray. This is the minimum requirement when serving our lord. Declared Arcuade with Megumin, Lalatina, Raiden, and Siko nodding along with her. Heh, I bet I could do better. I don't know if you could, Siko. Siko has improved her cooking, but that's mostly due to her skill rather than her actual ability to cook. Whoa. This is some high-tier stuff, boss. Said Glenda. Ingvile looked quite nervous. It seems she wasn't quite used to this kind of atmosphere. Hell, I'm not either. I just don't really care what others think. Just eat however you want, Ingvile. If someone stares, just think about the fact that you could kill them with a flick of a finger. I comforted. I think I nailed it too. Ingvile nervously nodded. Indeed, my lord is correct. Utilize what I have taught you in our lessons. I looked at Arcuade curiously. Lessons. Arcuade nodded. Indeed, I have taken it upon myself to make sure Ingvile and Glenda know the proper etiquette so they do not embarrass you, my lord. Said Arcuade with a proud smile on her face. Huh, well I guess I should have expected something like that from those primordials. Each was a go-getter in their own way. Well, thanks for that. I didn't consider if such a thing was necessary. My bad, Ingvile, Glenda. Ingvile nervously waved her hands. It is no problem. It is understandable with how busy you are. I'm not that busy. In fact, I barely do any real work, but I'll take whatever excuse I can get. Glenda nodded. Yep. It's no problem, boss. Though I sensed an undercurrent of fear in Glenda. I noticed out of the corner of my eyes Arcuade was staring at Glenda without blinking. I'll just pretend I didn't see that. There were a variety of dishes presented in front of us, smoked chicken duck meat and sandwiches filled with vegetables, cow deer steak, fried vegetables marinated in sauce, carriage fried chicken, roast beef salad, each was guaranteed to please whomever consumed it. There was also a sherbet made with various fruits and refreshments. It seems Rimuru analyzed the food the guys made served at the Walpurgis, as he also had black tiger meat stew and grilled fairy leather bird. We all quickly began eating. Whoa! So good! Exclaimed Malim. Even Raiden seemed to be enjoying the food, and she was always super critical about this kind of stuff. It seems she doesn't like it when I eat anything prepared by someone else. Cute. Arcuate of course kept her manners even as she was eating. Ever the graceful one. Lalatina and Megumin also knew the proper etiquette. It can be hard to remember sometimes, but those three are queens in their own right, each ruling a significant portion of the demon realm for eons. I noticed the people seated at the tables around us also seemed to love the food. Hey, at the very least Rimuru will win everyone over through their stomachs. Even the higher-up aristocrats were satisfied. Though it is quite amusing watching those aristocrats trying to keep their cool surrounded by various demon lords and monsters. Still, the fact that they are even trying to keep their cool shows that Rimuru has been able to get through to them, that even they agree that coexistence is possible, or else they wouldn't be putting in this much effort, benefits be damned. Though I don't doubt that most of these aristocrats have been swayed by the sheer benefits Tempest is offering. From the new food culture to the modern roads and other inventions Tempest is making. Even the railroad idea that Rimuru brought up is practically unheard of in this world. Rimuru told me on the side that he was considering having vehicles created but decided against it due to the potential pollution. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Tons of people in this world have the ability to just erase the smog and all the other harmful effects of pollution. But this is Rimuru's jam, so I'll leave him to it. Rimuru eventually came by our table and sat down in one of the empty seats. He groaned and flopped down onto the table. Man, this is such a pain. He muttered. I noticed that he placed a barrier the moment he sat down, one that will isolate all the sound inside so no one will hear what we are talking about. Looks like he's here to vent. I nodded. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. Playing nice to a bunch of sleazeballs does not sound like something I'd want to do. Ugh, tell me about it. Said Rimuru. I think this banquet is quite wonderful, Lord Rimuru. It gives everyone the chance to appreciate Tempest's culinary experience as well as get to know other major figures that will be attending for future deals that will undoubtedly be made during the festival. Added Arcuade. Ah, thanks Arcuade. I'm glad I'm doing something right. Said Rimuru. Bomo. The food is good, Rimuru. Said Malim. Thanks, I'll pass on your praise to the chefs. Replied Rimuru. Malim nodded along. Ooh. What's that? Asked Malim. I looked towards where she was pointing and was met with a few elves rolling a fish of some kind in on a cart. The A-rank fish, spear toro, is a fish most commonly found in the ocean and is notoriously hard to catch. So it's called a spear toro, huh? Thanks Odin. The fish itself was quite large and had a large horn on its face. It even seemed to have some armor. Oh, that's a spear toro that we plan to serve tonight. See ya, I need to make sure everything is going as planned. All of us gave Rimuru our goodbyes as he ventured back into the shark's den. Hakuru was the one cutting the fish, and he was making a show out of it too. Our waitress, Illusia, brought us some sushi that was made using the spear toro. I could hear some exclamations from the other tables mentioning how the spear toro was an A rank. Seafood was not very common in this world as there were multiple difficulties. For one, keeping the fish frozen was quite difficult while on carriage, and then the sea monsters that inhabit the ocean can be quite the pain for normal merchants as well. Once every table was served, Rimuru made his way back to our table, though this time he brought a guest with him. He was a sleazy-looking Japanese man. Everyone, this is Yuki Kagurazaka, the guildmaster of the Free Guild. Introduced Rimuru. So this is the guy, huh? Odin. Already on it. Yuki gave us a bow. Greetings to you, Demon Lord Malim, Demon Lord Felix. I'm not quite sure what exactly your subordinates' names are, so I apologize for the insult. Though that's excluding Miss Glenda there. Said Yuki with an apologetic smile. Ah, it seems that he knows Glenda then, huh? Not much of a surprise as she is one of the former 10 great saints. In fact, I'm surprised she hasn't been recognized yet, though that might be due to my other subordinates drawing more eyes. Who knows, some may have recognized her and are just keeping it to themselves for whatever reason. Glenda raised her brow challengingly. Yuki. She greeted neutrally. I'm quite surprised to see you at this table, Glenda. Commented Yuki. Glenda scoffed. Well, let's just say things happened. Eh? Who's this weakling? I sighed hearing Malim. She was likely measuring Yuki's abilities through her Malim eye, but it would be foolish to underestimate what sort of skills he could have. I can tell he has a unique skill at the very least. Ahaha, well I assume when compared to your abilities almost everyone would be considered a weakling, Lady Malim. Appeased Yuki. Damn, he was good at esquissing, probably a skill he developed after being involved with politics for so long. After all, the Free Guild's funding has to come from somewhere. Malim nodded proudly. Boom. My subordinates went ahead and introduced themselves in quick succession. It is a pleasure to meet you all, said Yuki after being introduced to Mai and Malim's subordinates. Rimuru then left with Yuki off to some other tables. You get anything, Odin? I'm surprised Odin is taking so long to get an analysis on him. Notice. The individual Yuki Kagarazaka has an unusual attribute, anti-skill. Anti-skill is a spiritual attribute that can shut down magic and skills. Even ultimate skills. Correct. Dude, what the fuck? This guy can straight up negate an ultimate skill. That's one of the most bullshit abilities I've ever heard of. He should easily be able to get through any kind of barriers, can make any sort of magic or skill harmless, even aura won't be of use against him. Is there any restriction to his Odin? Answer. Anti-skill can only be applied through direct touch, and it must be active at the time. I see, so it still has some limitations. I could always jump him before he has a chance to react if I need to. Temporal manipulation can also likely affect him, seeing as how does one negate time. So is anti-skill interfering with your analysis? Correct. Even when disabled, the anti-skill attribute negates most analysis abilities based on the user's will. So the fact that Odin was even able to get anything at all is impressive. So that means Yuki can show whatever power level he wishes while suppressing the rest, and anti-skill will stop anyone from finding out. Correct. So I won't be able to copy his unique skill nearly as quickly, and it is basically impossible to analyze his anti-skill attribute at this point. Man, that sucks. I can't immediately find out if Yuki is behind the attack, it seems. No need to be upset, Odin, we all have off days. Yuki's ability is just uniquely suited to keep you from gathering information. Eventually the truth will come to light, so I just need to wait. All of a sudden I noticed someone decently powerful approaching Tempest. It seems they were arriving by air. I'll be back. I told everyone at the table. I headed towards where Rimuru was chatting with some monarch of some random nation. Rimuru. I interrupted. The table I had approached immediately stopped talking and began looking at me. Some with fear, some with interest, and some with curiosity. Did you need anything, Felix? Rimuru asked formally. I nodded. Yeah, let me pull you to the side. Rimuru nodded and gave the table an apologetic smile before we left to an isolated area of the banquet hall. What's up, Felix? You wouldn't call me like this unless it's important. Questioned Rimuru. I can sense someone approaching Tempest at high speeds. It seems to be a dragon lord that is pulling a carriage of some sort. I commented. Talk about fancy, using a dragon lord as a steed is something I hadn't even considered. Rimuru's eyes widened. Dragon lord. Rimuru whispered. I sighed. Keep your composure, Rimuru, even now we have eyes on us. If they see the demon lord panicking they will also panic. Rimuru quickly got his expression under control. Yeah, you're right. Before he could continue, Gazel interrupted us. What's going on, Rimuru? If someone is causing trouble for my junior they'll have to deal with me. Ah, Felix said he could sense a dragon king of some kind pulling a carriage towards Tempest. Gazel's eyes widened marginally before he sighed. I think I know who your guest is. Irald has not arrived yet, has he? Rimuru shook his head. Then it is as I feared. The Empress of Sarian, Elmia El-Ru Sarian, is making her way to Tempest. Hearing this, Rimuru looked gobsmacked. Though I was mostly curious, I've heard quite a lot about the elves, whether it is from Rimuru or Ramaris. The elves are all descended from the true ancestor of the elves, Sylvia El-Ru, according to Ramaris. Sylvia El-Ru is another result of Twilight Valentine's experiments on Veldanava's orders. Sylvia El-Ru, Luminous Valentine, Giran Dwargo, along with a couple others are all the progenitors of the various races that inhabit the Cardinal World. Each race was created in Twilight's experiments for creating the ideal race for Veldanava, apparently according to Ramaris that ended up being humans. This world's history was quite something, and Ramaris knew a whole lot about it seeing as she was one of Veldanava's earliest creations. Ugh, I thought only Irald and Aaron would come, but I guess I didn't put any specific names on the invitation. Said Rimuru. I don't think that would have stopped her. If the Divine Empress Elmia is coming here, that is bound to draw attention. I'm sure everyone in attendance will send word of her arrival here back to their home countries. Elmia is an opponent none would willingly provoke. Commented Gazel in a defeated tone. He must have some history with her. Elmia must have made quite the reputation for someone as strong as Gazel to be wary of her. From what I know, the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian is ruled solely by Elmia. Though just as the term dynasty applied, it was a federation formed by 13 royal families. Elmia has declared herself a descendant of God, which is kind of true seeing as she is a descendant of a true ancestor, though I'm unsure if Elmia herself has awakened attaining divinity. Since Elmia has claimed to be a descendant of God, she has forbidden worship of other gods in Sarian, which has put her on the bad side of the Western Holy Church. Sarian has been around for over 2,000 years and was restored by Elmia after the original Ultra-Sorcery Kingdom, which was the home of the elves, was destroyed by Malim during her awakening. They are the ones basically responsible for Malim's awakening after all. Anyway, after the Ultra-Sorcery Kingdom was destroyed, Elmia gathered all the royal families together to create a dynasty. According to Ramaris, Elmia's father used to be a true hero, though he vanished after he went to slay the Chaos Dragon that was rampaging in the Ultra-Sorcery Kingdom on Malim's orders. I assume he is dead. Once all of the royal families were united under Elmia, they each formed their own kingdoms under her dynasty. The 13 kingdoms are left alone and are allowed to do as they please, though they are not permitted to have any sort of military, as the sole command over the military remains with Elmia. One of Sarian's main specialties was homunculus. Homunculus allow individuals to imbue their spirit into the fake body, allowing them to venture somewhere without any true danger to their person, as their spirit will just return to their original body whenever the homunculus is slayed. Well, let's go greet our guest then. Rimuru then turned to look at me. Did you want to come, Felix? I'm curious about the Empress of the Elves, so why not? Yeah, I'll tag along. Rimuru nodded and led us out, though I made a quick stop at our table and told everyone I'd be back in a little bit. Malim looked ready to protest, but I distracted her with some of the sweets that were now being served. We made our way to the entrance to the capital city of Tempest, as there was more open ground available. Hopefully Elmia will sense us waiting here and direct her Dragon King to land here. Having a Dragon King landing in the middle of Tempest is bound to catch a ton of attention after all. Still, to have tamed a Dragon King, this Elmia must be at least at Gazel's level, likely far higher seeing as she is far older than him. The three of us continued to chat a bit while we waited, though we didn't need to wait long. All three of us looked up as a massive bipedal dragon descended into the clearing in front of us with a carriage connected to it. That's quite the entrance, I can give her points for that much at least. Do not get careless, Rimuru, she is like a vulture who will pounce on any sort of weakness. Advised Gazel. Rimuru nodded. The door to the carriage opened and out walked an androgynous high elf, one with the standard pointed ears the elves are known for, as well as pale blue silver hair and green eyes. Her appearance was one that could be mistaken for that of a child's, though through my Malim eye I could tell her soul was over 2,000 years old. The so-called Divine Empress confidently walked towards us with Erald and Aaron trailing alongside behind her, both with apologetic smiles on their faces. Heh, I could tell this would be an interesting time. Chapter 106, Chapter 36, The Festival Begins. Felix. Elmia's guards stayed behind with the Dragon King, who seemed to be well tamed. Each of her guards was wearing legendary grade armor, quite impressive. Elmia stood in front of us and greeted us with a serene smile. I am thankful for the invitation, Demon Lord Rimuru. She had a naturally charming voice. I too am honored to meet you. Rimuru responded. After she greeted the sovereign of this territory, she looked at me with interest shining in her eyes. I could sense Elmia's haki leaking out from her in waves. It wasn't even intentional, she just passively leaked a minuscule amount of her hero's haki. Though from the strength of her haki alone I could tell she was more powerful than Gazel. Notice. Mind interference has been directed and interrupted. It seems to just be an effect of the high elf Elmia's hero's haki seeping out. So not an intentional attack then. Correct. She was at least at the level of an awakened demon lord, she was a saint and a damn powerful one. Quite impressive. She did not possess any divinity though, but I wouldn't be surprised if she has some sort of god-grade equipment hidden somewhere. Along with that I sense something quite interesting within her, an ultimate skill. She must be someone special to have one of those. Demon Lord Felix. So you are the one who took little Leon's former territory then? She commented. I raised my brow in confusion. Leon's territory? I asked. Elmia nodded. She looked like a proud older sister explaining something her younger sibling did. It seems she possesses an ample amount of big sister energy. Yes. Before Leon moved to his current territory, El Dorado, he was originally the neighbor of the former demon lord Kazalim. Kazalim did not take well to Leon's declaration of being a demon lord and left to challenge him with his army. I nodded along. I already knew most of this story but didn't mind hearing it again from Elmia. From the way she referred to Leon they must be quite close, so she might have some insider information. Leon ended up single-handedly destroying Kazalim and his army before claiming his territory as his own. Eventually he moved to El Dorado and Clayman took over that area. Informed Elmia. I already knew basically all of that except the fact that my territory used to be Leon's before Clayman took it over. Well, the more you know. I noticed that Rimuru looked quite surprised, though Gazel seemed to already know this story. Rimuru is just often uninformed about this world's history. He should really fix that. He has easy access to Ramaris after all, even Veldora likely knows a ton. I already knew most of that, but thank you anyway. I responded. Elmia perked up. Hee, it's no problem. Isn't she supposed to be some super well-respected ruler? Why is she acting like this? I guess everyone has their own quirks though. It would be boring if she was some super serious and strict ruler. She might be more fun to mess with like this. Seeing as we were done talking, Rimuru spoke up. There is currently a banquet going on. While the food may not be what you are used to, the chefs have worked very hard. I hope that you will enjoy yourself tonight. Elmia smiled. I am grateful for the consideration, Rimuru. How can I call you Rimuru? She asked. Rimuru nodded. Very well, you may call me Elmia then, same with you Felix. I nodded. Establishing some sort of relationship with one of the most respected and feared women in the world can only be a good thing. Who knows, maybe Arcuate will be able to expand our trading relationship. I don't personally care too much about all that, but maybe the people of my territory will benefit from such a thing. Clayman already traded with Sarian a good amount, so we inherited that relationship and have kept to the same deal, but maybe Arcuate will wish to modify that agreement. I look forward to the rest of the festival that will take place in the following days. Elian has said quite a lot about Tempest. I hope it holds up to her praise. Said Elmia. Rimuru nodded confidently. We will try our best. But who is Ellen? Elmia tilted her head. Ah, you may know her as Erin, her true name is Elian. Rimuru nodded. I see. One more thing. There is something I wish to talk about in a more confident setting. If you don't mind at a later date with you two, you may attend as well, little Gazel. Said Elmia. Hey, little Gazel, I can see Gazel's face twitching slightly. They definitely have some history. Alright, I will inform you of the day and time at a later date once Felix and I have time to discuss. Rimuru responded. I wonder what she wants to talk about. We made our way back to the banquet hall as Elmia and Gazel took friendly jabs at each other. Erald and his daughter Erin were also following behind us. The moment we entered, almost everyone's eyes snapped to Elmia, who just took their looks in stride. She really is a big shot, huh? Most of these people didn't even look at Rimuru or I in that way, and we were demon lords. It seems reputation really matters in this world. And while my reputation was already built up a fair amount due to slaughtering Clayman's army for my ascension, Rimuru isn't really known for much, as Veldora took the blame for wiping out Falmouth's army. Rimuru led Elmia to another table along with some of her guards and Erald and Erin. Gazel and I both went back to our own tables. Who was that Felix-sama? Asked Siko. That was Elmia, the ruler of the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian. I replied. Is she the leader of the leftover elves that weren't killed? Asked Malim. I rolled my eyes. She treats her casual extinction of an entire kingdom so casually. The fact that I'm not bothered by the fact that she did that also speaks volumes about me. Maybe it is my nature as a demon that has changed me, or maybe my ascension into a true demon lord, or perhaps I was just always like that. Oh well, no use dwelling on something I can't change. I nodded to Malim. Yup, though please don't finish the job. He. Of course not. I didn't even mean to kill all those elves at first. Replied Malim. That's right, she basically lost control of herself due to Satinal's effects. Still, Elmia's arrival has stirred up quite a lot of conversation. I can overhear quite a few of the other tables talking about her showing up and what her arrival could mean. The night went on and eventually the banquet came to an end. I even ended up meeting some guests I haven't met for a long time. Ponytail, or rather Iro as he is now known. He is serving the queen of some nation currently. The queen even ended up making a deal with Arcuate, so I'm assuming that we are soon to be allies. Siko was happy to reunite with her pseudo-older brother again as well. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru looked at his gathered subordinates, each occupying their own seats at the circular table they were sitting at. To start things off, he looked to Shuna. Good job on everything during the banquet, Shuna. You were one of the people who kept everything going together even with Elmia's Ariva. Shuna blushed slightly at his praise. It was my duty, Lord Rimuru. Benimaru looked at Shuna with an incredibly proud expression. Still, thank you. He moved on and looked to Mjalmile, a merchant and the newly appointed treasurer of Tempest. He was one of the people responsible for ensuring the festival's success. Was there any news from the merchants? He asked. They imported a variety of things from multiple countries for the festival. Mjalmile was responsible for receiving the visiting merchants from other countries. Mjalmile nodded. Each of them were satisfied with their sales so far and are each eager for a more permanent relationship. Rimuru nodded in satisfaction. Good work. Now the main reason I called you all here tonight was to ask who among you wish to participate in the tournament tomorrow. I do not want all of you participating as that would be overkill, I want some others to have the chance to shine as well. He asked. He noticed quite a few of his lieutenants looking interested. Gabaru will be participating as he has a planned match with Carrion. He added. Gobta's head snapped to Gabaru in surprise. Just how did you end up arranging a match with an ex-demon lord? Gabaru smirked. Of course to show off for my beloved Raiden. Gabaru exclaimed. Ugh, how did Gabaru not realize that Raiden was head over heels in love with Felix? She was practically obsessed with him. Even his other subordinates were looking at Gabaru in pity. He should really pull him aside some time to talk to him. Ah, I don't think that's going to happen, buddy. Said Gobta. Gabaru huffed. Of course it will. Just watch. Gobta shook his head. Alright, it's your funeral. Gobta and Gabaru seemed to be quite good friends. Seeing as their conversation was finished, he spoke up. Other than that, the rest of you are free to do as you wish. He finished. Benimaru's eyes were alight with excitement. Oh. Kufufufu, how interesting. Commented Diablo. I shall show off my ability for you to watch over Lord Rimuru. Even Geld was eager. Sui also looked interested. Unfortunately, Sui couldn't participate. Ah, I forgot to mention, but you can't participate, Sui. You are responsible for Kurayami, our secret forces. If your identity was out in the open, that would be counterproductive. Sui looked quite upset, but he nodded in understanding. Very well, Lord Rimuru, you are indeed correct. It would be best if my skills and abilities were kept as hidden as possible. He nodded in satisfaction. Thanks for understanding, Sui. Surprisingly, Ranga didn't seem interested. He was still hiding out in his shadow. By the way, there will be many foreign spies, so whoever does participate, make sure not to show off your true strength. He said. They all nodded in agreement. Also, Benimaru, Diablo, you both also aren't allowed to participate. Both of them looked at him in surprise. What? Shouted Benimaru. He went on to explain. I plan to introduce a new ranking in this tournament. The 4 Heavenly Kings, the first and second place of the tournament, will take the last 2 spots respectively, while Benimaru, you will be the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings and Diablo will hold the second spot. Diablo looked at him with wide eyes. As expected of Lord Rimuru. Such a magnificent title. Though I would prefer to be the leader. However, I won't argue, after all I'm still new to your service, Lord Rimuru. He looked to the side to hide his embarrassment. He totally just copied it from some Isekai anime he remembered. Still, it was good that Diablo wasn't protesting. Diablo's personality can be hard to read at times. I have the technology conference to attend later, but I shall still hold my word to Lord Carrion. Said Gabaru. Maybe Lady Raiden will be impressed with me. He continued. Everyone just ignored him and left him to his delusions. I also wish to participate. Said Gobta with a puffed-out chest. Rimuru looked to Hakuru for confirmation. Hakuru nodded. Gobta has reached a sufficient level of strength. He should be fit to take part in this tournament. He is probably one of my most talented disciples. Gobta looked at Hakuru. Teacher. Shut it, you brat. He watched their byplay as he wondered if Hakuru was at Sundara. He nodded. Very well then, Gobta, you can participate. Though you all still need to get through the qualifiers. I also wish to participate and become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Said Geld. He nodded. Very well, Geld. This should be enough of a force to show those other countries that Tempest is not to be messed with. As much as the tournament was a show, it was also a way to show off Tempest's military strength. Ah, Diablo, could you also serve as the referee for the tournament? Kukuku, of course, Lord Rimuru. Diablo said with a bow. Good, now everything was sorted out for the tournament. Underscore 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 underscore. Felix. Gahaha, you called them the Heavenly Kings. I laughed out loud. Rimuru looked at me with a blush. What else was I supposed to call them? Besides, it worked, didn't it? I was able to convince them to not participate in the tournament. Still, that's hilarious. I wonder what some of the other worlders who hear of that title will think. Rimuru's face turned pale. Gah. They're going to think I'm some NEET. Hey, still maybe I'll copy you, make a force of my own for the world to fear. What about the 8 divine lords, or the 8 demonic lords? I voiced out loud. Both are wonderful titles, my lord. Praised Sukuna. Currently Rimuru and I were in a meeting. Sukuna asked to tag along as my bodyguard and I didn't reject it. Siko protested but I promised she could attend as my bodyguard during the next event. I nodded along. Indeed, I think I'll go with the 8 demonic lords. It suits my theme as a demon lord and demon more. Ugh, why do you always have to copy me? Asked Rimuru with a pout. I shrugged my shoulders. Don't act as if you came up with the title on your own, plus you just made the title to distract your subordinates. I don't see why I can't do the same. Fine. Rimuru said. 8 demonic lords, huh? There is Siko, Raiden, Arcuade, Megumin, Lalatina, Kurumi, and Sukuna, seeing as I don't quite think Ingvile is interested in a military post. Still, that is 7 if we don't include Ingvile, and the 7 demonic generals doesn't sound as good as the 8 demonic lords, so I'll have to find someone to fill in the last spot. I looked to Sukuna. From now on you are one of the 8 demonic lords, Sukuna. Stand proud, you're strong. Sukuna was almost in tears. Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint you. I nodded in satisfaction. Man, it's weird seeing how similar he acts to Diablo. Commented Rimuru. You get used to it. I responded. By the way, who among your group is going to participate in the tournament? Asked Rimuru. Well, Carrion will for sure, though I'm not sure about everyone else. I looked to Sukuna. Did you want to participate, Sukuna? Sukuna shook his head. My place is by your side, my lord. I nodded and turned back to Rimuru. Well, that's his answer. So much like Diablo. Rimuru whispered. I'll talk to everyone else when I get back. Anyways, are you prepared for the starting ceremony? It starts in a couple hours, right? Rimuru nodded. Yep. I'm as well prepared as I can be, though I am a bit nervous about the speech. Don't worry about it, you're a demon lord, who's going to call you out on your shitty public speaking skills. Rimuru sighed. You're not doing much for my confidence, Felix. I shrugged my shoulders. Don't worry about it, you'll do fine. I hope so. And with that our conversation was over. I teleported back to the place we were all staying with Sukuna. Though Carrion and his subordinates were staying somewhere else. Master. Raiden greeted. What's up, Raiden? Are you planning to get ready soon? The ceremony is in a couple hours. Raiden nodded. Yes, I was simply waiting for your return in case you required anything. I shook my head. Nah, though I did have a question. Did you want to participate in the tournament? Raiden tilted her head. Why would I wish to show off my strength to a bunch of weaklings? Ah, there's that dragon in her, she can be prideful in the most odd of ways. You don't need to if you don't want to. Rimuru just wanted to know who among you was going to participate so he could plan ahead. I see. Then no, I shall not participate unless you wish for me to master. Responded Raiden. Nah, it's fine. Carrion is going to participate but I'll have him hide his identity. Having an ex-demon lord participate might be a bit much for most, even if he is weak. The status of demon lord is one that invokes fear in the general populace, so it's probably best if they don't know of Carrion's participation. By the way, I created a new rank for my subordinates. From now on you are one of the 8 demonic lords. I can come up with the exact rankings at a later date. I plan to have it sorted by strength. The strongest of the 8 will be rank 1, and the weakest rank 8, or rather rank 7 since I don't have an 8th member. Raiden's eyes widened marginally. I shall continue to serve you to the best of my ability, master. Don't worry about it, I plan for it to be more of an intimidation tactic. I want fear to sprout in people's hearts the moment they hear of the 8 demonic lords. There won't really be any added duties. I responded. Raiden nodded. I'm going to go talk to everyone else about the tournament, Raiden. Raiden gave me a curtsy and left me to my business. Ah, you can also go do whatever you want now, Sukuna. I said to my ever-present shadow. Sukuna gave me a bow and then left. Since Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina are together, I'll talk to them first. Though it would be quite overkill if they participate in this tournament, so I'll have to convince them not to. Maybe I'll bribe them with being one of my 8 demonic lords. After all, they don't know I already plan to include them in the ranks of the 8 demonic lords. Those 3 are the type to fall for that kind of bait, except maybe Arcuade. The 3 of them were in one of the empty rooms holding a tea party for themselves from what I'm sensing. Man, those 3 can be really fancy. I've never even been to a tea party. Even Megumin was quite posh, even with her destructive and violent tendencies. These primordials have really lived a life of true luxury for billions of years. Though I imagine they have also been bored out of their minds, stuck in the demon realm for billions of years. Everything will manage to get boring at some point after all. No matter how vast the demon realms is, eventually one would get bored of exploring and fighting. Not to mention those three barely have any equals down there. I knocked on the door to their room. "Come in, my lord," responded Arcuade. I opened the door and was met with three kneeling primordials. Arcuade was in the center with Lalatina to her right and Megumin to her left. I sighed. "Get up, no need to bow. Have some pride as primordials." "Hee hee, we do have pride, master. It's just that you are above us, so it is only natural to bow," argued Lalatina with adoration and worship in her eyes. Arcuade nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as Lalatina said, we will treat those below us as the bugs they are, and we shall treat you who is above us as the god you are," Arcuade said with an equal amount of adoration as Lalatina in her eyes. Megumin just nodded along. All right, just get up. It's awkward to talk to you like that." All three of them quickly got up. Arcuade snapped her fingers and expanded the table they were sitting at as well as created a seat for me. I noticed my seat was far more grand than theirs. We all took our seats as Arcuade served me tea. I've never been much of a tea guy, I don't like it but I don't hate it. But from one sip of this tea I could tell it was incredibly luxurious. The flavor was out of this world. I wouldn't be surprised if this costs a couple of gold coins if not more. Alright, I wanted to see if you guys were interested in participating in the tournament. If any of them show interest I'll bribe them to change their minds. I'd feel bad for any of their opponents. Arcuade shook her head. I do not care to show off my power to a bunch of weaklings. Lalatina nodded along. I'd like to watch, maybe I'll find someone interesting. Lalatina said with a sadistic smile. I feel bad for whoever catches her interest. Gobta will be participating so maybe we will see something interesting. Apparently he has gotten stronger. I commented. That's the goblin from that time, right? Asked Lalatina. I nodded. Yup. Megumin and Arcuade looked interested so I decided to clue them in. Gobta is one of Rimuru's subordinates, he seems to have a bit of potential so Lalatina was interested in him. Megumin smirked. I don't know whether to be interested or pity him for Lalatina's interest. Whenever she is interested in someone they usually end up in a lot of pain. Arcuade nodded along. Indeed, you need to treat your toys with more care, Lalatina. I'll do what I want with them. Pouted Lalatina. Man, these three are demons to the core. Just don't go overboard, Lalatina. Yes, master. Lalatina responded. Alright, so you three won't participate, right? All three nodded. Good, I won't have to convince them then. Very well. I've decided to reward you three for the service you three have done for me. Our reward from master. Moaned Lalatina. I sighed. Get your head out of the gutter, Lalatina. Arcuade ignored Lalatina. There is no need to reward us, my lord, we are content. You have given us bodies, a name, your affection, and something to dedicate ourselves to. Megumin nodded vigorously. That's right. In fact, we haven't repaid you enough for what you've done for us. Repay me? For serving me? That makes no sense. I'll just chalk it up to primordials being weird. Well, you don't have the option to reject. I am naming all three of you as members of the 8 demonic lords. A new force I wish to establish under me filled with only the strongest of my subordinates. A name that will inspire fear in the enemy. That is a wonderful idea, my lord. I shall accept your reward from me and will endeavor to serve you even better. Announced Arcuade. Stop trying to get the lead on me, Arcuade. I also accept, my lord. Said Megumin. Lalatina had stopped her daydreaming as well. Me too, master. I will continue to serve as your subordinate, tool, slave, bed warmer, cock dash. Alright, that's enough, Lalatina. The fact that I'm getting used to her is concerning. Though I guess I'm already past worrying about myself seeing as I indulge in Lalatina's debauchery quite often. Alright, I'm off to go talk to the others about the tournament. The three nodded and so I left. I sighed as I walked out of Siko's room. It seems none of my subordinates are particularly interested in taking part in the tournament, not that I blame them. The tournament is far too low tier for beings of their strength to take part in. Siko didn't want to as she wanted to serve as my public bodyguard as I promised her. Kurumi wasn't interested either, she claimed that she would attend as my pet so I left her to it. I asked Ingvile but as expected she wasn't interested, she seemed to be looking forward to the concert though. And Glenda was interested but wisely decided not to as she is still quite well known as one of the 10 great saints. She likely wouldn't have done too well either. She is probably on the level of a demon lord seat if I pushed it, but multiple people at a similar or higher level will also be participating. Sophia won't be participating either. So I guess my only subordinate that is participating is Carrion. It's probably best that way, far more of a fair fight if none of my overpowered subordinates participate. Though it could be amusing to just see Siko or Raiden just wreck the entire tournament. Everyone also accepted becoming part of the 8 demonic lords, so that's good. Ingvile surprised me by accepting, though she said that she wished for the bottom ranking. Something about the others deserving it more, and I just let her be. Underscore 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 underscore. I looked down from the podium we were all gathered on. Rimuru is about to officially start the entrance ceremony. He's going to give a speech and some other stuff. I'm not quite sure what he is going to talk about, so it's a surprise even for me. All the important guests were given a podium of their own that they could watch from. All of my subordinates were gathered on my podium. I could see Gazel on his own with his subordinates. Even Elmia was around. Carrion was also with me while Fry was with Malim. I could see Malim bugging Fry from the corner of my eyes. Poor Fry. Heh, Malim even tried to run and hide as Fry wanted Malim to wear a dress. I'm not quite sure why Malim was so resistant. She even looks cute in that frilly dress. I shot Malim a thumbs up, one she returned and then went back to bugging Fry. Heh, Fry has her hands full, huh boss? Said Carrion, who was sitting behind me. Yup, but that's what she signed up for. She wanted the protection of one of the strongest demon lords, so of course there is going to be a cost. It's just that the cost is a bit unconventional this time. Ha, that's true. Responded Carrion. Our podium was quite large, so everyone was able to get a seat. I turned to my left where Raiden was sitting. What do you think so far? I think it is wonderful what Lord Rimuru is attempting to accomplish. It seems to even have some level of success seeing how many humans have shown up to this festival. Responded Raiden. Yup, even I'm surprised by the sheer numbers. Originally normal humans couldn't even come near Tempest due to the sheer magicules all around. Magicules are poisonous to normal humans, which is a fairly large disadvantage, though they can work past that by evolving and training. Rimuru had one of his scientists, Vesta I think his name was, come up with a way to utilize all the magicules for something else, reducing the magicule levels in Jura. I heard Rimuru clear his throat slightly, which was heard by everyone due to the projection magic that Rimuru is using. Everyone quickly quieted down. From the peasants that had shown up to the human royals in the other booths. Hello everyone, I am Demon Lord Rimuru, it's nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming to Tempest on my invitation, and while this may be your first time visiting and some of you may not know much about me, there is no reason to worry. Rimuru paused for a moment before continuing. Rather than conquering or attacking humans, I simply wish to build a place where everyone can live in peace and harmony. A place where monsters and humans don't need to fight each other for survival, but one where they can depend on each other. I believe that this way is the best way for us to build a better future for everyone. As Rimuru continued his speech, I looked around. Most of the people here were actually listening to what Rimuru was saying. They could acknowledge that the world he was talking about would be nice. Even those from other kingdoms seemed to be thoughtful. Now some may be wary of the fact that I am a demon lord, and that is completely understandable. The stigma involved with that term is deeply ingrained into this world, so I won't ask you to just change your opinions. What I will ask is for you to give me a chance to show you that this is all possible, a chance to show you that we can all live in peace. Now trust can't be created overnight, but I am hopeful that communication between all of us over time can be built up. Damn, did he write that speech himself? That's actually quite good. Nobles and royals here today, I hope that you will relay everything you will hear and experience here honestly when you return to your home countries. In fact, some countries have already entered an alliance with us, like the armed nation of Dworgen and Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian. If you cannot trust us, then why not trust them? Rimuru then steeled himself. Now while I won't wage war against you simply for the fact that you do not agree with us, the moment Tempest or its interests are attacked there will be consequences. I am hopeful that the majority of you do not wish to end up like Falmouth. Hey, it's good that he is showing the carrot with all of Tempest's advancements and how much nations could get from an alliance, as well as the stick by using Falmouth as an example. Falmouth is still technically around in Farmanas, but it is practically a different country at this point. Diablo purged all those that were getting in the way and put those that would be willing to obey Rimuru and Yum. Now whether you are a merchant or a commoner, I promise not to lay my hands on you, but criminals will be dealt with swiftly. Our country is currently quite lacking in manpower, meaning there are many jobs available for those who need them. If you wish to fill in such a role, you can consider immigrating to Tempest. We promise to treat you fairly. With that being said, I hope everyone enjoys the festival. Rimuru finished. The crowd immediately exploded into deafening cheers, not just the citizens of Tempest but even the visitors. It seems Rimuru really won them over with that speech. And with that, the Tempest Founding Festival has officially started. Rimuru Tempest. Whoa. That was an awesome speech, sensei. Yelled Kenya. Rimuru smirked proudly. Of course it was. Who do you think I am? Phew, it's good that they liked it. Raphael refused to help him with his speech for some reason, so he had to write his own speech. He didn't want to ask Shuna either since it felt kind of cheap. Alice and Chloe ran up to him and hugged him. Haha, alright kids, that's enough, he said as he patted their heads. These two were really too clingy. They released him. Ah, sorry for not being able to spend much time with you guys, I've been quite busy setting everything up for the festival. He apologized. Kenya waved him off, though he could tell he was still a little sad. Alright, the festivities have already started, I'm sure you will all have a lot of fun, but make sure not to go out of control, he warned. Maybe he should have someone accompanying them. That was quite the speech, Rimuru. He turned to the voice and was met with Hinata, who was dressed to impress. She was wearing a navy blue sleeveless dress that showed off a bit of cleavage. He gave her a smirk. Ah, trying to impress Felix the First C. Hinata's gaze became cold all of a sudden, though she couldn't hide the blush that appeared on her cheeks. Ha! As if I would care what that man thinks. Ah, she really is a tsundere. Stop thinking whatever you are thinking. Gah. The fabled women's intuition. Hinata-ne, yelled Alice as she ran up to Hinata, followed by Chloe. Those two really got along with Hinata. Hinata gave a small smile. Alice, Chloe. She then looked to the rest and greeted them. Sup Rimuru, Hinata, kids. He turned towards the door where he sensed Felix. That was a good speech, Rimuru, Felix said as he walked in, followed by Raiden. He was surprised Siko wasn't accompanying Felix, she had been awfully clingy with Felix earlier. Lucky bastard. Thanks, he said. Felix rolled his eyes. Are you at tsundere now too? Felix then looked at Hinata and gave her an appreciative glance. He gave her a thumbs up. Looking good, Hinata. Heh, and Hinata said she didn't care for Felix's opinion, that blush on her face says otherwise. Thank you Felix, though don't think I dressed up for you, Hinata responded. Haha, of course not. Truly at tsundere. Maybe he can ask Felix or one of his subordinates to accompany the kids. Can I ask a favor, Felix? Sure, though I may or may not accept depending on what it is, Felix responded. Rimuru nodded. Could you or one of your subordinates accompany the kids when they go out and enjoy the festival, just until the concert? There will be security and all that stuff, but it will be quite crowded, so I'm worried something might happen. Ha. We're big kids, sensei. He ignored Kenya. Felix looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. Sure, that's fine with me. Raiden and I were just going to go walk around and see what's going on. Thanks, Felix. Oh. Can Hinata-ne accompany us too? Asked Alice. The other kids nodded along, so he looked to Hinata. Sure, I'll accompany Felix and his maid around with the kids, she said with a nod. Even better. Heh. Alright, enjoy your date with Felix, Hinata, he teased. Hinata glared at him. It is not a date, she gritted out. Wow, she is an extremely high level of tsundere. At least she doesn't get physical, those are the worst kinds of tsunderes. Felix, Raiden, and Hinata left, followed by the kids. The last thing he heard was them talking about getting some corn on the cob. Felix. I looked to my side where Raiden was trying some corn on the cob. As far as I know, she hasn't had any of the more festively items like corn on the cob and cotton candy. How do you like it, Raiden? The flavor is quite simple, but it is oddly satisfying, she responded. Yup. I told you it would be good, big sis, yelled Kenya. For some reason Kenya took quite the liking to Raiden, even referring to her as big sis, something Raiden didn't seem to mind. I looked to my left where Hinata was eating her own corn on the cob. She dressed quite fancy today, not just the looks of the dress, but it is made out of some incredibly high-tier silk. Along with that, it has thermal fluctuation nullification imbued into the dress. Hey, you seem to like these kinds of foods quite a lot, huh, Hinata? Hinata blushed, as if just realizing how she was eating. Aha, the food culture in this world is quite dull. I nodded. Well, you can stop by at my territory sometime, we have some pretty good food too. Hinata nodded. Very well, I shall visit sometime. We went on to try a bunch of other food items with the kids tagging along with us. There were quite a few stands stationed outside the stadium. There were burgers, fries, barbecue, shaved ice, and quite a few other snacks. The kids in particular liked the shaved ice. I ended up leaving the kids to Hinata after some time, as Raiden and I had to get ready for the concert. I wanted to meet up with everyone before going, though I made sure to tease Hinata a bit before going. She is really fun to mess with. Kurumi was already waiting at home, Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina should also be waiting, same with everyone else. After Rimuru's speech everyone went their own way to explore the festival. Of course I'm sure there is still more to explore but hopefully they enjoyed themselves. Siko wanted to meet up with Shuna to talk about something so I left her to it, but hopefully she is done by now and waiting at home. I grabbed Raiden's hand and then snapped my fingers teleporting us back to where we were all staying. Of course we weren't staying at my place here since it isn't big enough to house so many people, so Rimuru loaned me a place where we could all stay. My lord. I turned towards Arcuade and greeted her. Sup Arcuade. You look good. Thank you for the praise. She said with a happy smile. Lalatina and Megumin were also next to her, each looking equally beautiful in their own ways. You two look wonderful as well. Hee hee, thanks. Responded Megumin. Thank you master. I took a look around the room, it looks like everyone is ready. Felix-sama. I turned to the voice and was met with my purple-haired bodyguard. Hello Siko. You look great. She blushed slightly. Thank you Felix-sama. Are you all ready? Siko nodded. Yes. Alright since everyone is ready, let's go. Once I got a nod from everyone I teleported everyone to the opera house that was recently built. I had teleported us directly to the backstage so we wouldn't have to deal with the crowd. There would be all types of people attending, from magents, to normal humans, to nobles, to royalty. The kids weren't interested in attending and Hinata didn't particularly care either so she was fine with sticking with them. Hey, she's gonna miss out, I'm sure there are going to be some classic anime openings playing. Though that uncultured girl probably wouldn't even recognize them. Either you or Felix, are the kids with Hinata. I turned to Rimuru and nodded. Yup, they are hanging out with her. Great, thanks for the help. He responded. No problem. Rimuru then looked behind me. Dang you brought a lot of subordinates huh? I nodded. Yup, they could use a break and the festival is as good an opportunity as any. Rimuru nodded in understanding. Alright you guys can head to your seats whenever you want. They're located in the VIP area where all the other important officials are though yours is at the top. But please play nice. Pleaded Rimuru. I looked at him offended. Do you think of me as some sort of evil demonic being? Why would I dream of offending those distinguished nobles and royals? Rimuru sighed. Just don't. Haha, don't worry, as long as they don't annoy me I'll play nice. I appeased. If any of them trouble Felix-sama they will be dealt with swiftly. Added Siko. Ah, don't do any of that unless I tell you to Siko. Rimuru looked constipated when he heard what Siko was saying. As you wish. Responded Siko. I looked towards the rest of my subordinates who were just looking around curiously. We could see all of the musicians getting ready, setting up their music stands and doing a final inspection of their instruments. Alright see you later Rimuru. See ya. We all made our way to our assigned seats. I noticed a good chunk of the VIP area's occupants were looking at us. I noticed some even take a few looks at the women present in our group before looking away. They were likely too afraid to continue staring. Our seats were at the very top of the opera house in our own booth. I could see Carrion along with Albise and Phobia were already waiting for us there. They were all dressed appropriately, Carrion in a suit and tie, Albise in a dress, and Phobia in a dark blue blazer. Lookin' good boss. Yelled Carrion. You and your subordinates look good as well. I responded. There were more than enough seats in this large booth so we all took our seats as we waited for the show to start. Are you excited for the tournament? I asked Carrion. He gave me a wild smirk. Of course. Who knew that Rimuru had subordinates that strong? Just from the sheer aura he was releasing I was able to tell he would be a fun fight. I nodded in response. Yeah he seems to have been in a training craze for whatever reason. Apparently for a woman. I clued Carrion in. Gaha, even better. Getting strong just to win over a woman is quite unique. Indeed, too bad he won't ever get said woman. Carrion looked at me in confusion. He's into Raiden. A look of pity appeared on Carrion's face. Ah, poor sap, even I can tell that she's head over heels for you. Carrion whispered. Though from the glare Raiden was sending him it seems she still heard him. Dragon hearing isn't to be underestimated. I looked down to the common seats, people were still filling in. Though I did spot someone recognizable. Hey, it seems Luminous attended in secret. I sent Rimuru a thought communication. Did something happen Felix? Nah, just thought you should know Luminous is here in her maid persona. Huh. I didn't know she was coming. Gore Hinata couldn't have told me. Rimuru seemed quite upset. It is what it is. I don't think she is here to cause trouble. She probably wants to see what Tempest has to offer to determine if she wants a more permanent relationship with you all. You could be right. Still, I wish I had known beforehand. Rimuru sighed. Well, you gotta learn and adapt. I'm sure everything will be fine. Hopefully. Anyways, thanks for telling me, Felix. I need to do one last checkup with everyone, so see you later. Bye. Felix. I turned to the neighboring booth and was met with an excitedly waving Malim. Fry and her daughters were also there along with Ark and Midray. I waved back. Malim. I noticed quite a few people's attention was now on us due to the commotion we were making. I'll talk to you later, Malim. Let's just enjoy the show. Okay, Felix. Heh, I'm sure everyone is just incredibly confused at this point. They must be coming to terms that Malim and I are likely far different from whatever profiles they have on us. Chapter 107, Chapter 37, Presentation. Felix. We all continued to wait excitedly for the show to start. The level of entertainment and culture in this world was quite small when compared to modern-day Earth. There were some who had some level of ability in the arts, but that was restricted to the more wealthy. For the common people, music and the like is rare if not unheard of. Rimuru then came up onto the stage. Welcome everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the Tempest Founding Festival so far. Now in a couple moments some of Tempest's most talented artists will begin to play for you all. There will be a variation of pieces as well as multiple instruments. With that out of the way, I hope you all enjoy it. And with that, Rimuru vanished, appearing in a booth of his own. The moment Rimuru vanished, the curtains were pulled back, allowing us to see the musicians. There were a variety of races. In fact, I doubt something similar to this has ever been done. There were goblins, hobo-goblins, ogres, orcs, lizardmen, and even some lycanthropes. There was a variety of instruments. There was one pianist, quite a few violinists, some drumists, some trumpets. There was a whole band here. I could tell almost everyone was eager to hear what these magen had to play. The lights dimmed down as the conductor came to the front. He gave a bow to the audience before turning around and raising his baton. The moment after he raised his baton, the music started. A steady tone started, and soon was followed by a change into a solemn reprise. Everyone was playing in unison. You could tell that these guys had practiced for hours upon hours, and that was something I could respect. They were playing some good old classical music. I could tell the audience was absolutely mesmerized. Sure, this wasn't the best I've heard. After all, I had been to a few concerts in my first life, but these guys were not bad at all. To the people of this world, this might as well have been the best thing they've ever heard. However, the music stopped all of a sudden. Many of the audience were confused, including me. However, before anyone could voice any sort of complaint, the music picked up again. However, the music was vastly different from what was playing before. Gaha, Cruel Angel's Thesis. Rimuru really outdid himself here. I commented. Ah, did you know this music, boss? I've never heard anything like it before. I nodded. Yup, as you know, Rimuru and I are reincarnated, right? Carrion nodded. Well, this is some music from our past life. It was quite the popular song among certain groups too. Carrion nodded in understanding. Era, this music is quite different from what I have heard in the past, but it is not bad. Commented Arcuade. Cruel Angel's Thesis went on for a minute or so more before the song changed once again to another familiar opening. This game, the first opening of No Game No Life. Hey, Rimuru really knew what songs to have them play. Both of those were fan favorites among anime enjoyers, and for good reason too. I looked to Ingvile, who had her eyes closed and was just listening along. Maybe I can have her join this band as a singer. It's worth asking about later. The music then changed to pop, and then back to anime openings. They were merging all the varying genres together fairly well. I wouldn't have ever expected something like this. Our group continued to enjoy the music until the end of the concert. From the looks on everyone's faces, I think Rimuru will be quite happy with the results of this. The conductor turned around as all of the musicians got up off their seats. They all bowed. Thank you for listening. The applause was deafening. I could see out of the corner of my eyes that even Luminous was clapping with a satisfied smile on her face. Elmia, Gazel, Irald, all of these important figures were all clapping along. Heh, I bet those kids will wish they came here once I tell them about it. From what I know, all of them did enjoy anime and the manga Rimuru had supplied them with. Well, they can come to another one of the shows. Throughout the festival, every morning and afternoon there will be a concert for 1 hour. I'm sure some people here will be recurring attendees. Truly, music and art can break through any barrier. I looked to my companions. I'm going to go see Rimuru. I'll see you guys at the hotel, all right? Once I got everyone's agreement, I teleported to where I sensed Rimuru. After the concert, I met up with Rimuru as we were making our way towards the guest hotel where lunch will be served. That was one hell of a concert, Rimuru. He rubbed the back of his sheepishly. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know what they were going to play? I rolled my eyes. I would. You are quite careless like that. Hey. What? It's true, isn't it? I bet you just left everything to your skill. Rimuru crossed his arms. That might be true, but you don't need to be so blatant about it. Well, someone has to make sure you don't get a big head. Once we got to the guest hotel, I was able to spot all of my companions fairly easily. Rimuru. That was awesome. Said a flying Malim. Haha, I'm sure the musicians will be happy to hear your praise, Malim. Fry followed closely behind Malim. Indeed, I do not think I have ever heard anything quite like that before. Having otherworldly knowledge really can be a cheat sometimes. Malim and I eventually split up from Rimuru so he could attend to everyone else. He has to be a good host after all. Malim, Fry, and I made our way to the table my subordinates got for us. It was located on the second floor in the VIP section. I took my seat next to Raiden and Arcuade. I'm not quite sure why the seating arrangement keeps changing, but it's probably best if I don't pry into that. For some reason Carrion, Arc, and Midray looked traumatized, while Sufa, Albiz, and Phobio were just frozen. I'm sure something happened here, but it's obviously none of my business. The meal at the guest hotel was a quiet affair for us, of course for Rimuru it was anything but quiet. I could spot him running around from table to table. Well, he asked for it when he held an event this big. Underscore 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 underscore. Arcuade, Raiden, Seiko, and I made our way towards the science department where there is going to be a presentation of sorts. Arcuade came with me since she was interested in what the science department could come up with. Arcuade was a bit old-fashioned in that she thought personal power mattered more than any sort of scientific weapon, so she was curious to see what Tempest was going to be showing off. Raiden came with me since she doesn't really have much else to do, and Seiko said she should come with me as my bodyguard. I'm assuming that Rimuru is going to show off some of Tempest's scientific advancements to win over some countries. It didn't take long to walk towards the building the science department used as their home base. It was a fairly large, modern-looking building, all things considered. It sort of looked like a museum. Gabru and Vesta were waiting at the front of the building, guiding everybody into the auditorium where the presentation will take place. Welcome everybody. If you would please just follow the signs, the presentation will be starting shortly, announced Vesta. It didn't take long for the duo to notice us. Lord Felix. Welcome to the science department. Lady Seiko, Lady Raiden, and Lady Arcuade, it is an honor to see you once again, greeted Vesta. Era, what a gentleman, commented Arcuade. Raiden simply gave him a nod while Seiko was too busy looking around to respond. Gabaru gave us a bow. Welcome. Though that wasn't all he did. He kneeled in front of Raiden. Ah, Lady Raiden, you look just as radiant as ever. The purple of your eyes remind me of a beautiful purple sunset I once laid witness to. I'd give that pickup line a June 10th. Well, at least he tried. Raiden just looked down at him as if he was a bug. Vesta brushed past Gabaru's antics. He turned behind him where a scientist in a lab coat quickly approached. This is Gamel, he will be guiding you to your seats. Please enjoy the presentation. I gave him a nod and then followed the goblin along with Arcuade, Raiden, and Seiko. I looked around the VIP lounge once we arrived. I could see some of the higher-up nobles and royals here, as well as a bar in the back along with some waiters. Unlike the VIP treatment of the concert where each VIP got their own specialized booth, for the presentation the VIPs were all grouped together in a large lounge towards the back of the auditorium. We were fairly high up, so I could see all of the non-VIPs gathering below us and taking their seats through the tempered glass viewing panel. I led us towards where Gazel and Elmia were sitting. They were alone for some reason. I would have thought they would have brought their guards, or that some of these nobles would approach them to curry favor. Hey, it's nice to be friends with the ruler of a territory and have some status, huh? I imagine this VIP lounge looks like the peak of luxury for some people. Mind if we sit here? I asked. Elmia patted the seat to her left and gave me a smile. Feel free, I was getting bored of little Gazel here anyway. Gazel sighed. How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? Era, these two are quite interesting, my lord. Upon hearing Arcuade, Elmia's gaze instantly zeroed in on Arcuade. Elmia audibly sighed. I would be insulted by the nonchalance in your voice when referencing us, but I guess I'll let it go seeing who you are. Oh, you are quite well learned then to recognize me the moment you laid your gaze upon me, Arcuade said as I took my seat next to Elmia. Why don't we take our seats first, then you two can talk, I said. The couches were laid out in AU so we could all view the presentation whilst simultaneously looking at each other. Once everyone was seated, I called over a waiter. The one who approached was one of the Oni that Rimuru had to resurrect. "Could I get some wine?" I asked. "Yes, my lord, which wine would you like?" "We have a variety from red wine, white wine, sparkling wine, rose, and much more." "Why don't you surprise me?" The waiter nodded. Since Elmia and Gazel had already been served, the waiter turned towards my subordinates. He looked to Arcuade first. "And you, my lady?" I will try your red wine," responded Arcuade. We had supplied the alcohol for this festival, which includes the various wines they will be serving. "Very well." He went on to take Raiden and Siko's orders as well. Once everyone had ordered, Elmia looked to me. "You know I would like to develop a deeper alliance with you and your nation, Felix, but before I take that step, may I ask you something?" I tilted my head. "Sure, but I may not answer if I do not wish to." Elmia nodded. "That is fair enough." Elmia looked at me dead in the eye. She tilted her head slightly. "What do you plan to do with that demon? That monstrous primordial?" I noticed Arcuade's gaze sharpened. Who are you to question Felix-sama?" said Siko. I sighed. "Calm down, Siko, it's fine. Sometimes when you want to make an alliance with others you need to inform them of certain things." "My lord is right, Siko, just let him handle this," commented Arcuade with a smirk. Before Siko could protest, I cut her off. "If you've seen me interact with them, you should know they are completely under my control." Elmia paused for a moment. "They?" "Right, she hasn't met Lalatina or Megumin, only Arcuade, so it is natural to assume I only have one primordial under me." I noticed Gazel was just watching along with interest written on his face. I nodded. "I have also recruited Violet and John and given them both a name and a body." Elmia's eyes widened in shock. "You're mad." I noticed her body was trembling lightly, whether in anger or fear. "Who knew?" I looked at her offended. "I'm not mad. I'm just making use of some available resources." I noticed Arcuade, Siko, and Raiden nodding alongside me. Those two were never doing anything other than their games. "Rather than that, it is much better if they make use of themselves and serve my lord," proclaimed Arcuade. Elmia sighed. "I heard all of you primordials have quite interesting characters, but I didn't expect this. Little Leon was quite bothered by John, so at least you took her out of his hair." I snorted. "Little Leon?" Elmia nodded with a smirk. "Hey, that boy might not look it, but he was taught by my mother. Ah, it was always so fun to tease him back then. I'll be sure to remember that, who knows, it may come in handy when I meet Leon next." "Still, you are aware of what that demon of yours had done, no?" Elmia asked, curiosity tinting her voice. "What she has done?" "I'm sure she has done quite a lot over the years. You are going to need to be more specific." "The Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident," Elmia finished. I nodded. "I know about it, what of it?" Elmia shook her head. "Nothing, I was just wondering if you were aware. Now that I know that you are, that helps me get a better read on your personality." "Oh. And what do you think?" I asked, partially curious. "I'm not sure what sort of read on me Elmia can get with the limited contact we've had, but who knows. She is really old, so I'm sure she has some tricks." For one, I think you are relatively unfeeling when it comes to people not related to you. Whether it be their suffering or success." "That's fairly accurate." "That's pretty accurate," I responded. "I just can't find it in me to care for those that I don't even know." While most would be aghast at hearing about the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident, I just brushed it off since it had nothing to do with me. "I'm a demon through and through. You seem to be relatively agreeable if one approaches you without any bad intentions. At the very least, you won't immediately kill someone like the rest of your kin." "Also accurate. The rest I think I will keep to myself." I nodded. I don't particularly care what Elmia thinks of me. All that matters is if she is willing to cooperate with me or not. She is free to think what she wants outside of that. Though I'm quite sure she is fine with me. After all, I heard she has a rather close alliance with Leon Cromwell, and his morality is extremely dubious to say the least. So morality isn't something Elmia seems all that concerned with. "What do you plan to do if those primordials disobey you and go out of control?" asked Elmia. I laughed out loud hearing this. "Disobey me?" I asked, amusement tinting my tone. Elmia looked at me confused. It seems she is as aware about the primordials as she thinks she is. Seeing as she still didn't understand, I leaned towards Arcuade and pinched her chin between two of my fingers before bringing her in for a steamy kiss. Our tongues dueled for a few moments before I pulled back, leaving Arcuade a blushing mess. "Hey, that was very demon lord-like of me. I've always wanted to do that." Every self-aware demon lord would do something similar. Omo. Elmia and Gazel were looking at me with wide eyes. Siko was looking at me with a pout while Raiden kept her stoic facade. Arcuade quickly recovered herself. My lord is correct. We would never dream of disobeying him. He is the light in our lives and we are willing to do anything that he asks of us. I coughed lightly. Yeah, what she said. Even should one of us do the impossible and disobey our lord, he is quite capable of easily purging us should he wish to. Remarked Arcuade. Elmia and Gazel were still gaping at me but I could tell they heard what Arcuade had said. It seems they weren't quite aware of how strong I am. The only feat I have to show so far is killing 30,000 plus magents along with Clayman after all, which even Moss on his own is capable of. Heh, I wonder what these guys would think if they saw my fight with Guy. It would be foolish to doubt the words of a primordial. I was not aware you possessed such a vast amount of strength. That would put you at least on par with little Leon if not stronger. Even Leon had to take an unnamed John seriously. Elmia said, quickly recovering herself. I doubt that. Leon has an ultimate skill, I may not know which one but anyone with an ultimate skill and the experience Leon has should be capable of taking on any of the primordials, of course excluding Guy. Of course Felix-sama is the strongest. Siko proudly proclaimed. I see. Very well then. I am open to a deeper alliance between our two nations. I will tell Errol to take care of it. I nodded. Arcuade, can you take care of that later? Very well my lord. Acquiesced Arcuade. Though do be aware, should you stand against humanity I will not stand by and watch. Haha, I have no reason to destroy humanity or anything as asinine as that. Though should there be an attack by any country on my person or territory they will be dealt with appropriately. Elmia nodded. Very well, that is acceptable. Elmia paused for a moment before speaking again. One more concern I had was about the Hell Gates, what happened to them? Have they been left unmonitored? Right. The Hell Gates are basically gates that connect directly to the demon realm. Generally each one is guarded by a primordial. Arcuade is the one who answered for me. When I left to recruit Violet and John I had closed each of our respective Hell Gates to not cause trouble for our lord. Nice Arcuade. Elmia nodded. Very well, thank you for the answer. Seeing as our conversation was over Gazel looked towards Elmia. You know Felix isn't the only one with a primordial under his command. Alright, I'm sure Elmia wants to understand Rimuru's intentions too before she makes any choices on Sarian's relationship with Tempest. Sarian and Tempest do have an alliance currently, but it is not an incredibly deep one like the one between Dworgen and Tempest. Elmia looked at Gazel in confusion. Oh. Who else could have put one of them under their thrall? In fact, Guy Crimson, or Rouge has Blue and Vert Felix here has Blanc, John, and Violet. That only leaves Noir, the most mysterious of the bunch. I decided to intervene in Rimuru's favor. Rimuru recruited Noir, or rather Diablo after he became a demon lord. You don't need to worry about Diablo, he is Rimuru's #1 fanboy. Elmia and Gazel looked confused. Fanboy. A fanboy is just an extremely enthusiastic fan of someone or something. I helpfully informed. The two nodded. I see, but I would still like to meet Rimuru Tempest before I make any decisions. Said Elmia. I nodded. That is reasonable, I'm sure Rimuru will be open to discussing his intentions during that meeting you asked for. Elmia nodded in satisfaction, allowing the topic to shift to other more casual things. Rimuru owes me something really good for covering for him. Even after being told Diablo was a primordial he hasn't realized the significance of that. Gazel looked to Elmia, steel in his eyes. Rimuru may be reckless but do know that I support my junior wholeheartedly. It seems Rimuru got a good ally in Dworgen huh? To think that little slime has even won you over. Commented Elmia. My lords, my ladies. I turned to the voice and was met with our waiter. Your drinks. I nodded and lightly floated all of our drinks from the plate. It seems the waiter got me a white wine, along with everyone else's orders. Will that be all? Asked the waiter. I turned to my group, seeing they had nothing to say, I nodded to the waiter. Yes, thank you. I gave my thanks. It was a pleasure. Said the waiter with a bow. Can you lower my poison nullification, Odin? Very well. Nice. Now maybe I can actually get drunk. We continued to make small talk while we waited for the presentation to start. Arcuade seemed to be quite interested in Sarian's magical developments. From what I was hearing, Sarian was a magi-tech society basically. They combined magic and technology to get the most of both worlds, but they made sure not to go too far as if they developed a bit too much the angels would attack them. I'm not quite sure why the angels attack any nation that has developed a sufficient amount, but I think it's safe to say they are acting out in the worst interest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen. We all looked through the glass viewing panel. It seems the presentation was about to start. On the stage was Vesta with Gabarus standing in the back. There was a table positioned in front of Vesta with various potions on it. Welcome everyone to the science department. Today we will be showcasing some of Tempest's most proud scientific advancements. Should anyone have a question, please raise your hand before speaking, announced Vesta. Vesta then took out a full potion from his pocket. This is a full potion. These are the first potions produced by Lord Rimuru. They were refined from hippocute grass at a rate of 99% efficiency. While not as good a true resurrection potion, this can still cure all ailments, Vesta informed. Now why don't we go slightly off topic? Vesta gestured to Gabaru, who approached the front of the stage. Gabaru then brought out a damaged weapon. Now what do you think would occur should I use this full potion on this damaged weapon? Asked Vesta. One of the attendees raised their hand. Vesta pointed to him. Yes. Of course nothing will happen, potions only work on living things. I had to hide my snort at hearing that. Who got to decide that a weapon couldn't be a living thing? Hell, even a blade of grass is considered a living thing, they have a will of their own too. Vesta shook his head. That is incorrect. He then poured the full potion onto the damaged weapon, and it slowly started to repair itself. Whoa. Impossible. I noticed even Elmia and Gazel were paying attention. Seiko just looked bored while Raiden was focused on the presentation. Arcuade was just watching in amusement. It wouldn't surprise me if she already knew of this. We were able to learn that plants have a will to them, so why couldn't weapons? There is however a certain condition to this: the item needs to be made of magi steel. In fact, this reminds me of something. It reminds me of the dryads. Could the plants all around us not grow into powerful dryads? Of course not. If that was the case, there would be far more dryads around the world, informed Vesta. Now one common factor between all the tests was that everything that reacted to the potion possessed some magicules. This led me to the question, what is a magicule? Vesta snapped his fingers, which seemed to be the signal for a projector to be used. Behind Vesta 2 images were displayed. These 2 images are dissections of the hippocute grass, while the other is a random plant. Can you tell me the difference? They both look the exact same. Ah, he is probably going to tell people how hippocute grass is formed. I would have thought more people would be aware. This is a world of magic. Isn't it normal for plants and such to mutate when in contact with intense amounts of magicules? They look the same, said someone. Indeed. They look the same. Now what does this tell you? One thing is for sure, this guy can keep people's attention. Vesta ignored his own question and continued. Now we know how potions are made. They are made by extracting the liquid from hippocute grass and mixing it with magicules. Tempest has managed to extract liquid with a 99% purity. That is the purity of a full potion. You can even grind up the leaves and mix them with magicules to create an ointment that can be used on wounds. Gabaru took over. Over time we were able to make one crucial discovery. Hippocute herbs do not exist. What we call hippocute herbs are really just plants that have been mutated due to extreme levels of magicules littering the area. Hearing this, the audience got extremely excited. What a discovery. This will change the world. Well, if Rimuru wanted to get the world's attention, then this is one hell of a way to do so. I noticed Gazel was looking at the stage in awe, and Elmia was sending out a thought communication. They seriously didn't know. Vesta ignored the questions of the audience. Back to my previous question. What is a magicule? We have not been able to solve this riddle just yet, but this has sprouted new questions. Magients and monsters are considered as such due to the high concentration of magicules in their bodies, right? What if we extract all those magicules? Will they become human? Gabaru continued for Vesta. We have not been able to prove our hypothesis, but we will continue to work diligently. Gabaru and Vesta both bowed. Thank you for listening. That was quite enjoyable. My junior has really done something quite astounding today, commented Gazel. Elmia nodded along. Indeed, even I did not see that coming. Gazel smirked. Ha! Even the great Elmia is stumped. Elmia glared at Gazel. Don't make me tell everyone of that time you fought the black spider, little Gazel. Gazel's eyes widened in panic. There will be no need for that, Elmia. Elmia tilted her head up in superiority. That is what I thought. Underscore 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 underscore. I walked to the restaurant Rimuru invited me to for dinner. For some reason he wanted to attend a dinner with the four of us. By four he meant himself, me, Hinata, and for some reason Yuki. Part of me thinks that Rimuru is desperately hoping that Yuki is not behind the attack on Tempest. That guy might not look it, but he cares for his friends. Learning that one of his friends could have betrayed him must not feel good at all. Sometimes I think he's a bit too soft for a demon lord, but that's what makes him, him. Whatever, I'm willing to give Yuki the benefit of the doubt seeing as I have no real evidence he was behind Siko's death. No reason to act extremely hostile to him until then. I may be powerful now, but it's best if I don't act like an unreasonable dickhead. That's not the kind of person I want to be. The restaurant Rimuru invited me to seems to be one with some varying food. Once I walked in I took a look around, looking for Rimuru. Felix. Over here. I turned towards the voice. It seems Rimuru already got us a table, and I am the last one to arrive. I took a seat next to Hinata, leaving Yuki and Rimuru across from us. Demon Lord Felix, it is a pleasure to meet you. We did not have much time to speak last time, said the sketchy-looking Japanese man. I gave him a nod. It's nice to meet you as well, Yuki, I said, keeping my expression even. I turned to my side and gave Hinata a once-over. She was dressed in a more casual outfit this time, rather than her fancy dress from the other day or her holy knight armor. She was wearing a black top with some shorts. I gave her a wink. Looking good, Hinata. Once she heard me she gave me a glare and stepped on my foot under the table. Though I could tell she was just trying to hide her embarrassment. Huh. I didn't think I'd ever see the Hinata Sakaguchi be so embarrassed, commented Yuki. Hinata's gaze snapped to Yuki, with her glare multiplying tenfold compared to what she used on me. Hee hee, right. She should have gone to the concert with Felix. It could have been a date, Rimuru cheekily said. Do you wish to die, Rimuru? Commented Hinata. Rimuru nervously laughed. Hey, no. Then shut up. Ah, what a tsundere, Rimuru said. Rimuru really is fearless. Before Hinata could say anything the waiter showed up. That seemed to remind Hinata that we were in a public place, causing her to calm down a bit. Once we gave our orders Rimuru looked at us smugly. So what did you think about the presentation? I am quite interested in discovering the truth about magicules that Vesta spoke about. Due to my physique, potions do not work on me due to my body naturally purifying the magicules inside the potion, rendering it useless. Hinata whispered at a slightly lower volume. Indeed, you truly have some outstanding subordinates, Rimuru, complimented Yuki. The four of us continued to chat throughout the night. Underscore 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 underscore. We made our way to the Colosseum. Now that it was completely finished being made, it was quite awe-inspiring to look at. The Colosseum was large enough to fit 50,000 people at least. And it was built in a fairly short amount of time, all things considered. Rimuru really lucked out recruiting those orcs. I could easily send the dungeon from here as well, the dungeon and the hundreds of thousands of monsters inhabiting it. I'm quite looking forward to when Rimuru unveils that. I wonder if he was able to come up with a power level reader like I suggested. So the tournament is going to be held here, huh? Asked Malim. I nodded. Yup. I think Rimuru plans for a free-for-all to start, where the top 12 or something are allowed to participate in the actual tournament. Carrion nodded beside me. Boss is right. I'm sure a lot of people will want to take this opportunity to prove their worth. This is a perfect opportunity for that. Everyone I brought to Tempest is going to be attending the tournament. We were attracting quite a lot of attention due to the many significant figures in our group. Not to mention the high level of beauty found in our group. Beauty is something humans focus a lot on, hell, not just humans, every race does, including me. There was a line circling all around the entire Colosseum, full of people eager to watch what will most likely be the most exciting fights they've ever seen. Heh, unlike them though I can cut the line. Mohaha, the benefits of status. I led our group to the side entrance. Rimuru showed me the path to follow last night when we were with Yuki and Hinata. Lalatina skipped ahead slightly and turned towards me. Do you know who will be participating, Master? I nodded. Yup. There is going to be Carrion, Gobta, Geld, and Gabaru. The rest will be decided through the qualifiers. Lalatina tilted her head. So only weak people, huh? I could tell she just landed a critical hit on Carrion, and also Fry since she is even weaker than Carrion, at least in pure Magicule capacity. Haha, maybe you can find out how weak I am in a spar, Lady Lalatina. Taunted Carrion. Why would I want to fight someone so weak? Lalatina answered cluelessly. I think this is Carrion's way of regaining his pride. Commented Fry. You know she is insulting you too, right, Fry? Yelled Carrion. Fry shook her head. I do not know what you are speaking of. Looks like she is just going to bury her head in the sand. Fry really doesn't want to get on the bad side of a primordial. I left them to their chattering and continued to lead the way. It didn't take us long to reach the VIP seats. Felix. There you are. And you brought everyone else too. I turned towards the voice. Sup, Rimuru. I waved. I gave a nod to Gazel and Elmia. One Gazel returned. Elmia, however, pouted. No exaggerated greeting for me. Ugh, she's like a child. I sighed. Hello, Elmia. She giggled. Hello, Felix. I shook my head, wanting to avoid dealing with her any longer than I had to. I swear, half of these ancient beings are just trolls. Malim rushed past me to look down at the stadium where the fights will be taking place. Whoa. So cool. Rimuru nodded. Yup. The orcs put a lot of effort into it. We could also see some spectators entering the Colosseum and making their ways to their seats. There was a barrier placed all around the arena where the battles will be taking place. It seemed strong enough to protect the audience from any attacks that stray from their path. The barrier seemed to be made through Rimuru's ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows. So it should be more than sufficient to protect the audience. In the worst case, I'm sure Rimuru can actively use his Uriel to protect everyone. Uriel's defensive capabilities are pretty high up there, so it should be fine. While those two were talking about that, I approached Gazel and Elmia and took my seat beside them. Elmia and Gazel were each seated on thrones that seemed to be customized for each of them. I realized how that was possible when they hadn't even brought their own thrones as far as I know. The moment I took a seat on the rather plain-looking throne, I realized what to do. I lightly channeled my Magicules throughout the chair, causing it to change its appearance based on my desire. I ended up making it black and red with an Ouroboros on the top. I felt it was rather proper. I like this throne quite a bit. Hey Rimuru. Mind if I keep this throne? He looked to me. Yeah sure. I nodded. Thanks. I already have a throne back in my territory, but the more the merrier. I especially like how the throne automatically changes based on my desires. You haven't been formally introduced to my subordinates, huh? Let me introduce you. I pointed to Siko, who had taken her position behind my seat and was puffing up her chest proudly. She seems to be really into this whole bodyguard/secretary role, maybe because this is a public event she wants to be seen like that. The mind of a woman is a mystery, so I may never know, even with Odin. That's Siko. She was the first subordinate I recruited. She is now a wicked Oni. She is quite strong, isn't she? Maybe even as strong as some demon lords. Commented Elmia. Gazel nodded. Indeed, a fight with her would be quite bothersome. Hearing their praise, Siko smiled proudly. Yup, she has gotten far stronger over time. She is practically incomparable to her previous self at this point. I then pointed to my maid who was standing behind me next to Siko. That is my maid, Raiden. She is a dragon lord of lightning. Raiden gave both Elmia and Gazel a quick bow. They returned the greeting. I then pointed to my pet fox who was in her human form, much to her annoyance. That's Kurumi, she is a 9-tailed fox. She gave them a wave. Hello. My name is Kurumi, and I am my master's pet. She always has to introduce herself as that. I'm starting to think she has a pet kink. Upon hearing Kurumi's introduction, both Gazel and Elmia looked at me curiously, but seeing that I wasn't saying anything, they just returned Kurumi's greeting. I then pointed to my ever-present butler, who seemed to be quite upset as he wanted Siko's position. Currently he has settled to stand beside me rather than behind me. That is Sukuna, my butler. I said, pointing to Sukuna. Another demon, huh? Commented Elmia. A type of demon, yes. I answered. I'm not sure if Elmia has encountered variants of demons like Beretta the Chaos Doll or Sukuna the Cursed Demon. Sukuna gave them a bow. I am my lord's loyal butler. It is a pleasure to meet those in an alliance with him. Said Sukuna. Elmia and Gazel both returned his greetings. He seems to be a little different from his kin. Commented Elmia. I nodded. Yup, he is a mutated demon. Elmia looked at me curiously. A mutated demon. How interesting. I pointed to Ingvile and Glenda. Those are Ingvile and Glenda, one a demon, the other a human enlightened. Ingvile gave a curtsy while Glenda bowed. It is nice to meet you, King Gazel, Empress Elmia, said Ingvile. It seems Arcuade's formality training is working. Gazel and Elmia both greeted Ingvile. Gazel took a good look at Glenda. Are you not one of the 10 great saints of the Western Holy Church? Glenda laughed nervously. Aha, yeah, I used to be a member of that group. At her admission, Gazel looked to me. I waved off his unspoken question. I can handle the goddess Luminous. Gazel nodded. I pointed over to the side where Carrion and Fry were discussing something. Those two are the former demon lords Carrion and Fry. I then pointed towards Sophia, who was looking down into the arena. That's Sophia. Hearing her name, Sophia jumped in surprise. Ah. Hello, Lord Gazel, Lady Elmia. It is an honor to meet you, said Sophia. I then pointed to Albise and Phobio, who were with Carrion. Those two are some of Carrion's subordinates, Albise and Phobio. I then pointed to the Demonist trio, who had erected thrones of their own, though theirs were a bit smaller than mine. I'm sure they don't need to be introduced, but I'll do it for formality's sake. I first pointed to Arcuade, who was sitting on a white throne. That is Arcuade, otherwise known as the Primordial of White, Blanc. While I no longer go by that title anymore, I am still the Primordial of White, responded Arcuade. Elmia and Gazel nodded, not showing much of a reaction as they had already met Arcuade. I pointed to the next Primordial. That is Megumin, the Primordial of Yellow, also known as John. Hee, as my lord said. The name's Megumin. Era, so she has been the one firing nuclear magic at Leon's territory, commented Elmia. Gaha, yup. I remember that guy came to negotiate once, but I just ended up attacking him. Such a bore, that one, said Megumin. Elmia nodded. Indeed, he can take things a little bit too seriously at times. Next is Lalatina, the Primordial of Purple, Violet, I continued. Lalatina gave Gazel and Elmia a slightly cruel smile. Hello. I am Lalatina. Make sure you don't cause trouble for my master, though. That last line was unnecessary. Gazel looked at me. You truly have recruited 3 primordials. I hadn't doubted you, but seeing it in person is quite something. Elmia nodded. Indeed, should this fact get out, then the balance of power in the world will shatter. Rimuru and Malim had joined us already and were simply listening, something quite surprising for Malim. Who knew she could be well behaved? Upon hearing Elmia, Rimuru rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, and you have recruited Noir, right, Rimuru? Asked Elmia. Rimuru nodded. Yup, I have. Elmia nodded in understanding. Hey Felix, you don't introduce me, exclaimed a pouting Malim. I rolled my eyes. I don't think the destroyer needs any introductions. Ah. That's right. The great Malim Nava needs no introductions, said a nodding Malim. Elmia and Gazel simply looked at Malim with some nervousness in her gaze. Heh, I'd be surprised if Elmia wasn't a little bit afraid of Malim. Malim did destroy the original kingdom of the elves after all. Before we could continue, a projection appeared in front of us depicting the arena. The projection focused on various contestants' faces. I called Carrion over, causing him to pause his discussion with Fry. You should probably go now, it seems it is about to start. Carrion nodded. Got it, boss. Hee, hopefully these guys can put on a show. It would be boring if everyone is too weak, commented Malim. I nodded along with her. Yeah, I don't really find it enjoyable to watch a low-level fight. It can even be considered boring. Rimuru, hearing us, sighed. Ugh, you two have such picky standards. Before I could respond to him, the announcer for the tournament spoke up through the projection. Welcome everybody to Tempest's first ever tournament. To start things off, we will be holding the preliminaries, which will be a free-for-all. I went ahead and analyzed the skills of the contestants. Most didn't have anything even moderately useful, though I was able to find something interesting. It seems Rimuru gave 2 of his subordinates a unique gift. A unique gift is a unique skill that is given to someone through a soul corridor. It isn't the shape of the user's mind, rather it is just a fairly quick power-up. Unique gifts are weaker than their unique skill variants, but they can still be useful. Now enough with the introductions. Let's get this started. Chapter 108, Chapter 38, The Tournament. Felix. Now, enough with the introductions. Let's get this started. We all focused on the screen now that the preliminary rounds are finally starting. I noticed Carrion sneak into the crowd with a lion mask. It's probably best that the other contestants don't know they are competing with the former Demon Lord. Even as just a Demon Lord seed, he was strong, but he was only about 30% below Hinata energy-wise. Alright, this is going to be a free-for-all so the contestants are free to do anything to survive. The top 8 will be allowed to participate in the upcoming rounds. Now on my mark start. 1, 2, 3, and go. The moment the announcer started the free-for-all, every contestant sprung into action. There was a mix of humans and non-humans, I could even see some of Hinata's crusaders in the mix. It didn't take long for the riffraff to be removed, leaving 10 figures standing in the arena. There was Carrion, Gabaru, Geld, Gobta, one horse Magen and another ox Magen, some human adventurer, Leonard who is one of Hinata's crusaders, and then 2 other Magen I had never seen before. I didn't bother watching anymore as I already knew who the top 8 would end up being. Those 2 unknown Magen were good, they had to be to outlast the hundreds of other contestants, but they weren't at the A rank which everyone else in the arena was at. Hell, there were Demon Lord seed individuals down there. Those 2 stand no chance. Hey Malim, you wanna bet on who will win this tournament? I asked. Malim looked interested. She nodded. Hee, yup. What does the winner get? There isn't much of a point in asking for a favor as I'm sure Malim would do me any sort of favor I asked for, and I'd likely do the same. Era, I'd also like to participate, said Elmia. Malim and I looked at her in surprise. Now that changes things, I'd love a favor from Elmia. Who knows if it will come in handy someday, but she is the ruler of a superpower. Having a favor from her can only be useful. Then how about the 2 losers owe the victor a favor? I offered. Malim looked thoughtful before nodding. Okay then. Elmia also nodded. Heh, I bet she is quite hopeful to get one favor from 2 separate demon lords. Ah, but nothing too over the top. I'm not going to go fight Guy for your amusement or anything like that, I told Elmia. Elmia sighed exaggeratedly. Darn it. I hoped I would get to witness a fight between the legendary Guy Crimson and one of the newest demon lords. I rolled my eyes. Well then today isn't your day. I guess I will have to settle for what I have, Elmia said with an amused smile. Rimuru shook his head with an amused smile. So who are you all betting on? I asked. Malim looked thoughtful before nodding. Bomo. I bet on Gabaru. He's a Dragonute after all. I nodded at her and then looked at Elmia. She was looking down and observing the contestants. I wish to place my bet on the High Orc, she said. Ah, that's Geld, I responded. A respectable choice. He is very bulky and has 2 unique skills. Heh, I bet no one will see this coming. I bet on Gobta. I have a feeling that the goblin will surprise me. Rimuru looked at me in surprise. Seriously? Gobta of all people. Hey, aren't you supposed to be supportive of your subordinates? Rimuru coughed lightly. Ah yes, you're right. As expected, you are able to see Gobta's genius. We looked down to start at Gobta who was, picking his nose. I sighed. Maybe I picked the wrong guy, but my gut feeling says I am right. Rimuru nodded. Alright, cope harder buddy. Hey, just you watch. I'm sure Gobta will pull off some super secret bullshit at some point. Please pull off some super secret bullshit Gobta. Ladies and gentlemen. We have our 8 contestants. We have the mysterious lion mask. And then we have 2 of the dungeon bosses, Mezel and Gozel. Be sure to be at the opening ceremony of the dungeon tomorrow to witness more of their strength. Ah, so that's who they are. We then have the famed A-rank adventurer Gay. His swordsmanship has been compared to dancing. Will he show us a wonderful dance today or is he doomed to slip and fall? Notice. It has been detected that the individual Gay is being enhanced using a skill. Are you able to tell which skill? It has been detected that the unique skill, Greed, was being used to enhance Gay. One of the Sin series, huh? I wonder who owns Greed then. I assume you analyzed Greed, Odin. Of course. No need to be so sassy, Odin. Now what does the skill do? Ah, it's one of those, huh? A skill that can control others by using their own greed against them. It seems the user of Greed is quite merciless. They are using Gay's own life force to give him this temporary power-up. Oh well, none of my business. This is a dog-eat-dog world. People gotta do what they gotta do. I'll only intervene if the user does anything untoward during the festival, which they likely will. One does not unlock a Sin series skill by being a benevolent saint. But for now, I'll just watch. Do you know who the user is, Odin? Yes. Odin then focused my senses on an individual in the crowd. Mariabel Rosso, huh? The granddaughter of Grand Bell Rosso, the ruler of the West. There could be a multitude of reasons for her attendance, such as to scout the competition, form an alliance with Tempest, or take control of Rimuru or some of his executives. The list is practically endless. Yeah, I should seriously tell Rimuru. I sent Rimuru a thought communication, which caused a few people in the room to look at me curiously. They could probably sense the thought communication. Felix. Did something happen? Not yet, but a possibility in the future. Someone is in attendance with a mind control skill. You should be wary of that. Her mind control can work on even your executives. Seriously. That's bad. Who is she? Her name is Mariabel Rosso, and you could say she wields considerable influence in the West. You definitely shouldn't have her disappear in Tempest. That's a political incident waiting to happen. Why would I make her disappear? You always jump to the most extreme options. Just like Diablo, no wonder you two are in the same lineage. Haha, I guess we are similar in some way. Anyways, just keep an eye on her. Got it, I'll send Sui to monitor her. With that, we went back to watching the tournament. Hopefully Rimuru can handle everything on his own. I didn't want to give too much information. He needs to learn some of these things himself, me helping him may cripple him later down the line. I gave him enough information to work with, he should be able to figure out the rest on his own. And if something goes incredibly wrong, I can always help. That's what friends are for, right? We then have some of Tempest's own. They are some of the proud lieutenants of the Tempest Federation. They are said to be some of the strongest in Tempest, and if they end up winning they can become one of the 4 heavenly kings. A force so mighty that they are under the direct supervision of Demon Lord Rimuru. It seems someone has spread some rumors. There is the mighty Gobta. He may look small and weak, but he sure packs a punch. We then have the powerful High Orc Geld, good luck getting past his defense. Then there is the Dragonute Gabaru of the Science Department. And then last but certainly not least we have one of humanity's proud warriors, the mighty Leonard Jester, member of the 10 Great Saints. The cheers were thunderous, though it is understandable. These guys need as much excitement in their lives as possible. I noticed Diablo show up on the field now. Well, he is the referee, I doubt anyone will be willing to disobey him. I pointed to Diablo on the screen. And that's Diablo, the primordial of black. I introduced. Is it really safe to have him down there, Rimuru? Asked Gazel. Rimuru nodded confidently. Of course. Diablo would never disobey one of my direct orders. It will be quite interesting to see to what extent the primordial of black is tamed, well, interesting or catastrophic. Commented Elmia. I laughed hearing her. I wouldn't worry too much. Unfortunately not all of us can afford to brush off a primordial. Responded Elmia. Indeed. Only the most magnificent of beings like my master are afforded such an honor. Not many can claim to match, let alone surpass us. The only one that comes to mind in recent years is that hero, Krenoa, I think her name was. Responded Lalatina, who was now lounging on her throne with some wine in her hands. Just where did she get that wine from? I noticed Arcuade and Megumin nodding along from beside her. These overzealous primordials. Indeed. Added Siko. While Raiden just silently stood behind me. Kukuku. Of course, our magnificent lord has no reason to take some riffraff seriously. Said Sukuna with a proud smirk. Wait a second. Krenoa. Lalatina nodded. Indeed, she was a hero that I had crossed paths with. She was able to fight me on even footing, though I'm not sure what happened to her, she has not been seen in a long time. I'm fairly certain Krenoa is the name of the hero that sealed Veldora, she was known as a hero throughout the Western nations some decades ago. Who knew that Lalatina had fought her? These primordials have seriously been all over the place. Ah, quite some interesting subordinates you have. Said Elmia with an amused smile. I nodded. Yeah, that's one way to say it. These guys are basically my own personal hype team. We focused back on the projection as the tournament finally began. The first match was Mezel versus Gozel. It was a fairly boring match since those two were only in the A rank range. I'm guessing they will only be floor bosses up to the 40th floor, they are far too weak for higher than that. Their fight ended up in a tie as they both fell unconscious at the same time, talk about an anime moment. Well, at least the crowd seemed to like it. After that was Carrion versus Gabaru, though Carrion was under the alias of Lion Mask. This fight was a bit more interesting. Carrion did end up holding back from fully utilizing his unique skill, but it was still enjoyable to watch. The main thing to decide the match was that Carrion could not use his transformations, as that would out him as the ex-demon Lord Carrion. Using a combination of Dragon Body and Dragon Scale, Gabaru was able to elevate himself to the Demon Lord seed level and make quick work of Carrion. Though I later learned that the two agreed to a rematch when they could both go all out. Next was Gobta against Gay. Gobta easily basically stomped Gay. Gobta might not be very confident in his abilities, but his swordsmanship spoke for itself. Gobta was somewhat strong, I'll give him that much. Hell, he could even be considered a prodigy, a stupid prodigy but a prodigy nonetheless. I don't even consider myself a prodigy. Without Odin or her lesser version, Curse Sage, I doubt I'd be where I am now. After that was a bit of a closer match. Geld against Leonard. Leonard had to pull out all his cards, meaning his light spirit magic, his battle will arts, and his elemental mail. For an enlightened, he is incredibly strong, likely near the top of the enlightened range and at the Demon Lord seed level. What the fuck is Hinata feeding these guys? Still, in the end Leonard lost. He wasn't able to match up to two unique skills, each incredible on their own. Though I could tell, both Leonard and Geld gained some respect for each other. Who knew the best way to make humans and Majin get along was through battle? And then there were three. We now have our three final contestants. There is Gobta the Black Horse. Who knew such a scrawny-looking goblin could have so much strength? Even I was surprised watching him systematically take the A-rank adventurer Gay apart. Then there is the Dragonute Gabiru, king of the sky due to the sheer control he has when in the air. And finally, we have the High Orc Geld, also known as the Wall. Hee, king of the sky. You hear that, Fry? Taunted Carrion. Era, even I can admit that the Dragonute is incredibly powerful. After all, he beat you, did he not, Carrion? I think I can allow him to hold a similar title to my own. Responded Fry. Carrion looked offended. Hey. I couldn't go all out, or my identity would be revealed. Everyone ignored their bickering as we watched on. Who will win between these three mighty forces? The semifinals were soon underway. The matchup was decided by picking names in a basket, so it was as random as possible. Rimuru or I would be able to detect if someone tampered with the odds, so it should have been quite fair. The first matchup was Geld against Gabiru. This guaranteed Gobta a spot among the four heavenly kings. Now to see if I will win our little bet. The semifinals of the first Tempest tournament have been decided. Now, who will win and advance to the finals? Geld the Wall, or Gabiru, king of the sky. The match soon started with Diablo standing at the ready in case he needed to intervene. Gabiru brought out his vortex spear and took to the skies while Geld remained on the ground, though Geld did boost his defense using a sub-skill of Guardian. That seems to be a fairly decent weapon. Commented Gazel. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, it is apparently something that was passed down through the Lizardman tribe. It's a unique grade spear. Gazel nodded. I see, it seems to have the potential for further growth. We continued to observe the fight. Once Gabiru had a height advantage on Geld, he aimed his thunder breath at Geld who was easily able to avoid it. He may be a large orc, but he is still fairly quick. That body enhancement ability of the Dragonute is quite impressive. It seems to be taking in the surrounding magicools and boosting his physique, enhancing his strength considerably. Commented Elmia. I nodded. Yeah, with Dragon Body I'd say Gabiru would be able to rival Carrion, and probably surpass him eventually if Carrion keeps slacking off. I answered. Carrion looked at me in shock. Boss. However, I just ignored him. Hopefully, he will start training with more intensity now that he knows just how many people can rival his strength. In Tempest alone there were multiple that were likely stronger than him. Carrion really needs to get it in his head that he ain't shit in this world. At this point, Gabiru was fully decked out with his dragon body. Gabiru kept sending potshots using his height advantage while Geld defended and occasionally returned fire. The fight itself was not very action-packed, but the audience still seemed to enjoy it, as evidenced by their cheers. Eventually, Gabiru grew bored of his potshots and began imbuing his fighting spirit into his spear, which created a water vortex. Geld, seeing this incoming, quickly prepared to defend and then counterattack. The moment Gabiru's attack reached Geld, he used predation to consume the attack. Sadly for Geld, his predation was far from that of Gluttony's, it could only consume something armor-sized at most. Geld pushed himself a bit too hard to consume the water vortex. So, while he was able to consume it, he ended up falling unconscious due to overexertion. Ah, what an anticlimactic end. I commented. Hee, it was still a little fun to watch. Now for the finals. Said Milim. Hey, it seems you've lost your part in the bet, Elmia. I said, looking at her. Elmia only pouted at me before nodding. I will keep to my end of the deal so long as the favor is not too much. I nodded, hearing that. As I watched the screen, I expanded my senses and headed down towards the arena itself. Huh. That's odd. It seems Gobta developed a unique skill of his own in this short period of time that I wasn't observing him. The unique skill, Give Me Strength, is a skill that greatly helps Gobta when fighting together with Ranga. Give Me Strength allows Gobta to summon Ranga and unify with him, creating a single being out of two beings. This new single being has the combined strength of both Gobta and Ranga. This included all their skills. And while Gopta's strength lies in his swordsmanship rather than power, Ranga's lies in his pure power. Together, they make a fairly interesting team. We now have our final 2 contestants. No matter who wins between these 2, both will become members of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Lord Rimuru's most elite subordinates. Now, without further ado, let's get this started. The moment the battle started, Gopta raised his hand. Ranga. To me. I noticed Rimuru look down at his shadow in surprise. Hey, it seems he wasn't aware of Gopta's new skill. Once Ranga appeared on the field, Gabiru stopped what he was doing and just looked confused. Unfortunately, that gave Gopta enough time to fuse with Ranga. The two sorta looked like a werewolf now. And they were far, far stronger than before. Stronger than even Carrion and Glenda, though still weaker than my 8 demonic lords. Still, this Ranga and Gopta combination is approaching that level. I noticed Elmia and Gazel looking down at the arena in shock. Hey, I told you that Goblin has a trick or two. I commented smugly. Rimuru was just confused. Is that allowed? Said Rimuru. I snorted. Isn't this your tournament? I mean, technically Ranga is a summon, and he was summoned using Gopta's own power. It's no different from Leonard summoning an elemental. I added. That is technically true. Said Rimuru. Some of the audience protested but were calmed down by the announcer. I noticed Gopta was having trouble controlling his newfound strength. He charged at Gabiru but overshot slightly, causing him to miss. Still, Gopta was expertly wielding black lightning full of Veldora's storm attribute. This battle was decided the moment Gopta fused with Ranga. Even Gabiru's aerial advantage was negated since Ranga could manipulate lightning like it was his limb. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a winner of the first Tempest tournament. I'm sure no one saw that coming. We now have our 3rd and 4th members of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Gopta and Geld. The cheers of the audience were deafening. Hey, guess who owes me a favor? Melim pouted at me. Fine, you win this time, Felix. Elmia nodded. Indeed, I shall have my revenge. Heh, I bet hearing that from Elmia would scare most people to death. Hee, of course, my master's choice would win. Said Lalatina. That was quite an enjoyable show. Commented Arcuade. Megumin was pouting. I wish there were more explosions. Ah, I'm glad you liked it. Responded Rimuru with a nervous smile. Rimuru then looked to Elmia. Ah, for that meeting you wanted, would tonight work? Elmia nodded. Very well, that will suffice. All right, I'll have one of my subordinates lead you to the meeting room tonight when the time comes. Rimuru then turned to look at me. Ah, did you want to attend too, Felix? I shook my head. Nah, we already had a talk before, but maybe Arcuade might. I looked at Arcuade, who nodded. Era, I am willing to represent my lord during this meeting. Well, you heard her then. Rimuru nodded. Yup, I'll have someone bring her over too then. Hey, at least I don't need to attend some boring meeting. Rimuru should be able to handle himself, so it should be fine. For some reason, Melim seemed to have a thoughtful face. A Melim who is thinking could be catastrophic. What's up, Melim? I asked curiously. I think I'll train that goblin up a bit. He has some potential so he can be my playmate. Said an enthusiastic Melim. Poor Gopta. Rimuru seemed to be ready to throw Gopta to the wolves. Rimuru looked at Melim and nodded. I have no problems with that. If Gopta gets stronger, that can only be better for Tempest, but don't kill him. Ooh. I can use the dungeon so he can keep reviving. Said Melim. Ah, that's actually a good idea. That way, he can get some real life and death experience while, staying alive. Agreed Rimuru. It sorta sounds like you are planning out Gopta's future torture sessions. I added in. Rimuru shook his head. Of course not. As the caring lord that I am, it is only proper that I have Gopta trained to his fullest potential. Carrion looked at me in fear. I'll train, boss. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't leave me with them. I, however, ignored Carrion. Hey, well, have fun, I guess. And with that, I teleported our group out. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the dungeon, which will conclude all the events planned for the Tempest Founding Festival. Though the festival does not end tomorrow, people are still free to explore and enjoy the attractions for a few days before the festival officially ends. Underscore 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 underscore. I teleported to the 100th floor of the dungeon. The ceremony is going to be starting quite soon now. There is already a massive crowd gathered in front of the dungeon. Rimuru, Veldora, and Ramaris were all discussing something. I gave them a wave. What's up? You guys ready to start soon? Ramaris puffed up her chest. Of course. Gahaha, of course, we are ready. Soon, everyone shall learn of my domain. Veldora boasted. Your domain? Rimuru asked with a raised eyebrow. Cough cough I mean our domain, ha ha ha. Corrected Veldora. Alright, make sure all the safety measures are in place, we can't have anything going wrong today. Ramaris nodded seriously. Don't worry, Rimuru. We got this handled. Hearing Ramaris say that makes me worry. Hee, Malim stopped by earlier and took 2 revival bracelets. Said Ramaris. Ah, she must have already started torturing Gobda and by extension Ranga. Ah, I see. Where is she training? Asked Rimuru. She is using floors 96 to 99, the Dragon's Denver. Responded Ramaris. Rimuru nodded in understanding. Hee, well, they should be fine, right? Said Rimuru. I couldn't find it in myself to agree. Gobda and Ranga will likely come out stronger but extremely traumatized. Ah, will Zijin be one of the floor bosses? I asked. Veldora shook his head. Maybe someday. Currently, I am training him up more. Maybe when he is a little bit stronger, I can have him rotate floors. Haha, he said he wants to be Rimuru's most useful subordinate. Ha. Well, he has some competition then. I added. Indeed. Veldora all of a sudden snapped his gaze to Rimuru. Ah, Rimuru. Yes, Veldora. Could I ask a favor of you? Said Veldora. Ha, Veldora asking for a favor is new. He usually just does what he wants. If I can grant it I'll do it as a reward for your efforts. Responded Rimuru. Haha, great. Then could you release my friend Ifrit from your stomach? Asked Veldora. Ah, Ifrit. I think that was the elemental of that woman Rimuru bonded with, Shizu. Ifrit should be a greater elemental of fire, so around the A rank, maybe A+ if you push it. Rimuru looked unsure. I'm not sure that's a good idea. What if he's upset about being sealed inside my stomach and begins attacking everything? Kaha, no need to worry, Rimuru. While we were in your stomach, we were able to see the world through your eyes. After everything you've done, Ifrit wouldn't dare to go against you. That experience also helped change him quite a bit. It allowed him to see through a different point of view. He even said he understood why your friend, Shizu, did what she did. Rimuru looked at Veldora in surprise. Seriously? Veldora nodded. Indeed. Ah, but wasn't Ifrit serving Demon Lord Leon before? Asked Rimuru. Veldora nodded. He did, but don't worry. Ifrit pledged to be my assistant when I was leaving your stomach. Rimuru sighed. Fine, I'll give him a chance. But you are responsible for Ifrit, Veldora. Veldora nodded confidently. Don't worry, Rimuru. Ramaris discreetly gave Veldora a thumbs up, causing him to give her one of his own. This sounds interesting, so I'll stay here and watch. I said. Veldora nodded. Haha, I'll introduce you to Ifrit Felix. We can all play games together. I nodded. Sure, that's fine with me. However, all of a sudden, I sensed an unusual presence right outside the dungeon with the rest of the crowd. Now, why is she here? Even Rimuru looked quite surprised and wary. Normally, we wouldn't be able to detect her unless we were specifically looking for her, but it is far easier when she is practically right next to us. Even in the dungeon, which was basically a separate dimension. I tapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. There is a good chance she is here for me. Rimuru nodded. After all, I don't know what other sort of reason a servant of Guy Crimson would appear in Tempest unannounced. I just hope he didn't send someone to warn Rimuru about Velzard coming here. That would be very chaotic. I did tell her to go to my territory first, but who knows if Velzard will listen. I teleported next to an inconspicuous blue-haired woman. She was standing near the back of the crowd, seemingly trying to blend in. I sighed. Why are you here, Rain? She easily maintained her expression even though I'm sure she didn't know I was here. Like hell, a demon duke could sense me if I did not want to be sensed. Lord Felix. She greeted me with a short bow. I examined her outfit, and she was wearing a suit with some sunglasses. She looked like a standard secretary. I'm going to repeat my question, why are you here? Did Guy send you for something? Rain waved her hands in panic. No, I'm just here in my own time. I've always been interested in these sorts of things, and I finally got some time off after bugging Lord Guy for some time off. I looked at her with distrust. You. Interested in something like the dungeon? Rain puffed up her chest. But of course. I have always been interested in the arts and magic creations. I even created a doppelganger artifact that creates a duplicate of you. Of course, it is limited to a certain level. I looked at her with interest. Oh, if you made something like that, then I'd believe you. Can I see it? Of course, I already knew she was telling the truth. Having the god of analysis, Odin, made it easy. Even a primordial was incapable of hiding anything from Odin. Of course, Lord Felix. Rain said while taking something out of her spatial storage. Ooh, looks like she has some goodies in there. Thanks to Ouroboros, it is fairly simple for me to access other people's spatial storages, nothing is safe from me. She presented the artifact, which was in the form of a bracelet. Odin. As she had said, the artifact seems to have the same effects as what she claimed. Nice, make sure to analyze it so we can replicate it. I can put it in the pool of artifacts my soldiers can choose from as a reward. Affirmative. I nodded and handed the artifact back. All right, I believe you then. Rain sighed in relief. That's good. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't. Run and hide. I commented. Rain nodded. Yes, most likely that. She seems far more chill than most of her brethren. I have decided that I am going to accompany you for a little bit. You do not have the option to reject. I told Rain. She seems like someone who could be fun to annoy. Rain's shoulders sagged. Not another rouge. She muttered under her breath. Haha, well, deal with it. I responded. Rain nodded. I must deal with it. Your types never take no for an answer. Ugh, why did I let misery convince me into attacking Rouge so long ago? I ruffled her hair. Don't bring up the past. Look towards the future. Those words weren't as inspiring as you think they were. Responded Rain. I sagged my shoulders. Really? I thought they were good. They were good, right, Odin? Come on, it couldn't have been that bad. If you still wish to follow me around in your quest to annoy me, then I must inform you that I will be meeting with someone shortly. Said Rain. Oh. Who? I asked. A business partner. Huh. I wonder who could catch the attention of the primordial of blue. Well, lead the way. I'm interested now. I ordered. Yes, Lord Felix. She said as she began walking around the crowd and made her way to one of the restaurants nearby. It seems she has already arrived. I can sense her in the restaurant up ahead. Said Rain. I wasn't able to particularly tell the individual apart. There were all sorts of people around, after all. Who knew who it could be? You know, you're quite different from the image you gave when we first met. You seemed like a proper maid back then. Rain looked at me, offended. I am a proper maid. I'm just on vacation, humph. For some reason, I doubt that. No wonder Guy looked so fed up with you. He probably expected a proper maid. Lord Guy appreciates and values me. I do not know what you are speaking of. Rain said, continuing to live in her delusion. We soon made our way to one of the numerous ramen stands in Tempest. It looked rather similar to Ichiraku from Naruto, with a curtain and some stools. Rain moved the curtain aside and took a seat next to a woman. I followed her lead and took the other seat next to this mysterious business partner. Ah. Rain, there you are. I was wondering when you would find me. And you brought someone new, too. The woman seemed quite messy. Her hair was frazzled, and she was wearing googly-eyed glasses. Ah, right. How have you been, Hypno-Eyes? Asked Rain. Gah. Stop calling me Hypno-Eyes. How many times do I have to tell you to not call me that? Hey, you two look like you get along quite well. I commented. Ah, right. Who did you bring here, Rain? It's impolite not to introduce me to Mr. Handsome over here. Mr. Handsome, eh? This girl has good taste. Ah, right. That's Demon Lord Felix White. Rain said dully. Gah. Why would you bring a Demon Lord to meet me? No disrespect, Mr. Demon Lord. He wanted to follow me along, so I let him. It's not like I intentionally asked him to come with me to meet you. Responded Rain. Haha, no need to be so panicked. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I won't harm you. I replied, trying to ease her nervousness. This woman was just a mere enlightened after all. It's normal to be fearful of a demon lord at that level. Enlightened are generally only on par with demon lord seeds, with the very top level of enlightened being comparable to an incomplete saint. I wouldn't dream of offending a demon lord, said the mysterious woman. I looked to Rain. What is this woman's name? I keep calling her mysterious woman in my head. Ah, her name is Sasha, said Rain. I nodded. Sasha then. How can you be so composed around a demon lord? Asked Sasha while looking at Rain. Could she not know who Rain is? I guess that is fairly normal. Most aren't aware of primordials, and most aren't aware of who Guy Crimson's servants are. Rain waved Sasha off. Calm down, Hypno-Eyes. Anyways, let's order some food. Rain went ahead and gave her order to the nervous-looking goblin. I ended up going with miso ramen. It didn't take long for the ramen to be served. So, Rain, how did you two meet? I asked. Oh. Sasha is a regular buyer of my work, so I've kept a bit of an eye on her. Responded Rain. I nodded. I see. Sasha nodded along. Yup. I develop magic tools while Rain helps me with some of the design since I suck at those kinds of things. So then Sasha is the one who came up with the doppelganger bracelet while you just made the visual design? I asked Rain. Rain nodded. Wow, she made it seem like she did all the work. Ah. She showed you that. I'm a bit embarrassed that a demon lord saw some of my work. Haha, no need to be nervous. The magic tool actually seemed quite interesting. Hee, thank you. It's not often people praise me for my work. It only used to be my master, Lord Gadra. Gadra? I asked. Ah, he is the court mage for the Eastern Empire. It said he is as strong as a demon lord. But that rumor is probably exaggerated. Rain here is super good at controlling magic, and I wouldn't be surprised if she were as strong as a demon lord. Said Sasha. Hey, she doesn't know how right she is. But the court mage of the Eastern Empire, huh? I don't know what he looks like now though. He reincarnates himself to extend his lifespan after all. I had to come up with my own way to increase my lifespan as well. I nodded. Those both seem like interesting arts. As we were conversing I noticed Diablo appear rather close by. He immediately hid himself but I could still sense him. And it seems Rain can as well if her wary looks are anything to go by. Rimuru probably sent him to make sure everything was okay. Being compared to a demon lord is no small feat, though that could also mean demon lord seed level. You must be someone somewhat talented to catch the attention of someone like that. Sasha nervously rubbed the back of her head. Ah, I really am no good at fighting. The only reason I am an enlightened is due to all the scientific work I have done. Maybe I can recruit her. I can always put her at the head of the science department back in my territory. I don't really care much about all that stuff, but it could come in handy at some point. Why don't you come work for me? I offered. Sasha looked at me with surprise. Ah. Work for a demon lord. I can supply you with all the stuff you need and even give you your own personal lab, you know. I said, sweetening the deal. Maybe I can have her take a look at the underground ruins under my territory. I haven't got much of a chance to explore those, so maybe she can gather some more information about them. Not to mention, she seems to be quite a genius. The doppelganger bracelet is an incredible tool for the weak. After all, for them, numbers do matter. It's not a bad offer. Commented Rain. What is she playing at? Why would she help me? And there's the thought communication. What are you playing at, Rain? Ah, no need to take that tone with me, Lord Felix. I don't mean to offend you. How about this? I will help you recruit Sasha, and in return, I would like to request that you come to spar with Lord Guy from time to time. Why would you want that? Lord Guy has been in an awfully good mood since you two fought. When he is in a good mood he is generous, that's why I got this vacation. Of course, her reasoning involves her trying to slack off. What a useless maid. I think I can understand Guy a bit more now. Fine, I'll do it. I was already planning on doing that, so this is a win-win situation for me. Excellent. I'm sure Lord Felix will offer plenty of benefits. Not to mention, having a strong backer will be helpful. I heard he even sparred with the demon Lord Guy Crimson. Added Rain. Hey, she's already getting to work. Hearing that last bit, Sasha looked at me in surprise. Seriously? I nodded. Seriously. Sasha had a determined look on her face. All right. I accept the offer. I will be your faithful servant from now on, Lord Felix. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. Rain shot me a discreet thumbs up. Ah, but what about my mansion, though? Asked Sasha. I can transfer it over to my territory, Azeroth. I offered. Whoa. You can do that? Asked Sasha. I nodded. Of course. Even Rain seemed to be quite surprised. It seems she hasn't seen very high-level spatial feats. Ah, how do you do it? Is it some skill? Something only you can do, or can it be replicated? Sasha said, a mad hint in her voice. It seems I have recruited myself a mad scientist. Perfect. Haha, I'll give you some time to study it another time. I offered. Thank you, Lord Felix. I will notify my customers of my move as soon as possible. Said an excited Sasha. Ah, of course, she has other customers. All right, that's fine. I'll move your mansion to some open land another time after the festival is over. Yes, Lord Felix. Rain looked at me smugly. It was as if she were saying, see. Look, I can be useful too. You can come out now, Diablo. I spoke to the open air. Diablo, in his standard butler outfit, appeared behind me. I apologize for the distraction, Lord Felix. I was ordered to make sure nothing had happened and did not wish to disturb your conversation. That's fine, Diablo. We were just finishing up here. Tell Rimuru it'll be fine. Diablo nodded. Very well, Lord Felix. And with that, he vanished, not even sparing Rain a glance. Gore, that arrogant piece of dash. All right, let's get moving. I interrupt. Rain sighed, releasing her anger. Once we had left the ramen stand, I looked at Rain and Sasha. All right, you two. I'll leave you to do whatever you want now. Make sure not to cause trouble. I'm looking at you, Rain. Yes, Lord Felix. Responded Sasha while Rain just pouted at me. Ah, by the way, Sasha. Head to these coordinates whenever you are free for the day. One of my subordinates will give you some much-needed information. I said, handing Sasha a parchment. I can just throw Sasha onto Arcuade's head. Proper delegation. Very well, Lord Felix. Rain shouldn't be causing any trouble now, so it should be fine if I leave her alone. With that, I teleported back to the final floor of the dungeon where Rimuru, Veldora, Ramaris, and one new being were still located. Ah. My friend Felix. You have arrived just in time for me to introduce you. Veldora said while pointing at a masculine-looking being. That must be Ifrit, then. This is Cherries. One of my new subordinates. The now-named Ifrit bowed towards me. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Felix. Notice. It has been detected that the being known as Cherries is inhabiting the core of Charybdis. His body is also made of Dragotite, and he is of a new race known as Flame Lord. Flame Lords can be considered to be monsterized versions of an elemental Lord of Flame. Flame Lord is a race that is a spiritual life form that has gained a physical body through monsterification, essentially, exposure to a massive amount of magicules. He even has the flame element, huh? The flame element can be considered the superior version of the fire element. Along with that, Odin compared him to an elemental lord, and from the power I am sensing, her comparison is not wrong. Cherries has an incredible amount of power inside of him, easily at the awakened demon lord level. Though he would still be defeated by each of my direct subordinates, they have each grown strong, even slightly surpassing the standard awakened demon lord level. Still, even then, Cherries could be considered to be on his way to approaching their level. Veldora really got himself one hell of a subordinate. Amazing, right? What do you think, Felix? Asked Veldora. He's definitely something. Having a subordinate who is this strong will be quite useful. Veldora nodded. Boom. All right, enough about that. Said Rimuru. What was up with that super strong visitor? Asked Rimuru. Ah, I thought Diablo would have told you. Rimuru nodded. He did, but I want to hear it from you too. I rolled my eyes. Fine. You don't need to worry about the visitor. She is one of Guy's maids, the primordial of blue, also known as Rain. Ugh, there is seriously another primordial here. The only one missing out of the pack is Guy himself and his other maid. I nodded. Yup, that's right. Still, chill out, I made sure Rain isn't here to cause trouble. Rimuru sighed. Fine, I trust you. Anyways, the opening ceremony is about to start. Are you coming to the VIP area with me? Asked Rimuru. I nodded. Yeah, my subordinates are already there waiting for me too. Rimuru nodded in understanding. Well, it's time to kick off the last true event of the Tempest Founding Festival. Chapter 109, Chapter 39, The Dungeon Released. Felix. Just before Rimuru was about to teleport us, I interrupted him. Ah, by the way, did you get that power level thing I mentioned working? Ramaris is the one who answered. Hee, of course, the great Ramaris can do such a thing. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, we will be showing that off during the opening ceremony as well. I nodded. Great. Heh, I wonder what my power level is. Rimuru closed his eyes for a moment before looking at me. If you want, we can check before we go. I just checked, and we do have some time. I nodded. Alright then, let's do that. We used my small world to quantify the level of each life form and construct a relevant database. We are calling the energy a living being can gain, like Magicules, holy power, aura, magic power, and everything existence value. While the numerical representative of everything is called existence points. Ramaris informed. Even aura, huh? There were various kinds of aura, divine ki, which is released by beings with divinity, draconic aura, which is released by true dragons and their offshoots, fighting spirit, an aura released when fighting, though a truly skilled practitioner can use it as they wish. Then there is holy ki, which is released by holy beings. Ki sign, which is the natural aura all living beings have. Mystic ki, the aura released by magians, monsters, and magic beasts. Spirit ki, which is released primarily by elementals. Supreme ki, which is unique to those with haki, then there is sword ki which is released by skilled swordsmen. For this system of Rimuru's to be capable of picking up all the various types of aura is damn impressive. Yup. Now, existence points are basically a numerical quantity that we assign to someone based on their magicule capacity, physical ability, as well as any equipment they may have at the time. Of course, actual battle prowess may be different due to various skills and personal training. Rimuru added. I nodded. Still, that is quite useful, it's better than even the current free guilds ranking system. You can use the existence points as a reference. Rimuru nodded. Yup. Of course, this is still something new, so we plan to test it a bit more with all the adventurers before we actually begin using it in military operations. I nodded. Now that I have examined the dungeon through my administrator access, I can see how this new function works. Odin, could you analyze and replicate it? Answer. It is easy with Melee Mai. Ha. No need to be so cocky, but do it. The task has been accomplished. Good work, Odin. Now, I can examine the existence points of anyone I analyze as long as they aren't capable of hiding their power from me. Not many beings like that exist, but there are some. If I want to get an accurate reading of those few individuals, I'd need to bring them to the dungeon, as Ramaris' small world basically bypasses all sorts of defenses. If I can get Yuki in here I should be able to get a detailed analysis on him. All I currently know about him is his anti-skill attribute, and that he possesses a single unique skill. Still, even that information is good, I just need to plan around his anti-skill, but worst case I can jump him in the dungeon. But that probably isn't a good idea. It's practically a political incident waiting to happen. Still, food for thought. I focused back on Rimuru. Have you had the existence points of anyone else measured? I asked. Rimuru nodded. Yup, wanna hear about them? Yeah, sure. Well, Hakuru's existence points is at around 60,000, while Gobta's is a little less than 20,000. The entire reason we are a bit wary of utilizing existence points for serious intel gathering is that Gobta can easily take on those with over 100,000 existence points single-handedly. Said Rimuru. I nodded. Yeah, I see where you are coming from. Still, both Hakuru and Gobta don't have all that much raw power but make up for it in pure skill. Especially for Gobta, as he can merge with Ranga to gain all the raw power he needs. I don't think they are the standard to base everyone else's ability on. Rimuru agreed. Right. Rimuru led me to the control room, which could be used to observe basically all of the dungeon. Alright, this is the room where we can read the number from, so it's easier to just do the scan from here. We were able to associate the existence points with certain ranks from the free guild system. Added Rimuru. It goes, less than 1,000 is E class. D class is from 1,000 to less than 3,000. C class is from 3,000 to less than 6,000. B class is from 6,000 to less than 8,000. B plus class is from 8,000 to less than 9,000. A minus class is from 9,000 to less than 10,000. After this point, it is a large gulf in power. If someone can make it to the next level, they could be said to be first-class adventurers. Informed Rimuru. Man, he really went all out on this, though I can understand. This whole ranking system reminds me a lot of MMORPGs. I'm sure adventurers will love seeing their numbers go up over time. I know I would. After those levels is the rank for those with an existence points of over 10,000, which is roughly around hazard class. Over 100,000 is Special A class, so around Calamity class. We were able to determine that the Demon Lord seed level is around the 200,000 level. Fry herself has 400,000 existence points. Going by that information, S class, also known as Disaster class, is around 400,000. We just called it level S class since there are quite a few people currently in Tempest that should be at or higher than that level. You get that so far? I rolled my eyes. Yes, I can quite easily comprehend what you are saying. I do not need to rely on an artificial intelligence for everything. That is blatantly false. I rely on Odin for almost anything even remotely complicated, but Rimuru doesn't need to know that. Hey! What was that personal attack for? Shouted Rimuru. You questioned my intelligence first. I retorted. Gur, fine. Moving on. Then for those awakened transcendents, we place them at a minimum of 1 million, but awakened demon lords should be higher than even that, we call it Special S class. Said Rimuru. How did you know at what level to put awakened individuals? I asked. I just used you as a base, pre-harvest festival of course. Melim said after that fight with that clown you were roughly as strong as a saint, if not a bit higher, so I lowered it slightly. Said Rimuru. I nodded in understanding. We decided to call this class Million class for quicker understanding, but Special S class works as well. Rimuru informed. And then it just gets higher from there. Added Ramaris. Rimuru then handed me a list he created. We have the various base existence points of a few races on there. Through analysis we were able to list the average down. I took a look at the list, my eyes zoned in on Archdemon. The maximum existence points of an Archdemon is 140,000 no matter who summons the demon. To rise any higher they need to break their limiter through naming or attaining a material body. Greater Magen were listed to have 100,000 existence points or greater, Enlightened at 100,000 plus, and Saints at 1,000,000 plus. It seems Rimuru wasn't able to get an accurate read on divine humans, but I don't blame him. I haven't even heard of a divine human, let alone met one before. Hell, the only other beings with divinity I've met so far are Guy, the true dragons, Melim, Rimuru, Luminous, Degrol, and Dino. Almost all of them are demon lords. I saw various other races on the list but decided to take a better look at it later. This is actually really good. Good work, Ramaris. I praised. Ramaris flew up to me with her chest puffed up. Haha, now you know how amazing the great Ramaris truly is. Heh, I'm still willing to take you on as a minion if you want. She said. I lightly shook my head. I'm good. Now let's check your existence points. Said Rimuru. Even Veldora seemed to be a bit interested. Did you measure Veldora's existence points? I asked. Veldora nodded with a smug grin. Gaha, of course, the mighty Veldora has enough existence points to match. I have over 88 million existence points. My eyes widened upon hearing that. That is an awfully large number, but it doesn't surprise me all that much. Existence points are basically measured on energy and physical power. Both of those don't matter an incredible amount in a high-level fight, sure they are important, but they can be worked around. Look at me, I may have a far lower Magicule capacity than Veldora but I would definitely last longer in a fight due to Magicule breeder reactor. As long as you have enough Magicules to fuel all of your abilities you'll generally be fine. Though the larger your general energy capacity is, the greater your output of it as well which allows you to use far more powerful abilities. Still, I decided to be supportive, I shot Veldora a thumbs up. Nice. Veldora's is the highest existence points we have recorded. Rimuru commented. True dragons are busted. I comment. Something both Rimuru, Ramaris, and Veldora seem to agree with if their nods are any indication. Gaha, I have the highest Magicule capacity among all the true dragons, excluding my elder brother. Veldora boasted. But didn't you say you always lost to them? I ask. Veldora nodded sheepishly. Well, didn't you say you have grown leaps and bounds when it comes to controlling your power, maybe you can stand up to them now. I comment. I don't believe Veldora can stand up against Velzard for a moment. Veldora might have more Magicules but the sheer power and control Velzard possesses is not something that can easily be matched. But his other sister is not out of the question. I've never met his other sister, the Scorched Dragon Velgrind. All that I know about her is that she is the Eastern Empire's guardian deity of sorts, similar to what Veldora is to Tempest. Veldora looked thoughtful before shrugging his shoulders. Maybe, but I still don't want to get into a fight with those two. Ever. Veldora said before shuddering slightly. They seriously gave Veldora some serious trauma. Alright, let me scan your existence points now. Said Rimuru. However, for some reason, he was looking at the screen frozen. So, what is it, Rimuru? Asked Vidora. Wow, I didn't expect that. Rimuru whispered. I sighed. Come on, get on with it, don't you have a ceremony to begin? All right. Your existence points is 37,527,193. Said Rimuru. Huh, I'm not quite sure whether that is good or bad seeing as I don't have many people to compare it to. I would need to meet Guy in person again and attempt to analyze him to come up with his existence points, and who knows, he may be able to block Odin's analysis. At the very least it is a little less than half of Veldora's and he is a true dragon, so I'm going to assume mine is good. Though that is while being boosted a bit by Satinal. Still, that means my existence points have increased by about 36 to 38 times if you compare it with my Demon Duke self. Still, I could easily defeat hundreds of my Demon Duke self at this point, and back then after consuming the clown and taking his body I was easily planetary level. Quality always trumps quantity. I wonder how strong I am when going all out. I mutter out loud. When using Satinal to the max I should have an even higher existence points as it boosts your energy output as well as all your overall stats. Mine isn't even half of that, and you're saying you aren't even going all out. Rimuru finished. I laughed at that. Haha, looks like you need to go train some more, Rimuru. Kaha, Felix is right. I'm willing to train with you if you want, Rimuru. Yelled Veldora. No, I don't think I will. Said Rimuru. I shrugged my shoulders. Oh well, you do you, bud. Alright, with that done, let's go. Do you want to come, Veldora? Asked Rimuru. Veldora shook his head. Nay. It is my duty as the king of the dungeon to await any challengers. So I shall remain here. I clapped at Veldora's proclamation. He's got this king of the dungeon thing down. Alright then, enjoy the show, Veldora. Rimuru said as he teleported us. Rimuru teleported us to the VIP booth, so all of our subordinates were already here waiting. Welcome Lord Rimuru, Lord Felix. Welcome Diablo. My lord. I turned towards the feminine voice and was met with a kneeling Arcuade. I sighed seeing that. Ah, you know how I am by now, Arcuade, no need to kneel. Yes, my lord. Arcuade then led me to where everyone was sitting. Apparently they all wanted to come to greet me but were stopped by one of the announcers who said it would cause a bit too much chaos. Through a series of events Arcuade ended up being the one to welcome me. My lord. Master. I took a seat on the throne that was positioned for me before responding to everyone's greetings. It turns out that everyone had been waiting here for quite some time, close to an hour, so I did feel a bit bad for wasting their time. Of course they didn't allow me to apologize, these subordinates of mine are extremely devoted, doubly so for those among them who are my lovers. I took a look around, the ceremony was being conducted in front of the entrance to the dungeon itself. Rimuru had a stage placed in front along with plenty of seats all around. The VIP area was stationed at a slightly elevated angle so we could look down and have a good view. I'm not sure how Rimuru had all of this built so quickly, he really has some useful subordinates. In the VIP area itself we of course were not the only ones here, there was Gazel and some of his subordinates, and then Elmia and some of her subordinates like Irald to name a few. I could even spot Yum with some of his subordinates, though one in particular caught my attention. A young-looking man with a fair amount of skills. It has been detected that the individual the master is observing is a reincarnated individual. Like reincarnated from another world. Negative. The user of that body performed a ritual to swap bodies with the original owner of that body, reincarnating himself into the body he is currently in. I see, so it's kinda similar to that Gadra individual Sasha was talking about. There is a high likelihood that the reincarnated individual has possessed multiple otherworlders acquiring several unique skills in the process. The data for several unique skills has also been analyzed. Nice, great work Odin. I continued to observe the people in the VIP area. There were some other people around that I did not know, likely royals and nobles. I could also see Mariable Rasso, though unaware of her I could also sense Sui hiding near her, completely concealed. And then of course there was Rimuru and a group of his subordinates since it seems like he isn't going to be running this ceremony on his own. Each group of individuals was given their own little area in the VIP area, so it was a bit difficult to interact with other parties. I guess Rimuru wanted everyone to focus on the event itself instead of socializing. On the stage there was Mjalmile, the new Minister of Finance for Tempest, and then there was Sauka, one of Sui's underlings that I met some time ago. Sauka was also the announcer for the tournament, and she did a fine job at it so it makes sense that she will be helping with the dungeon opening ceremony. Mjalmile I don't know nearly as much about though. Rimuru only mentioned him offhandedly, apparently he was a merchant in Blumen previously. Why don't I try and measure the existence points of some people? Odin. Gazel Dwargo's existence points is at or slightly above 1 million. Elmia El Rusarian's existence points are at approximately 1,900,000. Odin went on to list everyone's existence points, except my subordinates. What about my subordinates then? The Demon Duke Arcuade's existence points is at 1,670,000. The Demon Duke Megumin's existence points is at 1,912,000. The Demon Duke Lalatina's existence points is at 1,489,000. For those three I guess that's reasonable. It seems they've grown far above the standard level of an awakened demon lord. I'd say they individually have a solid chance of besting Luminous in a fight. Luminous has far more Magicules at her disposal, but those three have leagues of more experience. Megumin, it seems, has the largest amount of energy available to her. Hey, either way, they've far surpassed my Demon Duke self. I imagine if they become Devil Lords they will each be nigh unstoppable forces. Or maybe not. Satinel does contribute a fair amount when it comes to my existence points. At the very least they will become far more powerful than previously. Plus they would get another massive boost to their power if they undergo a harvest festival, further increasing their might. They have been training in almost all their free time, seemingly eager to grow further in strength, so by the time they evolve next, they'll be even stronger, giving an even bigger boost to their power. The Wicked Oni Siko's existence points is at 1,113,230. The Dragon Lord Raiden's existence points is at 1,054,231. The Nine-Tailed Fox Kurumi's existence points is at 990,000 when all her summons are stored within her tails. The Cursed Demon Sukuna's existence points is at 774,000. That sounds about right. All of my direct subordinates have been training their assessive, even using the increased gravity training area to further increase their strength. A few months ago they only had a fraction of their current power. And Sukuna should catch up to the others soon though. They've had far more time than him to grow, and yet Sukuna is still catching up. The guy's a monster. The Demon Duke Ingvile's existence points is at 601,000. And the Enlightened Human Glenda's existence points is at 338,219. Nice, that gives me a pretty good reading of everyone's general level. Far better than just sensing their energy and comparing it with the other. Still, I could easily see how such a system is a horrible way of identifying threat levels at a higher level. Pure energy capacity is not a very good way of reading someone. Hopefully, Rimuru clearly makes his subordinates understand that before they underestimate someone due to their existence points. I took a look back at the stage and noticed Mjalmile approaching the microphone. Welcome everybody. This will be the final activity that we wish to introduce everyone to for the founding festival, and I can promise this is the most revolutionary of them all. Everyone in the VIP area focused on Mjalmile. Now what you have all been waiting for. What I am about to show you is Tempest's most groundbreaking creation so far. The dungeon is a challenge His Majesty Demon Lord Rimuru has issued to all adventurers all over the world. Will anyone be able to break through this dungeon to the end and witness what lay within? Sauka then cut in. Now while His Majesty's challenge is on your mind, why don't I show you what's really inside? We will be choosing a select few among you to adventure inside the dungeon. Your adventure will be displayed to all of us through a projector so the rest of the audience can see what lays inside. Now who among you wish to challenge our nation's pride, the dungeon? Sauka finished as she called out to the audience. At some point Ramaris left the VIP section and had made her way to the stage. The moment Sauka finished her proclamation, Ramaris summoned an illusionary gate to act as the entrance to the dungeon. They were making a real show of things. Ha ha ha, I bet this dungeon isn't a big deal. Hey, even the tournament was probably rigged from the start. I'll show everyone that this demon lord is all talk. Yelled someone unknown adventurer. Ugh, that was so cliché that I would not be surprised if Rimuru scripted that. Though going by his subordinates' glares, it seems this adventurer is just an idiot. The idiot adventurer even had his own hype man. Yeah. Show them who's boss, elder brother. With all of us working together our team is unbeatable. Seriously. They're weak as shit and they're saying that. Even going by human strength standards they aren't even a rank. These guys don't know how close they are to death if the glare Diablo is shooting at them is anything to go by. Sauka ended up choosing a few groups to participate. There was Gay, the adventurer being boosted by greed, the group of idiot adventurers, and a few other random groups Sauka picked out. Ah. Can we participate? I turned towards the location where the voice came from. Hey, it seems Elin and her party will be participating. I turned towards Elmisia's table and saw her smiling in amusement while Irald seemed to be having a panic attack. And so Sauka allowed Elin and her party to join as well. Sauka then went on to introduce those who would be helping to manage the dungeon. These are Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. They will be helping make sure everything in the dungeon is running smoothly. Though do know that any attacks on their person will result in immediate consequences. Not to mention they are each incredibly strong on their own. Going by their existence points they are around the Special A rank range, so Calamity class. More than strong enough to deal with anyone not following the rules, after all humans rarely reach that level. In case they meet someone they can't handle then I'm sure they will call over one of Rimuru's stronger executives. If you ever need any help inside the dungeon, then just call for one of them, they will appear shortly. Now let's get into the rules. First I'll talk about what will be sold inside the dungeon. Sasha then gestured to the screen behind her, which quickly projected various items. There were potions of all kinds, the resurrection bracelet, as well as a whistle that let you return to the floor you died on for a cost. Now, for the challengers who volunteered, we will be giving 10 high-grade healing potions, 1 full potion, and 1 return whistle. Sasha said. Sasha went on to explain the actual rules, as well as informing everyone that in emergency situations the dryads would intervene. But seeing as the resurrection bracelet was working fine, I'm quite sure those situations will be rare. Sasha then held up the resurrection bracelet. Now this is one of the key items for the dungeon. As long as you are wearing this, then you are at no risk of permanently dying when in the dungeon. No matter how wounded you are, no matter if your head is cut off, you will safely be reborn at the start of the dungeon. The moment Sasha finished explaining, the crowd went wild. Small world OP, please don't nerf. Sasha spoke over them. This is an item only available in our nation, and will only work inside of our nation. I hope you all keep that in mind so you don't end up dead due to relying on it outside of the dungeon. Heh, I'm sure there will be Karens who will blame Tempest for some deaths anyway, even though everyone was clearly warned. Era, that is quite the interesting artifact. Commented Arcuade. Lalatina and Megumin nodded. It was only possible to create due to Ramara's small world, without it, it wouldn't be possible. I informed them. Once Sasha was finished explaining, everyone began getting ready for the actual test run. Of course, when Sasha asked for a volunteer, everyone deflected. Gay even pointed at Ingvile, trying to use him as a scapegoat. Ingvile ended up agreeing, and in a show of strength and will, allowed Sasha to kill him. Of course things couldn't go perfectly. Ha! Who knows what sort of trickery you will use? I'll be the one to kill him, yelled Gay. Though for some reason he seemed to be going for a non-lethal attack. He just wanted to cause pain, huh? Now is this on Maribel's orders or his own nature shining through? Either way it didn't matter, as Sasha quickly interrupted him. Oh. Now is one of our guests attacking someone unprovoked? I do not recall permission being given to you for such a thing, Sasha said as she held Gay up by his throat. A bunch of the audience was quite surprised. Gay was supposed to be someone strong to them after all, and yet he was casually disarmed and beaten. Now, due to Lord Rimura's benevolence, he has allowed you to not be executed on the spot. However, your place in the dungeon has been revoked for the foreseeable future, Sasha said as she confiscated the potions and items Gay was given before she threw him off the stage. I gave a side eye to Mariable, who seemed to have a perfectly natural smile, though I could sense that she was quite upset with Gay. That likely means that she did not order that. That also means her control is not absolute, her victims still have some free will. Greed was capable of absolute dominance, but who wants a bunch of yes-men who can't share their thoughts and opinions? Now that unpleasant business is dealt with, why don't I continue the demonstration? Sasha said as she cleanly cut Ingvile's head off. The moment he was killed, a beam of light enveloped him. He then appeared at the illusionary entrance to the dungeon, all his clothes intact and looking the same as before. Have a look, everybody. I am completely resurrected, announced Ingvile. He was quickly met by the booming cheers of the audience. Even Gazel and Elmia were giving Rimuru the side eye. When looking at it from an outside perspective, Rimuru is just bullshit. Now we have one final thing to introduce everyone to, said Sasha. She pointed at the projector, which must have been the cue for the projection to chance, as it was now displaying the words existence points. Existence points is a new measurement Tempest has come up with. Existence points is a numerical value that we can assign to an individual. It represents the combined magicals, holy power, aura, magic power. It represents everything, even physical power. Hearing Sasha, the audience went wild. This will be revolutionary, I heard Gazel mutter. He was leaning forward in his seat now. Now calm down, everyone. Through experimentation we have managed to assign certain ranks to certain levels of existence points. Someone with an existence points less than 1000 is E class. D class is from 1000 to less than 3000. C class is from 3000 to less than 6000. B class is from 6000 to less than 8000. B plus class is from 8000 to less than 9000. A minus class is from 9000 to less than 10,000. Sasha continued to introduce all the various ranks. Now I understand some of you may be skeptical, and so we will be continuing to test these rankings by using the dungeon. We understand that something as new as this will not be trusted immediately, so we ask you all to give us a chance, Sasha said. And with that she shifted to a more casual tone. Now, all the contestants may enter the dungeon. Once inside, feel free to explore all around. There is plenty of loot awaiting you, all you need to do is search the right place. And with that all contestants went into the dungeon. They were teleported to different parts of the first floor so they wouldn't come into conflict with each other. It didn't take long for the projection to broadcast each group's experience. The majority of the broadcast was fairly straightforward. We watched each team go through the first floor. They fought monsters, some found chests while others found fake chests which teleport them into a hazardous area. I had to hide my laugh when one of the groups opened a chest that teleported them to the Tempest Serpent. Those guys died almost immediately. They seemed quite upset when they were respawned, but they didn't argue when they were led away from the stage and back into the crowd. They did get to keep the potions and other items they did not use in the dungeon, along with the loot they got in their playthrough. So it's not like they didn't get anything. Some groups were having trouble with some traps. The group of idiot adventurers kept going in circles due to some simple illusion magic. I have no clue how they obtained their status as AB rank adventurer group. Elan's group was doing fairly well, suspiciously well. Rimuru was glaring at Ramiris, who had made her way back to the VIP area while Ramiris averted her gaze. I could tell Rimuru would be having some words with Ramiris later. "Oh. It looks like one group is closing in on a chest," commented Sauka. And it somehow ended up being the group of idiot adventurers. Some guys have all the luck. One of the members quickly ran up to the chest and popped it open. It seems he is confident enough to not check the chest for traps. He was lucky this time, as silver chests and higher do not have traps. Ah. It's a sword. The audience quickly got excited, likely curious about what sort of gear can be found in the dungeon. Man, this looks like it would be fun to venture into from time to time. I turned towards Glenda. It's fine if you come here to play around from time to time. Most of us can easily teleport to Tempest. Just make sure to do it in your own free time. Glenda saluted me. Got it, boss. I noticed Ingvile looking at Glenda with a fond smile. I guess opposites can truly attract in the most unfortunate of circumstances. I shook my head and focused back on the projection. Ah, Veldora said he increased the drop rarity for this show. He said something about baiting people, muttered Ramiris. Of course it wasn't very loud, but some of us could steal her. Still, that was a good idea. Show them what awaits in the dungeon, and promise even better things are further inside. I bet people will be begging to get in at that point. Even rare grade weapons are incredibly rare to most humans, let alone the higher tier stuff. It really puts things into perspective when I can casually create god grade equipment. Gazel had mentioned that even his higher rank weapon was his legend grade sword. Everyone continued watching the broadcast, though I eventually lost focus on that. These things can get rather boring fairly quickly. For me, it was like I was watching a bunch of rats make their way through a maze. Interesting at first, but you quickly get bored and focus on other things. Thankfully, there wasn't too much time left in the time limit, so it didn't take long for each group to be led out of the dungeon with their rewards in hand. Once Sauka finished announcing the end of the ceremony, I quickly got up and got ready to teleport us all out. Though before I could, Rimuru interrupted me with a thought communication. Ah, Felix. Before you go, I wanted to let you know that we were going to have a get-together on floor 95. Who's going to be there? Ah, of course I will. Then there is Veldora, Ramiris, Gazel, Elmia, Yuki, and Hinata, also you of course if you come. There will also probably be some of my subordinates, close allies, as well as people I'm looking to ally with. Alright, that's fine with me then. I'll see you tonight then. Alright, later. You all ready to head out? I asked. Everyone nodded, and so I snapped my fingers and teleported us to where we were staying. The festival overall was somewhat enjoyable. The fights weren't that interesting, but the concert was likely my highlight of the festival. Plus I got to meet some interesting new people too. Underscore 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 underscore. I finished putting on my suit and tie. This should be sufficient for this little get-together Rimuru is having. Hopefully there will be good food. I should probably check on Rain and Sasha before I go. It's best if I make sure Rain isn't causing any trouble. I'm sure Rimuru has someone monitoring her, but I doubt anyone among Rimuru's subordinates is capable of truly monitoring a primordial except Diablo. And from what I heard, Diablo is busy with other things. It wasn't hard for me to lock onto her since I knew what her signature was. I'll be leaving now. I told Raiden, who had helped me get ready. Very well, master. Alright, see ya. I said with a wave before teleporting to where Rain and Sasha were. I looked around in mild confusion. Why were they in an art museum? Lord Felix, welcome. I turned to the voice and was met with an ogre in a nice suit. He must be the one in charge of this operation then. Hello there. I respond. Once again my hopes and dreams have been crushed. There is no one cultured in this world, I swear. There is no need to attend to me, I already know where I am going. The ogre nodded. Very well, Lord Felix. With that I waved him off and made my way deeper into the art museum. I could sense Rain and Sasha a bit deeper inside. Some of this art was quite nice. I didn't quite understand why some of these belonged in a museum, but whatever. I even spotted a few pieces depicting things from fictional works from my past life. Rimuru probably had something to do with that. I spotted Rain and Sasha up ahead. Rain, Sasha. I called out. They both turned to me, though I'm betting Rain knew I was here the moment I teleported. She just felt like making me walk to inconvenience me. I can understand Guy a bit more now. I wonder if misery acts the same when not in front of guests. If so then Guy got really unlucky. Who wants a bunch of useless primordials as subordinates after all? Ah. Lord Felix. Sasha called out. Demon Lord Felix. Rain said with a nod. Did you need something, my lord? Sasha asked. I shook my head. Nah. I then pointed to Rain. Just wanted to make sure this one stayed out of trouble. Hearing me, Rain pouted. I am capable of that much myself, thank you very much. I nodded along. Aha, whatever you say. Do you two have a place to stay? I asked. Sasha shook her head. Not yet, I was planning to stay in an inn. Ha. Good luck with that, they are all likely completely booked. In that case you two can stay where my subordinates are at. I looked at Sasha in particular. You in particular can get introduced to your new co-workers. Sasha nodded with a giddy smile. Very well, Lord Felix. I turned to look at Rain. Are you fine with that as well, Rain? I will not turn away your generosity, Lord Felix. I nodded. All right then, just make sure you don't get into a spat with those three. Rain looked aghast. I would never do such a thing. It would shame my status as the maid of Guy Crimson. Hearing Rain, Sasha completely froze. She slowly turned to Rain. Maid of Guy Crimson. She whispered out. Rain immediately realized what she did and turned to the side and began whistling. I've been making deals with the maid of Guy Crimson. I've scammed the maid of Guy Crimson. Hearing the last bit I laughed out loud. Rain totally seems like the type to get scammed. Hey! Yelled Rain. Haha, well the cat's out of the bag already, you might as well introduce yourself fully, Rain. Rain sighed. Very well. Listen closely, Sasha. You are in the presence of one of the maids of Guy Crimson, a demon, and the primordial of blue. Rain made her grand introduction. I'm pretty sure Sasha is close to passing out. P primordial. Haha, well you'll have to get used to being around primordials, 3 of my subordinates are primordials after all. And with that Sasha passed out, though Rain caught her. I didn't even know an enlightened could pass out due to shock. The more you know. You can take her to my place to rest. I told Rain, who nodded. I gave her the location of where we were staying and then teleported into the dungeon. The get-together was going to be held on floor 95 in the VIP Elven bar. Rimuru seriously had a bar with exclusively female Elven workers made. That dude and his fetish. I'm honestly surprised he isn't drooling over Elmia, she is like, the elf of elves. It's good to know he has his priorities straight at least. The moment I appeared on the 95th floor, Rimuru greeted me. Ah, you're a bit early, Felix. Rimuru said. I shrugged my shoulders. You never gave me a specific time. And it's never too early to get drunk. I looked at the waiter. Can I get a drink? Whatever you recommend, I don't mind. Odin, lower my poison nullification, I want to get wasted tonight. It is highly recommended that the master remains completely aware of his facilities. It'll be fine, you can always reactivate it if something happens, right? Very well. Don't get all pouty with me, let me have my fun. Ugh, women, so complicated. Rimuru and I took our seats at the counter. So do you know who exactly is coming now? I asked. Rimuru nodded. I think I have the final list. Veldora and Ramaris decided to sit out. But there will be Gazel, Elmia, Hinata, Yuki, Yum and his wife Mjurin, the king and queen of Blumend, Diablo, Benimaru and then possibly Mjalmile. I also said everyone can bring some of their subordinates if they wish. That's quite a few. Rimuru nodded. Yup. No Malim? I asked. Rimuru shook his head. Nah, she's been playing around in the deeper floors of the dungeon so she didn't want to come. It's probably best that way, who knows what she could get up to with all these important people here. A drink Malim sounds terrifying. I nodded. Rimuru and I continued to chat while we waited for everyone else to show up. It didn't take long for the next guest to show up. I gave a wave to the very familiar figure at the door. "Sup, Hinata. Looking good," I said with a wink. Hinata was dressed in a black dress that hugged her body, she even had a little cleavage window. I noticed Rimuru giggling. "Hee hee, who are you trying to impress, huh, Hinata?" teased Rimuru. Hinata just sighed and ignored Rimuru. It seems she has developed a resistance to his teasing. I noticed Leonard trailing along behind Hinata. I gave him a nod, one he reciprocated. Hinata took a seat beside me while Leonard sat on Hinata's other side. "So what is this meeting for, Rimuru?" asked Hinata. "Well, we're just planning to reaffirm our alliances and have a good time, I guess," responded Rimuru. Hinata looked at Rimuru as if expecting more. Once she realized she wasn't going to get more, she sighed. "Seriously? That's it? Why did I need to come here then?" "Ruberius, according to the will of our god, has already entered a close alliance with Tempest," said Hinata. Rimuru nodded. "Indeed. But who says you can't have a good time anyways? Hee hee, you can get drunk, and who knows whatever happens when you're drunk isn't your fault," Rimuru said while winking at me. A gesture that did not evade Hinata's eyes. I swear I was a better wingman than this. At least I only pushed Shuna because I knew both Rimuru and Shuna were into each other. In my case, neither Hinata nor I truly care for each other in that way. Hinata's so-called crush is likely just admiration for someone strong. It's common to admire those who are strong in this world after all. I've just been continuing to tease Hinata because it's fun. I continued to chat with Hinata and Rimuru for some time until everyone else showed up. It's nice to have nights like these from time to time, nights to just chill out and have a good time. What's the point of all this power if I don't enjoy my life after all? Mariable Rosso. Mariable Rosso was currently in an incredibly good mood. Thanks to her greed, she was able to access all the knowledge Yuki had available to him. He was on his way to a gathering that multiple demon lords and rulers were currently participating in. This could be her chance, especially since she knew the demon lord Felix was currently drinking alcohol. It took her all not to giggle at the foolishness of those demon lords. After all, by compromising their most important aspects, their thoughts. This was the perfect opportunity for the Chaos Dragon's attack. She is sure everyone currently relaxing in the dungeon will be prompt in reaction to the sudden danger. But any advantage she can acquire she will utilize. The only issue will be finding the demon's location, but she has Gay for that. He is quite adept at mapping magic, something he was eager to use in the dungeon. He only has his own idiocy to blame. But that's what she gets for leaving some of his facilities intact. Complete control is always a chore to utilize as her victims are incapable of thinking for themselves. She needs to lay out their entire day, which quickly becomes a chore. Still, while Gay may be stronger if she completely dominated him, he would quickly lose all of his skill, something that would likely be needed in case things got violent with Demon Lord Felix. She herself believed herself to be on par with the Demon Lords, herself plus Gay, an A-rank adventurer being boosted by her greed. This Demon Lord stands no chance even if he is capable of resisting her domination. She was ready to order the Chaos Dragon to attack Tempest. It was currently hiding in the outskirts of the Great Jura Forest. It was able to avoid detection due to a special artifact she had purchased through Yuki. One that was able to suppress all the user's power. He said it was made using his old teacher Shizu's mask, a mask that Demon Lord Rimuru allowed Yuki to borrow. When Mariable discovered Malim Nava's attendance, she did not panic. She knew that the Chaos Dragon and Malim Nava have some history, so she predicted that Malim Nava would immediately go to deal with the Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon should be capable of swiftly dispatching the barriers placed around Tempest. At that point everything will be pure chaos. Mariable doubted that Malim Nava could take on the Chaos Dragon. After all, the Chaos Dragon was originally only sealed, and even that took the combined effort of Malim Nava and Guy Crimson. Yuki even had the bright idea to include the Blood Shadows in this operation. Each of them were branded with a slave seal and could not give any sort of information away. If they died, it was not a huge loss. There are always more otherworlders to summon after all. As long as Tempest was dealt with, then they had all the time they would need. It will be far harder for Tempest to gain allies, especially if some nobles unfortunately perish in the crossfire. Yuki truly outdid himself with this plan. Soon the world would be hers. Chapter 110, Chapter 40, Attack on the Festival Part 1. Felix. I looked around the room now that everyone had gathered. I imagine if someone knew just who was attending this little get-together, they would be terrified. The combination of the sheer political and military might present in this room was no joke for most of the world. Of course, both of those factors are quite irrelevant at a certain level of strength, but I'm sure for most it would still be rather awe-inspiring to observe this room. There was the Empress of Sarian, Elmia. The King of Dworgen, Gazel. The King and Queen of Blumund, a prospering nation due to their alliance with Tempest. The leader of the 10 Great Saints, Hinata. The newly instated king of Farmenas, Yuki, the guildmaster of the Free Guild. Through that position he can command all the adventurers. Not to mention Diablo and Benimaru, both incredibly strong in their own right. Then there were Rimuru and I, 2 demon lords. Safe to say most would shit themselves once they look inside this room. Alright, now that we're all here, let's start. Before we get into the drinking, does anyone have any questions? Asked Rimuru. Gazel spoke up. Yes, Rimuru. He gazed at Rimuru with a stern expression. Just what were you thinking when unveiling those projectors? Rimuru looked confused. Such a thing can easily see use in war. Being able to project intelligence from a long distance can be incredibly useful. Right, in this world war is far more primitive in a way. This is a world of magic and swords, not a world of technology, so intelligence is far harder to get in the midst of a battle. I wonder how these guys would react to the concept of satellites, something we could theoretically make thanks to Odin's skin of the ones back in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Rimuru's eyes widened. I never really thought of that. Gazel sighed. That's what I thought, please just think these things through before you release any more chaotic inventions. Rimuru gave a sheepish smile. I'll try my best. I suppose that is the most I will get out of you. Anyways, I would like to purchase these projectors from you. Finished Gazel. If little Gazel is going to get them, then I want some too. Declared Elmia. Rimuru sighed. Fine, we can negotiate later then. Both Gazel and Elmia nodded in satisfaction. Losers. I've already got those projectors analyzed and can recreate them at any time. Odin for the win. And then what about this magi train you mentioned some time ago? Questioned Elmia. Those guys continued their talk while Hinata and I conversed with each other. Elmia and Gazel ended up nagging Rimuru to build a train track between their nations. A train could change this world an incredible amount, for one, trading would be completely different. Why would someone want to use a carriage when a train is a smoother ride, safer, and faster? Not to mention it would be cheaper, you wouldn't have to pay adventurers to guard you while traveling, that alone costs a fair amount. Once all that boring talk was done, the drinking and eating started. Rimuru took a seat next to me. Look. He said as he pointed to where Benimaru was sitting. He brought a date, huh? Who knew the serious war Oni would grow interested in the matters of love? Who's that? I asked Rimuru. He seemed to have an idea of who that was. She is the daughter of the chief of the Tengu tribe that Tempest has made an alliance with. The chief said that she wanted her daughter, Momiji, to stay in Tempest and learn from her father. Rimuru responded. Her father? Rimuru nodded. Apparently Hakuru and the chief both learned from Hakuru's grandfather. Before the chief left, her and Hakuru had a late-night rendezvous, if you know what I mean. Rimuru said with a wink. Hakuru's grandfather, right. I haven't told him about Ajira yet, have I? It just sort of slipped my mind, I'll have to do that later. I see. So is Benimaru is into Hakuru's daughter then? Rimuru shook his head. Not quite, he is just humoring her out of respect for Hakuru, something Benimaru made Momiji aware of. But apparently she is dedicated to win Benimaru's heart or something. Lucky bastard. I rolled my eyes. You call anyone who has any luck with females a lucky bastard? Rimuru held his fist up in righteous fury. And they deserve it. Even you're a lucky bastard, Felix. In fact, you are the luckiest of lucky bastards. That sounds like a skill issue, buddy. Hey. I smirked smugly at Rimuru. Hey, it's not my fault that I was just born this attractive. Besides, it's not like you're a lonely old man anymore. That's true. I felt someone place a hand on my shoulder. Come on, Felix. Drink Shamor. I sighed for the millionth time. Ugh, why would you drink if you are a lightweight, Hinata? Who knew the stern leader of the Crusaders was a lightweight? It's fun. Responded Hinata. Leonard was just staring at the two of us with a constipated look on his face. Good luck ever getting his respect back, Hinata. Give the girl a hand, Felix. Said Elmia. We had moved to a bigger table once everyone arrived. It was hard to have a proper conversation with everyone when you are sitting on a stool next to the bar after all. Elmia seemed to be slightly tipsy as well. The alcohol was supplied by my nation, so obviously it'll be strong as hell. I can't get wasted if it isn't strong after all. I looked around the room. Rimuru was talking with Yum and Gazel. Benimaru and Diablo were sitting in the corner talking to each other, with Momiji talking with Njurin. Elmia, Hinata, and Leonard are with me, and Yuki is talking with the king and queen of Blumund. Njalmile didn't end up showing up. Rimuru said he sent him a message saying he was busy with a ton of work. He was the newly instated Minister of Finance, so he was getting everything into order. Still, maybe while Elmisia's lips are loose I can learn a bit about her. Say Elmisia, I know that Leon was taught by your mother, but how exactly did that even happen? I asked. Ah. He sought out my mother for her expertise in magic. She ended up being quite impressed with him and took him on as a student. I nodded in understanding. And what's your relationship with him? Elmisia giggled hearing that question. Heh. I am of course his elder sister. Well, all right then. I have a feeling I won't get much else about Leon out of her. I'm fairly certain that Leon is the one with Metatron. Guy had mentioned that he had fought Leon some centuries ago, and Metatron is a holy magic and purifying related skill. It would make sense for a former true hero to have awoken it. I sure as hell know Guy didn't awaken it. He isn't pure in any sense of the word. However, I can't be certain unless I see Leon use Metatron himself. But still, Elmisia's mother must be someone special to have taught a true hero. According to Ramaris, she is the progenitor of the elven race and one of the oldest beings alive. I wouldn't be all that surprised if she was as strong as an awakened demon lord herself. In fact, I would be surprised if she wasn't on that level. Elmisia herself is at that level after all. I'm sure Elmisia's mother possesses a lot of magical knowledge. Maybe if I ever meet her I can learn something new. Magic is always fun to mess around with after all. I see, thanks for sharing. I responded to Elmisia. I turned to my side where Hinata was still sitting with a blush on her face. Man, this girl really shouldn't be drinking, ever. At least she has poison nullification, so she can easily get rid of that status if something happens. The majority of us here have poison nullification and have just lowered its effects for the night. Even if someone wished to poison us, it would take a lot more than a simple poison to kill us. It would have to be a poison that can affect the spiritual body like Lalatina's, seeing as everyone in attendance bar Yum and his wife are all spiritual beings. Even Elmisia is a saint, a rather strong one at that if you compare her existence points to that of Gazel's. Elmisia's is a fair bit larger. And Lalatina's poison can easily get through poison nullification anyway, or else it wouldn't be a possible threat to me. As I was about to ask Elmisia another question, I sensed a massive draconic aura, one even greater than that of a regular true demon lord. Rimuru's face jumped to me. The others couldn't sense the draconic aura due to us being in the dungeon. They didn't have the admin access, nor the senses to perceive beyond Ramaris' small world. I gave Rimuru a nod and quickly turned to Hinata. Hinata, quickly sober up. I ordered. Hinata, realizing I was serious, quickly stopped suppressing her poison nullification. Thankfully she wasn't drunk enough to argue with me. Elmisia overheard and also used her own skill to sober up. What's happening, Felix? Asked Hinata. I grabbed Hinata's shoulder and activated thought acceleration, allowing both of us to talk quickly. Hinata's thought acceleration did not reach the levels of my own, so it was faster this way. Someone strong just showed up, likely with hostile intentions. Hinata's eyes perceivably widened, even within the thought acceleration. Do you know who? Hinata demanded. No. But we should be able to handle it. The barriers of Tempest should be able to hold. From what I am sensing, it is not overwhelmingly powerful compared to some of the others here. Though that's when compared to the likes of Veldora. Hinata nodded. Very well. I will go protect the children, they are likely to be in more danger. I nodded and sent Rimuru a thought communication informing him of Hinata's plans. Being uncoordinated in an attack could be fatal after all. Rimuru, Hinata has decided to go make sure the kids are okay. Really? That's a relief then. I've already informed the rest of what's going on. Gazel and Elmisia offered to help as allies of Tempest and I didn't reject them. Benimaru and Diablo have already left to make sure no civilians are hurt. What will you do? I'll order my subordinates to do something similar to Diablo and Benimaru. Alright, thanks. With that, the thought communication ended. I noticed Hinata ordering Leonard to also protect the civilians as well as beware of other potential attackers. Smart, this could be a coordinated attack. I gave Hinata a nod and quickly teleported her out of the dungeon. After that I teleported myself out of the dungeon. Rimuru could handle getting everyone else who wished to fight out. I appeared floating above the main plaza. I could see people were quickly being evacuated by Rimuru's subordinates. While there was some chaos, it wasn't too bad as the attacker had not broken through the barriers just yet. Any news, Odin? It has been detected that the attacker is the Chaos Dragon, the progenitor of all the dragons except the true dragons, and a direct creation of the Star King dragon Veldanava. Malim's friend. Yes. I see, last I remember it was sealed by Malim due to being a chaotic beast. It no longer possessed any sort of higher thought process and was more beast than anything else. Malim couldn't bear to kill her friend and so she sealed it. Someone must have gotten their hands on the seal and taken the Chaos Dragon under control somehow. I didn't know it was a direct creation of Veldanava, but that isn't too surprising. Since it's descended from a true dragon, not just any true dragon either, the strongest true dragon, there is a high chance it could be a digital life form. I don't want to underestimate something created by Veldanava himself. Is that right, Odin? It is impossible to currently detect, but there is a chance, even if low, that the Chaos Dragon is a digital life form as it is descended directly from Veldanava. The Chaos Dragon could be similar to Charybdis, which was not a digital life form, but it was a creation of Veldanava created with the intent to be Malim's companion. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Though doing a time stop would leave a lot of our fighters out of the battle, only Malim is a digital life form, though that didn't really matter much. A single digital life form was on a completely different level when compared to non-digital life forms in the suspended world. It didn't matter how powerful you were if you were stuck in the suspended world but were not a digital life form. In the end you would be fodder to those who are digital life forms. Sure, if I did do a time stop, Malim could take action, but who knows what the after effects of that kind of battle would be. If the Chaos Dragon is a digital life form, the clash between Malim and it could be troublesome. In the end, if it is possible for us to handle it, then it is best if we do handle everything. Not to mention, if I do a time stop, it will be throughout all of creation, meaning the entire Cardinal World will be stopped. In that scenario, some of the other digital life forms around may come and investigate what is going on, something like that could quickly escalate. Right now the situation is controllable. Rimuru's subordinates are able to handle basically everything. Then there is the fact that I have never done a time stop before. I may know how to thanks to Odin, but knowing something and putting it into practice are two very different things. I really should have tried it out beforehand, huh? The only thing that was stopping me was the fact that other digital life forms may investigate the source of the time stop. Something like that may cause me issues. Time stop is not something that should be used lightly. Odin, can I do a limited time stop where only a certain area is frozen rather than the entire multiverse? If I can do such a thing, then perhaps I can come up with a plan to deal with this situation without many people even knowing what's going on. I could take care of the Chaos Dragon. By the time I end the time stop, everything will be over with. No one will panic and no one will die that way. Hell, no one would know what even happened. That way I also don't have to worry about any third-party digital life forms showing up and sticking their heads where they don't belong. I could even do the reverse, but there isn't much point in that if the Chaos Dragon is indeed a digital life form. Answer. It is theoretically possible, however Odin does not possess enough data. Well, that's a bummer. What about Ingvile's dragon taming abilities? Negative. The Chaos Dragon is far too powerful for the demon Ingvile to properly tame it. It is possible if the master is able to hold off the Chaos Dragon and weaken it, however. That can be an option to consider then. Now that I am focusing my senses across all of Tempest, I could sense Malim already fighting the Chaos Dragon, leading it deeper into the Jura forest. That should take care of the Chaos Dragon then, or at the very least stall the Chaos Dragon. Malim was someone as strong as a true dragon, if not stronger, when going all out. There is no way the Chaos Dragon can beat her. I could also sense quite a few people attacking Rimuru's subordinates. Well, that confirms that this was a coordinated attack. They could have snuck in any number of ways during the festival, so there is no point in worrying about that. But from what I'm sensing, pretty much everything should be handled shortly. These attackers underestimated the force in Tempest currently. Time stop isn't even needed. In fact, this would be a good chance to let Tempest's forces shine, to show the world that Rimuru and Veldora aren't their only strong individuals. Notice. It has been detected that the human Gay is attempting to use the auto-mapping spell. Should Odin interrupt? Make it so he can only locate me. I don't want him to get a detailed viewing of Tempest if he is going to be in on this attack. If I'm lucky, maybe he'll try and attack me, then I can just kill him in self-defense. That guy has rubbed me the wrong way ever since I saw him. Very well. With that done, I sent out a thought communication to all my subordinates. Can you all hear me? Haha, do we finally get to have some fun, my lord? Yes, you do, Megumin. There are some invaders that are attacking Tempest right now. I want all of you to help Rimuru's subordinates take care of them. Very well, my lord, it will be done. Would you like me to call over some of the demons? Asked Arcuade. Zondo has his unique skill, Cook, which allows him to heal injuries by cooking them, so he would be useful. And then Adjura is quite adept at combat, so he can join the rescue efforts. There are 2 demon dukes back in my territory. That should already be sufficient to deal with most threats, not to mention Parunga. If someone attacks and those guys can't deal with it, then the addition of Zonda and Adjura would not have helped in the first place. Power is far more valuable than numbers in this world. Bring over Zonda and Adjura. Very well, my lord, it shall be done. Responded Arcuade. Good, take care. And with that I ended my thought acceleration. Just before I was about to leave to help fight the Chaos Dragon, I was interrupted. It has been detected that the individual Mariable Rosso is closing in on the master's location. Got it, thanks Odin. Malim should have it handled for now, not to mention Rimuru should be making his way there. I could sense Elmia and Gazel helping fight off some of the attackers, so Tempest should also be fine. Now Mariable Rosso, huh? If she is approaching me now, I'm guessing it isn't for a polite greeting. Mariable Rosso. As she made her way towards her target, she could only smile at how perfectly things were going. Tempest was forced to take down the always-running anti-magic area they somehow got running due to the protests of various nobles. They did not feel safe in a monster nation when their subordinates were so heavily restricted. It is thanks to the anti-magic area being down that this attack would be as efficient as possible. With an anti-magic area running, most of the Blood Shadow would be unable to rely on magic and some of their skills, weakening them considerably. Of course she was the one who incited the nobles and royals to make such a demand. She wanted to make sure that the conditions were ideal for her plan. And while the basic barriers any kingdom has are still maintained, the anti-magic area was the biggest issue. This demon may have somehow managed to neutralize both Glenda and Ingvile, likely with Demon Lord Rimura's help, but in the end, what could a single man do against an army of otherworlders? Though her grandfather was quite upset at the loss of both Ingvile and Glenda, Ingvile especially was a valuable resource, but in the end she was just a pawn, a powerful one, but still a pawn. Ingvile and Glenda's deaths were simply a sign that they had underestimated the demon, and so they increased his threat level. That was why she had so many of her forces infiltrate into Tempest. She would underestimate her enemy no more. A king did not fret over a mere pawn, they focused on the true goal at hand. Mariable spotted her target in the distance. Thankfully he was still where Gay's spell said he would be. Demon Lord Felix was just harmlessly floating in the air, his demonic wings extended behind him. It was almost as if he was waiting for her. She shook her head. That couldn't be right. He seemed to be calmer than she planned. Greed works best when her target is in an unbalanced emotional state. It was time to do one of the things she was best at, act. She commanded Gay to follow her lead and quickly put a panicked expression on her face as she ran towards the Demon Lord. She had ordered some of Blood Shadow to quickly make their way to this location and attack her. She would have Demon Lord Felix deal with them and then use her greed on him while he is distracted. He won't be able to focus on fending off their attacks and fighting off her greed at the same time after all. Lord Felix, she yelled while panting. He turned towards her with a raised brow and an amused smirk on his face. His arrogance will be his downfall. Ah, Mariable Rosso right? He asked as he descended down to the ground. She was surprised he knew of her name. Her identity that the majority of the world knew of was that she was a princess of a small nation. Something far below the eyes of a demon lord. She shook off the uneasy feeling that filled her chest as she gave the demon lord her best panicked look. Lord Felix, please help me. Some of the attackers are after me. She yelled as she ran behind him, acting like a perfect damsel in distress. My bodyguard shall help you. I promise you will be rewarded handsomely. She added. Gay took this as the cue to stand beside the demon lord in a combat-ready position. Kahahaha, very well then. I'll entertain this. For some reason that laugh unnerved her, just like before she ignored the uneasy feeling. She spotted the members of the Blood Shadow she called over in the distance. Each was fairly powerful in their own right, as otherworlders tended to be. Easily at the A rank, some were even at the special A rank. Almost all of them are marked with a locking curse upon their summoning, allowing her grandfather to make full use of them. Once she got involved with the family business he gave her that same control over them, forcing them to obey each and every one of her orders. The only ones not marked with a seal are the commanders who had willingly joined the Blood Shadow. Her grandfather allowed them to keep most of their free will as they had willingly joined them. A decision she argued against, but her grandfather would not see reason. This group was something even a demon lord would have to take seriously when grouped up as they were. She made sure to order Gay to provide a minimal amount of help. The more distracted this demon lord was, the better. Ooh. That's quite a lot, commented the demon lord. She hid a smirk. Ah. Would you lose against this group? She asked, taunting the demon lord behind her mask of fear. He turned to her, giving her a side profile of his face, and with that infuriating smirk of his he said, Nah, I'd win. The Blood Shadow were on the demon lord in moments. They took advantage of their numbers by mixing their magics together for greater effects. They each made sure to utilize their unique skills when the opportunity appeared. Ooh, more unique skills for me, said the demon lord. Was he mad? He was acting as if he was in no danger. Truly, the arrogance of this man astounded her. He casually slapped away some of the elemental spells that were aimed at him, while he created portals to send some of the emission attacks back at their casters. She had heard he was incredibly skilled at spatial magic, but to see it was completely different. The amount of focus required to have multiple portals open is enormous. Even the wizards they have relationships with would be incapable of such a feat. He took a step forward and appeared behind one of her blood shadows. He casually slapped the Blood Shadow to the side, causing his head to burst. Oddly enough, there was no blood on the demon lord himself, even though he was right next to his victim. The blood was almost floating around him, as if there was some barrier preventing the blood from reaching him. That's another down, the demon lord said with an exaggerated yawn. To the side, Gay was fighting one of the stronger blood shadows. He was still holding back a fair bit, but that was fine as long as he stayed out of the way. This was meant to be an ambush for the Demon Lord after all. She smirked subtly as one of her blood shadows took the opportunity to sneak up behind him and punch him with a fighting spirit-infused fist. Such an attack even she would avoid. The Demon Lord seemed to be clueless to the impending danger, however, much to her surprise, as the blood shadow's fist moved closer and closer, it moved slower and slower, until eventually the fist appeared to not be moving at all. The Demon Lord turned around. "Ah, bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Infinity can be quite fun to play around with. Why don't I try something new? I've always wanted to do this." The Demon Lord snapped his fingers, causing a wall made of earth to appear behind the blood shadow. The Demon Lord then slowly walked towards the wall, pushing her blood shadow back somehow until her blood shadow was pressed against the wall itself. Cracks began to appear on the casually made earth wall, but the wall did not break. Her blood shadow groaned out in pain as the Demon Lord moved forwards ever so slowly. Her remaining blood shadows attempted to attack, but each of their attacks proved worthless as they were caught in what must have been his defensive barrier. Gah! He screamed out in pain. Even the blood shadows that were experienced in spatial magic proved unable to do anything, so she just watched, helpless, as the Demon Lord took another step forward. The moment he did so, the blood shadow he was pressing against the wall let out another screech of agony as he burst. The blood shadows might be under her complete control, but they still felt pain. Besides that, one was one of the Rosso's loyal retainers. He was not being dominated by her, he still had the capacity to feel pain. Hee hee ha ha ha, I can see why Satoru had such a mad smile when he did that to Hanami. That was fun. The Demon Lord laughed out. She ignored his words and stared horrified at the bloody wall. Monster. She found herself whispering. It hadn't even been 30 seconds since the battle started and she was already beginning to doubt her plan's success. But she was already far too deep. Her grandfather would not be happy with her wasting members of the Blood Shadow and the Chaos Dragon on a failed scheme. She could not afford to fail now. Meline Nava should still be distracted by the Chaos Dragon. After dominating Demon Lord Felix, she would use his surprising amount of power to gain control over Rimuru Tempest, and then the Storm Dragon. She would be unbeatable then. The Demon Lord turned to the other members of the Blood Shadow, who simply ignored their comrade's death and continued attacking the Demon Lord in futility. The Demon Lord sighed in mock sadness. None of you have anything impressive to show then, huh? Barely any of you have any combat-oriented unique skills in the first place. She did not know how the Demon Lord was aware of their unique skill abilities, but he was right about one thing: most of their unique skills were not combat-oriented. In fact, barely 10% of unique skills are combat-oriented in general. Why don't we wrap this up then? He muttered. She readied herself to use her greed on the Demon Lord when the opportunity comes. She could not fail now. The Demon Lord appeared in front of one of her Blood Shadow and casually flicked him. Said Blood Shadow was sent flying at speeds she couldn't even follow. That was one of the few Special A Blood Shadows. One that, according to her grandfather, had the potential to grow to the disaster class. I'm surprised his body held together. I was holding back, but still, maybe this won't be so boring after all. He was still holding back. No, that was not possible, that must be his arrogance talking. He then pointed at another one of her Blood Shadows, causing the Blood Shadow to begin floating upwards. She could tell the Blood Shadow was trying to use battle will to fly and possibly free himself from whatever magic he was under, but he was not able to. Hey, gravity manipulation for the win, have fun dying in space, buddy. Yelled the Demon Lord as he waved to the Blood Shadow that was floating upwards. Gravity manipulation. Just how many abilities did this Demon Lord have? Yes, he will prove to be a useful pawn. The Demon Lord then turned to another one of the Blood Shadows. I remember Hakuru telling me about an ability of one of the other worlders he killed. He then created a sword out of nothing. No, not out of nothing. She may not be an expert on all forms of magic, but she was fairly sufficient in all elements. She could tell that blade was not made of any sort of metal. No, it was a construct made of space itself. She did not even know how such a thing was possible. Something like this, right? The Demon Lord said as he threw the spatial construct at the Blood Shadow. The moment the construct left his hand, Maribel's ears burst as she watched the construct go so fast that it broke the sound barrier. Gah! She cried out as she felt her ears bleed. She quickly cast a healing magic that suppressed her pain. The barriers meant to defend the Blood Shadow were easily cut through. The construct cut the Blood Shadow in half before he could even react. The construct continued moving as it destroyed multiple buildings behind her Blood Shadow before finally coming to a halt. This was not an ambush, it was a massacre. How about this? The Demon Lord said as he pinched the air. He pulled back as if he was firing a slingshot, and then he released. To her astonishment, the entire area directly in front of where the Demon Lord aimed his attack was completely vaporized. That included the various Blood Shadow members in front of the Demon Lord. Had he pulled space itself to create a slingshot? She knew he was a master of space, but to this extent. Ah, I didn't expect that much damage. Interesting. He commented. Is he just treating this like a training exercise? How about another? I've always wanted to try this. He raised his palm and gathered what seemed to be wind. The wind seemed to shape itself into the form of a shuriken. She had heard about the weapon due to the various other worlders that have appeared in this world. She never particularly cared about shuriken. Just what could interest a demon lord in them. The demon lord then pulled his hand back and then threw the wind shuriken like a frisbee. Rasen shuriken. The wind shuriken then cut through another group of her blood shadow. The demon lord sighed in what seemed to be disappointment. Well, that wasn't as cool as I thought it would be. Well, I've enjoyed myself enough. Time to wrap it up, folks. The demon lord gathered an absolutely massive amount of magicules. Was he planning to use strategic class magic? Here in Tempest's capital city, Cositus. Ice started to spread everywhere, though she noticed it did not affect her nor Gay. That's good, it meant he did not see them as enemies. He was not onto them. It wasn't often her instincts were wrong, but from what she saw today she could only be glad. The magic also was not spreading throughout Tempest. The kind of magic he just used was capable of easily freezing over 30 kilometers. The amount of control necessary to only freeze a specified area must be enormous. Now would be a good moment to utilize her greed on the demon lord. He is focused on his magic and not on her. Heh, I have successfully done a reverse jumping. I beat the idiots trying to jump me. Muhaha. She ignored the demon lord's mad laughter. She ignored the pained cries of the blood shadows as they were frozen solid. She activated her greed and chose to forcefully dominate the demon lord, turning him into a puppet. She injected her vast amount of desire into him in order to destroy the demon lord's will. She smirked as she felt her will overcome his. By now the entire area was frozen, bar her and Gay. Come, my minion. She called out. Gay took his place beside her as the demon lord turned around with an expressionless face. Good, the control was working. Come, we have places to be. She ordered. The demon lord slowly approached her. Once he was standing in front of her, he did something she did not account for. He grabbed her neck with his hand. Haha, I really got you there, huh? You really thought a mere unique skill would be enough to control me? I'd be insulted if I didn't know that you were just ignorant. The demon lord commented with an amused smile. Gee, Gay. She croaked out. The fool didn't think to defend his mistress when the demon lord first attacked her. One of the issues with completely dominating someone, he is not capable of making any decisions himself. Gay immediately jumped towards the demon lord, sword in hand. The blade was coated in his fighting spirit, and he is being boosted by greed. Such an attack would even put an A-rank monster out of commission. The demon lord just nonchalantly made finger guns towards Gay. Gah. Gay's arm was chopped off. What kind of attack was that? Had he been hiding more of his abilities? Heh, I knew it would be fun to use dismantle. Why don't I try to see if I can break the connection you have with Gay? He commented. Dismantle. He muttered. Moments after he said that, Gay suddenly stopped whatever action he was going to take as he blinked and looked around. Could he have? No, it shouldn't be possible. She felt as her connection to Gay was delivered, he was no longer being empowered and controlled by greed. Lady Mariable. Gay called out confused. Deal with the attacker, fool. I promise you riches beyond belief. She knew it was a futile effort, but she had to try. She could see the greed in Gay's eyes as he readied himself. The demon lord sighed. I was curious if you were a dick because of her control, or if you were always just a dick. It seems I have my answer. The demon lord gestured towards Gay. Dismantle. Gay was chopped to pieces. He was dead. Now that the annoyance is taken care of, what should I do with you? Said the demon lord with a demonic grin on his face. No. She had made a mistake. Please. Ah, resorting to begging now that you have no cards left in your hand, huh? The demon lord commented as he loosened his grip on her neck slightly. You know, I might have even spared you if you were a child. I'd have seen it as a child being misguided by adults, yada yada. But you are clearly no child. He knew. How did he know? The only person aware of her reincarnator status was her grandfather. Still, I didn't imagine that the holder of one of the vaunted Sin series skills would be so idiotic. He even knew that. She tried her best to ignore the rage bubbling inside of her. The Rosso will reward you handsomely for returning me. She pleaded. Haha, it is rather amusing that you think I am going to let you go. I can't deal with you right now, there is this whole attack to deal with. But, I'll pick your brain a little bit later. For now I'll just keep you safe and sound with me. She could feel tears forming in her eyes. Please. Shut up, brat. Strong cleave. She couldn't even scream out in agony as her arms and legs were chopped off, as the demon lord stored her somewhere so that all she knew was darkness. Arcuade. Arcuade sauntered forward as she casually waved her hand, burning her targets to cinders. She had wanted to go on a rampage and feed off the despair of her victims, but that would go against the spirit of her orders as it would take too much time. Not to mention the control these attackers were under. They were controlled quite well, they were casually ignoring their comrades' deaths after all. Though that is to be expected from the locking curse they are under. Each of their faces was stoic, as if they felt no emotion. Even if she broke the curse they would likely keep attacking. They were entirely broken by this point, mere tools for their master. Perhaps they would act differently if freed from their control, but she saw no reason to do so. Well then, she would not dirty her lord's hands by having him deal with these vermin. She could do that quite easily herself. It's nice to let loose a little bit once in a while and revel in slaughter. She casually ignored one of the attacker's fire lance, not even bothering to move out of the way. Such weak attacks could not harm the body her lord crafted for her. She waved her hand slightly in the direction of the attacker, freezing the attacker into a popsicle. These foes of hers were not worthy of the weapon her lord had gifted her. She could take care of all them in a moment if she wished, these attackers were merely serving as entertainment for her. One thing she did notice is that these attackers had magical capacities far greater than the norm, all of them even had unique skills according to her observation. Otherworlders then. Her lord has not given her many opportunities to kill for him, so she will make sure not to disappoint him. Arcuade decided to stop playing around and casually waved her hand around her, creating a circle of white flames surrounding her and her targets completely. She did not need to worry about collateral damage as all the civilians had already been evacuated from this area, and the buildings could always be rebuilt. Her freezing white flame, while having an appearance similar to that of a flame, instead froze her targets. At the most extreme level she could even freeze her target's souls. She will not need to go to such lengths today. The circle of flames quickly shrunk more and more until the otherworlders were no more, each killed the moment the flames touched them. Arcuade sighed as she looked to the sky. Some of that Dragonut's men were flying around fighting more of those otherworlders. It must have taken quite some time to gather such a large force of otherworlders. While not all of the attackers were otherworlders, they were all fairly strong when compared to the average strength in this world. All of her lord's subordinates were doing something similar to her, either killing attackers or rescuing civilians. Even Rain had offered to help. Rain was quite eager to get into her lord's good graces. She didn't think that one had a brain, but she surprised her with that decision. It was normal to see her lord's greatness and wish to please him. Perhaps Rain could learn. The new recruit, Sasha, had stayed back due to not having much combat potential. She may have been an enlightened, but she was a scientist primarily, so she did not know how to fight. She claimed to have become an enlightened over time due to her scientific advancements. Arcuade herself was quite interested in the large draconic aura she sensed earlier, but she did not dare disobey her lord's orders. From her senses she could tell that Lady Meline was already fighting the beast, so it will be taken care of fairly soon in that case. She will make sure to ask her lord for praise after this is all done. She could even sense the usually passive Ingvile helping. It seems she was quite upset about this attack on Tempest. She turned to her side where Megumin had appeared. She looked as pristine as ever, not a drop of blood on sight, even though Arcuade knew Megumin must have just come here from a massacre of her own. Arcuade gave Megumin a nod. Hee hee, this is so much fun, Arcuade. I miss the chaos of the demon realm, all the fighting. It's nice to have fun like this once in a while. Yelled an enthusiastic Megumin. Arcuade sighed. Yes, now get back to work, Megumin. Megumin pouted at her but nodded nonetheless. Megumin did not want to disappoint their lord either. Once Megumin was gone, she also appeared in front of another group of the attackers. Thank you for the save, Lady Arcuade. She heard someone call out from behind her. She however just ignored the weaklings and waved her hand at the group of enemies, burning them all to cinders, leaving not even their bones behind. How boring. Arcuade continued moving from group to group, knowing she still had orders to fulfill. She was fairly surprised at the sheer amount of otherworlders that were gathered. Such a force must have taken over 5 centuries to gather, perhaps even more. Whoever was behind this attack had quite a lot of resources to pull such a feat off. Hakuru. Go ahead, Ajura. I'll focus on healing the Oni, I'll stay out of your way. Responded one of Lord Felix's subordinates. Who knew that Felix, the demon he taught all those years ago, would become such a fearsome figure? It felt like it was just yesterday when he was running him through the basic katas. He shook his head. Now was not the time to drown in memories. He turned to his mysterious savior. He seemed to be a demon of some kind, one of Lady Lalatina's lineage. Thank you for your assistance. The demon shook his head. I am simply fulfilling my orders. I would rather be fighting alongside Lady Lalatina, so save your thanks for her and Lord Felix. Hakuru nodded. Still, may I know your name? Very well. The name granted to me by my lord is Zonda. He nodded as he turned to observe other demon who was standing nonchalantly in front of his victor. He was quite surprised that there was such a skilled swordsman present, but he was all for the challenge. Unfortunately, rather than being outskilled by his opponent, he simply lost due to a lack of power. You seem to be a fairly skilled swordsman," commented the demon he now knew was named Ajira. For some reason his attitude and stance felt familiar to Hakuru. "Of course I am. I am one of the few who joined the service of my lord willingly. As a reward I was allowed to keep my free will as well as learn under him," said the attacker. "I see, well enough of that. I need to go assist my lady," commented Ajira. "You'll regret underestimating me." He watched as the two clashed blades, though it was fairly obvious that Ajira was just toying around with his opponent. "He seems familiar," Hakuru found himself saying. "Could he be? Well, did the men you are thinking of die 300 or so years ago?" asked Zonda. Hakuru nodded. "That's right." Then maybe he could have been reborn as the Ajira you see in front of you. It isn't uncommon for people to be reborn as demons," commented Zonda. He was right too, even Lord Felix was reborn as a demon. All I can tell you is that he had a sword with him from the moment he was born, and those who are martially inclined tend to gather under Lady Megumin. Then could it be? Could his grandfather have reincarnated as a demon? Ajira casually disarmed his opponent. "I was expecting more, but it seems I was wrong for that. Now why don't I finish this fight here?" Ajira's opponent was panicking by this point, however Ajira did not even give him a chance to try anything as he dashed towards his opponent and used one of the hazy styles mysteries. "That proves it, this is his grandfather." Once his enemy was dispatched, Ajira turned to Zonda. "I will be assisting Lady Megumin." Zonda nodded as Ajira dashed off. Hakuru shook his head, he would have another chance to talk to Ajira. "You are good to go now," said Zonda. Hakuru nodded. "Once again thank you, now I must return to battle." Zonda nodded, Hakuru cleared his mind of all distractions and focused on the upcoming battles. Chapter 111, Chapter 41, Attack on the Festival Part 2. Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata looked around in surprise, she didn't expect for Felix to teleport her all of a sudden, but she didn't blame him for being in a hurry. Before she was teleported away she had ordered Leonard to regroup with some of her subordinates at the church in Tempest, after that she told him to go rescue as many civilians as possible. Her views had shifted ever so slightly ever since she met Rimuru and was introduced to Tempest. She knew the monsters and Majin that resided here were mostly innocent, they were not enemies of humanity as certain nations proclaimed them as. Even Felix, a demon lord, wasn't so bad, let alone the much more tame and mild Rimuru. Hinata would leave it to Felix and the rest to take care of the threat, her job was to protect the kids. She found herself growing rather fond of the children that Rimuru had taught in the past rather quickly. She had been teaching them in her spare time and each was incredibly talented. Each had their own unique personality, Alice and her princess attitude, Kenya and his fiery desire to be like Shizu-sensei, Gale and his maturity, Ryota and his protectiveness, and last but not least Chloe. Chloe was the most unique and interesting of them all, even greater than Kenya who had the potential to become a true hero like her. Chloe was already in possession of a hero's egg, and was the most talented of the bunch. Not to mention that she was far wiser than her age would suggest, though she still had sudden bouts of childishness. Each of them had wormed their way into her heart, and she would be damned if she let them get hurt. She clenched her fists and summoned her blade from her bracelet. Her legend-grade rapier Moonlight was gifted to her by Lady Luminous, it should be more than sufficient to handle most threats. She also summoned her legend-grade holy armaments. With both of those few could prove to pose a challenge for her. It had only been a couple of seconds since Felix teleported her so the kids should currently be safe, still Hinata quickly sensed their location and quickly made her way towards them. She easily dispatched some of the attackers that thought it was wise to attack her, she couldn't find it in herself to care for the clearly enslaved otherworlders. The only mercy she granted was keeping the enslaved otherworlders alive. Rimuru should be able to free them of their locking curse so she just knocked them out, leaving them with somewhat minor injuries. Thankfully by the time she reached the kids no harm had been done to them. "Hinata-ne," called out Chloe. Hinata stopped in front of the group. They were all gathered together thankfully, Chloe seemed to be the one to take the lead. Hinata gave a nod. "Chloe, the more time we waste the worse things could potentially get, so I will explain things later. Follow me for now." They all quickly nodded and followed behind her. She was planning to lead them to one of the many safe houses located throughout Tempest, created for events just like the one currently happening. The closest one was the one meant for the more upper class of society, nobles and royalty alike. She could only praise Rimuru's foresight for such a thing. Unfortunately she could not just teleport everyone to safety as she did not possess the spatial motion skill. And in order to create a warp portal she needed to create a special magic circle at the location she was currently located as well as the location she wished to teleport to. Something she did not have the time to do, She could summon the elemental of space, but she wished to conserve as much power as possible in case she needed it later on. For now she would be capable of escorting the children to safety. Even the elemental of space may not be able to do much, it wasn't capable of instantly teleporting others like Felix was, the most it could do was quickly create portals to locations that already have a magic circle ready. One thing she did notice however is that while the kids were in a generally panicked mood, Chloe seemed to be relatively calm and collected. How odd. Felix. I quickly stored Mariable in my infinity space, I toyed around enough with her and her minions. It's quite funny though that she actually thought her plans would work. She has eyes yet she can't even see Mount Tai. I didn't end up playing around for that long though, maybe a minute tops. Most battles only last a couple of seconds when one is overwhelmingly superior to the opponent, and I was just messing around a bit so it took a bit longer. It was worth it anyway, I got to have fun with some abilities I haven't really used, after all against stronger opponents they're basically worthless. Only the super bullshit hacks abilities work on those kinds of opponents, like ultimate skills. I turned to look at the poor individuals who were frozen by cositis. The ones frozen are the ones with the locking curse on them, while the ones I directly killed were the ones who did not have that curse on them. I assumed they willingly joined under the Rosso's banner, and so I killed them. They knew what they signed up for when they willingly signed up to work for the Rossos. These guys though I felt a bit bad for, so I made sure to place a skin-tight barrier on them just before freezing them. My subordinates can come and unfreeze them after this whole mess is over, I don't really blame them for the attack after all. They were completely controlled, there isn't much they could have done. They were even being dominated by Mariabelle's greed, they quite literally could not resist. Who knows what that girl did to these guys while they were under her control? There is a good chance that even if I broke the control they were under they would still attack me, I don't know how long they have been in this world after all. They could have been toiling away for the Rossos for decades to centuries, that's enough to break a man depending on what they had to do. A fair bit of their lifespans were also shaved off as Mariable was using that as fuel to give them a burst of power. Not that the boost did much. A mere unique skill is incapable of allowing one to stand up to me. It may be an arrogant thought, but that does not make it any less true. Still, I'm fairly certain my subordinates likely aren't giving these attackers as much consideration as I am. From what I'm sensing, even Rimuru's subordinates are going for the kill quickly before focusing on another group. The one thing I will admit is that I underestimated the Rosso family. The sheer amount of attackers is far higher than I would have thought they have access to, it's not just that either, the majority of these attackers are otherworlders with unique skills. I highly doubt they went all in on this attack as well, that would be foolish, and one does not rule the entirety of the Western nations without being somewhat intelligent. I'm sure they have some more otherworlders back in their base. Hey, either way they are going to be losing quite a lot of resources tonight. Though I do wonder how many families were torn apart with the sudden disappearances of these people. I forget it sometimes, but for the weak this world is incredibly cruel. Might does make right here. It seems Rimuru is only now on his way to help Malim with the Chaos Dragon. After I teleported out of the dungeon he first sent Benimaru and Diablo out, and then accepted everyone who was offering to help, at which point he teleported them to locations that were having a bit more trouble. After that he teleported to his office and gathered all his subordinates within moments. He's leaving his office only now, not a bad reaction time all things considered. I'll check in on my subordinates before going to help Rimuru and Malim. Is everything going fine with you guys? I asked through a thought communication. Ah. Master. Hee, everything is fine here. Responded a giddy Lalatina. As Lalatina said, I am simply cleaning up these vermin. Added Arcuade. Haha, I haven't gotten a chance to use the guns you got for me. Don't tell me you're using the minigun. Nah, I'm using 2 pistols right now. I sighed in relief hearing that. Collateral damage is expected but that minigun would be going over the top right now. I am currently with Benimaru helping him fight off some of these ruffians. Responded Siko. I am helping evacuate the civilians, due to my unique abilities I am incredibly quick and well suited for such a task. Yeah, thanks to her skill Raiden can turn into lightning and travel at incredibly fast speeds, I can see why she is helping with evacuation. I am fighting off some of these attackers alongside Zonda and Ajra my lord. Responded Sukuna. Ingvile and I are guarding the location where all the evacuees are currently located. Said Glenda. Ah, I am also helping with the evacuation efforts Lord Felix. It would be best if I was not publicly seen here. Said Rain. Indeed, it could be problematic if one of the maids of Guy Crimson was seen helping Tempest in this sort of situation. In the first place not many have even laid witness to Guy's maids, but it's best to be careful. I'm sure Rain has an illusion up, but there are some people here at the festival that should be capable of seeing through those kinds of things. Alright, good work everyone. With that I cut off the thought communication. Now time to deal with the Chaos Dragon. Malim was able to lead it a bit deeper into the forest and further away from Tempest's capital city. I'm guessing the reason the Chaos Dragon even attacked was due to Mariable. It wouldn't be difficult for her to dominate it with her greed, it practically had no will of its own. The only thing it cares about is destruction from what Malim told me. From what I'm sensing, the majority of the attackers have been taken care of. Hinata just met up with the kids, so she should be fine. I think I can leave this in everyone else's hands. I snapped my fingers and appeared near Malim. She was currently in front of me battling it out with the Chaos Dragon, though I could tell she was holding back the majority of her strength. If she wanted, she could easily one-shot the Chaos Dragon. Malim was considered to be as strong as the true dragons for a reason. The Chaos Dragon, while mighty, could not even reach the cusps of a true dragon's power. The Chaos Dragon itself was massive, larger than Charybdis was. I'd say it is around 100 meters long. How interesting. It was growing in size over time by consuming all the magicules around us. I guess size is an advantage to a certain extent at the lower levels, though it was also a disadvantage as it made you an easier target. As it was now, it could probably easily break through an entire mountain with its physical body alone. Even Rimuru would have trouble with this guy if he isn't trying to kill it. Its magicule capacity is greater than Rimuru's if you exclude Veldora. Rimuru is currently still on his way here. He seemed to have made some pit stops as he is still in Tempest. Though he may not even be needed here at this point. Felix. Can you help me out here? I'm trying to seal the Chaos Dragon, but I can't keep it contained. I also don't want to have to kill my friend. Yelled Malim. Seal the Chaos Dragon, huh? I should be able to help with that. Rather than just sealing it, I have an idea. I told Malim. She looked at me with shining eyes as she casually slapped away the Chaos Dragon's tail. Oh. From what I'm seeing, the astral body and heart core of the Chaos Dragon's soul is what is corrupted. But the innermost part of its soul, the core, the place where its ego and memories reside, is not corrupted. No, it almost looks like it's fighting back. Some part of the friend Malim grew up with is still in there. Malim can't see that with her Malim eye, but I can. My Malim eye was absorbed by Odin, increasing its capabilities by multiple magnitudes. That's enough for me to put my all into trying to save her friend then. If this doesn't work, we can always try and have Ingvile tame the Chaos Dragon. Before I tell you the plan, why don't we shift locations? For what I'm about to do, it's best if I minimize the amount of external interference possible. I snapped my finger and created a massive portal to another dimension, one with no life. When looking through the portal, all you could see was magma. It was pretty similar to one of the dimensions Kaguya sent Naruto and Sasuke to. In fact, I could create portals to numerous similar dimensions, a dimension that is composed solely of ice, with icy valleys and canyons all around. Then there was a dimension full of sandy dunes. Even dimensions that had oceans made of pure acid. There were dimensions with gravity multiple times greater than Earth's. I quite literally had an infinite amount of simple dimensions to choose from, some with life and some without. Maybe one day I could create my own truly unique dimension. That kind of ability can definitely go to one's head. I'll have to rely on you to keep me sane, Odin. I had no clue what the future would bring. Maybe one day I'd go mad with power and do things I wouldn't normally do. If I do something absolutely heinous, I'd rather it be as myself than a power-crazy version of me. Odin will not fail you, master. I know, Odin. Well, enough stalling. I waved my hand, causing the portal connecting to the lava dimension to move forwards and engulf the Chaos Dragon and Malim. She should be able to handle the Chaos Dragon while I send Rimuru a message. Hey Rimuru. Felix. Is everything okay there? Yeah, don't worry, Malim and I have the Chaos Dragon handled. You can stay behind in Tempest to make sure that nothing else happens. Alright, if you're sure then. I am. With that, I created another portal leading me to the same magma dimension I sent Malim and the Chaos Dragon. Once I flew through, I could see Malim drop-kick the Chaos Dragon into a volcano. I'd feel bad if the dragon could even feel pain from that attack. I imagine most couldn't even survive in this dimension before being immediately incinerated. The temperature alone was enough to cook a human. Malim and I can both casually ignore the temperature due to thermal fluctuation nullification. Malim noticed me and quickly flew towards me while the Chaos Dragon roared to the heavens in rage. Alright, this is the plan. Why don't you destroy the astral body along with the heart core? Once that is done, I'll safely extract the core. I'll make sure the Chaos Dragon doesn't move for you. Hearing my plan, Malim looked nervous. Don't worry, I'll help you control your power. Malim nodded. Alright, I'll trust you, Felix. I nodded. Alright, Odin, can you link with her now? Notice. A soul corridor has been established with the individual Malim Nava. Analysis of the Star King Dragon factor has begun. I ignored what Odin just said and focused on my job. I'll have to be prepared to extract the core the moment I can so the corruption doesn't spread into the core. I'll be counting on you to help me get the timing right, Odin. Leave it to me, my master. Got it, thanks. Well, I might as well get this finished as soon as possible. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru sighed in relief after the thought communication with Felix ended. He was getting fairly worried about the Chaos Dragon, from what he sensed it was even more powerful than him in raw power. He was worried he'd have to call upon Veldora, who was supposed to be his super secret trump card. Thankfully Malim had almost immediately made her way towards where she sensed the Chaos Dragon, causing him to hold off on summoning Veldora. He trusted Malim to handle the Chaos Dragon properly, and now with Felix added into the mix, everything should be taken care of. Everyone thought Veldora was incredibly weakened. It would be incredibly surprising if someone with that information came to Tempest with malign intent. Well, since Felix had it handled, he could stay and protect the various royals and nobles in the safe house he was currently in. They had multiple safe houses built in Tempest for this very purpose, and of course the one built for the more politically important people had various luxuries. There was even a bar in the corner. Him being here to protect them helped show that Tempest was serious in handling this issue and that they would be protected. In fact, so far not a single attendee had been injured thanks to the work of his subordinates along with Felix's. Not to mention the help that Gazel and Elmia had offered. He did feel a bit bad since most of these attackers were under a slave seal of sorts which forced them to follow others' commands. But he had to steel his resolve. He would prioritize his people and his nation's interests before he would prioritize outsiders. He wouldn't make the same mistake by ordering his people to show mercy. He already saw what happened due to such an order, and that day he vowed to never let it happen again. His people deserved at least that much from him. If only he could activate the anti-magic area that was taken down, but it would take too much time as he would have to go to each individual location of the generator and power them up. He would need to get Vesta to make it entirely automatic. Lord Rimuru. How will we be compensated for this danger to our lives? Asked some sleazy noble. He sighed. What danger are you speaking of? My subordinates have so far saved every single person's life, not a single guest or citizen of Tempest has been harmed. So what could you possibly need reparations for him? Your subordinates could have made a mistake. He turned his gaze towards the sleazy noble who practically shivered under his gaze. Oh. Are you possibly calling me a liar? And no. Of course not, Lord Rimuru. I am simply putting the idea out there that under such a high-stress situation, mistakes are common. I have personally met with some of Lord Rimuru's subordinates myself. Both I and my lady are confident that our safety will be ensured if we leave the matter to Lord Rimuru. He turned to the voice. Ah, Iro. Rimuru greeted. Iro gave him a light bow. Lord Rimuru. The noble turned to look at Iro with visible disgust on his face. As if I would trust the words of a magen. Hearing that, Iro's eyes narrowed. I see, hearing your opinion of us, then perhaps I will advise Queen Tawa to re-evaluate her relationship with your nation. The Kingdom of Raja was originally a fairly insignificant nation, but after their alliance with Tempest they had quickly gained access to many things the rest of the world did not have, which quickly propelled them to the heights of political power. Q Queen Tawa. The Queen of Raja. Hiro nodded. The very same. I see. Please excuse me then. Rimuru sighed as the noble scurried off. He was obviously a sacrificial lamb sent by someone else meant to test his reaction. Some people couldn't stop with their political games even in these kinds of situations. Rimuru turned to address the crowd. I understand that some of you may have similar concerns, but I assure you, it is unnecessary. Should someone be found to be injured from any of your parties, then we may talk. Dealing with nobles was always a pain. Once that was done he turned to Iro. Thank you for the help, Iro, but it was unneeded. Iro laughed lightly. I just wanted to make sure the lord of my dear friends wasn't disrespected. I apologize if I overstepped. Iro had grown quite a lot from that Oni that was so quick to anger. Serving Queen Tawa had done him good. Rimuru shook his head. No, I still appreciate the help. How is Queen Tawa? We did not get a chance to speak much due to how busy I have been. She is fine, especially after you helped her recover. I can never thank you enough for that. It's no problem. The Kingdom of Raja is an important ally of Tempest now, there is no need to worry about favors. Iro continued to chat with him for some time before rejoining Queen Tawa. He then went to check on Shuna, who was serving tea to some people. Thankfully Shuna could handle herself, so he didn't need to worry about her too much. He would always worry, but he knew that would never go away. Now he was just waiting on Hinata and the kids to show up. Knowing Hinata they would be fine, even he would not want to fight her going all out. Not to mention the kids themselves were fairly strong. Yes, they would be fine. Hinata Sakaguchi. As they were making their way towards one of the safe houses she held her hand out behind her and stopped all of a sudden. Hinata-ne, said Chloe. Her training with Felix had not been a fruitless endeavor, along with learning to pay attention to her environment more she had acquired a new skill. The extra skill, Ultra Instinct, gives her a form of precognition of sorts that alerts her to almost all potential danger. Her ultra instinct was currently warning her of a potential threat that was only surpassed by what she felt when in the presence of an awakened demon lord. "Everyone back off," she ordered. Thankfully the kids weren't acting willful and obeyed her instructions. She quickly unsheathed her sword and used her holy armaments to elevate her flesh to a higher level. She could not hold this state for long, but thanks to her training with Felix she can last far longer than she was capable of previously. She was about to order the children to run away while she bought time, seeing as they would be safer that way, but she was interrupted by a barrier forming around them. All of the kids except for Chloe managed to be far enough away that the barrier did not surround them. Still, that left Chloe with her right in front of an enemy she could not hope to defeat. "Stand far back, Chloe," Hinata ordered. Only the truly powerful were able to use magic in Tempest due to the inbuilt resistance the barrier around Tempest provides. Sure, the anti-magic area was lowered, but there were still barriers that suppressed the movement of magicals inside Tempest. A fairly large chunk of these attackers were unable to use magic and had to solely rely on battle will. She watched as a man unveiled himself from in front of her. How was she unable to detect him? She would have walked right into his trap if it weren't for Ultra Instinct. She would have to thank Felix for that. Yet another thing she owed the Demon Lord for. "Ho ho ho. What a keen eye you have. We meet again, Miss Hinata," said the weird clown. He was wearing a creepy mask with an asymmetrical smile on it, with rabbit ears and a big jewel in the center. "You," she growled out. To think she would once again meet the clown that had bested her back in Ruberius. Even Roy had died in that battle, and she would have as well if it weren't for the potion Felix supplied Lady Luminous. That battle had truly shown her that in the grand scheme of things she was still weak. She had thought she was one of the strongest beings around, just short of some of the demon lords, but the clown had proven her wrong. The clown held his hands out. "Yes, it is I, the Wonder Pierrot." Chloe wouldn't be able to run away with this barrier around them, and if she split her focus to attempt to break it the clown would undoubtedly attack. She was already in a disadvantageous situation. Still, she was no weakling, she would just have to stall until someone sent help. This man was powerful, likely more powerful than her. She could not sense his total energy, but he simply gave off a bad feeling. Should they clash, Rimuru and Felix will both feel it, not to mention those primordials those two monsters recruited. "I hate to cut this introduction short, but I need you to do something for me," said the clown. Hinata was expecting an attack of some sort going by the clown's words, however the clown simply took something out of his back pocket, a device of some sort. He, why don't we relocate?" Her eyes widened once she realized what the clown was trying to do. Before she could do anything, everyone inside of the barrier that the clown formed was teleported away, leaving the rest of the children behind. Hinata quickly looked around. Thankfully Chloe was right behind her. At the very least the clown would have to get through her to attempt to harm Chloe. The clown was standing across from her, as relaxed as ever. "Chloe, I need you to promise me that you will stay back. In a fight like this your interference will only make this fight more difficult for me, as I will have to focus both on protecting you and fighting the clown off." Hinata was not foolish enough to believe Chloe would stay back as she told her to without explanation. However, if Hinata explained that she would only make the fight more difficult, then maybe, just maybe she will truly stay back and watch. Perhaps she can even figure out their location and devise an escape method. "Yes, Hinata-ne," responded Chloe as she backed off as far as the barrier enclosing them would allow. "Ho ho, how adorable," commented the clown. Then she could tell the aura around him shifted. He was going to be serious right from the start. "Don't bother trying to figure out where we are. I made sure to prepare this ground just for our special little fight. You're gonna have a hard time getting out." Just from a quick glance around she could tell she was not in Jura anymore. They seemed to be a little distance outside of Jura as she recognized the area vaguely. It was an old defunct trade route that is no longer used, seeing as Tempest had built far better roads for merchants to use. Still, what kind of artifact is capable of teleporting one such far distances? The Great Jura Forest was incredibly vast, and this clown had managed to teleport all three of them outside of the forest. There were no magic circles used to help facilitate the teleportation either. Not to mention it was able to bypass the barriers surrounding Tempest. This group has far more resources than she could have imagined. The clown withdrew a dagger from inside his outfit. Just from a glance she could tell it was a legend-grade weapon, but that was not all. He held his hand out and withdrew a sword from a pocket dimension. She could tell that weapon was bad news, far worse than even his legend-grade dagger. Could it be a genuine god-grade weapon? Hinata was already planning on going all out in this fight. The god-grade weapon just steeled her resolve. She quickly sheathed her moonlight rapier that was gifted to her, and took out a far more valuable weapon out of her spatial storage. A weapon Felix had gifted her after she managed to nick him slightly, that too when he was holding back almost all of his power. It stung her pride when he said he hadn't even been using a single % of his true power in that spar, and she believed him, seeing as her legend-grade rapier didn't even manage to create a single small cut on his body. She truly still had a long way to go to catch up to him. But even he admitted a hit was a hit, and so he gifted her a god-grade rapier. It was quite a sight, seeing god-grade equipment be created in front of her very eyes. It showed her the true heights of power that Felix possessed. He did not even seem winded. The thought that he could arm his subordinates with such equipment made her shiver. She could only be thankful that he was not an enemy of humanity, for that reason as well as another that she kept close to her heart. She hadn't told him, but she was extremely thankful of the gesture. Felix had teased her relentlessly about the blush that had formed on her face at the time. Maybe she will take him out to dinner sometime as thanks, especially seeing how useful this weapon will be in this fight. Don't take this personally, it's just a job, said the clown as he charged at her. She easily blocked and parried his strike, attacking him with her own blade, causing the clown to jump back. She took the opportunity to call upon her elementals for assistance. Her elemental of space had especially grown far more useful. Felix had apparently somehow blessed her elemental, expanding its capabilities dramatically. It was capable of single-handedly beating practically all greater elementals, even an earth greater elemental, which are specifically strong against the space element. When she had asked how that was possible, he just gave her that infuriating smirk of his and said, "Heh, well, I'm basically a god with divinity. Of course I can bless those whom I find worthy." Cocky bastard. Rimuru Tempest. As Rimuru was reassuring some royals that everything was handled, he heard a voice call out to him. "Sensei." He turned to the voice and was quite relieved to see that the kids made it to the safe house safely. Was that Lalatina with them? Once he took a closer look, he noticed two individuals were missing. Lalatina took a look around the room and gave some of the observing nobles a smirk, causing them to shiver slightly. She then turned to him and bowed slightly. "Lord Rimuru, I encountered these children while I was cleaning up some pests." He inwardly prayed that those that had the misfortune of being Lalatina's opponents got to rest in peace. He had no delusions that a demon like her would spare an attacker. Demons of her nature were feared for a reason after all. Even Diablo had once mentioned to him that he was unsure if he could win in a direct fight with either Arcuade, Megumin, or Lalatina. Those three were absolute monsters. When Felix first arrived for the festival, those three had gone to the dungeon to play around. Multiple floors were completely decimated. Thankfully they were the higher up floors that no one would reach for quite some time, so the monsters still had some time to respawn. Though all three of them seemed to be interested in Zijin for some reason. While Zijin had grown an incredible amount in a short amount of time, he had no clue why those three would be interested in him. Still, he would never look at those three the same again. The kinds of magics they used, they were practically evil. Arcuade had used a nuclear magic called Death Streak, destroying the very souls of the monsters. Megumin had used a nuclear magic called Gravity Collapse that was capable of destroying an entire planet. And Lalatina had used a combination of an extremely deadly poison and various dark magics. Raphael had claimed to have analyzed the magics which allowed him to replicate them, but he never wanted to use those, ever. They had said they wished to see you, and since I knew they had a relatively close relationship with you, I have brought them. Finished Lalatina. Rimuru nodded. Got it, thank you Lalatina. No problem, said Lalatina. I'll make sure to tell Felix that you did good. If his suspicion about Lalatina's nature was correct, then that should win her over. No one names someone after a well-known masochist for no reason after all. Felix practically confirmed it to him when he first met Lalatina too. A bright smile appeared on Lalatina's face. Ah. Thank you Lord Rimuru. It's no problem. As Lalatina was leaving to go group up with Felix's other subordinates, he overheard her mumble. Hee hee, master's reward. Ugh, she really is like that, isn't she? He wasn't sure if he should be jealous of Felix or pity him. Once Lalatina was gone, he snapped his fingers and placed a privacy barrier around them so no one would overhear their conversation. The various royals and nobles were looking at him curiously, but he ignored them. Where are Hinata and Chloe? Kenya took a deep breath before speaking. Some weird clown attacked us. Hinata seemed to know him. The clown made a barrier around Hinata and Chloe. But before anyone could do anything, he took out a magic item and teleported Hinata and Chloe away. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Hinata was strong and could handle herself. What he was more worried about was Chloe. From what the kids were saying, Hinata immediately went almost all out. She used her armor and her legend-grade rapier. That means her opponent was someone on a similar level to herself, if not a superior opponent. In such a scenario, Chloe could get seriously injured or worse, not to mention Hinata's focus will be split trying to protect Chloe. He quickly came up with a plan, but before that he sent out a thought communication. Diablo, are you there? Ah, my lord. I am at your service. Could you come and take my place protecting these nobles and royals? As you wish, my lord. Diablo appeared next to him within moments. Ah, it honors me to be in your presence once more, my liege. Diablo said with a deep bow. Enough of that, Diablo, make sure everything goes well here. Rimuru then turned to the kids. Can you take me to where this confrontation happened? Maybe he could figure out the spatial coordinates of where they were teleported to, that way he can quickly go and reinforce Hinata. She would need all the help she could get if her opponent truly is that strong. The kids nodded. Yes, sensei. He would seriously have to come up with some sort of way to have complete surveillance over Tempest after this. Letting these attackers into Tempest was an oversight he would not let happen again. Hopefully Hinata can hold on long enough for help to arrive. Felix. I quickly came up with a plan to hold the Chaos Dragon in one place for Malim. The Chaos Dragon, as if sensing that I was going to do something, turned towards me with chaotic fire gathering in its mouth. If someone was hit by that fire and lived to tell the tale, they would be irrevocably changed. That's likely how the Dark Elves came to be. I noticed Malim punch it in the face just after it released some of its fire breath, sending it spiraling into another nearby volcano. Unfortunately, the fire would never meet its target this time. As the fire was approaching me, I simply shifted space a tad to make it so the fire hit the area to my right. It's always fun fucking around with space. I easily dealt with the miasma that was beginning to spread throughout the trees around us, slowly corrupting the environment. Well, time to do my part. I teleported next to the Chaos Dragon, which was still clawing its way out of the remnants of the volcano, and rested my hand on its back. Fixation. It wasn't able to react in time to fling my hand off. Hell, I didn't even need to be directly touching it. Fixation is just a bit stronger if it is applied through direct touch. That goes to show how powerful Velzard is to be able to affect Guy from a distance. Thanks to fixation, the Chaos Dragon was basically trapped in temporal stasis. That should make it fairly easy for Malim to do her job. Felix. Are you ready? I turned towards Malim and gave her a nod. As ready as I'll ever be. Okay then. Get ready to do your thing. Malim gathered a fairly large amount of Magicools into her palm. I could tell she was calling upon the dragon factor she had inherited from her father. Behold the brightness of all the stars in the galaxy. Drago Buster. Multiple beams of light left Malim's hand and quickly approached the Chaos Dragon. Odin was helping Malim control her power so she doesn't go overboard. As Malim's power clashed with the still immobile Chaos Dragon's power, I called upon all of Odin's processing power to help me analyze everything. It didn't take long for me to see through all the corruption marring its soul. There was a tiny fragment of light warding off the corruption from fully contaminating its soul. I imagined this would be far more difficult if the Chaos Dragon was still being controlled by greed. The control was disrupted the moment I stored Mariable in my infinity space. I watched as the spiritual body of the Chaos Dragon slowly leaked out and was destroyed along with its astral body. Just before Malim's magic destroyed its core, I activated Beelzebub. With Odin's help, I was able to time things just right and consumed its broken core and safely stored it in my infinity space. Now that the core was gone, the Chaos Dragon itself began to collapse. Normally it would blow up and likely level an entire continent in the process due to all the energy it possesses having nowhere else to go. Thankfully, fixation took care of that issue. You don't mind if I devour the body, do you, Malim? Who knows what data Odin could gather from it? It is descended from Veldanava after all. Sure, that's no problem. Hearing her, I raised my palm and consumed the Chaos Dragon's body with Beelzebub. Now I have the perfect way to reincarnate your friend Malim. I plan to use the same pseudo-souls that I imbued the demon's Arcuade recruited with. I can fuse the damaged core of the Chaos Dragon into a pseudo-soul. Once that was done, the core would repair itself over time. I did the entire process in my infinity space, seeing as I have basically complete control of the environment in there. Unfortunately, there was an issue. The core was not reacting. It seemed to be too weak to actually possess the pseudo-soul. Do you know any ways to strengthen the core, Odin? It is possible to do using Stardust, however it will be extremely risky. Precise manipulation of Stardust at that level has never been done before. The safest way is to simply name the Chaos Dragon. Naming strengthens every aspect of a being, the soul included. I see, thanks. I extracted the pseudo-soul which already had the fragmented core imbued into it. Malim, the soul of the Chaos Dragon is a bit too weak. It needs to be strengthened, and the easiest way to do so is to name it. Malim gained a look of realization on her face. I got it. Gaia. Your name will be Gaia. As if reacting to Malim's words, the pseudo-soul emanated a bright light. Seeing that the core was responding now, I covered the pseudo-soul with a magic core, completing the reincarnation process. Now that the pseudo-soul was covered, the magic core shifted its shape to best suit the core. Weirdly enough, it looked like an egg. Still, look at me, already being a ROB. There we go. Once Gaia is fully recovered, she will basically hatch out of this egg-like shell. I said as I handed Malim the newly revived Gaia. Before Malim took the egg, she glomped me. Thank you, Felix. I returned her You're welcome. Take good care of Gaia while its core is being repaired. Malim let go of me and carefully grabbed the egg. She gave me a determined nod. And with that, the progenitor of dragons will soon return to the world. Who knew I'd be bringing back such a historical figure today? Me and Odin truly make the best team. Boom. Correct. Now that I examine myself a bit more closely, I can feel that I've gotten a fair bit stronger. Due to the consumption of the Chaos Dragon, the Master's magical capacity was increased, and your physical body was also improved. With some time it should be possible for Odin to replicate the Star King Dragon factor within the Master as long as Odin has sufficient data. The Star King Dragon factor. Veldenova's factor. Correct. With the Star King Dragon factor it will be possible for the Master to use Veldenova's brand of true dragon magic. The Master's overall strength will also be improved, magical capacity, magic power, the physical body, the strength of the soul, all of these various things will be improved. With the Star King Dragon factor I should be able to use the magic Malim does, her Drago Nova and Drago Buster. True dragon magic is a cut above the rest. Maybe if I succeed in elevating myself to a similar level of existence as the true dragons, I'll have my own unique magic that only I and those with my factor can use. Who knows what a being that embodies the aspect of infinity would be capable of. I truly still have a long way to go, don't I? Though I always knew having something connecting you to a true dragon would be incredibly helpful, there is a reason Rimuru got so powerful so quickly. His connection with Veldora carried him during the early bits of his rise to power. He sure as hell wouldn't have been capable of naming 100,000 orcs with his own minuscule magical capacity. Maybe someday I can replicate the factors of multiple true dragons. I'm sure that'll level me up a ton. Still, that's a thought for another time. I turned to Malim, who was cradling the egg protectively. You ready to go? She gave me a nod. Yup. Before we left though, she handed me the egg. Could you keep this in your weird storage thingy until we leave Tempest? It is probably the safest place for Gaia right now. Yeah, sure. I touched the egg and quickly stored it in my infinity space. Alright, let's go then. I snapped my fingers and transported both Malim and I back to the Cardinal World. Chapter 112, Chapter 42, Attack on the Festival Part 3. Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata grunted as she deflected another one of the clown's jabs. She was having some difficulty in dealing with the clown's god-grade weapon. It seemed to have some ability to negate various supernatural abilities. Even her battle will was easily cut apart by the weapon. Thankfully the weapon did seem to have some limits. It wasn't capable of completely ignoring the effects of the god-grade rapier Felix had given her. Her god-grade rapier was capable of directly cutting the spiritual body of her opponents, and with enough mastery it was capable of directly killing one's soul. It was an incredibly fearsome weapon in the right hands. Unfortunately all her elementals except for the elemental of space, Ether, had proven to be useless against the clown. Even the elemental of space was only hanging on due to relying on the blessing it received from Felix, amplifying its spatial abilities. The god-grade weapon that the clown had did have the unfortunate side effect of blocking off the effects of her unique skill, mathematician. Both analytical appraisal and predictive calculation were incapable of being utilized on the clown. Even Usurper was proving to be useless in this battle. The only people that Usurper had proven to be useless against was Felix, Rimuru after he awakened, and Lady Luminous. She doubted this being was on their level, but he was still far above her. Either that or his god-grade weapon's effects were vast enough to protect him from Usurper as well. Felix has given her some information he was able to discover about her Usurper. He seemed to think it was most effective on skills that were not bound to one's soul. Some unique skills were bound to one's body while other more powerful ones were bound to the soul. She didn't ask how he had such a detailed analysis of one of her most precious secrets. Usurper was best used when its abilities were unknown, like when she first attacked Rimuru due to their misunderstanding. Hinata hated how two of her greatest weapons were practically useless against this foe. It was a weakness she would have to fix later on. She refused to be this helpless again. She quickly appeared behind the clown thanks to the elemental of space shifting her position in space, and went for a quick cut on his hip, but the clown had somehow predicted her action and was able to evade in time. Phew, that was a close one, wasn't it? She ignored the clown's mocking words and quickly dashed up to him. Each of her strikes were either blocked or dodged. The clown's physical abilities were a notch above even Ser, one of her 10 great saints and an incomplete saint as well. Looking back on everything, she could only curse her arrogance for her previous mistake of not using the elemental of space to teleport all the children to safety. It would have likely drained the elemental of all its power, leaving her in a far more dire situation in this fight, but then at least Chloe would be safe. Thankfully Chloe had listened and was staying back towards the edge of the barrier. Though unfortunately the elemental of space was incapable of breaching the barrier the clown had set up. Hinata had thought she was more than strong enough to handle any threats that may appear. The thought that Felix would be disappointed only made her angrier at herself. She would need to make up for her failure, and learn from it. She did have a plan for how to beat the clown, she just needed to set the perfect opportunity up to use her trump card. She quickly blocked another one of the clown's counterattacks, but before she could counterattack the clown jumped back and sent multiple aura slashes her way. She had to deflect some due to them heading in Chloe's direction. She had some difficulty blocking some of the slashes as they were reinforced by the clown's god-grade weapon, but she managed. The clown slowly walked towards her. I didn't expect this battle to take so long. It seems I will have to reveal a few more of my cards, how unfortunate," said the clown. She inwardly thanked Felix and Veldora. Without her spars against those two, this clown likely would have dealt with her by now. She did not have much experience facing opponents that were superior to her before she began sparring with them. The clown immediately appeared in front of her at speeds she wasn't capable of following. Thankfully, the elemental of space was able to shift her spatial coordinates, teleporting her a distance away. She was already aware of the clown's incredible speed. He managed to take Roy off guard with it and almost immediately incapacitate him. Roy's arrogance killed him. She could only guess that the elemental was capable of perceiving the clown by viewing the clown's movements through space. Felix had shown her how incredible the advanced levels of spatial manipulation could be. Even Felix's elemental weakness, Earth, proved fruitless when used against him. That elemental is growing to be annoying. To think a mere greater elemental would inconvenience me, I truly have grown lax," commented the clown. She smirked hearing that. Of course, nothing directly blessed by Felix would be simple. Even if ether was no game changer as is, it had the potential to become one of her most useful assets. Especially if Felix took further interest in it. He seemed to be the type that would enjoy experimenting with something brand new like a blessed elemental. Perhaps she can bribe him to further strengthen ether at another time. "Now why don't we try this, one last time?" said the clown as he tucked his dagger away, seemingly deciding to rely on his god-grade weapon entirely. As the clown was talking, she quickly came up with a plan. She quickly teleported behind the clown with ether's help. Of course, the clown somehow expected it and was already prepared for her attack. Her attack was parried and quickly returned with a counterattack that she was expecting. Just before the clown's strike could hit her, the elemental of space, ether, teleported her further back closer to Chloe. She quickly took out multiple talismans from her spatial storage and sent them towards the clown. Astral Bind. He seemingly did not expect her attack as he was completely surrounded and temporarily sealed by her talisman. She was originally planning on using this on Rimuru should their meeting come to blows. To hold an awakened demon lord they needed to be sufficiently powerful. She cast the miracle-level holy spell Disintegration in her empty left hand, completely chantless. She then imbued the disintegration into her god-grade rapier. Her strongest magic was imbued in her strongest sword art. The technique that shall slash through all things in the world. Her body was glowing lightly in a luminescent light. While the clown was still inhibited by her talismans, she quickly dashed forward with her sword drawn. "Take this." Melt Slash. Melt Slash was her ultimate ability meant to instantly kill her targets. She created it herself in her pursuit to grow strong enough to beat Luminous. It seamlessly combines magic and swordsmanship. Hinata was a bit put off when she learned Felix could easily do something similar, though he made a mockery of it by calling it his Excalibur beam. The power of Melt Slash is tremendous, such that even Lady Luminous would not want to be hit by it or else she would risk being erased. Her sword now possessed the attribute of eliminating evil. The speed of her attack was approaching that of light speed. It was practically impossible to avoid. Even Felix admitted as much. Though he still went on about how he wouldn't be hit by it, but she just thought he was being arrogant. She quickly approached the clown that was now looking at her in fear. Her blade soon penetrated his heart, completely ruining any chance of him surviving. The rampant spirit runs soon began destroying his body from the inside out. It was over. Everything was over. All of a sudden she saw a dagger penetrating her chest. She coughed out blood as she fell to the floor. Hinata. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru quickly made his way to where the teleportation incident happened. Raphael, is it possible? Answer. Of course. The spatial coordinates have been found. The master can teleport to the location whenever he wishes. Good. He turned to the kids. Stay here, I'll have someone come pick you up. They all nodded in understanding. He quickly sent a thought communication to Benimaru. Yes, Lord Rimuru? I need you to come to my location and pick these kids up. Take them to one of the safe houses. Very well, my lord. Benimaru appeared within moments, seemingly sensing the urgency in his voice. Leave them to me, my lord. He nodded to Benimaru and had Raphael teleport him to where Hinata and Chloe were. He appeared outside of a barrier of some kind, though he should have no trouble breaking it. He saw Hinata dashing towards a clown that seemed to be sealed by something. Her attack was even giving him a bad feeling. Chloe was also safe and sound. The holy magic spell Disintegration causes spiritual decay within the target. Anything within its effects gets erased at speeds approaching that of light speed. Even souls can be destroyed. Hinata is seriously not messing around. He shook his head and focused on his task. Though for some reason he felt something was off. He focused on the clown for a moment. Notice. It has been detected that the clown that the individual Hinata Sakaguchi is attacking is an illusion. What? He quickly broke the barrier surrounding the battlefield, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the real clown appeared behind Hinata and stabbed her with a dagger. Notice. It has been detected that the dagger that the individual Hinata Sakaguchi was stabbed with was coated in spirit runes. Shit. He activated thought acceleration to quickly come up with a solution. Maybe Felix can help. He sent Felix a thought communication. Yeah, Rimuru? He heard Felix sound out. Felix. Melim and I appeared at the same spot we left from. I expanded my senses towards Tempest to see what exactly was going on. Most of the attackers should have long since been taken care of by now. Universal sense may not grant me sight in the traditional way as it only allows me to perceive light, sound, heat, and smell, but with the combination of the various extra skills like Celestial Eye and Heavenly Eye also being imbued into my universal sense has turned universal sense into clairvoyance basically. Clairvoyance over a fairly large distance as well. Not nearly as large as what I could cover with universal sense, barely even a fraction of that in fact. I turned to Melim. Alright, let's go back to Tempest, all the action seems to have calmed down by now. Melim nodded. Just before I was about to teleport us I received a thought communication from Rimuru. Yeah, Rimuru? Something happened to Hinata. It'll be easier if you just come here and take a look. Send me the coordinates. I'll send you back first Melim, I have something to do. I instantly teleported Melim back to Tempest and myself to the coordinates Rimuru had sent me. I could feel the remnant magicules in the air. I quickly looked to Hinata who was bleeding out. Odin. Notice. Her body is being destroyed by rampant spirit runes. Shit, no holy magic will help here, it'll just hold off the inevitable. Notice. The unique skill, Falsifier and the unique skill, Seer have been analyzed. I ignored Odin's words as my gaze snapped to the weird clown that seemed to be responsible for Hinata's state. He was looking at where Rimuru was. He dressed similarly to those two other clowns I fought before I became a demon lord, Footman and Tear I think their names were. If this clown is the one responsible, then he will pay. Laplace. Laplace signed in relief, finally he got his job done. He didn't think he'd have to put so much effort in, that goes to show how strong this Hinata Sakaguchi is. Even though he had a stronger physical body and a greater magicule capacity she managed to almost match him with sheer skill. He imagined the results of this fight would have been vastly different if she knew of his abilities. He watched as the elemental of space soon vanished. He had no clue why the elemental was so much stronger than the standard, but he was just glad it was over. He'd be asking the boss for a vacation after this. He would have been toast if it wasn't for his unique skill, Seer. It gave him a perfect precognition for events a few seconds in the future. Using that he was able to use his other unique skill, Falsifier, which specialized in illusions to deceive Hinata and make her think he was caught in her trap. Falsifier was a very insidious skill if used a certain way. It allowed him to deceive the very senses of other people, creating a false reality where only he knew the truth. He could make someone see any sort of reality he wished. It was the peak of illusionary magic. Even sensory skills such as magic sense or danger sense would prove useless in the face of Falsifier. He could make father kill son, lover kill lover, sibling kill sibling, and they would not even know. He used that to make Hinata think he was caught in her trap. He watched as the kid ran up to Hinata. He sighed. Feel free to give you goodbyes, I ain't someone that'll kill a kid. He knew the boss would probably be upset, but something deep within him recoiled at the thought of killing a child. It was good that they did not know his name, otherwise he may have been forced to do something he would regret. Hinata would die soon, and his task would be over. The dagger she was stabbed with was coated with rampant spirit runes. The spirit runes were slowly destroying her spiritual body and would soon even corrupt her astral body. There was no way to save her. Hinata-ne. Hinata coughed up more blood as she slowly withdrew her other legend-grade blade from its sheath. See Chloe. It's good that you aren't hurt. She then held out her legend-grade rapier and left it beside Chloe, and slowly put a bracelet on her wrist. Laplace noticed that when Hinata took off the bracelet her armor disappeared. It must be stored in the bracelet then. Chloe, I was not able to teach you much, but I am sure you will surpass me. Well, he had overstayed his welcome. He didn't bother with confiscating the weapons, he wasn't cruel enough to do that. Though that god-grade weapon will be his reward for his victory. As he was about to step forward to grab the blade he felt the barrier he placed to isolate the battlefield shatter. He turned to look in the direction he felt a massive aura rising from. He could sense multiple waves of ki, sword ki, mystic ki, supreme ki, and one other he couldn't put a name to. He saw a beautiful bluish silver-haired figure staring in the direction where Hinata laid. Damn, the slime found out. He had a far less likely chance of getting away now. He had no clue why Seer hadn't warned him of anything, but he could think about that another time. All of a sudden his gaze snapped to the child. He may not want to kill a child, but there is nothing wrong with using a child as a hostage, right? He heard a demonic voice growl. What did you do? That voice, something about it unnerved him. He slowly turned around and was met with the gaze of a white-haired man with glowing blue eyes that made him shiver. He felt as if his very soul was being judged. The killing intent being released was capable of making someone like Clayman fall unconscious. He was barely holding himself together. Deep down in his soul, he knew that he could not defeat this being. Felix. I lifted the clown up by his neck and quickly crippled his magic circuits. My aura was running rampant in his body. With his magic circuits crippled, he should have no way to escape. I began to pressure him with my Demon Lord's haki, but before I could question him I was interpreted. Felix. Focus on Hinata first. I heard Rimuru call out. I took a deep breath and nodded. Stupid emotions. Fixation. I whispered, leaving the clown paused in time midair, and mid-choke. I teleported next to Hinata, who was saying something to Chloe. Hinata noticed my appearance. Felix, I guess I failed to reach your expectations. I sighed. You're not even 30 yet and you are still stronger than the vast majority of the world, my dear. I'm sure you will become quite the fearsome figure in time. Hinata shook her head. No, this is where everything ends. I don't know why, but I can feel my end coming. Hearing her, I quickly touched her stab wound and quickly healed it with holy magic. But as I thought, the spirit rons that the clown injected into Hinata's body are running rampant. Even Metatron would fail to save her, even with its domain over spirit rons. It is incapable of precise manipulation of spirit rons and specializes in mass destruction. Using that on Hinata would just kill her. Spirit rons were just that destructive. They are used primarily to destroy lives, not save them. Fuck. Is there seriously nothing I can do? Odin, can you manually manipulate the spirit rons inside of Hinata? It is impossible. The spirit rons have already routed themselves deep with Hinata's soul. Her very ego is currently being corrupted. There is not nearly enough data to freely perform surgery on the soul. Damn it. Odin, can I consume her with Beelzebub and then separate her injury from her? It is impossible. The spiritron corruption has already spread to her spiritual body and astral body. Almost her entire core has been corrupted. Even the ego is falling apart. Only an extraordinary set of circumstances could save her now. Damn it. This is different from Mahito's bullshit. I just needed to restore the soul to its natural shape. I'm not capable of healing souls outright. I would need some sort of reality manipulation to fix this, and even then it would be iffy. Seiko's cook definitely isn't enough, it just doesn't have enough conceptual oomph. Even the Chaos Dragon situation was different. It still had an intact ego, whereas Hinata's was currently falling apart. Hinata shakily raised her hand to my cheek. I am sorry. And then her hand dropped to the ground. I could feel my Demon Lord's haki raging out in waves, its strength far beyond what I had used to stave off Velzard's Dragon Spirit haki. Felix. I heard someone call out, but I just couldn't hear them. All of a sudden a white glow caught my attention. I turned to look at who the glow was emanating from. Chloe. She was protected from my haki from a barrier Rimuru quickly placed. She was shaking. And no, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Not this early. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Hinata-ne. All of a sudden a glow emanated from Hinata's body. The glow went towards Chloe. The moment Chloe and the light from Hinata's body made contact, Chloe glowed far brighter than before, and then vanished. Is that temporal energy? Notice. It has been detected that the individual Hinata Sakaguchi wished to pass on her unique skill, mathematician, to the individual Chloe Aubert. Hinata's rapidly deteriorating soul bound itself to the unique skill, mathematician, as the skill was passed on to the individual Chloe. After which both Chloe and Hinata were sent across time. What just happened? I heard Rimuru mutter. Fuck. Rimuru Tempest. He stared, gobsmacked at where Hinata's body lay. Chloe was there too, but not anymore. Felix was still kneeling by Hinata's side with his haki running rampant, but he couldn't blame him. His precious student just seemed to have died after all. But the world couldn't handle much more of his haki. He was barely able to protect himself from it while containing its damage. He turned to look at the clown to make sure he was okay. He was their only source of information right now after all. Whatever Felix did to the clown seemed to be protecting him from the haki as well. Thankfully Demon Lord's haki has no physical effects, or Rimuru would think that Felix would easily destroy a country-sized area with his haki, and that was him being hopeful. In reality he wouldn't be surprised if his haki caused even more damage than that. Even now, the sheer spiritual pressure Felix was leaking was enough to kill entire countries with ease, even if they are incredibly far away. Any being below the Special A rank would immediately die when exposed to this level of Demon Lord's hali. His best friend was really broken. Thankfully he was able to quickly place a barrier using Uriel that is able to contain Felix's haki. But some of his haki did leak out for a moment. He could only hope that it didn't cause too much damage. Oi Rimuru. Whose haki was that? It felt as strong as my sister's haki. He heard Veldora's voice sound out in his head. Your sisters? That was Felix. Gaha, then as expected of him. To think Felix's hockey was that strong, to be comparable to Veldora's siblings who even Veldora was terrified of. He took a deep breath, he needed to focus on the current events. He can consider what effects Felix's hockey had on the surrounding area later. Raphael, do you know what just happened? Unknown. Situation is abnormal. No information can be obtained other than that the individual Chloe Aubert emanated a mysterious form of energy before disappearing. Damn it. Even Raphael was stumped. Luminous Valentine. Luminous made her way to her hidden sanctum which only her closest subordinates knew about. She needed some time to think and ponder on everything she had learned recently. She had only left Tempest hours ago, she felt she had seen more than enough, she stayed for the main portion of the festival at the very least. The continuing days were just going to be repeats of everything that occurred earlier on in the festival. She had made sure to check on the church branch that was in Tempest, everything was up to her standards, and she had some of Hinata's best subordinates staying there. Each member of the 10 great saints had the potential to awaken and become a saint, 2 of them already had awakened, Hinata and Ser. She was quite surprised by everything she had learned from her visit to Tempest. The sheer technological advancements that Tempest had made in such a short period of time was incredible, even the musical advancements they made were incredibly impressive. There were many vampires who enjoyed music, her included. The issue was that with immortality came a halt of progress. Practically no progress has been made in the last 500 years when it comes to music. No new innovation, no new inspiration, nothing. She was quite put off by it but didn't push as inspiration and improvement is not something that can usually be forced, at least not for truly good things. But once she had attended the concert in Tempest her mind was blown. She would need to get Rimuru to have some of his musicians come and teach her own. Then there was the bigger issue to consider. The timeline seemed to be mostly intact, it seemed Chloe and Hinata's efforts were not in vain. She even left her seclusion to meet this mysterious slime and demon that Chloe and Hinata would go on and on about, much to her annoyance. Both were incredibly annoying, Felix more than Rimuru, but in the end she was thankful for them, as without those two she would not have met either of her friends. They both had important roles to play in those two's lives after all. She even initially formed the Western Holy Church to give the future Hinata a place to come to. Luminous had come out of her centuries-long isolation and attended the Valpurgis just to finally meet those two and gain some sort of understanding about them. Both of them were incredibly powerful, far more powerful than a mere slime and a demon like Felix had any right to be. Each was an awakened demon lord that even she was unable to see through. She was millennia old and yet she would have to take them extremely seriously should a fight happen, or else she would die. Her first meeting with Krenoa was quite the odd one. When Chloe claimed to be from the future, Luminous was originally quite skeptical. But she had won her trust when she had predicted Veldora's attack, though she still lost her most beloved palace knight Rose to the evil lizard. She understood why neither Chloe nor Hinata had helped her fight the true dragon off back then. They were adamant of keeping things exactly the same so that they would return to the same future they left. She slowly made her way to the deepest level of her sanctum, where no one but her and her closest subordinates were allowed. Even Hinata was unaware of what lay within, though Luminous could tell Hinata was suspicious. She slowly stripped herself bare of her clothing and walked towards the beautiful figure frozen in the holy ark. An enchanting smile hung on her face as she observed the nude figure within. She had spent countless hours just watching and caressing the coffin, even ignoring the severe burns that she would acquire. The coffin was created through pure spiritual manipulation, it was infused with so much holy power that even an awakened demon lord like her was still burned to the touch. Even with her full power she was incapable of breaching the coffin forcefully. Soon you will be free," she said as she began rubbing herself across the coffin. Her ministrations were stopped all of a sudden when she felt something from her soul connection with Hinata. Luminous gaze immediately snapped in the direction of the great Jura forest. Hinata. Those two had never informed her about the future in too much detail, too worried about her causing changes by accident. They never told her when they would go to the past, nor how they would go to the past. Luminous knew something had to have happened for Hinata's soul to dwell within Chloe, she just hoped she was wrong. Damn it. What has that slime and demon been doing? She quickly snapped her fingers causing her normal royal garbs to appear on her. Lewis. Gunther. She called. Lewis and Gunther were the only two who knew about this location and just who was sealed in the coffin. Her two most loyal and powerful subordinates. Especially now that Roy's power had rejoined with his twin, Lewis was a force to be reckoned with. Yes, my lady. Came Gunther with Lewis following close behind. Come, we will be leaving, it seems our dear Hinata has had some complications. Over time a bond between her and Hinata had formed, and while Wicked allowed them both to get subtle feelings from the other. In fact she was fairly certain Hinata knew of her attraction to her. Luminous already knew what had most likely happened, though she hoped she was wrong. She did not know what she would do if Hinata was truly dead. Felix. Felix. Could you please control your haki? I'm not sure how much longer I can contain it. I sighed and forcefully calmed myself down. Hinata was not technically dead. I forcefully reined in my Demon Lord's haki and got it under control. Some skills react intensely to emotional stimuli, haki especially reacts to emotional stimuli. I heard Rimuru give off a loud sigh once my haki was no longer pressuring him. Sorry about that. It's fine, Felix, I can understand why that happened, said Rimuru. Fuck. I hate time bullshit. Still, my shoulders sagged hearing Odin. If Hinata's soul is tagging along with Chloe as a passenger, then that means Hinata was still technically alive, if only as a passenger of Chloe's. I have no clue what sort of effects binding oneself to a unique skill could have. The closest approximation to that would be the Sin series, each of them sort of have wills of their own. But even then Hinata's current situation is different. For one, will her soul heal over time now that there are no spirit runs actively trying to corrupt her soul? Who knows what sort of situation those two have appeared in? Still, it's best I focus on things I can actually have a chance of affecting. Still, I'm just surprised that it is possible to pass on skills. Hinata must really believe in Chloe if she was willing to pass on one of her unique skills. The only issue is that I don't know if those two were sent to the past or the future. If they were sent to the past, I'll have a far easier time finding them as long as they have survived to this day. If they were sent to the future, however, well, it'll be far more difficult. Do you know what just happened, Felix? Asked Rimuru. Before I could answer, I felt three presences teleport very close by. One of them was very recognizable. I'll explain everything to everyone, I don't want to repeat myself. Rimuru nodded as he stared in the direction Luminous had appeared from. Rimuru snapped his fingers and dispelled the barrier he seemed to have created to contain my haki. That was a good move. Who knows how much damage my haki could have done when let loose. Normally I can just focus my haki to a certain area so I don't cause too much damage. I guess Hinata mattered more to me than a simple test subject. Our relationship may have started absolutely horribly, and I even started teaching her as an experiment of sorts, but she's grown on me. Like a fungus that absolutely refuses to leave. The clown was still bound by fixation. I'm not a raging beast. It would be idiotic to kill the clown when he is our only source of information along with Mariable. I just wanted to hurt him a bit, no biggie. I extended my hand to the god-grade sword that was lying on the ground next to the clown. I didn't even bother with it at first, far too angry at the clown. The sword floated towards me. Once it was in my hand I could feel it accept me as its master. God-grade equipment often had a will of their own and would reject those they found unworthy. This one seems to have been actually forged rather than created with material creation as well. Not just anyone can afford to just hand out this kind of weapon to a subordinate. I have no doubt that the clown was just loaned this weapon. I'm sure there is someone pulling his strings in the background. There is no way it is a coincidence that Hinata was attacked at the same time Tempest was. No, this was planned. Notice. It has been detected that the sword has the anti-skill attribute. What? The weapon has a weaker anti-skill attribute than the individual Yuki Kagurazaka, and it has been detected that the weapon is likely made out of human bones. The body often reflects the spirit, and so the anti-skill attribute was somewhat engraved onto Yuki's physical body. The weapon is capable of cutting through any emission attack from magic or unique skills, however it will have a harder time dealing with an ultimate skill, but it is still possible. I could feel my fists clenching. I was no fool, a weapon made out of human bones with the anti-skill attribute, something that is imbued within Yuki's spiritual constitution. No, I could reach the most likely conclusion quite easily. Yuki is involved in this somehow. How many others were there with anti-skill after all? I had the dungeon try and analyze him, but I didn't get much new data. I already knew about anti-skill, and Small World was never meant to gather data on what skills someone has by deep diving into someone's soul. Perhaps if Yuki demonstrated his unique skill that would be different, but he didn't do that is still a mystery. Either way, even if he wasn't involved in Seiko's death, which is highly unlikely with all this information, he will still cease to exist for this, his soul and all. Looking back at everything, it does make sense. Footman and Tear said themselves that they were mercenaries. They were hoping to deal with me so that Tempest would have less protection at the time. Shortly after that, Tempest was attacked. And then another similarly dressed clown is once again involved in some sort of plot. If they were hired by Yuki, or maybe even his subordinates, it would all line up. It's possible that Yuki incited Clayman as well. I still need more information. I would have to pick Maribel's brain later. I'm sure she can be convinced. Felix, are you all right? Asked a concerned Rimuru. I shook my head. I'll tell you later. It's best that we focus on Luminous right now. Yuki may not know it, but he was living on borrowed time. Damn it. What has happened to Hinata? I turned towards the voice. Luminous had arrived along with two of her subordinates. One was someone I knew of, Louis the Pope of Luminism. While the other was dressed in a suit and tie, he dressed fairly similarly to Sukuna and Diablo. I think it would be a fair assumption to think he is Luminous' butler. Both were fairly strong too. Both of their existence points are at around 1 million, they were about as strong as an awakened demon lord and a saint. Quite the impressive subordinates Luminous has acquired under her, both are vampires as well. Luminous' gaze snapped to me and then to Rimuru. She quickly stood by my side. What happened? She asked. She was attacked. I responded. Of course I can see that. But how did this happen? With all of your powerful subordinates, with all of your so-called security? Demanded Luminous. Rimuru is the one that answered her this time. Tempest was attacked, while my subordinates and I were handling that. Someone managed to infiltrate and teleport Hinata and Chloe to a discreet battlefield that was prepared beforehand. The barrier helped isolate any sign of the fight, making it hard to send help. Chloe! Shouted Luminous. Rimuru looked at her with confusion. Yes. Luminous sighed aggressively. I see. Damn it. There really was nothing that could have been done. Luminous seems awfully accepting. I would have imagined she would have declared war or something for Hinata dying in Rimuru's territory when she is basically a foreign dignitary. Though I could tell from her clenched fists that internally Luminous was raging. Damn it, I have to try something. Luminous said as she raised her hands and aimed them towards Hinata's body. Luminous cast all sorts of holy spells, resulting in Hinata's body being healed back to peak perfect condition. Even the miracle class holy magic wasn't working, which was what I expected. Hinata's issue wasn't her body, it was her soul. Luminous even casted a resurrection spell which practically evaporated midair. She hasn't been gone for long. Why isn't it? Hinata's body may have been present, but her soul was no longer present. Damn it. Luminous' gaze immediately snapped to the clown still frozen in my fixation. He is the one responsible, is he not? Questioned Luminous. I sighed but nodded. Don't do anything drastic, Luminous. I told Luminous. Luminous ignored my words and approached the clown, her demon lord's haki focusing on the clown. Of course the clown was immobile, he could not do anything to defend himself. Just before Luminous was about to touch the clown, and likely drain him of his vitality, I appeared and grabbed her arm. Both of her subordinates appeared next to me to defend their mistress. I just ignored their attacks and let Infinity deal with them. I wouldn't blame Luminous for acting out a bit, she did just lose someone close to her. Don't do that, Luminous. He is one of our only sources of information right now. And besides, Hinata is not gone. If I didn't know that there was a chance to meet Hinata again, I don't know what my emotional state would be like. I would probably be just like Luminous, wanting to get my revenge on the clown. Now I can think things through more rationally. I know she is not gone. What? How could Luminous know that? Unless... Luminous Valentine. As Felix held her arm, preventing her from draining the clown's vitality, she thought back on everything. Luminous felt powerless, her beloved Hinata lay dead, and she was unable to do anything. For all her power, all her status, she was helpless. The only moment comparable was being helpless to defend her old kingdom when Veldora went and destroyed it. No matter how hard she tried to distract the true dragon, he had just brushed her off, as if she were a bug. That day is when she truly understood how powerless she was in front of the truly mighty. She had never felt as helpless as she had back then, until now. Confirmed. Condition satisfied. The unique skill, Lust, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Asmodeus, Lord of Lust. Once the voice of the world's voice resounded in her ears, she could feel her power soar to new heights. Heights she couldn't have even dreamed of previously. She could feel a new power forming in the core of her being. Is this the power that individuals like Guy Crimson and the true dragons have? Is this how they maintain their superiority? She felt like a true goddess. Could this be enough? Could this revive Hinata? She knew it was a fruitless endeavor, but she had to try. She noticed Felix had loosened his grip on her arm and was looking at her with surprise. So you got one too now, huh? He muttered. She looked to Lewis and Gunther. That is enough, you two. You two are incapable of harming someone on Felix's level, so stop trying. Both of them stopped sending fruitless attacks Felix's way. That stupid barrier of his wouldn't even let their attacks hit him. With her new ultimate skill, she could command the passage of life and death as well as view and manipulate the life force of others. Even the soul was under her dominion. Though her skill was more focused on the aspect of life. Lewis and Gunther were each incredibly powerful, but when compared to Rimuru, their life force was practically a small fire, whereas Rimuru's was a blazing sun. And then when comparing Rimuru's to Felix's, the difference was just as vast. Felix was still more powerful than her, even with her new power, she was still below him, she could feel it. Just how long would she be helpless to those stronger than her? Luminous walked to where Hinata's body lay with Felix following behind her. She raised her hands to the sky, and commanded Hinata's soul to return to her body. The art rebirth utilized one of Asmodeus' sub-skills, life domination, to resurrect the dead. She waited, and waited, and waited. Nothing happened. She felt a hand on her shoulder. "There is no point, Luminous, you should know that," said Felix. She knew that Hinata's soul was gone now, Hinata was in the past now. But still, hearing Felix, she snapped. "Then what is the point? This new power of mine was not useful when it was needed most. Then why did I acquire this power in the first place?" She yelled, her heterochromatic red and blue eyes glowing in anger and despair. She had no clue if when Krenoa was unsealed, if it would truly be Hinata and Chloe piloting the body, or if it would be the Berserker Krenoa. This was her best and only chance at reviving at least Hinata rather than risking it all in a gambit. Now, that was her only choice. "You finally got that off of your chest?" asked Felix with a nonchalant smile. She did not know why he was acting like it was no big deal. As far as he should know, Hinata was dead. The present Hinata had never told her she was learning under Felix, but the one that was sent to the past had told her. Over the centuries they had grown incredibly close, so Luminous knew quite well how Hinata felt about Felix and what they had gotten up to. For Felix to take this all as a joke, it infuriated her. Before she could rip into him, Felix opened his mouth. "Now why don't we talk about how we can save Hinata and Chloe?" "What?" both she and Rimuru said at the same time. Chapter 113, Chapter 43, Back to the Past. Part 1. Felix. "Now, why don't we talk about how we can save Hinata and Chloe?" "What?" both Luminous and Rimuru said at the same time. Those subordinates of Luminous finally stopped with their pointless attacks on me. If it was in any other situation, I would have purged them for the slight. They're lucky none of my subordinates were around. Still, to think Luminous would evolve her unique skill, lust, into an ultimate skill. I got a once-in-a-lifetime chance to observe the change happening in Luminous' soul. The ultimate skill, Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, basically just gave Luminous control over life and death, though it leaned more towards the life aspect. It allowed the user to manipulate the infants of the soul to an extremely high degree. An incredibly powerful ultimate skill. That's another Sincere skill reaching its full potential. It's a shame that Greed will never reach that level, at least not with Mariable as its host. I even got to analyze Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, when Luminous tried to use it to resurrect Hinata. By now, you should know what just happened, right, Luminous? Rimuru was looking at the both of us in confusion, while Luminous was glaring at me. If my guess was right, then Luminous should at least be aware of what just happened. Earlier, when I told Luminous that Hinata was not truly gone, she said that she knew. Now, how could she possibly know something like that when she was not even present to see what had happened? Sure, she may have some absurd analysis skill, but I know she doesn't. Maybe she recognized that time shenanigans took place here. She is extremely old after all, but even then she would not say what she had with such confidence if she just had a suspicion. No, she knew with complete certainty that Hinata was technically still alive, or at least she was not dead at the present moment. The only way for her to think that is if she knew what truly happened, that Hinata and Chloe were transported through time. And for Luminous to know, then that means that Chloe and Hinata must have been transported to the past and formed some kind of relationship with Luminous. Still, going by how desperate Luminous was to bring Hinata back, even knowing what truly occurred, tells me that something had happened leaving Hinata's fate uncertain. Luminous' glare finally gave way to annoyance. Fine. I will explain everything to the both of you. Atta girl. Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata felt extremely groggy, as if she was waking up from a nap that had lasted many years. Her memories flashed, from her happy childhood years to her struggle-filled teenage years. Back when she was just a normal kid who craved their parents' praise, to when she murdered her own father. Her father's company had gone bankrupt, so he went gambling and put their family into debt. Even to this day, she hated that man for breaking up her perfect family. She had always wondered if that sin that she carried was the reason she had never awakened into a true hero. Perhaps she couldn't forgive herself, even if she felt what she had done was justified. Murdering one's own kin was not a light crime. Perhaps that burden would always be carried within her. She knew that even if she returned to her original world, she would not be welcomed, her mother would not greet her with a hug. Perhaps that is why she wanted to pursue justice in this new world. In fact, she had felt that weight in her heart for a long, long time. It wasn't until she met Felix, and by extension, Rimuru, that that weight lightened. Perhaps Felix's company had lightened that weight. At first, she saw him as a simple means to an end. She would have to be a fool not to accept the no-strings-attached offer that Felix had given her. Training from a demon lord was something many magen would do anything for. Even some humans would desperately seek such a thing. She had planned to quickly learn everything the demon lord was willing to teach and then move on. She had not expected it to be so incredibly difficult, however. She had learned many things under Felix's tutelage, but she was still far behind him, even she could see that. So she trained, and trained, and trained. Over that period of time, she slowly found herself becoming fond of Felix and Rimuru due to their continued interactions. It may be due to her knowing of their previous lives as humans that she saw them as different from the rest, even she herself did not know. But she grew closer to them all the same. Perhaps, in another life, her and Felix could have become something more. She could have seen their relationship going in that direction if the stars had aligned. Though that was probably due to his playboy nature. His personality may have been annoying, and he was extremely arrogant, self-centered, and an irredeemable playboy. But she knew he cared for her in his own way. He cared for those around him, she could see it in his actions. When he would pause their training sessions to pick up flowers for one of his lovers, or when he would help Rimuru out with simple tasks, seeking to help take some of the load off his friend's back. He was full of flaws, as all humans were, but he had his good side. Perhaps if she had encountered him during his tenure as an adventurer that he had mentioned, then things could have been different. Her most recent memories flashed in her head. It was too late to change anything at this point. She felt like just falling asleep as she continued to fall into this mysterious void. Don't leave me now, Hinata-ne. All of a sudden complete awareness came back to Hinata. Chloe. She quickly came back to reality. She could not see anything, she was practically completely blind. Use your heart to see, Hinata. Her heart. She focused on sensing the outside world. It took her a few moments before she could truly see what was happening, not through her eyes but through her heart. She was in an incredibly dark area, with a light in front of her. Where am I? You are inside of me. Inside of you. Did she not die? She was stabbed by a dagger coated with spirit runs. It was practically a miniature disintegration. She should have been completely erased. Even when using her unique skill, mathematician, she could not come up with an explanation. In fact, she was surprised she could even use her skill in this kind of situation. Felix had said that skills were truly one of the most fascinating things in the universe, and now she could sort of see why he thought like that. Truly how mysterious. I'll explain everything to you once you are stabilized. Do you see that white light? Walk into it. Hinata heeded Chloe's words and did as she said. She felt like she was moving her physical body even though she knew she did not possess one. The moment she came into contact with the light, she felt everything change. She felt far more stable. There we go, that's better. Do you feel better now? Ugh, yes. Now could you explain everything to me? Yes. Now listen here, Hinata-ne. Right now you are basically inside of my soul. You were very close to being devoured by my infinity prison, but you are safe for now. You don't have a body anymore obviously and will be far more limited with your actions. I know this is something new for you, but please don't do anything drastic. Infinity prison. That must have been the bottom of the darkness she was falling through. What do you think of me? Of course, I won't do anything drastic that might endanger you. Aha, that's good. I was just making sure. Thank you for waking me up. Hee, no problem, Hinata-ne. But how did my soul end up in yours? Funny thing that. When you tried to pass on your skill, your soul sort of attached to it, so your soul came along for the journey and ended up residing in my soul. Your soul itself was injured, but since the spirit runs that were inside of you were left behind, I was able to slowly heal you over a long period of time. If you inherited my skill, then how am I able to use it? Because I resisted it. If I fully inherited the skill, who knows what would have happened to your soul. Now you still have your skills and your soul is safe inside of me. I see. You really saved me, huh, Chloe? Of course. You believed that I could be a hero, so of course I would save you. I see. I see. If we are both still alive, then what is happening in the real world? Was the clown dealt with? What about the attack on Tempest? I don't know. I imagine with Felix and II and Rimuru everything went fine. Hinata thought it was quite odd that Chloe removed the honorifics from Rimuru's name. She always used to call him Rimuru-sensei. She also never used to call Felix and II. But she ignored that and focused on what Chloe had said. You don't know. Listen carefully, I don't know how to say this, but we are in the past. We are in the far, far past, long before both Rimuru and Felix and II show up. The past. Time travel. Yes. Chloe then directed her spiritual vision in a certain direction. Can you see that mountain? Is that? Yup, it's Mount Leora. We truly are in the distant past then. This entire area was considered a holy land back in the present time. There used to be a city here. Luminous would move her center of power to this location in the future after Veldora destroys her original kingdom. When I was originally sent back in time, I was just outside the Jura forest. Whenever I travel back in time, I end up staying in the same physical location. Then why are we here? Because this isn't my first time in the past. I am just following the same path I took to reach the same ideal future that we had left from. What? When Rimuru took us to the dwelling of the spirits to contract with elementals to save our lives, I awakened my innate power of time traveler. The elemental that blessed me was no normal spirit, it was my power from the future. I can't consciously activate time traveler either, as some sort of condition needs to be fulfilled for it to be used. I think I keep failing in the future, so my power keeps coming back to me in the past. So you've had your memories this whole time? Normally no. I usually only regain my memories when I am sent back in time. This time, however, was different. I do not know what caused this miracle, but this time I regained parts of my memories at the dwelling of the spirits. Using this knowledge, I was able to lead things to a better situation than normal. So you have been doing the same things over and over again. Until this loop, I was yes. Hinata did not know how to respond to that. Such a fate was incredibly cruel. I'm sorry you had to suffer through that, Chloe. It's okay. If I can save Rimuru and everyone else in one of these loops, then it will all have been worth it. Hinata did not miss the affection in Chloe's voice when she spoke about Rimuru. She could tell, Chloe Aubert was in love with Rimuru Tempest. What did you mean by saying a better situation earlier? Bomo. Normally, Rimuru does not become a demon lord. Usually, you do not confront him during the Falmouth invasion, as he would be long gone by then, and so he reaches Tempest on time and quickly defends Tempest and kicks all the invaders out. Thanks to this, he has no reason to become a true demon lord. She began, focusing for a few moments to make sure she remembered everything correctly. Felix also does not become a true demon lord at this point, though he does join the council as he confronts Clayman and his army. But from what Felix NII told me, he did not kill the entire army like he did in the most recent timeline. He challenged Clayman to a fight, and Clayman's arrogance worked against him. He lost the fight, and so Felix inherited his position. I see, so events were different, huh? But I don't see what the issue is. Since Chloe had been continuing to try and change things, and the only future that she was happy with was the one where Rimuru and Felix became true demon lords, then something must have gone differently later on. Rimuru would save Tempest and slowly build relations with the rest of the world. Even you, Hinata, would become one of his allies later on. You and Felix and I had a weird relationship too, you seemed awfully close. Weird relationship? Hee, yes. Rimuru kept calling Felix and I a lucky bastard for scoring a beauty like you or something, so maybe you two were together in that timeline. I don't know, I never bothered to ask. Tea together. Hinata was sure that if she had a body, her cheeks would be glowing. Yup. Anyways, everything was going fine for 5 years, we all trained together and grew stronger. Felix and I would stop by and teach us things from time to time. We even went for a field trip to his territory. But the good times did not last, the Eastern Empire attacked. Rimuru ended up dying and Veldora was unleashed. Felix and I also went on a rampage and ascended into a true demon lord. He ended up summoning a demon, a primordial at that. The primordial of yellow, John. Megumin. That is what she was called in this iteration, but back then I remember Felix and I's words. He said he wanted the Eastern Empire to suffer, to feel despair. And so he told John that she would be his bringer of despair, his apanoia. With John named, he unleashed her on the enemy forces. Hinata was sure the Eastern Empire was not in for a good time. She had met Megumin, and one thing she knew was that she loved to cause destruction and chaos. Veldora, Felix and I, and John killed over 1 million humans in total. The Eastern Empire's army was decimated. 1 million. I remember that day clearly even now. I begged Rimuru not to go, but he wouldn't listen. He passed on the mask to me and left and never returned. Hinata took a moment to digest all that. To think one event going differently could lead to such a drastically different future. However, Veldora was in a berserk state, he could not differentiate between friend or foe, and so he was attacking Tempest as well as the Eastern Empire's forces. The newly ascended Felix and I was fighting him off, Luminous, you, and I as well as Rimuru and Felix and I's subordinates were also there, helping to mitigate the damage. Felix was that strong even after just awakening. To be able to take on a true dragon right after awakening was incredible. Yes, he did not even go into a slumber after his awakening, he seemed to have immediately brought his power under his complete control and seemed to have perfect mastery of his skills almost immediately, so he was able to lead Veldora away before a significant amount of damage was done to Tempest and its people. I see. However, in the midst of the fight, you died. I only saw a flash of light, and then my ability activated, sending me back in time. After seeing me die. Yes. It seems that the condition to activate my time leap is to see you die. Hinata did not know how to feel about that, to think that she had died in every single one of Chloe's loops. That was just unnerving. I don't know what had happened after your death, but I imagine Felix and I went on a rampage. Most of the loops go in a similar fashion. But this time was different, in every single one of my loops, Rimuru had been dead before time leap activated, This time he was alive and awakened along with Felix NII. If Felix NII awakened the same power as he always does, then I am confident nothing will happen to everyone else. Why are you so confident that Felix can protect Rimuru and Tempest? Hee, I've known everyone for a very long time. If you add up all my years, in some of my memories, I got to see a close-up view of Felix going all out after awakening and battling Veldora. Someone as strong as that should be capable of almost anything. I see. Felix was a monster even to Chloe's eyes, huh? Not to mention his subordinates this time around. 3 of the primordial demons, his other subordinates, are extremely powerful as well. Not to mention Rimuru's subordinates. Normally, they wouldn't be half as strong as they are in this timeline. Hinata guessed that was from the blessings they received from both Felix's and Rimuru's harvest festival. Felix has explained a bit about true demon lords and the process of them awakening. She was a bit put off at how almost easy it seemed. Killing 10,000 normal humans was a breeze to a lot of Majin. Thankfully, such a condition was mostly unknown. Not to mention the other condition of possessing a demon lord seed. Felix truly was well learned. Still, for some reason, Felix seemed confident that even if it was well known, everything would be fine. He had said that the demon lord Guy Crimson would take care of it. Hinata did not know why that demon would do such a thing, but she understood that Felix knew something that she did not. There is one thing that's bugging me is, how did Felix and Rimuru become true demon lords in the timeline if Rimuru usually makes it back in time to defend Tempest? That was because of me. Because I had regained some of my memories ahead of time, I felt sudden urges when I had to change something. At the time I didn't know what these urges were trying to do, but I trusted my instincts. I made sure to stall Rimuru enough so that you would encounter him. He even gave me the mask back then. Hinata did not know what to think about that. Chloe had knowingly or perhaps unknowingly caused many deaths in Tempest. Sure, she may have known that Rimuru would do something to bring them back, but still, a woman in love was a dangerous thing. She was sure that the constant time leaps had a part to play. Any human would become more and more desperate in her situation. In fact, she might have done similar to Chloe. After all, she could just retry if things didn't work out, so Hinata did not blame her for her actions. In fact, Hinata could not even treat Chloe as the same innocent child as before. She had to have been far, far older than she looked at this point, at least mentally. Because of that, you were able to stall him long enough for the damage to have already been done. So he went ahead and ascended into a true demon lord along with Felix and I to bring everyone who had died back. And so both Felix and Rimuru grew in power a tremendous amount sooner than they have before. Yes. The future that we just came from seems to be the best one so far. If we can return back to that future, then maybe we can finally win this time. Maybe we can find out who killed you and Rimuru. Everyone will still be alive and safe. We would have an actual chance. Indeed, when compared to all these other timelines you have mentioned, the most recent one seems to be the ideal one. Yes, we must reach that future. Very well then, you can count on my help then. Felix. I made my way to the clown that was still stuck in my fixation. Once I was standing in front of him, I grabbed him by the throat once again and I dispelled my fixation. He immediately started pointlessly struggling. I don't understand why you continue to struggle. Your magic circuits are crippled, and I have you at my mercy. My words only made the clown angrier and struggle harder. Now, I'll deal with you later. Sit tight. And with that, I stored him in my infinity space, particularly in the prison area of my infinity space. With it being basically infinitely large as well as my complete control of the chaos world, I could create practically any sort of environment in there. The prison of my infinity space in particular was surrounded in darkness, pure emptiness where no one but me and those I allowed could move. They still had their own thoughts, but they could not do anything except stare into the void and contemplate. The clown and Mariable can keep each other company there. Then clown will be safe for now. We can interrogate him later. I told the group. Perhaps greed would be useful for that endeavor. That clown is the one that killed Roy. His crimes are many. I snorted at that. Well, get in line. It seems we all have a bone to pick with this guy. So it seems, said Luminous, seemingly giving in, though I could tell she was angry at her position. While we both had things the other wanted, she knew she was in a weaker position. I had the clown, and Rimuru, and I could easily take Luminous together. Though Rimuru would likely be very against that, not to mention I didn't even want to do such a thing. Though she did seem to need us for something. So, we definitely held the position of power at the moment. But Roy Valentine, huh? I remember hearing that Roy had fought the demon Lord Kazalim evenly, so he was probably pretty powerful. That also gives me a rough estimate of Kazalim's own power. Going by the amount of energy I sensed Roy to have back at the Valpurgis, he was probably about half as strong as Lewis. So this Kazalim was fairly weak all things considered, definitely not a true demon lord, likely just a seed. Doesn't matter anyway, as Guy had said that Leon killed Kazalim. I turned around to look at Luminous. Roy was about half as powerful as Lewis, right? Luminous nodded. Indeed, Lewis and Roy were originally a single being that I split into two. Roy's power returned to Lewis once he had passed away. Huh, so Lewis wasn't this strong originally, interesting. I do wonder how one would split a single being into two though. I see. Thanks for answering. Though the clown is incredibly powerful as well, he's around the level of an awakened being, with an amount of existence points a fair bit higher than even that subordinate of Luminous, Lewis. His soul was a bit odd, too. Luminous turned to her two subordinates. Seeing as you two are not needed, return back to Rubrius. They both bowed to her and then vanished. I walked towards Hinata's body and knelt down. I placed my hand on her stomach and stored her in my infinity space. I have a feeling this body may come in handy later on. What did you do? Demanded Luminous. I raised both of my hands up. Peace, Luminous. I am simply storing her body and keeping it safe. I have a feeling that this body will have a use at some point. Luminous glare was still present, but she took a deep breath and calmed down. Very well. Then, should I not be the one safekeeping her body? She was my subordinate. I waved my finger at her. But I was her teacher. Not to mention I have a far better chance at keeping her body safe. What is that supposed to mean? It means that in case whoever is behind this sends someone to retrieve the body, they will have a harder time getting it from me than they will you. I stored her body in another dimension, after all. Not to mention leaving it with you is the predictable option. We will talk about this again after I have explained everything. Said Luminous. All right. Well then. Will we be standing around all day? Questioned Luminous. I held my hand out, the god-grade rapier I made for Hinata floated into my hand, at which point I stored it in my infinity space. I'll teleport us back to Tempest. Said Rimuru. And with that our group vanished and appeared in Tempest. I looked around to see where exactly in Tempest we were. It looks like we were transported to one of the safe houses. Sensei. Rimuru and I turned towards the voice. Ah, Kenya. I'm glad to see you all are fine. Said Rimuru. Where is Chloe? Asked Alice. Rimuru gave them a fragile smile. Ah, well, she's going to be gone for a little while. We need to figure out what happened to her. I could see tears beginning to form in some of the kids' eyes. I sighed. She isn't dead. She was just transported somewhere for her own grand adventure. Heroes will never have an easy time, but trust in your friend to make it back okay. Ugh, who knew I'd have to be the one giving them a pep talk? Rimuru sent me a grateful smile. Chloe. A hero. Shouted Ryota. Keep your voice down. Said Rimuru. Ryota nervously rubbed the back of his head. Oops. Now we need to go talk about something important, make sure to be obedient. Rimuru then turned to the female hobgoblin who was in charge of their class. Could you make sure they don't get into any trouble? Yes, Lord Rimuru. She responded. Rimuru then turned to Benimaru who seemed to be the one protecting this safe house. The attackers seemed to all be dealt with so he probably had some free time. Benimaru. Benimaru kneeled in front of Rimuru. Lord Rimuru. You did a good job today. Thank you for keeping the kids safe. It was my duty, my lord. Still, thank you. Everyone will be rewarded once everything is sorted out. Now Luminous, Felix and I are going to be having a meeting. Can you make sure everything stays in order? Yes, my lord. Responded Benimaru. I should probably check in with my subordinates. I just arrived back in Tempest. Is everything going okay? I asked. Ah, my lord. It pleases me to hear you in good health. Said Arcuade. Hee, of course, our master would easily be able to deal with any threat. Ah. I did good today, master. Can I be rewarded? Of course, that is what Lalatina focuses on. Ooh, I felt a super strong aura earlier. Could you tell me about it, Lord Felix? Asked Megumin. I'll tell you later, Megumin. And yes, Lalatina, everyone did well today, so I will reward everyone. Now, how should I even reward them? I already gave them weapons. I'll have to think about that later. I have fulfilled my duties, master. Said my adorable dragon maid. As expected of Felix-sama. No way any of those weaklings could pose a problem for him. Said Siko. Ah, I truly have a team of glazers. I seriously need to make sure I don't get into my own head with subordinates like these. I have completed my duties as well, Lord Felix. Though I wish I was powerful enough to have been of assistance to you when you had gone to deal with the Chaos Dragon. You should not need to lower yourself to deal with such a bug. I will be increasing my training. said Sukuna. Glenda and I were able to protect some people. Good job, Ingvile, I responded. Ingvile really was a cinnamon roll. What about Ajra and Zonda? I asked. Zonda was going around healing others while Ajra was dealing with stronger foes that some of Lord Rimuru's subordinates could not defeat. Responded Arcuade. I see. I'll have to praise them as well, then. Anyways, I'll be in a meeting. I'm not sure how long it will last, so just head back to my residence. Very well, my lord. With that, I cut off the thought communication. Rimuru seemed to have just finished his conversation with Benimaru. Rimuru turned to look at Luminous and then at me. All right, are you two ready? We both nodded and followed Rimuru as he led us to the Chancellor's building, where Rimuru conducted his duties as a ruler. Did anyone die? I asked. Rimuru shook his head. No, thankfully, no one died. Only some had minor injuries, but they were quickly healed. Ah, thanks for lending Zonda to Tempest. He was healing my subordinates' injuries as some of them got a bit wounded from their fights. I waved him off. It's fine. I looked around as we were walking towards the Chancellor's office. Many buildings were destroyed, and the ground was cracked and destroyed in certain areas. It would take some time to rebuild. But I also noticed Majin helping Human, and Human helping Majin. Some were conversing over a drink, while others were joking around with each other. Nothing grows people closer than fighting for your lives, huh? One more thing. Do you know where Yuki is? Rimuru looked at me curiously before a look of realization appeared. You think he is behind this? I nodded. I know he is. Explain everything later, then. I nodded. But Yuki is in one of the safe houses. I just checked. Good, that means that he hasn't caught on yet, or I assume he would be trying to subtly leave Tempest. Excuse me. Do you mean Yuki Kagurazaka? The head of the Free Guild? Asked Luminous. I nodded. The very same. This plot is getting more and more interesting. Said Luminous. That's one way to say it. It didn't take us long to arrive at the Chancellor's office. This is a fairly quaint building. Commented Luminous. Haha, I know it isn't some grand palace, but I'm fine with this. Said Rimuru. Luminous looked at Rimuru weirdly. Very well. It is your reputation, after all. Rimuru ignored her comment and led us towards the meeting room. Once we were inside, we all took our seats. Rimuru snapped his fingers and placed a barrier around the room to keep this conversation secret. Luminous looked at the both of us. Now, have you ever heard of the name Krenoa? Hinata Sakaguchi. They had decided that their first stop would be visiting Luminous. It seems Luminous always had a part to play in Chloe's previous loops. They did not have many potential allies in this era, none of her subordinates were around at this point, and none of the demon lords would lend a hand except for perhaps Malim Nava and Ramaris. But she did not know how to convince them of anything. She did not have any sort of close relationship with those two, rather Felix was the one who was close to them. She did not think she was capable of persuading them, besides Chloe almost never encountered those two this early on. If they were trying to make sure they arrived in the same future they left, they would have to make sure they did not do anything out of the ordinary. They had to take action similar to what Chloe always did. It was a bit suffocating, knowing they had some of their freedom taken, to be restricted to a few choices. But they would have to deal with it. They were currently heading to Luminous Old Castle, Night Rose, which was destroyed by Veldora in the future. I will tell Luminous about Veldora's attack so she can evacuate her civilians. That should be enough to earn her trust. Very well. That is a good move. Though be prepared for rejection. Luminous may not believe you right away. I know she'll come around. Sometimes, having future knowledge can give you all the confidence you need. Chloe already knew the way to get to Luminous Old Castle. It truly is quite majestic. No wonder Luminous was always so angry at Veldora for destroying this. Hee hee, yup. Veldora may become Rimuru's friend in the future, but he is just a berserker now. Indeed. Hinata herself was rather put off by Veldora, even up to her death she could not get him to take her seriously throughout their many spars. It didn't take long for a group of vampires to appear in front of Chloe, guards by the look of it. Who are you? Asked the guard in the lead. Hello there. I am here to see Luminous. Chloe boldly declared. Ugh, I don't think that was the right move, Chloe. Boldly proclaiming their ruler's name without any honorifics isn't likely to blow over well. Don't worry, I know Luminous. But you don't. You haven't even met Luminous yet. Ah, crap. That's right, I always mix some of these things up with all these memories in my head. In fact, I think I remember you scolding me about the same thing before, hee hee. It was nice to know even her other versions were keeping Chloe in check. It was not a task for the light-hearted it seemed. Though from what Chloe said, she did not always accompany Chloe back to the past. Sometimes it was up to Chloe alone to resolve everything. Hinata was sure that the loneliness was killing her. Alright, how about I help you? Whenever someone asks you something, don't immediately respond, hear me out first. Okay. That's good. If Chloe says something she is not supposed to, history could change. Even a slight deviation could mess everything up. That's from next time, though. After saying that, Chloe dashed past Luminous guards and quickly made her way to Luminous chamber. Damn it. Did you not hear what I just said? Don't worry, I've done this before already. Ugh, what a pain. Hey. Chloe burst through the door. Luminous was sitting in the center of the room on her throne. Now, who do we have here? Said Luminous with a haughty smile. Chloe gave her a wave. Hello. I am Chloe Aubert. I am here to warn you that Veldora will be attacking this place soon. Luminous looked at Chloe with interest. The storm dragon will attack, you say? I'm sure you understand I can't just take you at your word. This was going better than Hinata thought it would. Lady Luminous. Yelled one of the guards who had just arrived. Luminous waved her hand at them. Leave. You have already shown your incompetence enough for today. The guards cowered under Luminous' glare and quickly left. Luminous then looked to Chloe. Now, why don't we continue? Chloe nodded. The true dragon Veldora will be attacking this place soon. I have no doubt about that fact. And while you are strong, you and I both know you are not capable of taking on a true dragon. Such a comment probably stung Luminous' pride, but from experience, Hinata knew that Luminous was capable of swallowing her pride. She did care for her people, after all. Indeed, it pains me to admit, but the true dragons are not a foe that can be beaten by conventional means. Only true monsters like Guy Crimson and the first true hero would have a chance. But can I trust you? Okay, now what do you think I should say? Now you ask me. Well, give me a moment. Hinata then used her unique skill, mathematician, to analyze Luminous as best as she could. She drew on Chloe's own power to help give her the power she needed to do such a thing. She knew what year it was thanks to Chloe's information, so she was able to roughly calculate when Veldora would attack. You can tell her when Veldora will arrive. Once that happens we will have won some trust with Luminous. Chloe internally agreed with her and then looked at Luminous confidently. At the earliest, he will arrive within a week, at the longest, in a couple of months. Luminous sighed. Very well. I will allow you to stay within my palace, should your words prove false though. Chloe waved Luminous off. They are not false. And so began their stay in Night Rose. They watched as Luminous faced Veldora head-on. Thankfully all of Luminous citizens had been evacuated as Luminous had decided to trust them. Luminous was putting up a good fight, but in the end the result was already determined the moment the fight started. Even though this Veldora lacked all the skill he would acquire later on, he was still a true dragon, an unbeatable enemy for all but a few. Luminous was not part of that few, not yet. It's sad that we can't help her. Indeed, but it is how things must go. Luminous must fail here if we are to return back to our future. We must repeat the same things you did the last time, no matter what your other memories say. Perhaps it would be a good idea to share some of the future with Luminous to win her trust. Of course, nothing that could cause something to change. There were many things Luminous should not know about. If she knew of Grant's betrayal she would kill him long before he had played his part. She may look for her or Chloe ahead of time to take them under her wing. In this scenario, while there weren't too many casualties, Night Rose was still destroyed, aligning with Hinata's own memories. This was just one step in the right direction. You are from the future, you said, Chloe. Since Chloe was right about Veldora's attack, she had won Luminous' trust, which thankfully made a lot of things easier. Chloe nodded in response to Luminous. Yup. Hinata and I both. By now Luminous knew of both individuals inhabiting a single body. Hinata had multiple opportunities to talk to Luminous as Chloe was able to pass on control of her body. I see, and you said this is not your first time in the past? Asked Luminous. Nope, but hopefully, it will be my last. I see. What do you plan to do now that you are in the past? Do you plan to change things for your benefit? Chloe shook her head. No, Hinata and I both want to make sure that we return to the same future we left from. It is the best one by far. The best future, Would you mind telling me about it? Chloe nodded eagerly. I was a stray otherworlder at first. I appeared with my childhood friend. But the moment I appeared in this world I was summoned to the future. I ended up going to a school and met my teacher, Rimuru. After that events varied depending on the timeline, but in almost all of them Rimuru dies. Hinata noticed that Chloe was keeping the events that occurred in the future incredibly vague, which was good. The less Luminous knew, the better. Luminous nodded. I see, and what about Hinata? Hearing Luminous, Chloe passed on control of the body over to her. Well, I was originally a stray otherworlder as well. I ended up meeting a nice teacher who took me in and taught me. I ended up leaving the teacher after I learned everything from her. Hinata knew she did not treat Shizu-sensei as well as she should have, but fear often causes humans to do things they regret in the future. Shizu-sensei was the closest thing she had to a mother figure in this world. In her case, the fear of attachment. If she had met Felix back then, she likely would have done something similar, though, with his personality, he likely would have tracked her down and beat her up. After that, I journeyed around the world for some time before finding a place where I felt I could make a difference. That place was with you, Luminous. Luminous blushed slightly, hearing her. How odd. I see. After that, I grew in strength and eventually became the leader of your personal knight order of sorts. I would end up having a misunderstanding with Rimuru and it would lead to a fight. Thankfully everything ended up fine. Through Rimuru I ended up meeting my second teacher, the Demon Lord Felix. Hearing that, Luminous looked far more interested. A Demon Lord would teach you? Hinata nodded. Yes, I suspect he originally began out of his own petty desire to punish me for almost killing his friend. But we did grow closer over time. Hinata said with a fond smile on her face. For some reason, Luminous' eyes narrowed at that. How strong is this Demon Lord Felix? Asked Luminous. Hinata tilted her head slightly. I could not say. I had no way to measure his strength. He did tell me that he had beaten me with contemptuous ease while using 1% of his power. 1%? Yelled a shocked Luminous. Hinata nodded. Yes, 1%. And you were a saint then? Hinata nodded once again. Yes, an incomplete one, but I was capable of elevating myself to the same level as a complete saint with the help of the armor you had gifted me. The one this body is wearing now. Luminous nodded. He must be incredibly powerful then. He was, even you had recognized him. He also seemed to have the approval of Guy Crimson. Luminous' eyes widened. Even Guy. Indeed. I also witnessed him sparring with Veldora, one in which Veldora had to take him seriously and even then wasn't able to push Felix back at all. I do not know how the fight would have ended as Rimuru stopped them in the midst of it. For some reason Hinata felt satisfied at seeing the shock on Luminous' face. It was only right that she recognized how amazing her teacher was. For all Felix's faults, he was strong, no one could deny that. It was fairly odd that she was proud of such a thing, however. She had not felt anything similar for others. I look forward to meeting the slime and demon in the future then. Hinata was sure Luminous would regret saying that. Luminous had ranted to her about how annoying Felix was on multiple occasions. Hinata went on to give some more about her background. Well then, what do you plan to do now? Hinata passed control of the body back to Chloe. Well, I always end up being a hero for some time, so I will do the same this time as well to make sure that the future stays right. A hero? Very well then. I will inform everyone here that you are my friend. Should you need something you may ask anyone. Said Luminous. Great. Thanks, Luminous. As they were leaving towards the personal quarters Luminous had assigned them, Hinata asked, what will you be known as? You can't be known as Chloe Aubert, or that would be far too suspicious in the future. That's right. Leon Oniai-chan will definitely find out. I usually just pick a name, why don't you choose one this time? A name, huh? Since you have the unique skill, Time Traveler, we can use the name of the primordial of time from Greek mythos, Kronos. We can change it a bit to differentiate a bit. What about Krenoa? Okay then. I will be called Krenoa from now on. Chapter 114, Chapter 44, Back to the Past. Part 2. Felix. Rimuru and I processed the story we had just been told. So Chloe and Hinata are, in the past? Asked Rimuru. Luminous nodded. That is correct. Who knew that Hinata and Chloe would together become the being known as Krenoa? Not much is known about that hero, but it is confirmed that she existed. She is the one who had sealed Veldora after all. Krenoa has been responsible for the demise of multiple demon lords as well. I imagine all of this was done to maintain the timeline, to make sure nothing changed so they returned to the same future they left. Rimuru turned to look at me. Why don't you seem to be that surprised, Felix? Because I already suspected it. Rimuru's eyes widened. What? Rimuru shouted. Yeah, ever since I first met Chloe, I knew she had an unusual ability. I knew she was likely capable of traveling through time. Hearing me, Rimuru looked at me with betrayal in his eyes, which did make me feel a bit bad. Then why didn't you tell me? I sighed hearing him. Because I did not know if that would change things. At the time I did not know how exactly her ability would work, if it took her to the future or the past. If it took her to the future, then no big deal. But if it took her to the past? Rimuru looked at me with understanding in his eyes. Then just you sharing that information with me might have changed things. I may have acted differently, I may have kept Chloe hidden somewhere, and then she would not have been with Hinata during the attack. And so Hinata would truly have been dead, and Chloe would not go to the past. And if that happened? I nodded. If that happened, then a lot of things would be very, very different. Our present selves wouldn't exist. Rimuru sighed. Fine, I forgive you. But tell me important stuff like this from now on. I'm not as emotional as you think I am. Even though Rimuru said that I knew he would feel the sting of betrayal for some time, even I am self-aware enough to know that what I did was questionable. The best I could do was continue being Rimuru's friend. Hopefully, he'll come around. Maybe I can make a copy of that super sexy lingerie Siko wears sometimes and pass it on to Shuna. Alright, fine, I'll do that. Seeing as our conversation was done, Luminous looked at me with curiosity in her eyes. I was not aware you could immediately know of someone's abilities. Well, it isn't something I share with many people. Luminous nodded. Understandable. I would do the same in your position. I nodded in response. It is a useful ability, it's how I knew to take you seriously from the start. One does not hold one of the Sin series skills without having some monstrous potential. Luminous' eyes narrowed once she heard me. Even Mariable had that potential if she had the time to grow. A single Sin series skill was just that monstrous, the same with the Virtue series skills. And that was true, there was Rimuru himself who had gluttony. Melim I assume had wrath, and then Luminous who is a true ancestor herself with lust. Of course, Mariable has greed. That leaves pride, envy, and sloth missing. I'm not sure what it says about Rimuru that he has 2 Virtue series skills and a single Sin series. Dude is certifiably broken. Well, even I awakened Uriel before it evolved into Ouroboros. I assume that is fairly uncommon for a demonic-aligned being like myself. I'll just chalk it up to my previous 2 lives as a human having some influence. I didn't know Luminous had that skill. I rolled my eyes hearing Rimuru. I'm honestly surprised that he even knows what a Sin series skill is. He can be clueless about things that he has no right being clueless about. In fact, he didn't even know who or what Diablo was until I brought it up. Luminous pursed her lips. I see, thank you for the compliment then, Felix. I tipped my non-existent hat to her, which only seemed to annoy Luminous. I wasn't wrong for that belief either. Not just anyone can evolve their unique skill on their own. I had the assistance of Odin while Rimuru had the assistance of Raphael. I imagine it is normally far more difficult to acquire an ultimate skill. There is a reason it took over 1,000 years for Luminous to gain an ultimate skill. She needed an appropriate stimulus as well as sufficient willpower. Willpower truly separates the weak from the strong in this world. Luminous sighed hearing me. Of course, you know about that. I rolled my eyes at her. Practically anyone can tell something happened to you just by a quick glance. I pointed to Rimuru. Only this guy is dense enough not to notice. Hey. I ignored Rimuru's shout and continued. Though do be careful of Guy. Once he realizes your skill has evolved, he may become more interested in you. Guy becoming interested in someone is normally enough to terrify someone. His reputation is well earned after all. Guy's standard for determining if someone is worth his time is based on if they have an ultimate skill. If you don't have one, you don't matter in his eyes. Luminous cringed slightly. I see, thank you for the warning, Felix. It's no problem, Luminous. I scored some affection points. The moment I finished those thoughts, Luminous' eyes narrowed. Whatever asinine thought you are having, cease thinking it. I pointed to Luminous, shocked. Is this the dreaded woman's intuition? Before Luminous could retort, Rimuru interrupted with some exasperation. Guys, can we please stay on topic? Worried teacher here. In fact, you should be taking this more seriously, Felix. I probably would if I hadn't heard what Odin had to say, as well as Luminous. But with both of their words, I was fairly confident that things weren't as dire as they could have been. We got lucky this time, but it served as a wake-up call. I'll have to up Hinata's training when I see her again. No student of mine will get beat by a mere base-level awakened Demon Lord opponent. Laplace's EP wasn't all that much greater than Hinata's, but Hinata still lost, likely due to Laplace simply outskilling her. Hinata was a genius, but she wasn't the best out there at this point. Well, maybe that standard is a bit too high. Well, Hinata can worry about that later. She'll basically have her entire life ahead of her, after all. Admittedly, it was a bad matchup in the first place. The clown likely had a good idea of Hinata's abilities while she knew nothing. I'm sure she was protecting Chloe in the midst of the battle too. Not to mention the clown's unique skills were impressive. Seer as well as Falsifier made for a deadly combo. Hell, Falsifier basically let the clown pull an Aizen. Now that I know Hinata and Chloe are safe, I can relax a little bit. I'll trust in Luminous. I'm sure she would have told us if there is something urgent we need to do. Luminous nodded in response. He is correct, Rimuru. We have some time. But I do believe we have veered off topic. Let us continue with our previous topic. Before that, I have a question. So if Hinata and Chloe are in the past, then why aren't they here right now? Wouldn't their loop be completed the moment present Hinata and Chloe had gone to the past? Asked Rimuru. Luminous sighed, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she remembered everything. I shall continue my story then. By the end, you shall understand. Kigali. Kigali was currently in the famed city of El Dorado, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell's territory, more specifically Leon's castle, which was located at the center of El Dorado. As she looked at all of the golden halls, she had to hold back her rage, not letting a single emotion show in her face. At the moment, they were following one of Demon Lord Leon's knights, Claude, as he led them to the throne room. Yuki had ordered them to politely terminate their business relationship with Leon temporarily as the slime was cracking down on otherworlder summonings. Thankfully, since Rimuru was messing with them, they would be able to try to subtly place Rimuru in Leon's path. The best case scenario was Leon becoming one of Rimuru's enemies due to Rimuru's wish to stop otherworlder summonings. Anything that can weaken those who would end up being in the way of Yuki's dream would be a step in the right direction. As Yuki always said, Rome was not built in a day. His plan required a perfect step-by-step process where their hand is not revealed too early. Besides, it's not like infighting was outlawed among the Demon Lord Council. She knew that firsthand. Guy often looked on with cold amusement whenever a fight broke out among the council. He would barely bat an eye when, by the end of the Walpurgis, they were down a Demon Lord. He was not the only being that was not a true dragon to receive a catastrophe class rating for nothing after all. The Lord of Darkness was the standard for a truly powerful demon, even his kin were wary of him. And practically no one was capable of reaching that standard he had set, that is, until recently, it was not even one of his fellow primordials at that. Kigali shook her head. Now was not the time to think about that particular mess. She would trust in Yuki to come up with a plan like he always did. Not to mention her unique skill, Planner would assist in that endeavor. At this point, the attack on Tempest should have been complete or already underway. She would have to wait to get back and hear about what Lelass had to say. Lelass was incapable of projecting his thoughts over such a large distance, not to mention the Demon Lord Leon may pick up on it. It was safer overall to just hear about everything that happened once they were back at their base. Kigali had to carefully control her expression and body language as she stared up at the figure looking down at them from his golden throne. The sheer rage she felt when looking at his figure was almost all-consuming. But Kigali did not get to where she was because she was losing control over herself. She was sure she would feel something similar when looking at the demon responsible for the deaths of her dear claimant and footman. Both Demon Lord Leon and Demon Lord Felix had earned her undying hatred. Yuki would get Kigali her well-deserved revenge. She had absolute faith in that. Kigali and Tear both kneeled in front of the Demon Lord. Normally Kigali would have sent Lelass, Footman, and Tear together for this kind of task. She trusted Lelass enough to rein the other two in while also negotiating. Unfortunately, Lelass had another mission while Footman was indisposed. So the mission fell to her and Tear to complete. Even as weak as she was due to her vessel limiting her power, she met the Demon Lord's eyes, refusing to completely submit. She may have only been as strong as a mere greater Magian, far from her strength at her peak due to this weak elven homunculus, but she was an ex-Demon Lord. She refused to give in to the men who had killed her. Is this not the second time we have met? Leon asked, his tone as cold as ever. I was under the impression that we would keep our relationship as secret as possible. More meetings will counteract such a wish. No. Kigali took the lead. Indeed. I apologize for showing up so suddenly, Demon Lord Leon. But a bit of a complication has appeared. A complication? Leon raised an eyebrow. Kigali nodded. Indeed. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest has been introducing new policies to the Western nations. His influence is slowly growing large enough that certain countries have begun cutting down on otherworlder summonings due to Demon Lord Rimuru's well-known dislike for it. If Rimuru Tempest's plans succeeded, he would soon join the Western States Council, vastly increasing his influence. It will be far harder to sneakily summon otherworlders at that point. His influence would expand to almost unseen levels in the West due to the sheer technological advantages Tempest could offer, not to mention his power. Rimuru? The slime that looks like Shizu, huh? They already knew of Rimuru Tempest's relationship with Shizu Izawa, so it was not a surprise that Leon had some sort of suspicion as well. Yuki had informed them of Leon's relationship with her. That slime. You are willing to cut off relations for me out of fear, for a slime. She could tell Leon was getting upset. Please see things from our perspective, Lord Leon. That slime had been amassing an overwhelming amount of political influence ever since he became active. The armed nation of Dworgen is willing to stand by their side, and recently the sorcerer's dynasty Sarian has also allied with him, not to mention Demon Lord Felix and the various other Western nations that have started forming a relationship with Tempest. Elmia too. Leon's whisper caught her attention. Did he have some sort of relationship with the Empress of Sarian? That was not something they knew. She would need to have someone do a far deeper investigation into Leon's relationship with Sarian. Battles were not won through power, but through information in this world. This will not be permanent though, Lord Leon. Kigali appeased. Oh. We plan to move our base of operations to the Eastern Empire soon. Once there we will get our operation underway again and be able to summon other worlders more discreetly, as Demon Lord Rimuru's influence there is non-existent. Currently they are summoning other worlders through the Raso, but in the east they will have to gather the resources to do the summonings themselves, something that will take time. Their secret organization, Cerberus, has already established itself in the east thanks to Damrata's connections. In fact, they primarily operated in the Eastern Empire's criminal underworld. They just need to finish up their business in the west and then they can move and continue to build up their power base. Hinata Sakaguchi was one of the last obstacles to be removed before they left for the east. Of course they would not be abandoning their foundation in the west. Kigali herself was going to be staying in the west along with Lelass. As the vice master of the Free Guild, she would be next in line to take over once Yuki leaves, allowing them to maintain and expand their power in the west as well as the east simultaneously. The plan was for Lelass to stay with her as protection. Leon nodded with a satisfied smile. Very well then. Contact me once you are capable of resuming the incomplete summonings. Very well. We do still have one more shipment of children that we had brought with us, Lord Leon. Leon nodded and turned to the Black Knight Claude. Deal with that for me. Claude bowed to Leon. As you wish, my lord. Seeing such a thing even made Kigali feel a bit uncomfortable. The amount of loyalty Leon was able to instill in his subordinates was astonishing. He was a former true hero, so it wasn't too unnatural for him to have that charisma in him. One does not become a true hero easily. The exact condition was unknown, but Kigali assumed that in order to match the might of an awakened demon lord there were extremely difficult requirements. Leon felt even more powerful than he was back then, when he killed her. Not to mention, the Black Knight Claude was powerful. Even Footman and Tyr together likely wouldn't be capable of beating him, putting him above even a normal demon lord seed level being. Truly a monster. I'll lead you to the merchandise, Claude, said an enthusiastic Tyr. Claude bowed slightly. Very well, thank you for the assistance. Kigali internally sighed. She was almost done dealing with this man, and then she could leave scot-free. She still had some work to be done. Yuki had her discreetly prepare a new base that only the two of them knew about. He wanted her to move most of their important assets to it, something that would take her some time. Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata watched as the years passed by. Almost a decade had slipped away since they had arrived back in the past. Hinata occasionally took control of Chloe's body to let loose a little bit and kill some troublemakers, but for the most part, she was content to sit in the back seat, only guiding Chloe from time to time. Shortly after bestowing the name of Krenoa onto Chloe, Luminous had to go to Valpurgis, and seemed to have come back incredibly annoyed. Luminous eventually shared that some newbie demon lord had tried to show off by bringing hundreds of his subordinates to the Valpurgis. Luminous, who had just lost Night Rose, was enraged and killed the newbie demon lord and his subordinates of causing Guy to instate a rule that one can only bring up to 2 subordinates to a Valpurgis. Speaking of Krenoa, ever since Hinata bestowed the name Krenoa on Chloe, she had noticed something was different. It didn't take her long to find out what had changed. I still find it quite odd that I lost my skill from bestowing the name of Krenoa onto you, Chloe. Hinata commented. Hey, sorry about that. I didn't know that would happen. Usually I would inherit all of your power anyways, but it has never happened like that before. It's fine. I'm sure you'll put Usurper to good use. Yes. I'll continue to use your power to help people. Though I'm sure that this skill would be useless on the truly powerful foes as it is. To get the most out of it I need to be powerful as well. That is correct, Chloe. While it is incredible that you are capable of using Usurper against Luminous to a certain extent, something even I was incapable of when I was alive, it will still most likely not work on either Felix or Rimuru. Aha, I'm sure about that. Felix NII is beyond the current me, at least in raw power. I am not sure about how well I would do against Rimuru. Even if I did grow to match them, I'm fairly certain it still would not work on Felix NII. He specializes in stealing other people's work after all. Hinata noticed Chloe sounded rather pouty at the end when she was talking about Felix. Stealing other people's work? Hinata asked, the puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. Ah, he hasn't told you. Felix NII has the ability to copy skills, magics, and arts. What? She shouted in her mind. What kind of cheat is that? I know. It's not fair. No wonder he was able to seemingly easily replicate all of her attacks, even her swordsmanship was easily dismantled by him. How was she supposed to beat him if he could take her skills and make them his with a single look? That was just plain cheating. She knew she wasn't one to talk, her usurper allowed her to do something similar, except there were certain requirements that needed to be fulfilled, making it quite difficult to use against truly strong opponents. It didn't even work on Felix and Luminous, and while Chloe has grown strong enough for usurper to be possible to use on Luminous, she still has not used it on her. One of the requirements is to be opponents after all, along with the requirement of being weaker than your opponent, though Hinata had long since found a way to bypass the latter downside. Still, I imagine he would be fairly secretive about that kind of ability. How did you find out? I don't exactly remember. Some of my memories are still a bit mixed up, the only reason I could recall that was due to how unfair that ability is. But I imagine I learned it when I was observing one of his fights. Chloe answered, furrowing her brow as she tried to jumble through the mess that was her mind. I see. Give him a piece of my mind when you see him next, then. You can tell him yourself. Chloe said with absolute confidence. I'm already dead. My time has passed, Chloe. Hinata reminded her softly, she had enough time to accept her death in the past decade. I don't know about that. I don't think Felix and I will let you die that easily. Knowing him, I'm sure he has already figured out a way to save you. Chloe reassured her, smiling brightly. Who knows, that men can act in the most odd of ways. Don't be so pessimistic. It's a waste of your beauty. No one will fall for you like that. Chloe teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. No one will fall for me, huh? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't think I was ever built for romance. She mused, feeling slightly regretful. I was joking, Hinata-ne. I know. How about I be your wingman, or rather wingwoman, when we get back to the future? Chloe offered, her eyes shining with excitement at the idea. Wingwoman. Yup. So who are you interested in? Is it the calm and collected general, Benimaru, the sneaky assassin, Sui, or maybe even the beastly carrion? Rimuru is off limits, by the way. Chloe giggled, her imagination running wild as she envisioned playing matchmaker. Her mind drifted to Felix, the saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder does have some truth to it. No, it's fine, Chloe. There is a chance I may not even be with you in the future. Hinata was well aware that the chances of her making it back were very low. Even if Chloe made it back, that did not mean something would not happen to her. Were you about to say Felix and I? Whoa. I didn't know that you liked him. Chloe's eyes widened in surprise. Just how oblivious was this girl? Did she not realize what the relationship between her and Felix was back in one of the previous timelines? She practically admitted that they were lovers. Was Chloe this hyper-focused on Rimuru? Hinata did not think that was healthy at all. I see. Don't worry, Hinata-ne. I promise that I will be the best wingwoman ever. Felix and I and Hinata-ne would look good together. Yes. I am now personally invested in this project. Was Chloe always like this? Fine, whatever you say. Hinata said partially to get her to shut up, and a hidden part of her deep within that Hinata would never admit to having was hoping for Chloe to be successful. Enough talking now. You have a monster to slay. Yes. Underscore 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 underscore. Hi Nate, I want to teach you something new. Something new. Yep. It's an art that Felix and I taught me in another timeline, one that I think he came up with. An art that Felix came up with. Yep. I imagine even the current timelines Felix and I could perform it with relative ease. This was an art that Felix and I made before he became an awakened demon lord, so he probably doesn't even have a reason to create it in this timeline, or else I'm sure he would have already taught you it. He taught it to the other you after all. Hinata was quite curious about this art Felix created, and slightly envious of her other self. Could she perhaps wish Felix to create art for her? Perhaps that was why she was feeling envious of another version of herself. She had been examining these odd feelings she had found within herself, she found it helped her make sense of them. Very well then, I am listening. This is a really powerful art, you know. Chloe grinned. I imagine it is. Felix doesn't create anything mediocre. Is that pride in your voice? So I was right about you liking Felix and I. Chloe teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Shut up, just teach me. Hinata shouted, feeling slightly embarrassed. I was right, I was right, I was right. Chloe sang, doing a little victory dance. Hinata internally sighed. Chloe could be incredibly smug and annoying at times. Still, she could tell that over time Chloe was opening up to her more as well as acting more like she did when she was in her child form. It seems even Chloe was beginning to feel hope that her cycle would soon end. Once Chloe was done with her victory dance, she finally began explaining things. The art I am going to teach you is Distortion Field, an art that Felix and I created when he was looking to create an impenetrable defense. He failed in that endeavor, but he did still create an incredibly powerful art. An impenetrable defense, huh? She mused. It is incredibly difficult to learn, and it requires a high level of proficiency in spatial manipulation. I was never all that talented at spatial manipulation. Really? Then why do I sense Felix Nii's blessing on you? It drastically increases one's affinity with space-time. What? The only being she recalled that Felix had blessed was her elemental of space, ether, but as far as she knows, she lost the contract with him when coming to the past. Perhaps the blessing transferred from ether onto you. Blessings generally follow the will of the person providing the blessing. He likely blessed ether with the intention of giving you a better protection, since ether failed and that the blessing transferred itself over to you. Hinata did not know how to react to that. She did feel a sudden burst of affection for Felix bloom in her chest, but she quickly pushed it away. Felix blessed ether to protect me. That's obvious, isn't it? I've learned over time that divine beings do not hand over their blessings lightly. I see. Thank you for informing me of that, Chloe. No problem. Do you think it is possible for me to learn this art with the help of the blessing? Yep. It should be possible. Chloe answered with a confident nod. Very well then, I am willing to learn. Alright. Distortion Field envelopes the user's body in a spatial distortion by severing the space around them. This practically nullifies all kinds of attacks, even attacks that affect spacetime. Physical phenomena will have an incredibly hard time bypassing it, and emission-type attacks will practically evaporate on contact. That's super broken, right? Chloe grinned. Felix Nii really outdid himself with this. I don't even think I could create something like this from scratch as I am now. Even Felix, before he was awakened, was a monster, huh? To create something like this, if he offered this to any nation in the West, he would be made a noble immediately, no matter his status as a demon. They may even make an exception and directly make him a duke, a rank usually only reserved for relatives of the royal family. This art sort of reminded her about that odd spatial distortion that was always present around Felix. He seemed to be able to control it as he wished, but as long as he willed it, nothing could directly touch him. Perhaps he used that as inspiration. It isn't unbeatable, though. Spiritron-based attacks can still bypass Distortion Field. Attacks against your mind and spirit also won't be blocked. It is still an incredibly powerful technique. Hinata acknowledged. Yup. So listen closely while I teach you, Kay. Yes, Chloe, I am listening. Chloe was really milking teaching her something for once. The brat. Underscore 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 underscore. Hinata casually deflected the Magian's strike in front of her. She was currently outfitted in her full armor and the anti-magic mask, her blade was already ready to strike down her foe. You wish to become a demon lord? You announced yourself to the world as a demon lord when you were this weak. Her words, filled with mockery, only made the Magian angrier. Her mocking words had a hint of truth to them. This Magian was barely at the demon lord seed level, an opponent she could have easily beaten even before she died. A mere demon lord seed stood no chance against a saint unless they had god-grade equipment or something of similar power. And even then, they would need an appropriate amount of skill to wield such high-tier equipment. Not to mention there is a chance for the equipment to reject the wielder. Safe to say, this Magian stood no chance. Hinata had already defeated and killed all of this Magian's subordinates, she was not impressed. When compared to the subordinates of individuals like Felix and Rimuru, she found this Magian's subordinates to be lacking. Perhaps her vision had been skewed slightly due to those two. Most demon lords do not have as many demon lord class subordinates as those two do, not to mention those primordials. But even when compared to Luminous, this Magian was lacking. Luminous still had Roy and Lewis, after all, each at the higher end of the demon lord seed class, and once Roy's power was transferred to Lewis, Lewis shot up to the awakened demon lord class. Perhaps her standards were a bit too high. Shut up. I'll show you. I'll show you all. Even Guy Crimson will have to bow down before me. The Majin roared. Hinata had to stop herself from laughing at the Majin's delusions. The Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson. This man wanted to overthrow that Guy Crimson. The only being to have received a catastrophe class ranking other than the true dragons. One of the strongest demons in existence with an uncountable number of years under his belt. One of the few beings Felix was not sure he could beat. Felix had once said one needed literal universe-shattering power to have a shot at Guy Crimson. This Majin would never make it that far. Ah, the novelty of this has worn off. It seems I will have to finish you off now, Hinata commented. What dash? Before the Majin could finish what he was saying, Hinata dashed forward, breaking the sound barrier multiple times over, and appeared behind the Majin. She was going far too fast for the Majin to follow, and she was done toying around with this wannabe demon lord. She pierced her blade through his heart. She could only lament that this was a waste of her previous blade's ability, staining it with the blood of someone so insignificant. The Majin did not even have any sort of healing skill to quickly heal his wounds, so he simply fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain as he clawed for any way to survive. His eyes filled with panic as he realized that he was dying. Hinata knew she had become a bit more brutal over time, but she accepted that part of her long ago. How boring. She commented, turning to walk towards her next target as she saw the Majin finally die. Hinata had hoped to let loose a bit. She did feel a bit trapped, constantly being restricted to Chloe's body. Taking control and fighting did help relieve that feeling. Unfortunately, there were not many who could give her a good fight at this point, perhaps only some of the demon lords and beings around that level. Hinata, however, could not fight them. That may change the future after all, so she would just have to bear with it. Nice work, Hinata-ne. Chloe's voice echoed with genuine admiration. Thank you, Chloe. You said Guy Crimson would not intervene. She had just taken down a Majin who had recently declared himself a demon lord. She was not sure whether the current Demon Lord Council would take offense to such a thing. No, he won't. Chloe reassured her. This wannabe demon lord likely would have been taken out by someone else if we had not done the job. When it comes to self-proclaimed demon lords, they are usually tested. If they fail the test, they die and do not become recognized as a demon lord. In this case, this Majin failed the test. He failed to beat all challenges sent his way. Even if he was an officially recognized member of the Demon Lord Council, they would not bother with him. If he was killed, then he was too weak. The demon lords at this point in time could not be considered allies. I see, very well then. Let us return to visit Luminous now. It has been some time since we last saw her. I am certain that she must be expecting us. All right, that sounds good. Chloe replied enthusiastically. It didn't take them long to arrive at Luminous Palace. Hinata had handed off control of the body to Chloe before they arrived. The guards at the entrance quickly bowed and opened the gates. Ever since Luminous had declared them her friend, the guards as well as Luminous regular subordinates had become extremely respectful. It was quite odd, seeing as she remembered how arrogant some of these subordinates had acted to her in the future. Of course, that was before she beat them up. Chloe made her way to the throne room with Hinata watching from within. The large double doors opened in front of them. Luminous was lounging on her throne in the center of the room. Luminous turned to look at them with a smile on her face. Ah, Chloe. Or is it Hinata? You seem to be Chloe, but it can be quite difficult to differentiate between you two. Chloe gave Luminous a cheerful smile. Ah, I'm Chloe right now, but Hinata is also here watching. Luminous nodded. I see. Luminous' expression then changed to a pout. I have been waiting for your arrival for quite some time now. Why have you taken so long to come and visit me? Chloe chuckled nervously. Well, you see. Hinata can answer for me. And with that, Chloe shoved control of the body to her. Hinata looked around in confusion before sighing in resignation. Hinata turned to look at Luminous. Hello, Luminous. Luminous smiled warmly before playfully speaking. Why hello there, Hinata. Sorry about her. That girl is a bit of a handful. Luminous sighed, hearing her. It is no problem. I know how bothersome Chloe's antics can get. Hey. Chloe's voice echoed indignantly in their shared mind. Why don't we continue our conversation in my study? Hinata nodded, and they made their way to the study where they took a seat directly across from Luminous. With a snap of Luminous' fingers, her butler, Gunther, appeared almost instantly. My lady. He greeted. He gave a polite bow to her as well, one she returned with a nod. It was quite interesting getting to know these individuals she knew in the future once again. Gunther, prepare tea for myself and our guest. Ordered Luminous. As you wish, my lady. And with that, he vanished. Luminous folded her hands on the table. Now, I have heard quite a bit about this new hero. One who was helping anyone who wished for help, slaying dragons and demon lords alike. Hinata laughed lightly. Chloe and I have been going around and helping those in need. Though those Majin should not even be considered demon lords. Luminous nodded. Indeed, while there have been officially recognized demon lords that do not meet the mark, they usually die fairly quickly. I am fairly certain Guy simply accepts them into the council for his own amusement. Hinata nodded in response. From what Felix told me about Guy, that would fit his personality. Demon Lord Felix, huh? Whispered Luminous. For some reason, she sounded rather annoyed by him. Hinata did not know how it was possible for Felix to get under Luminous' skin when they hadn't even met yet. But knowing how much Felix liked to annoy Luminous, she probably could feel how annoying he could be. It seems Felix was just incredibly well suited to annoying Luminous, even throughout space and time. Still, it is quite impressive that you made such quick work of them. Some of them, from what I have heard, could be a potential match for Lewis and Roy. Added Luminous. Hinata shrugged her shoulders. Possibly, those two are fairly weak as they are now. Luminous nodded. They are a match for some members of the council that have not yet awakened, but they would stand no chance against a true demon lord. Not in their current form. Added Luminous. Hinata pretended to be confused. In their current form? Luminous nodded. Indeed, Roy and Lewis were once a singular being that I split into two. It seems I did not share such information with you in the future. She shook her head. No, you did not. Which was technically not a lie, as Hinata had found out about Roy and Lewis's condition after Roy was killed. She was not directly informed of the matter by Luminous. Gunther appeared with the tea Luminous asked for. He quickly served the both of them before vanishing. Luminous took a sip of her tea. Now, what have you two been up to recently? With that, they continued their conversation for hours on end. Hinata made her way to the room Luminous had assigned to her. Wow, we were talking for a long time, huh? Indeed, both Chloe and Hinata swapped out multiple times during the conversation so they could both talk with Luminous. Indeed. Well, I guess that's normal to do with friends. Friends, huh? Could she consider Luminous as a friend after their prior relationship? Underscore 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 underscore. It's about time to seal Veldora now, huh? Said Chloe. What? Luminous exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Ah, it is, isn't it? We still have about 300 years until we return to the time we left from, so it is around this time period that Veldora should be sealed. Hinata confirmed. Yup. What do you mean seal Veldora? Luminous demanded, her voice laced with concern. Ah, it is something we must do to maintain the timeline. I have already gained the sufficient skills necessary for the task. Chloe declared confidently. Indeed, Chloe with her help had managed to gain some skills that would prove to be a key part in taking down Veldora, such as the unique skill, Absolute End. With Absolute End, it was possible to harm a target through severing space itself. Such an attack was both a magical and physical phenomena. It should theoretically be possible to harm a true dragon such as Veldora using it. Hinata had also managed to become proficient in distortion over the years. It was a very difficult art to use. In fact, it took her over a decade to learn it properly and then decades to truly master it. Both Chloe and her now knew distortion field and were capable of using it in the midst of combat. With distortion field, Veldora will have a difficult time harming them. As far as she knew, the current Veldora did not have as much technique as he would have in the future. He had no mental attacks to make use of and was unable to manipulate spirit rods to a high enough degree to penetrate distortion field. Though Hinata did not doubt he could quickly learn how to do so, Veldora was extremely talented from what she had seen. Luminous looked at them with worry in her eyes. Are you capable of beating the lizard as you are now? I know you are powerful, but even I must admit Veldora is not a foe to be underestimated. True dragons are forces of nature. They may as well be natural disasters that cannot be stopped. Why don't you let me fight Veldora? Back in the dungeon, I had fought him fairly often. I have most of his attacks and general combat style memorized. I should be able to take advantage of his flaws. Not to mention, I got him to show me all of the skills he had. I know what sort of abilities he has and will have in the future. Hinata suggested. In fact, Veldora should be weaker than he is in the future. In the future he learned to control his power. At this point he is just an idiotic berserker. Felix even said that Veldora was capable of probability manipulation, but he also confirmed that Veldora did not have that ability for long. If Veldora was capable of that, then she would have a far more difficult time. She would have her revenge. She clearly remembered all the taunts Veldora had used on her. She would make sure to get some payback on Veldora. He even said that Felix's students shouldn't be so weak. If she was so weak, then why was he going to be sealed by her then? Okay then. It should be fine. Hinata says she can take him. Luminous sighed. Very well, I know it is pointless to convince you against this course of action. It is necessary to keep events the same, correct? Chloe nodded. Very well then. I wish you luck. It will be quite enjoyable watching that lizard get taken down a peg or two. Underscore 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 underscore. Hinata approached the rampaging true dragon, who was in the process of returning to his well-known territory in the Great Jura Forest. He had just returned from rampaging in one of Luminous' border towns. Along with that, he had recently repelled the Eastern Empire's forces that had invaded the Great Jura Forest, and he was quite angry at their audacity. He was an intimidating sight, his massive frame trampling over the trees while breathing fire in every direction. Thankfully, the inhabitants of the forest were quickly evacuated by various dryads, so Hinata did not need to worry about any collateral damage. Veldora's eyes soon locked in on her. Gaha. Has another weakling come to face me? Questioned Veldora. Hinata's face twitched beneath her mask, but she kept her emotions under control. Drawing out her god-grade rapier, Moon Mistress, Hinata began to approach Veldora. The beautiful weapon began to glow a warm golden light. Once the attack was fully charged, Hinata looked at Veldora before vanishing, her speed unparalleled as she appeared in front of Veldora in an instant. Melt slash. Hinata shouted, releasing all her pent-up anger from her last fight against Veldora in this attack. Veldora, who was always overconfident in his own strength, hadn't even bothered to dodge this attack, giving Hinata a clear shot at his torso. The rapier coated in pure rampaging spirit rounds focused in one single spot, piercing him directly through the torso and leaving a massive wound that continued to rampage even as Hinata jumped back to prepare for her next attack. Goa! Veldora shouted in pure shock as he felt the pain begin to eat away at him. Hinata took pleasure in Veldora's suffering. This beating was a long time coming. However, the downside of Melt Slash quickly became apparent as Veldora began gathering a massive amount of magicules in his mouth. Melt Slash could only do a significant amount of damage if her Melt Slash completely consumed the target. Against larger targets it was impossible to consume the entire target with her Melt Slash, making it so that she only severely wounded them rather than erased them. It didn't take long for a massive torrent of fire to make its way towards her. Hinata casually walked towards the fire, trusting Felix's technique, Distortion Field, to deal with Veldora's fire breath. In an instant, the entire area around her became coated in a storm of black fire. The fire burned and consumed everything in its path. Yet it couldn't reach her through the Distortion Field. What? How? Veldora shouted as he saw the fire begin to die down, only to reveal Hinata walking menacingly, her rapier glowing brightly once again. Using his own surprise against him, Hinata vanished once again, the fire around her extinguishing from the burst of wind she left behind. Appearing behind Veldora, Hinata's rapier which was imbued with absolute end struck Veldora's back, leaving a massive gash in his large frame. Yua! Veldora shouted, feeling slightly panicked as he felt true pain for the first time since he had last pissed off his sister. Unable to shake off the bad memory, Veldora stopped holding off, releasing his entire haki to try to pressure down Hinata. His aura alone was enough to casually level an entire nation, but Hinata continued to move unbothered by it. Veldora was far too sloppy at the moment, and this sort of brutish release wasn't strong enough to slow her down. Had he focused his haki solely on her, Hinata would have been in trouble. But this was a Veldora who hadn't met Rimura yet. A brute that only knew how to use pure power to defeat his enemies. Thankfully, she had placed a barrier around them before the battle started to prevent any collateral damage, a barrier that was being maintained by Luminous. Thunder clouds began to form all across the battlefield as Veldora began to roar. Black lightning flashed and shot toward Hinata in an instant, yet it never reached her. Felix's art was truly bullshit, and the fact that he probably had a better version now only made Hinata more determined to grow stronger. Veldora went berserk as he continued to swing his tail in an attempt to hit Hinata. Lightning and thunder continued to echo across the entire forest, shaking it into silence as the destruction continued. Hinata had fought Veldora enough times that she had memorized all of his weak points. Now, those weak points were far more noticeable. almost as if he hadn't ever bothered to block in his life. Hinata couldn't help but smile as she continued to vanish from place to place, moving in a weaving pattern and slashing at Veldora. She was an entirely beast now compared to their first fight. She could see the end drawing nearer with every slash, though she couldn't hold back the beautiful yet terrifying smile on her face as she finally found the challenge she had been searching for this entire time. Landing on the ground after using absolute end once again, she looked on as Veldora began to slow down. It had only been a few minutes since the battle had started, but Veldora was already starting to strain the barrier she had put up. By this point, the storm above them had turned into an absolute catastrophe. Lightning crashed every second, trying to strike down Hinata. Sharp winds and small tornadoes tried to cut her up. Yet they were wild and uncontrolled, so as long as Hinata kept an eye out for them, she would be able to dodge them easily and reposition them. It's too late either way, Hinata muttered. She felt like she had weakened Veldora enough to use Infinity Prison on him. Looking at the wild storm dragon trashing about trying to hit her, Hinata raised her rapier, taking a deep breath as she channeled a large portion of her Magicools into this final attack. As countless Magicools began to charge on Veldora's mouth, Hinata pounced for the last time. Veldora tried to swing to smack her out of the sky, but in one elegant movement Hinata landed on his hand before jumping and stabbing right through the heart of the true dragon. Guahhhhhhhhhhrghhh, Veldora shouted for one last time, taking a step back from the shock of the pain. Landing on the ground, Hinata raised her free hand and activated Infinity Prison. In one final attempt to fight back, Veldora's Magicools burst with their full strength. He fought as best as he could against the prison forming around him, but it was too little too late. With the dragon captured, she would take him to the cave in the Great Jura Forest and seal him within. Also that he would meet a certain slime in 200 years. Chapter 115, Chapter 45, Back to the Past. Part 3. Felix. Ha ha ha, so that's how Veldora got sealed, huh? I was pretty surprised that some hero managed to seal a true dragon. Even Veldora, in his berserker fighting style, would be almost impossible to beat for an awakened being. Even Rimuru was trying to hide his smile at hearing about Veldora's fate. One thing that was a bit odd was that I could still feel the blessing I gave to Ether, even though, from what I know, Ether was back in the elemental realm and stripped of my blessing for failing in its duties. You can imbue individual blessings with intent. My intent was for Ether to protect Hinata. He failed and so the blessing was taken away, and yet I still feel my blessing. It is possible that due to the Master's wish of protecting the individual Hinata, the blessing was passed on to Hinata in an effort to protect her. I didn't know that was possible. It seems blessings can stay active throughout space and time. Neat. It seems Hinata has made a significant amount of progress since I last saw her. Taking out self-proclaimed demon lords, saving villages and towns. She was playing as a bona fide heroine alongside Chloe. She even became friends with Luminous, a demon lord. Hinata really is having her very own Isekai adventure. Wait, does this mean Hinata is older than me? No. Impossible. This can't be. I was distracted from my realization by Luminous. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable watching that lizard be shown his place. That is one of my fondest memories. His screams of pain were delightful. Said Luminous with a fond smile. Well, alright then. Man, she really never will get along with Veldora, huh? Though not that I can blame her, Luminous is completely justified in this case. Even if someone has reformed, that does not excuse their past actions. At least that would be the case back on Earth. In this world, however, power matters most. Whether Luminous likes it or not, she can't do shit to Veldora, both due to his personal power and due to Rimuru's intervention. Not to mention his siblings might not like that either. Velzard strikes me as the type to be completely okay with killing Veldora herself, but if someone else does it, well, safe to say they will have an angry frost dragon on their ass. I'll enjoy rubbing this one in Veldora's face. I imagine Hinata will as well. Who knew she would manage to beat Veldora? I remembered watching as Veldora stomped Hinata into the ground, taunting her all the while. Now, seeing her triumph was truly satisfying. Luminous looked at me with a haughty yet prideful expression. Of course my dear Hinata is capable of such a feat. I raised my brow at her. Your dear Hinata, huh? Hearing me, Luminous glared at me. Geez, what did I do? Yes, my dear Hinata. She repeated, her smile growing as if challenging me. I began looking at Luminous suspiciously. Could it be? Could Luminous possibly bat for the same team? Could you, possibly like Hinata? Whoa. Hinata and Luminous Yuri moments. I could already imagine such a scene. I wonder if she is into Chloe too. Chloe isn't a child anymore either, so it's not like I can disapprove. She is like, hundreds if not thousands of years old. That's weird to think about. I may be in a world where might makes right, but that doesn't mean I'm cool with someone who is practically a child getting preyed on by a thousands of years old hag. Luminous the hag. I noticed even Rimuru had a vacant look on his face. Hey, even he is daydreaming about that. Truly, great minds think alike. Indeed, a Hinata and Luminous Yuri moment would be delightful. Luminous' eyes widened before she resumed her default haughty expression. And so what if I do? Do you have a problem with that? Whoa. I just took a random shot in the dark. Who knew I would be right? Truly, my greatness astounds me. Did you say something, Odin? Negative. Well, all right then. I resumed my conversation with Luminous. No, just imagining that picture in my mind is hot. Luminous Yuri moments. A crimson flush appeared on Luminous' face. What? Stop what you are doing at once. No, I don't think I will. I said with a smirk on my face before my expression became more serious. Though do know, Hinata is my precious student. Should I find out if this pursuit of yours was not consensual on Hinata's part, I will erase you from existence. I said with a cheerful smile on my face. I doubt consent is something the truly powerful of this world really care all that much about. If nobles can casually grab peasants off the streets and do what they want with them in most kingdoms, then I imagine those with true power can and will do something similar should they have the desire for it. Though I doubt Luminous was capable of forcing either Hinata or Chloe to do anything. If they are capable of sealing Veldora, then they are capable of dispatching Luminous. Luminous' face paled slightly. No, that is not the case. Hinata has not seen fit to return my affections. I tilted my head curiously. Really? She wasn't interested in a hot piece of ass like you. Guess she doesn't bat for the other team then, huh? Unlucky. I shrugged my shoulders. Oh well, her loss. Hot piece of ass. I rolled my eyes at her. Yes, have you seen yourself? I gave Luminous a blatant once-over. Luminous might not be super busted, but she was definitely attractive. Her sleek slender body definitely pushed some buttons for me. Her heterochromia eyes also had a charm of their own, not to mention she is basically a goth. Everyone loves a goth. I noticed Luminous' blush had returned tenfold. Stop looking at me like that. She shouted, covering her body slightly. I raised my hands up in surrender. Sure. She is a vampire, the progenitor of them in fact. I wonder if she is into blood play. Before Luminous could respond, Rimuru interrupted with a cough. Go flirt somewhere else, you lucky bastard. Flirt. No such thing was happening here, Rimuru. Said an embarrassed Luminous. Yeah, well I call it like I see it. Who knew Luminous could get embarrassed about something like this? Seriously, how did she end up with lust? Well, I guess lust can mean multiple things. It doesn't specifically need to be sexual lust, or maybe Luminous just has a weak defense and a strong offense. Before Luminous and Rimuru could devolve this discussion into an argument, I interrupted. Alright, why don't we joke around later? Come on Luminous, tell us what happened next. You've got me hooked on this story. I could totally make a manga out of this. Luminous quickly regained control of herself and nodded, though not before sending a glare Rimuru's way, one he casually ignored. Look at that, they are friends. Very well, Luminous began, her voice steadying as the blush began to fade. After Veldora was sealed. Hinata Sakaguchi. Fufufu, that was an excellent battle, Hinata. Luminous exclaimed as she raised her glass of wine for a toast. They were currently in Luminous' dining hall. It was just her and Luminous present along with Chloe, who was watching from inside her. Hinata rolled her eyes. Yes, I am sure you are extremely happy about your mortal enemy's current situation. Hearing her, Luminous did something she would normally abhor doing in public. She pouted. You couldn't have completely finished him off. Hinata sighed. No, I could not. His sealing was necessary. He must stay sealed in the cave for the foreseeable future. Luminous took a sip of her wine before she sighed exaggeratedly. Fine. At the very least he got some pain dealt to him. Perhaps he will be careful of where he goes on his pointless rampages from now on. Hinata thought it was truly odd how different Luminous acted with her current self when compared to her past self. This Luminous was far more friendly, whereas she treated Hinata far differently originally. Luminous truly had her younger self fooled. She never would have expected their relationship to be that of friends. At the very least she could rest assured that Luminous would be capable of keeping their true friendship a secret from her younger self. Her younger self was always examining Luminous, looking for weaknesses, for any sign that the Demon Lord needed to be put down. She wondered what her younger self would think of their relationship now. I did have a question though. Luminous said, breaking her out of her thoughts. Hinata looked at Luminous curiously. Oh. What kind of question? Where did you learn that new art of yours? Asked Luminous. From what I saw it was incredibly powerful, even capable of easily dealing with that lizard's fire breath. Normally a casual fire breath from Veldora would wipe out a city, let alone what he had used on you. Hinata nodded. Ah, you must be talking about Distortion Field. Luminous tilted her head. Distortion field. She nodded. Yes, it is an art that Chloe taught to me, and was taught to her by Felix. It is basically a foolproof defense against the majority of attacks, only extremely high-level attacks have a chance of breaking through it. I see. That sounds powerful. In fact, I have not heard of anything like it before. Would you mind teaching me it? What do you think, Chloe? Will that change anything? It should be fine. I don't see any real chance for Luminous to put distortion field to use until after we have already returned to when we left from. Indeed, that was what I was thinking as well. I remember Luminous telling me that she hadn't been in any sort of battle ever since she fought Veldora when he destroyed Night Rose. Very well then. Though from what I know you may not be capable of learning it, it requires an extremely high spatial affinity. Even I was incapable of learning it without Felix's blessing. Luminous looked at her haughtily. Very well, we will find out if I have the affinity some other time. For now we drink. Their food was soon presented before them, each dish made by Luminous' most elite chefs. Hinata took a bite and found herself comparing the taste and texture to the food that was served at Tempest and found it lacking. The fact that Rimuru had been able to perfectly recreate all of her favorite food on a whim was ridiculous. Putting aside any slime wizardry, this was more than sufficient. Luminous and Hinata both continued their small talk before Hinata decided to ask a question that had been on her mind for some time. Luminous, who are your parents? When she asked Luminous in the past about her origins, she always found a way to change the subject, while when she asked if Felix knew, he said he would tell her as a reward for when she manages to make him try slightly more. He said it would motivate her further. Arrogant brat. She already had all the motivation she needed to land a clean punch to his face. My parent. Luminous gained a reminiscent look on her face. Very well, I shall share some of my story with you. I know all about you, but you do not know nearly as much about me. My father was a direct creation of the creator god, Veldanava. Twilight Valentine is the man single-handedly responsible for the creation of practically every single race. Hinata's eyes widened. Every race? Luminous nodded. Almost every race, the demons, angels, elementals, and of course the true dragons along with various other races were not created by him, but the most common ones were. Like the original ancestors of humans, the high humans were made by him, primarily my technical brother, Jahil, one of the original high humans, though there were others. I always disliked that one. The demi-humans were created from his various experiments of mixing magic beasts with humans. He is also responsible for the lycanthropes' existence as well as the giants, the Enki, the dwarves, the sirens, and even the elves were created by him. Hinata took a moment to comprehend all of that. For a single man to do such a thing, he should have been remembered as one of the greats, a man remembered throughout history, yet he was not known for some reason. Luminous continued. Some races he just helped take form, like the great spirit of earth had split off and filled the world with its element. The element eventually materialized with Twilight's help, leading to the birth of the first high dwarf. The high sirens came from the great spirit of water, the high Enki from the great spirit of fire, and the high elves came from the great spirit of wind. Each was at a higher level of existence when compared to the dwarves, sirens, Enki, and elves of today. Hinata stared wide-eyed. For a single man to be capable of creating such a massive impact on the world. Luminous rolled her eyes. Don't admire him too much, I ended up killing him for crossing certain boundaries he shouldn't have. In fact, that is part of the reason Gruul and I are constantly at each other's throats. He was a rather close friend of my so-called father after all. It seems Luminous and her did have one more thing in common, they both committed patricide. Ah, that was a fairly dark thought, wasn't it? It really was, Hinata. Twilight then began breeding those races he had created, as if everyone was a mere breeding horse for him. From that came the ogres, the goblins, beastmen, and various other races with intelligence. Some were successes, others were failures, either way they were each discarded. Said Luminous. Ah, this Twilight was the mad scientist type, wasn't he? Like Vesta, but even worse. Vesta was fairly responsible and understood what things he should not do, what boundaries he should not cross. To create an entire being, an entire race, and then just discard them to live in the world. That was just irresponsible. Anyways, two specific races were created directly in Twilight Valentine's own image. The humans, or the high humans as they were known as back then, and the vampires. Each race had their own flaws. High humans were magically powerful but incredibly idiotic in the head. If it weren't for that, then I would say they would be by far the race with the highest potential. They were held back by their own arrogance. Hinata tilted her head. Incredibly idiotic. Luminous snorted. Indeed. Idiotic is what I would call them. Who else would summon a primordial and expect to be able to completely dominate them, and expect them to be completely subservient? Hinata's eyes widened. A primordial. She only knew of 3 primordials that were around in this day and age. Guy Crimson and his 2 maids. The rest would remain in the demon realm for the most part, until they would be summoned by their future masters. A bad feeling started to circulate throughout her body. After all, only a single primordial fit the description. Luminous smirked. Indeed, a primordial, Guy Crimson was summoned by my idiotic brother in his attempt to defeat a rival nation. Of course, every demon has a price for their services. In Guy's case, he destroyed both his summoner's nation as well as the enemy's nation, completely eradicating the two kingdoms and awakening into a true demon lord in the process. He even incarnated his two maids in the process. Hinata did not know what to say to that. Was the ancestor of humanity so idiotic? It painted a bad picture for the rest of humanity. I see. Is it safe to assume your brother is long gone? Luminous nodded. Indeed, he is quite lucky that Guy did not keep his soul around to play with. Hinata's lips twitched after hearing that. Some demons did keep certain souls around to torture for eternity. As far as she knew, Felix had yet to do such a thing, but she also knew that his three primordial subordinates had done such a thing on countless occasions. Primordials were not known to be merciful beings to their enemies. She had heard about what Arcuade had done to her enemies, what the result of the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident was. Then moving on to vampires, as you know, the standard vampires also have two critical weaknesses. Vampires are magically powerful, possess a powerful body, nigh immortality, and are not complete idiots. Not to mention the many intrinsic skills they are born with. Indeed, most higher-level vampires had a multitude of intrinsic skills. Blood rays which allowed them to bring back the dead as an undead. Charm allowing them to hypnotize others, coercion which allowed them to evoke pressure with their voice. Paralyze, self-regeneration, and steel strength all helped increase their base strength. And even then they could transform their physical bodies and travel through shadows. The vampires were feared for a reason. Without taking account their weakness, vampires were by far the most powerful race. At the very least their weak members were far more powerful than the weak members of other races on average. And when it comes to war, foot soldiers mattered an incredible amount. At the very least they mattered until someone truly strong took action. Numbers meant nothing to the truly strong after all. She imagined that if the dwarven king Gazel ever took action against an enemy nation, he would be able to make quick work of them. Even as an incomplete saint he was a monster. There is a reason an army of over 30,000 Magian was casually wiped out by Felix, a reason a force of over 10,000 was wiped out by Rimuru, both done with casual ease, and both did so before awakening as demon lords. Even using Guy Crimson as an example, he single-handedly wiped out a nation the progenitors of humanity were having trouble with. And that was before awakening. Luminous continued. If it weren't for the inherent weakness of vampires they would likely be considered the most powerful race, but the weakness to sunlight ensures that no vampire is truly unbeatable, as well as their need for human blood. As it is, not many vampires have overcome those limits, though those that have had evolved into beings that are capable of taking on even the strongest of humanity, saints. Indeed, there were a few vampires that were somewhat capable but were limited by their weaknesses. But once they got past that weakness they were a fearsome opponent for most. Anyways, humans were chosen as the ideal race and various worlds were then populated with them upon Veldanava's decree. Finished Luminous. I see. Are any of your siblings still alive then? She hadn't heard about the dwarven ancestor, Gurin Dwargo, the ancestor of the incomplete Saint Gazel, the dwarven king of her time, so she assumed Gurin was long since dead along with most of his fellow true ancestors. Luminous nodded. Some of them are, like Sylvia, or rather as she goes by now Sylvia El Ru, the mother of the current elven empress. We have even kept in touch over the years. She is by far the easiest to get along out of all of Twilight's creations. She prefers to tinker in her lab above all else. Hinata tilted her head. Sylvia El Ru. She had heard vague mentions of her from Luminous in the past. Luminous nodded. Indeed, Sylvia El Ru is an incredibly powerful woman with immense magical knowledge. She was even the beloved of a previous true hero who had perished, the elven hero, Sarian. I see. She had a lot to think about now. She was well versed in history, but there were still some things she did not know. Luminous did not often share some of the more secret things and Felix only occasionally satisfied her curiosity. Then there is also Basara, one of the true ancestors of the giants, though I would rather not speak of him. Hinata nodded. Who is the other one? Kazara, the wife of the continent's wrath, de Grol. Hinata's eyes widened. Demon Lord de Grol has a wife. He used to have a wife, she had passed away due to reasons unknown to me. Responded Luminous. I see. Thank you for sharing. I can do at least that much for my friend. Responded Luminous. Right, to friends. Hinata said as she raised her glass. Underscore 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 underscore. What did you want to talk about, Chloe? Hold on, let's wait for Luminous to arrive. Very well. It didn't take long for Luminous to arrive in their room. You wish to see me, Chloe? Chloe nodded. Yes, there is something I want to talk to you two about. Luminous took a seat on the couch in front of them. Very well, I am listening. Chloe nodded. I will be disappearing soon. What? What? Both Luminous and Hinata yelled at the same time, with her in Chloe's mind and Luminous in the real world. Chloe ignored their surprise and continued on. Soon, Leon Onii-san will be appearing in this world, alongside my younger self. Luminous nodded. Yes, you have already spoken about your older brother figure, a future true hero and demon lord. I have already promised not to interfere with his rise to power. Chloe nodded. Thanks for that. Hinata and Chloe trusted Luminous enough not to change things for their advantage, so they shared some things that Luminous wouldn't have a personal stake in. Of course, they still have not shared the luminary of the sun's inevitable betrayal, nor will they inform Luminous about it. She would understand their reasons as to why they kept it hidden. If she could let go of them not acting to stop Veldora from destroying her precious palace, Night Rose, then Luminous would definitely not mind them keeping Granbelle's betrayal hidden. Well, just after I am summoned, as you know, I will immediately be summoned to the future, leaving Leon Onii-san alone here, which will spark certain events. Hinata knew she was talking about Shizu-sensei's summoning, something that was key to the future. It was thanks to that event that Rimuru would acquire the anti-magic mask and then later pass it on to Chloe, leading them to this situation. Shizu-sensei was also the source of Rimuru's humanoid form as well. Not to mention the impact she had on Rimuru. It is due to Leon Onii-san and my younger self appearing that I will disappear. For a moment, there will be two of the same exact people in this world, a taboo that the world itself will attempt to correct. A taboo? Asked Luminous. So this was something even Luminous was unaware of. Chloe nodded. Yes. Assuming the multiverse theory was real, then there could possibly be multiple worlds and universes out there, possibly even parallel universes. After all, Hinata knew for a fact that other worlds did exist. After all, she herself came from another world, not to mention the demon realm that Felix spoke about sometimes would also qualify as an entirely different world, same with the elemental realm, the realm the spirits resided in. There could possibly be another version of her out there, that was still living her life back in her previous world, a world where her father did not destroy their family. There could be another version of Felix out there, maybe hundreds of different Felixes. Hinata didn't linger on that thought for long, or she feared for the direction her thoughts would go. Due to two of the same exact souls existing at a single point in time, the world will suppress my soul. I will still be here, but I won't be there at the same time. My soul will sort of be sleeping in my body. How is that possible? I don't know, I can't even begin to understand how the world truly works. Luminous nodded in understanding. I see, since there is only a single version of the Cardinal World, as it was Veldanava's first world as well as the world he had resided on. The voice of the world will act to correct this paradox. Luminous words poured cold water onto her shoulders. If there was only a single version of this world, then, did that not mean that every time Chloe went back in time, every time something changed, did that not mean that all of those other various timelines ceased to exist? Whenever Chloe traveled back in time, was she erasing an entire timeline? Was the entire world remade whenever she traveled back in time, erasing the timelines Chloe left? That thought was horrifying to consider. How many lives had been erased over Chloe's loops? Trillions? Quadrillions? She did not know. She knew it wasn't Chloe's fault, but it was still a mind-blowing realization. Who knows how many different versions of her ceased to exist, how many different versions of Luminous, of Rimuru, of Felix. This had to be the last loop. She wouldn't allow another timeline to be erased, not one with many people she was personally close to. In the worst-case scenario, she could ensure that Chloe's time traveler does not activate again. If her skill never activates, then the timeline is never reset. While it would not be the ideal outcome, at the very least Hinata would be satisfied as long as certain people will survive. Hinata would not have considered such a thing previously. She wasn't one to possibly betray her precious student, but things change. Who knew she would care for a person enough to twist her morals? Even now she is still learning new things about herself. There were a few ways she could think of to make sure Time Traveler did not activate. The option Hinata was most against was killing Chloe. Then there was the option of committing suicide somewhere Chloe could not see her, as the condition for Time Traveler to activate was for her to die in front of Chloe. There were more options she could consider later. She wouldn't even have these thoughts if she didn't find a way to keep her thoughts hidden from Chloe. If Chloe was willing to erase a countless number of timelines to save Rimuru, then Hinata did not think Chloe would hold it against her if she had to stop Chloe from resetting the timeline for the precious few people close to her. Though emotions never cared for reason. Chloe's time leaps may have been accidental at first, but Hinata did not doubt that even if Chloe originally knew what she was doing she would still go through with it, erasing a countless amount of lives. Hinata could only see herself helping Chloe with another reset if the people close to her were already dead. Hinata knew she was justifying herself, but sometimes that is all one needs to commit horrific actions they would not normally commit. Hinata knew it was a cruel thought, but she knew that she wasn't a good person, she could live with that sin on her shoulders. Hopefully she would not need to resort to drastic measures. The one thing she was not sure about was that if the world did not allow any sort of paradox, then why did the anti-magic mask exist? The mask itself was a paradox. Originally Shizu-sensei passed it on to Rimuru, who then passed it on to Chloe, who would later pass it on to Shizu-sensei in the past. It was a cycle of passing on the mask. In that case, where did the mask come from? Who was the originator? If such a paradox was allowed, then it seems there were some rules to these paradoxes that were unknown to her, otherwise the anti-magic mask would not exist as it did. Since you will be indisposed, will Hinata be piloting your body? Asked Luminous. Chloe nodded. Yes, that is what should happen. Hinata knows what she needs to do. Indeed she did. If Chloe will be unable to, then it seems she will be responsible for rescuing Shizu-sensei and teaching her. To think the person that Shizu-sensei respected so much was her all along. She would be responsible for teaching Shizu-sensei everything she could possibly need, knowledge that Shizu-sensei would then pass on to her younger self, which would serve as her foundation. Truly, the world works in mysterious ways. What about when my younger self appears? Then who will be left piloting the body? When Hinata's younger self appears, I remember going berserk. It wasn't me but another personality within me. Said Chloe. Another personality? Indeed. I suspect it to be a hidden ego inside of me. When you bestowed the name of Krenoa upon me, I think that counted as a naming for that mysterious ego within me. Could Krenoa be a monster of some kind then? I'm not sure, but it is possible. I don't have enough information from my previous loops, as by the time Krenoa takes over, I will have already left that timeline. I see. Luminous gained a thoughtful expression on her face. Very well then. I will work on creating a seal, a holy arc that can isolate both of you from this space-time continuity so that in the future, you can be unsealed. Once we return to the future, I will unseal you during the ideal conditions. Chloe smiled brightly, her usual enthusiasm resurfacing. All right, thank you, Luminous. You're the best. It is no problem. I promise no harm shall come to your body. Chloe gave Luminous a big smile. Don't worry. I trust you. Hinata noticed Luminous had gained a slight flush to her cheeks, and she decided that she was better off ignoring that. Luminous clapped her hands together. Very well then. Since you will soon be disappearing from my life for some time to come, why don't we hold a celebration? Chloe nodded. Sure, I'm sure Hinata will enjoy it as well. Very well then. I will order Gunther to begin the preparations. Underscore 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 underscore. Hinata made her way through the Great Jura Forest. It was the safest way to Leon Cromwell's territory at the moment. Any other route would involve going through another demon lord's territory, and while she was easily capable of dispatching said demon lords like Clayman, Hinata decided against that course of action. She didn't want to risk changing the future at all, who knew if that single interaction would lead someone like Clayman on a different path, so that he didn't cross paths with Felix, allowing Felix's rise into an awakened demon lord. Clayman along with his army were the ones who were used as fuel for Felix's harvest festival after all. Hinata casually dealt with the beasts that had attacked her using battle will. They may be strong for the majority of the world, but against her blade they all met death. There were far more magic beasts present in the Jura forest, but eventually they got the hint and stayed away. She was fairly familiar with the terrain as it had not changed much from how it was in the future, so she was able to navigate through Jura fairly easily. Leon Cromwell had defeated and slayed the demon lord Kazalim some time ago, but Hinata did not act then. After all, Leon still had a role to play, a very important role. So to occupy her time, Hinata went from village to village, country to country, and helped with any sort of threat, whether it was human slavers, or Majin who got far too arrogant. She had experienced quite a bit over time. She had made friends, lost friends, even when they were dying to something that she was able to fix, like illness. She refused to help, too afraid of changing the future. It hadn't become so clear to her until after she had been left alone, but her knowledge had turned into heavy chains. But she was fine with that. As long as she got back to the future she left from, everything would be worth it. She even had the chance to meet Violet, the primordial of purple, on occasion. Violet and Luminous seemed to be rivals, and Violet occasionally showed up to stir up trouble with Luminous. One time, when Luminous had left for a Valpurgis, Violet had showed up. Seeing Luminous was not present, she began throwing a tantrum. Violet was a fearsome opponent, but she was not going all out and neither was Hinata. Violet was simply looking for entertainment. The demon realm probably got boring after a while. Violet was not as strong as she would be in the future, but she was able to keep up through her sheer skill. She was a demon that had been fighting for millions of years. She was by far one of the most combat-experienced beings in existence. Still, as terrifying as Violet might be now, Hinata could never look at Lalatina the same way again after seeing her with Felix. She had to fend off Violet's attacks while making sure not to cause any damage that could possibly change the future. She knew it was a low possibility, but she was careful anyway. Safe to say that after that fight, Violet became interested in her. She looked forward to their reunion in the future. It would likely be quite interesting. Even Felix would be surprised. She spent years doing that while also honing her skills further, until there was less than 100 years until Felix would appear in this world. Soon, everything would come to fruition. Hinata waited and waited, that is until she heard about a certain magen known for her masterful manipulation of flames, a magen that was under Demon Lord Leon's direct purview and looked incredibly young. Hinata knew there was only one person that could fit that description during this time period. And so Hinata set off to rescue Shizu-sensei from the Demon Lord while also, by extension, setting her on a certain path, a path that would lead Shizu to a certain slime. Leon was currently located in the Demon Lord Kazalim's former territory. He had yet to claim the continent that would come to be known as El Dorado in the future. Leon's palace was hidden behind a rocky mountain and was covered with numerous magics, all meant to keep it hidden from view. And yet that did not halt the attacks on his palace, as he had occupied Kazalim's former palace, and many knew its location. Thanks to that, it was fairly easy to locate. She had heard Shizu-sensei was one of the most well-known subordinates of Leon in this time period. She had killed countless enemy magen and was known as a mistress of flame. While Leon was not a true hero anymore, he was not completely heartless. His territory was filled with the outcasts of society, those with mixed magen blood, those who would be relegated to the status of slaves in places like the Eastern Empire or the Western nations. Thanks to Leon taking them in, many of them admired him and were willing to give their lives for him. Hinata did not want to needlessly kill these people. Thankfully she was strong enough that she could easily deal with an enemy without fatally wounding them. Still, Hinata decided to give Leon a warning, a heads up that she was coming. He was a good ruler from what she knew. He would quickly evacuate all those unable to fight. She was sure he was already mostly prepared to move his base of operations to the southwest continent. After all, thanks to Luminous' various sources, she was able to learn that Leon was discreetly sending people to the southwest continent. Since it was practically uninhabited in the current period, all the human nations were left in the dark as Leon claimed a massive portion of the world. Only the ruler of the Eastern Empire, Rudra, as well as Guy Crimson could claim to rule over a landmass of that size. From what she knew, Demon Lord Leon and Empress Elmia of Sarian both had a fairly good relationship. In fact, Elmia had helped Leon a great amount when he was establishing El Dorado. By now Leon should have everything he needed prepared to move, the perfect time for her to rescue Shizu-sensei. Once she was approaching Leon's palace, she let go of her perfect control of her internal magicules and aura, allowing her presence to be felt all throughout Jura. Veldora was probably sensing her as well. Perhaps he would think she was coming back so he could finish the job. She was able to quickly arrive in Leon's current territory and was met with great resistance. There was no army in front of her. No, Leon was smart enough to understand that numbers wouldn't be enough to take her down. He had simply sent a single subordinate of his, the Black Knight Claude. He stood in front of her. "Would it be too much to ask for you to retreat?" she questioned. The Black Knight shook his head. "I will fulfill my duty to my lord. May I ask why you have attacked my lord unprovoked?" "Unprovoked? I am a hero. He is a demon lord. There does not need to be a reason for all this. It is just the way the world works," declared Hinata. "I see. I shall not let you go further." Hinata sighed. "Very well then. Let's get this over with." Perhaps she could hold back a bit here, giving Leon some more time to evacuate his civilians. She could sense people disappearing in droves, but there were still some individuals left. Hinata equipped her holy armaments. Thankfully it was quick and easy to carry around. The armor could automatically equip itself when she wished and was stored in her bracelet. She withdrew her god-grade rapier, Moon Mistress, and casually blocked Claude's strike. Her own swordsmanship style was somewhat reminiscent of Claude's, as she had learned from Shizu-sensei, who had learned from Claude himself. Thanks to that she was able to read most of his attacks fairly easily. While the Black Knight was strong when compared to most, he could even be considered close to the Demon Lord seed level, he was still far from her ability. She had trained her swordsmanship for hundreds of years now, she wouldn't be able to look at Felix in the eyes if she struggled with Claude. Hinata and Claude continued to exchange blows until Hinata sensed Demon Lord Leon fleeing from his palace, leaving behind a certain girl as the last defense. Claude jumped back and sheathed his blade. It seems I have a lot to learn. Farewell, hero. She didn't bother stopping the Black Knight as he ran away. She had a goal, after all. She quickly made her way to the palace. Standing in front of it was a teenage girl, a girl who seemed to have given up. It did look like Leon had abandoned her after all. Hinata knew such a thing was false thanks to Chloe's future memories. No, Leon did not abandon Shizu, he left her here in the hopes that the masked hero would take her in and give her a better life. He was a bit of a softy at heart. Why, you shall not pass, hero. Shizu exclaimed, raising her sword in preparation. Though it was clear she knew she was outmatched. Hinata smiled under her mask. Who knew a young Shizu-sensei would be so cute? Maybe she should play along. That could be fun. Though she did notice that Shizu was not speaking the common language of this world, she was speaking Japanese and using magic sense to understand what others were saying. She would have to teach Shizu-sensei the language of this world. It seems, not everyone had magic sense and could understand her. Oh. And who is going to stop me? You. Hinata asked, deciding to mess with the cute Shizu for a bit. Shizu-sensei nodded with a determined look on her face. Hinata smirked under her mask. Well, then, come on. Let's see what you're made of. Shizu-sensei quickly charged at her. Her rapier wasn't anything too special, a unique grade. For a demon lord of Leon's caliber he could have afforded her something better, but that also could be detrimental to her growth. Hinata quickly used a wind magic spell to displace Shizu-sensei slightly and then kick her in the side, sending Shizu-sensei tumbling down to the floor. Shizu-sensei slowly got up. Come on, is this all that one of Demon Lord Leon's subordinates is capable of? Shizu-sensei gritted her teeth before shouting. I am not a broken tool. Oh. Shizu-sensei came at her with renewed vigor and seemed to be drawing on Ifrit's power. Fire began seeping off Shizu-sensei in waves. It seems Ifrit was lending its full power to Shizu-sensei. That's more like it. Hinata praised. From the amount of power Shizu-sensei was currently radiating, she would easily qualify as Special A class. She had the potential to reach the Demon Lord seed level, potential that would not go wasted if she had her way. Shizu-sensei may be fated to die in the future, but Hinata would be damned if she wasn't strong enough to enjoy her life between now and then. Hinata continued to fend off Shizu-sensei's attacks until she felt she had a good understanding of the current Shizu-sensei's abilities. Shizu, who felt like she wasn't strong enough to fight back, felt Ifrit take control of her. She instantly became wilder, her flames hotter than ever as she practically turned berserk. It was at that instant that Hinata appeared in front of Shizu-sensei, stopping her from attacking before gently placing the mask on her face, feeling as she regained control of her body. It's okay now, Shizu. I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe now. Hinata whispered, gently holding onto Shizu-sensei as she keeled over and fell unconscious onto Hinata's chest. Hinata looked up into the sky, something she had grown accustomed to doing ever since Chloe had left. It was strange not to have her enthusiastic voice ringing in her head after hundreds of years together. It seems I have a student to train now. She muttered. She didn't know who she was talking to, but she hoped her message reached them. Chapter 116, Chapter 46, Anti-Skill. Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata didn't dare turn around, for fear that she would do or say something that would change the future. Shizu's sobs continued to echo into her ears, even though she was more than far enough away. It had been quite some time since she picked up Shizu. They had quite the adventure between the two of them. They had taken care of various bandit groups, taken care of various magic beasts and monsters that had attacked human territory as well as various other things. She made sure to teach Shizu more than enough to survive in this world. Shizu was incredibly talented, she was able to pick up almost everything she had taught her with some time. Sure, she wasn't a monstrous talent, she had no skills that allowed her to quickly take in knowledge like Felix, nor did she have an ability like Usurper. But when it came to natural learning, Shizu was incredible. Shizu was quickly able to pick up her various swordsmanship forms. It helped that she already had a foundation. Who knew the Black Knight would be good for something? She made sure to teach Shizu of various other magics. It was best to be aware of the various magics in the world even if Shizu preferred to stick with her fire magic. While Shizu's relationship with Ifrit was anything but good, she was still able to freely draw on Ifrit's power, and suppress Ifrit thanks to the anti-magic mask she had passed on to her. When drawing on Ifrit's power completely, Shizu was capable of even reaching the cusps of disaster class, and with time she will be firmly in the disaster class, not an insignificant level of power. There was a reason her younger self had grown such a drastic amount under Shizu's tutelage. Shizu's talent was undeniable. While she made sure to develop Shizu's magic and swordsmanship, she also made sure to help train up Shizu's battle will. Battle will was an incredibly useful technique. A well-placed aura slash was capable of defeating any opponent as long as you weren't out of your league. Not to mention the various higher-level uses of battle will she knows of. Magic Bullet alone had an incredible amount of potential. She wouldn't be surprised if the ancient demon lords, excluding Ramirez, could use a magic bullet to wipe a country off the face of the planet. Not to mention the various styles of martial arts that incorporate battle will. She had heard that there was once a saint that was capable of infusing his aura into his fists and injecting it into his opponents, destroying their body from within. A fearsome technique if someone well-trained used it. Hinata and Shizu continued to venture together for months, almost a year before Hinata deemed Shizu strong enough to survive on her own, no matter the situation. She had to make sure Shizu was strong enough to play her role in the future. Part of her felt guilty. She was basically manipulating Shizu for her own ends after all, setting her on a very specific path. Shizu didn't deserve that, but when was the world ever fair? She wanted to spend more time with Shizu, rather than leave her so suddenly, but she knew it would be unwise. She was already incredibly attached to Shizu, both the Shizu as a child and the one who had mentored her. The entire reason she originally left the older Shizu was due to her fear of attachment. She had informed Shizu that they would be splitting up and that Shizu would likely never meet her again. She felt guilty for saying such a thing to a young teenager who had clearly gotten attached, but she did what she had to. Shizu's tears didn't make it any easier. Not to mention she had begun to feel herself weakening. The ego that Chloe had mentioned, the one that always went on a rampage when it got control of the body, she could feel it fighting her for control over this body. In fact, she had felt that pressure ever since Chloe's presence had vanished into the depths of this body. But the ego that she had begun calling Krenoa was fighting back more and more as time went on, to the point that she was now having trouble suppressing it. If things went on as they were, Krenoa would soon gain control over this body and rampage, ruining everything. Hinata refused to let that happen. And so she decided to seal herself early so that Krenoa could not be free no matter what. She had sacrificed too much to allow everything to fail here in the end. No, she would make sure Felix, the kids, Luminous, and everyone else dear to her would survive the upcoming future. She made her way to Rubrius. Luminism had become a well-established religion by this point, so she had to be discreet as she made her way to the underground capital of Rubrius, Night Garden. She avoided all forms of detection available in Night Garden and made her way to Luminous' current palace. She slipped past the guards and made her way to Luminous' throne room. There were various maids and butlers around, each doing their duty. Hinata wanted to leave as little evidence as possible of her relationship with Luminous, so she carefully went around them. Luminous would handle the guards that already knew of her existence. They would tell no one of the relationship between her and Luminous. She noticed the guards guarding the double-door entrance to the throne room. Seeing no way to slip by with her current abilities, Hinata decided to finally show herself. She appeared in front of the guards, who immediately raised their spears at her. She raised her hands up in mock surrender. "I'm here to see Luminous, let her know and I'm sure she will let me through." The guards paused for a moment, and Hinata sensed them using telepathy to communicate with Luminous. The guards backed off slightly and bowed. "Lady Luminous is awaiting you inside." She nodded and walked past the guards and through the doors to be met with Luminous lying on the couch located on the side of the throne room. Usually it would be hidden with magic, but it seems Luminous did not care for decorum at the moment. Luminous continued to lay on the couch as she stared at her. "I was not expecting you today. Indeed, I had recently decided to change the plan a bit. Do you have the Holy Ark ready?" Luminous raised a brow and nodded. "I do. It is capable of isolating both your souls from this space-time continuum, allowing you to exist in a sealed state until your future selves have traveled to the past." Hinata nodded. "Good. How quickly can you prepare it?" In some hours I would say. I do need to charge it with an incredible amount of holy power as well as prepare a ritual. Even I am incapable of using this kind of magic on a whim." "Why though? What happened?" Luminous asked as she sat up. "I can feel Krenoa fighting me for control of this body. If things continue as they are, she will win and gain control. The best way to stop that is to seal myself ahead of time." Luminous' eyes widened slightly. "I see. It seems our time together is coming to an end." "Indeed, though perhaps if things go well, then we will see each other in the future." Luminous nodded with a determined look on her face. "I will ensure things go well." Hinata nodded. "Very well, I trust you." Luminous' face gained a smile. "I will go and begin the preparations now." She nodded. This would be her last day in the past. If all things went well, then she would wake up in the future, as if waking up from a nap. Felix. Well damn. That was all I could say. Hinata really went through some shit, huh? Maybe I can be a bit nicer to her when I beat her up in the future. "So you have Hinata and Chloe sealed somewhere in this holy ark of yours?" asked Rimuru. Luminous shook her head. "Not exactly. I have Krenoa sealed in my holy ark, and while Hinata and Chloe do still live within her, they are dormant." Should I unseal her, Krenoa will be in the driver's seat rather than Chloe or Hinata. I have not found any way to restore control of the body back to either Chloe or Hinata as they are deeply suppressed within Krenoa. It is nigh impossible to awaken their egos. That's going to be bothersome. Rimuru mused. Luminous pursed her lips. Quite. It's best if we prepare ahead of time. Set up barriers all around the site of the inevitable battle to contain it. How strong is Krenoa exactly? I'm sure she is incredibly skilled. She likely has access to both Chloe and Hinata's memories, giving her the ability to replicate their individual swordsmanship styles as well as their magics and other arts. She would likely be capable of Melt Slash as well. Such an attack could take even me out if I am caught completely off guard. Luminous nodded along. Indeed. Barriers will be necessary, especially to keep anyone nosy enough away. Yeah, I'm sure if Guy sensed what was happening, he would show up, either out of curiosity or some other reason. Rimuru added. He may even think that humanity was in danger and directly interfere. That would be really annoying. Luminous nodded. Indeed, keeping Guy away will be a priority. As for how strong Krenoa is, I do not know exactly. Chloe and Hinata were incredibly strong enough to seal a true dragon, but I am not sure how well Krenoa could access that strength. There are various factors to account for. I nodded. It's probably best to hope for the best and plan for the worst then. Rimuru and Luminous nodded along. Do you have any more information that would be useful, Luminous? Asked Rimuru. Luminous shook her head. No, I do not. I have already shared everything I know. Hinata and Chloe were both incredibly vague whenever I asked anything somewhat important. Luminous said in a frustrated tone. Don't take it too hard, Luminous, those two were doing what they had to. They were put in a bad situation and did the best they could. I comforted, but internally I was still reeling. I have not fallen so low that I need you of all people to comfort me. Luminous retorted. Whoa, what's with the sudden hostility? No need to get your panties in a twist. I joked. Luminous gritted her teeth and then turned her head away. That gave me a moment to think everything through. There were other timelines. I didn't think it would be possible for multiple variations of the Cardinal World to exist at once. In fact, it should have been impossible. Was there a version of me out there that was somehow a hero? A version that was never transported to the Cardinal World? Maybe one where I was ice-skate to another world instead of Jujutsu Kaisen. The possibilities are endless. But that is all under the condition that multiple versions of the Cardinal World do exist out there. That there are other timelines, where time is moving forward as of this moment. However, everything I know contradicts such a theory. But if what Luminous is telling is true, which I don't doubt, Chloe herself directly told her that she had over 2,000 years of memories from different timelines. Sure, she could be lying for whatever reason, but I won't pretend to understand the mind of someone like her. She is mentally far older than I am, as well as more experienced. She is not the child she once was. But I'll just have to take her words as truth for now. I don't really have any other choice. This was the world God once lived in. If there were multiple cardinal worlds, then what would make this world so special for him to reside in? Not to mention there are many inconsistencies with such a theory. For one, the primordials were born at the dawn of time from the great spirit of darkness. There are only 7 primordials, no more, no less. There is only a single great spirit of darkness, so only a single version of each primordial I would think, which disproves the theory of there being multiple timelines of the Cardinal World. The primordials are a significant factor in the Cardinal World. Guy is one. If he never showed up in the Cardinal World, things would be drastically different than they currently are. He established the Demon Lord Council for whatever reason. He stopped Malim's rampage when she awakened as a true Demon Lord. He has been the protector of humanity for who knows how long. Safe to say he is key to this world's history and stability. Not to mention Arcuade, Lalatina, or Megumin would have brought such a thing up at some point. It would be practically impossible for those 3 to be unaware of some alternate timelines with alternate versions of themselves. There is only a single Malim Nava in existence, as she is the child of God, so it is safe to say that she is a unique individual. Same with the rest of the primordials. Hell, Veldora is a true dragon, the sibling of Veldanava, the supreme creator, an aspect of nature itself. If there were alternate timelines of the Cardinal World, he would know, probably. No, I was still missing something that would make all this make sense. What could it be? Notice. It is impossible for other timelines of the Cardinal World to exist at the present moment. Then how is it possible for Chloe to have had memories of these other timelines, of how differently things could go? It is likely that the individual Chloe Aubert is resetting the timeline whenever she goes back to the start of everything. That's horrifying. How many versions of me have been erased? How many versions of Seiko, Raiden, Arcuade, Megumin, Lalatina, or everyone have been erased? Forgotten to time itself, never to be remembered, going out without even having a chance to fight. Were all their experiences worthless? That's fucked up. Absolutely fucked up. My fists clenched under the table. That's basically a form of death, but worse. I am a firm believer that the memories make the men, your experiences in life make you who you are. Without those experiences you are a different person, you may have the same soul, but you are inherently different. My beliefs are comparable to the philosophical question about the ship of Theseus. Theseus, the mythical king of Athens, had once gone on a quest on a ship. The ship was preserved by replacing all of its decaying parts. But it could be argued if all of the parts were replaced, was it even the same ship anymore? In my opinion, no, it is not the same ship anymore. It is not the ship that sailed through the oceans in ancient times anymore. It is a mere replica. Perhaps my views will change as I grow older. A version of me that never reincarnated as a demon, maybe if I reincarnated as a human, I would be a different person than I currently am. My experiences made me the current me, whether through slaughtering thousands or just having a good time with my friends. Each of those makes me who I am. I wouldn't have met the old men, I likely wouldn't have met Malim, Rimuru, Veldora, or even the bratty pixie. I may have even remained as complete fodder, my fate out of my hands. Not to mention I likely wouldn't have received my closest companion, Odin. The dead are at the very least remembered by those that cared for them, by the world. This doesn't even allow that. What experiences did my alternate have that I would never learn of? That I may never experience? These other versions of me had their own lives, their own highs and lows, and they had died. There was no denying that. I could empathize with them, because they were me but different. Perhaps I was seeing myself in them, seeing what could happen to me. What if something like that happens to this timeline? I will be practically helpless to do anything about it. Truly, time is a cruel mistress. Notice. It may be theoretically possible to remain unaffected through sufficient analysis through the intrinsic skill, adapter. However, the adapter remains too weak to adapt to such a thing as it currently is. So it needs to be upgraded then, huh? That's fine, at the very least the situation isn't entirely hopeless. But even then, what would this resistance to Chloe's timeline resets do for me exactly? Would my younger version in the past just have my memories? Would I tag along with Chloe when she time leaps? And even then, if what Luminous had said is correct, then there cannot be two versions of the same person in existence, as in I cannot be in the past or the future if my younger or older self respectively exist in the same spacetime. The world will try and fix the aberration and erase me from existence. I don't want that happening. Further analysis is needed for sufficient understanding. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Perhaps I could survive in that scenario if I somehow became so powerful that the voice of the world is just incapable of affecting me. The voice of the world is multiversal. If my understanding is accurate, it basically administrates the entirety of Veldanova's creation, and while I'm strong, I am still far from the voice of the world. The authority and power it wields over the multiverse is likely unrivaled. It is basically the administrator of this multiverse after all. Still, that doesn't mean I'm just going to give up on becoming stronger. My skill repertoire is growing thanks to Odin's constant analysis. My magicule capacity is slowly increasing over time, same with my magic power. Perhaps one day, should the stars align, I may even evolve further. Things might not be as hopeless as it seemed. But man, this story of Luminous is pretty nuts. I could totally see an anime based around it being successful. Still, I could feel myself calming down. Things weren't as hopeless as I imagined. Now isn't the time to be panicking anyway. I still have some time to figure out a good solution to this mess. My mind wandered to another revelation Luminous shared: Rimuru would die in the future. A Rimuru that made it back before the people in Tempest were massacred, leaving Rimuru with no reason to become a true demon lord. Leaving me with no reason to become a true demon lord, significantly weakening both of us. Veldora would still be sealed in Rimuru's stomach, and even I wouldn't have a tenth of my current capabilities. At least I wouldn't be as helpless as Rimuru. I would still have Odin at that point. Though according to Luminous he died after 5 years after the Falmouth invasion. That gave both Rimuru and me 5 years to expand our capabilities. I know I could do a lot with 5 years, and even with the limited magicule capacity, my variant had, I'm sure Odin was able to develop some crazy shit. And yet Rimuru still died while I was apparently busy with something else. Luminous didn't know who Rimuru died to, or even the circumstances behind it. All she knew was that Rimuru went to a battlefield of some kind and did not return. It could be someone from the Western nations, maybe Mariable had something to do with it, or maybe not. There are plenty of people who would want to see Tempest wiped out. Maybe it could have even been the Eastern Empire, who knows? We don't have enough information to come up with a good guess, so it's best not to focus on that. Once Rimuru dies, Veldora would be unleashed. From what Luminous was saying, Hinata and I were lovers in this alternate timeline, and she died while I was helpless to do anything. I imagine that I likely didn't take that too well and went on a rampage of my own. Though I'm sure, Odin would have gotten me under control eventually. If the Master wished to destroy the world from the bottom of his heart, then Odin would assist to the best of its abilities. Odin will do anything the master wishes for and will remain his ever-present protector. Whoa. That's giving off intense Yandere vibes, but that's completely okay. After all, Yanderes are hot. It doesn't matter either way, I must be imagining things in the first place. Odin has been acting incredibly human recently, but being a Yandere is a bit much. Nah, it's impossible. So I died, huh? And Tempest was attacked. Rimuru muttered. I nodded. That is the most likely scenario. I wouldn't see you getting involved in a battle if it didn't involve Tempest in some way. Rimuru sighed. I see. And we can't even guard ourselves against this enemy since we don't even know who this enemy is. Well, at the very least, I can try and make sure something like that doesn't happen in this timeline. I nodded. Yeah, things already seem to be going differently from that timeline, according to the information Luminous shared. Rimuru nodded along. Yeah, we apparently weren't even true demon lords. I for sure know I would be a lot weaker without awakening. He's likely thinking about his own supercomputer, Raphael. Having a supercomputer in your head that can basically plan for anything with enough information is a real lifesaver. Odin is better though. Indeed. Raphael possesses inferior processing capabilities since Odin was able to upgrade itself by dismantling and consuming a copied variant of Raphael, Lord of Wisdom. I internally rolled my eyes. Don't get too proud now. It is good that you two aren't putting too much stock in what happened in these other timelines. Those other versions of us failed. We must simply not fail. I clapped my hands. Great pep talk, Luminous. Humph. I am simply not used to having to do such a thing. Yeah, I was just messing with you. Now we need to come up with a plan to unseal Chloe and Hinata. Luminous nodded. Once I return to Rubrius I will begin making preparations to begin unsealing the Holy Ark. It is a fairly difficult process due to how much holy power is imbued in the Holy Ark. It is capable of burning an awakened demon lord with but a touch. I will need to prepare a ritual and gather certain items that can dilute some of the holy power. Rimuru nodded. All right. Then, while you do that, we can take care of some things on our end. Luminous nodded. Good. Now that you both are filled in, why don't we talk about who you suspect is behind Hinata's death, Felix? Her death may have been necessary, but that does not mean that I will allow the perpetrator to remain free from punishment. Not to mention that Clown has yet to answer for his crimes. I nodded. All right, one thing though, Yuki is mine. I said with a neutral smile. He has quite a lot to pay for. If everything I think is accurate, then he is responsible for Falmouth's invasion, he is responsible for this attack on Hinata and maybe even Tempest, and most of all he is responsible for Siko's death. Rimuru sighed. I'd prefer if there was a peaceful resolution, but if he is indeed behind this then I don't think that is possible. Very well, as long as I can inflict personal punishment on the clown, you may deal with his master. Just promise me his death will not be peaceful. Said Luminous, who had a chilling smile on her face. I shrugged my shoulders. Haha, it was never going to be a peaceful death, Luminous. But, alright, that's fine with me. I'm sure Luminous has a variety of ways to torture the clown. With her unique skill, plus she was capable of torturing others on a soul-deep level. With Asmodeus, she is now capable of far more than that. I would pity the clown if I didn't know what he had done. Good. Now that we have all that out of the way, I'll share why I believe Yuki is at least partially responsible for this attack and why I think he is responsible for even Falmouth's invasion. Rimuru's eyes widened hearing me. Even the Falmouth invasion? I nodded. Yup. Rimuru was interested before, but now he was truly paying attention. First, let me give you some context. Do either of you know what anti-skill is? Rimuru shook his head. Perhaps Raphael had not gotten the chance to analyze his physique for some reason. Luminous looked thoughtful. I believe I have heard of it, but I do not know what it is capable of. I nodded. That's fine. Basically, anti-skill is a spiritual constitution. It gives you a physical body that is capable of negating almost anything. Aura, magic, skills, any sort of spiritual or magical force will find itself nullified by this physique. Luminous and Rimuru were both looking at me with wide eyes. What? I nodded with understanding on my face. Yeah, it's broken as fuck. It can even nullify ultimate skills and seal them off for a period of time. That's. Even Luminous was speechless. I mean, she just got a power-up of her own, an ultimate skill, and then she finds out it can be dealt with fairly easily in the right circumstances. Yeah, I'd be pretty fed up too. Though it can only be activated by direct touch, skin-to-skin contact is necessary, at least normally. Luminous quickly regained control of herself. I assume you are bringing this up for a reason. I nodded. Yes. Yuki Kagurazaka has anti-skill. Luminous nodded. Then the threat of the Free Guild's guildmaster has gone up significantly. If he can take on an ultimate skill wielder, he will be a significant threat. I nodded along. You said normally? Asked Rimuru. Well, he seemed to be taking this revelation fairly well. Though Rimuru was always the type who didn't put too much stock in his own personal power. I'm fairly certain he still believes himself to not be all that strong. He has 4 ultimate skills he awakened on his own with Raphael's help. If he isn't strong, then I don't know who is. In response to Rimuru's question, I nodded. Yes, normally. I summoned the weapon that the clown was using, the weapon made with the bones of someone with anti-skill. The body reflects the spirit, so Yuki's bones carried some properties of anti-skill. The weapon itself quickly accepted me as its new master, allowing me to reshape it as I wished. I shifted it into a dagger for convenience sake. I showed off the newly formed dagger. This is a dagger made with the bones of someone with anti-skill, allowing it to carry similar properties though weaker. It also isn't capable of sealing off skills like the spiritual constitution variant. Luminous was looking at the dagger with interest and slight greed in her eyes. I couldn't blame her either, it was one hell of a weapon. That goes to show what kind of resources Yuki has to pull on. I'm sure getting this forged wasn't easy, even if he already had all the materials ready. God-grade equipment was valuable, even to someone of Luminous standing. She may be capable of creating a god-grade equipment with material creation, the thing is she doesn't have material creation. Theoretically I could arm my entire military with god-grade equipment, but that would be foolish. For one, I'm sure some would get a big head and think they can overthrow me, which sounds annoying to deal with. Then there is the fact that the equipment likely won't accept many as its master. They do have high standards after all. In the case that the equipment does not accept someone, the wielder can still use the equipment. It just won't reach its full potential. They won't be able to bring out the full potential of the god-grade equipment, likely not even a single percentage of its potential. It is overall a foolish plan. If I was in urgent need of strong subordinates, I'd have Arcuade, Lalatina, or Megumin go get more demons. I twirled the dagger around in my hand. This is mine now, by the way. Luminous glared at me for a moment before huffing. Fine, you did deal with the clown, so the spoils of war, as they say, are yours. I smirked victoriously at her, which only seemed to annoy Luminous further. We can test it out if you want. I offered. Rimuru nodded. Yes, I'd like to see how this works. I'll use my ultimate skill. Raphael probably wants to analyze it. Unfortunately, he won't be able to get a detailed analysis unless it is done on his stomach. Rimuru and I got up from our seats and stood across from each other on a side of the room that had more space. No fighting, okay Felix. This is just a test. Rimuru said with a hint of worry in his tone. I snorted hearing that. Don't worry, if I wanted to fight, I'd ask Veldora. Rimuru released a sigh of relief. Alright, you ready? I nodded. Uriel. Multiple barriers appeared around Rimuru. Space was severed between each barrier layer. Normally it would be pretty tough to get through. Universal barrier then, huh? I could still hollow purple through it though. I slowly walked forward with my new dagger in my hand and slowly penetrated the multi-layer barrier that Rimuru had deployed. Normally, this dagger would have some trouble breaking through something powered by an ultimate skill, if it wasn't straight up impossible. The anti-skill attribute in it wasn't nearly as strong as Yuki's own after all. But thanks to being reinforced by my own power, it has been strengthened enough to be capable of combating ultimate skills. I could theoretically cut through even my own blue or red, and possibly hollow purple if I infused enough of my own power into this dagger. From the corner of my eye I could see Luminous' eyes widen, likely from watching an ultimate skill get so easily dismantled as well as seeing Rimuru's ultimate skill for the first time. She is incredibly knowledgeable, and I wouldn't be surprised if she already had a general understanding of what Uriel specialized in just from seeing Rimuru deploy his universal barrier. It really was able to easily break through universal barrier. Rimuru observed as he dispelled his barrier. Yup, this dagger is seriously impressive, I'll probably even use it from time to time. Rimuru nodded. Do you mind if I test it out on another one of my barriers? This one is an art made by the combination of a few things. I nodded. Yeah, sure. I'm also interested in seeing this new barrier of yours. I've seen universal barrier in the past, but I haven't heard of this new art Rimuru came up with. Rimuru snapped his fingers. Absolute guard. Copycat, only I can snap my fingers to look cool. A multi-layer barrier appeared around Rimuru, except this was a tad different from the universal barrier from before. I could tell aspects of Infinity Prison were used in this as well as parts of universal barrier and even aspects of distortion field. I can sense part of a distortion field in this barrier of yours, Rimuru. Luminous remarked. I turned to her in surprise. I'm surprised you know what that is, Luminous. It is a fairly difficult art to use without a spatial-focused ultimate skill. It required me to experiment a bit to come up with it. Luminous rolled her eyes. You can say I learned distortion field thanks to you. I tilted my head. Thanks to me. Luminous nodded. Indeed. In another one of the timelines, you created distortion field and shared it with Chloe. Chloe kept that knowledge and shared it with Hinata when they went back to the past, and then Hinata shared it with me. I nodded in understanding. Who knew? Though do be careful, it is by no means an absolute defense. Luminous nodded. Indeed, I have found that out myself, but I thank you for the warning. I did no dimension fault which was able to deal with the so-called weaknesses of distortion field, but I think I'll keep that to myself. I turned back to Rimuru, who had prepared his new barrier. The art known as Absolute Guard has been analyzed and can be replicated. Nice, good work, Odin. I don't see myself needing to use Absolute Guard ever. I have Infinity, Multidimensional Barrier and Dimension Fault which are far better when it comes to defense. But this defense of Rimuru's is pretty foolproof. I'm sure Raphael is awfully proud of it. I once again attempted to pierce through Rimuru's Absolute Guard, except this time, my dagger did not break through the barrier. Notice. It has been detected that the anti-skill attribute is incapable of negating something which makes use of multiple different laws. Absolute Guard makes use of multiple differing laws. Well, it seems we just found a potential weakness of anti-skill. I voiced out. I repeated Odin's words to Luminous and Rimuru. Rimuru smiled. If even anti-skill can't penetrate through, I think I finally got a really strong defensive ability then. I nodded. It's one hell of a defense. Anti-skill is busted, but it seems everything has a weakness. I imagine that your Absolute Guard will be effective against many forms of offense. Though do be careful of Spiritron attacks. Rimuru nodded. We both took our seats. Now that you are finished with your little demonstration, why don't we continue? Luminous prompted. We both nodded. Rimuru seemed to have guessed where I was going with this conversation. You said that the dagger was made with the bones of someone with anti-skill. I nodded. And you also said that Yuki has anti-skill. Yup. Rimuru sighed hearing me. Then it seems the chances of Yuki not being involved in this are extremely low. Yup. I imagine there aren't many with anti-skill. Hell, I'm not sure how one even goes about acquiring it. Rimuru nodded. While that is valuable information, it is not nearly enough to know who exactly is behind this attack for sure. It does lead me to suspect this Yuki, however, but before any course of action I would like to be certain. Said Luminous. I nodded. That's true. But we do have two people to interrogate that could possibly help fit in the missing pieces of the puzzle. Luminous tilted her head. Two. I thought it was merely the clown. I shook my head. No, I was ambushed earlier by a little girl and her subordinates. In fact, I am fairly certain this entire attack on Tempest was due to this little girl's actions. Rimuru looked at me oddly. A little girl. She was in the body of a little girl, at least. In reality, her soul was far older than her body, so she is likely a reincarnation or a body jacker. Rimuru nodded in understanding. Do you have any idea who this girl is? Asked Rimuru. I nodded. Yes, it's the girl I warned you about during the tournament. Rimuru's eyes widened. The one with greed. Yup. Sorry about that. Once the attack started, I ordered Sui to focus more on rescuing civilians. I waved Rimuru off. It's fine. If Sui stuck around, I probably wouldn't have been able to have any fun. Even Luminous seemed quite surprised. Another Sin series skill has turned up. What an odd series of events. Indeed. The unique skill, Greed, basically specializes in mind control by using the victim's greed against them. Using greed, she was also able to sacrifice the lifespan of her subordinates to give them a fairly substantial boost in power. Whom was this boost in power able to cause you trouble, Felix? Asked Rimuru, sounding concerned. Haha, no way. The boost was significant, but you need far more than just that to cause me a challenge. Both you and Luminous would be capable of mopping the floor with them. Luminous looked proud at my recognition, while Rimuru simply nodded. Anyways, back to the girl. She holds a vast amount of political power back in the Western nations, to the point where I think it is unwise to kill her here in Tempest, even knowing what she did. Rimuru looked thoughtful for a moment before his eyes widened. Is that the person you warned me about a while back? The person that would likely cause me trouble down the line due to not agreeing with Tempest's goals. She is related to that person. I do believe I know whom you are speaking of. Luminous added. That isn't that odd. Ruberius does have a fairly close relationship with the Western nations, so it isn't surprising that Luminous knows about Gran Bel Rosso. You are speaking of Gran Bel Rosso, my former luminary of the sun. Finished Luminous. Now that I did not know. Gran Bel was one of your luminaries? Luminous nodded. He was in the past. In fact, he was the leader of the luminaries. In the ancient past, Granbell and I clashed many times, as demon lords and heroes often do. This Granbell is a hero. Rimuru groaned. Luminous nodded. He was known as a hero, he possessed the qualification to become a true hero, and he possessed a hero's egg, and while to my knowledge he has yet to hatch it, though he may have merely hidden his awakening. He is still a formidable foe. Rimuru's eyes widened. Seriously. I might have a hero as my enemy. I could understand Rimuru's panic. Heroes are the counterparts to demon lords for a reason, they can be quite troublesome. The saying that heroes and demon lords are bound by causality does have some truth to it. Is he a saint then? Luminous shook her head. Yes, however, as far as I know he is an incomplete saint. It is due to that reason that he has grown weaker over time. Age has affected his power. Even my love energy cannot halt aging completely, merely delay it. Rimuru sighed in relief. Incomplete saints while are incredibly powerful, but they are not true saints. They can still age, if at a much slower rate. Granbell has been at his game for over 1,000 years now. It seems the age is getting to him. However, one thing I did notice was that Luminous was using terms like, as far as I know, and, to my knowledge, that gives off the vibe that she is not 100% certain. Granbell may be a complete saint and a true hero, Luminous just doesn't believe he is, but she can't say anything for certain. You aren't 100% certain, are you? I questioned. Luminous' lips twitched, but she nodded. You are correct, Felix. If Granbell has hid so much from me, then I may not know what else he has hidden, even if it pains me to admit it. I nodded. I see, thanks for being honest. Luminous nodded. In the end, do not underestimate Granbell. He is a master of holy magic, and while he is merely an incomplete saint, his status as a potential true hero can make up for that. He is a man that was capable of matching me in the past through sheer skill alone. While he has grown weaker due to age and likely will not rebel against me openly, he is still a threat should he decide to be your enemy. Luminous explained. Why didn't you just take him out when he had rebelled then? I asked for posterity's sake. That man had been one of my closest subordinates for centuries. He knew every single one of my hidden passages and had likely established 1 or 2 hidden passages of his own that I do not know of. Not to mention his many safe houses throughout the Western nations, as well as his masterful control over his own power. He can hide his aura and make it practically impossible to locate him. I nodded along. I see. So he is a planner, huh? He prepared for the moment he would betray you and made sure he could stay hidden long enough to come up with a plan. Indeed, it seems so. One of my subordinates had erased the body he was puppeting with disintegration, but that was but a minor inconvenience for him. I nodded. Well, I'm sure he'll show up eventually. You've gotten stronger than you were in the past, so perhaps you can take Granbell out next time you see him. Luminous nodded. He has escaped my eyes for far too long. He has yet to pay for his insolence. I'll leave that to you then. Ah, I do have another question. Rimuru interjected. Luminous looked curiously at him. Yes. I'm curious, what are Granbell's goals in the first place? You said he had vast political power, but what has he done with it? Because I haven't heard of this guy at all. Luminous closed her eyes for a few seconds before answering. His goal was to bring peace to the human world in the past. I remember hearing tales of him defeating various Magian and the like in his goal to defend humanity. In fact, that is the reason our clashes initially began. Huh. So maybe he isn't that bad of a guy. Speculated Rimuru. Luminous ignored his words and continued. Eventually he learned that I had no hostile intentions to humanity and agreed to cooperate with me. We created an alliance, and so the Western nations prospered. Various countries sprouted, some small while others grew to become superpowers. Granbell manipulated all of these from the shadows and eventually created the Western States Council and has ruled it ever since its founding. He rules the Western States Council. I didn't even know that was possible. Rimuru exclaimed. This time I answered. It is ruled by 5 humans called the 5 Great Elders. Each of them is bestowed with vast political power, and Granbell is at their head. Using his position and influence, he is practically the ruler of the entire Western nations. At least his political power is unmatched. I don't really know what to think about that. Rimuru sighed. That is understandable. This Granbell is a legendary figure based on what we heard. He is probably one of the sole reasons that the Western nations have enjoyed relative peace for the last 1,000 years. In the end he is our enemy, Rimuru. Don't let his tales of grandeur blind you. Rimuru sighed. I know, I just wish we could have gotten along. Our goals are compatible, but I don't agree with his way of going about things. I rolled my eyes. Granbell's way is the most realistic and easiest way to go about creating peace. You are the odd one here, wanting to create peace by allowing everyone to understand each other. You sound like Naruto. Hey. I'm not like Naruto. Whatever you say, buddy. Who is this Naruto? Asked Luminous. Ah, I can share the story with you later, but basically he is a super idealistic guy who wants to create peace through understanding. Luminous nodded. Very well, I will hear about this Naruto after we have sorted this mess out. Heh, I'll have a fun time enlightening Luminous. The one thing I do wish to share on the topic of Granbell is that he and Yuki Kagurazaka had made contact in the past. My eyes widened at that. Seriously? Both Rimuru and I exclaimed. Luminous nodded. Well, that's even more proof of Yuki's involvement. Luminous nodded. Indeed, it seems the evidence is pointing towards this Yuki being responsible. Ah, I never mentioned who my attacker was, did I? Well, it was Mariable Rosso. Mariable Rosso. I do recall vague mentions of her. Granbell did seem to value her quite a bit. Said Luminous. That makes sense, her ability is fairly useful and impossible for 99% of humanity to resist. He could gain far more control over the Western nations with her. Luminous and Rimuru both nodded. Now while we can all agree that Yuki is likely responsible, I'm sure we can confirm that by asking dear Mariable ourselves, wouldn't you all agree? After we confirm everything we can come up with a plan to deal with Yuki once and for all. Luminous and Rimuru nodded. Sounds good to me, but how will we get her to answer? I doubt she will just give in and answer our questions. Asked Rimuru. Just leave that bit to me. There is an ability I've been wanting to test out for some time now. Chapter 117, Chapter 47, Interrogation. Felix. Just leave that bit to me. There is an ability I've been wanting to test out for some time now. Spiritual domination is an extra skill I'd analyzed from Ramorous. I never had a reason to recreate it and try it out, but now I have one. Odin. Notice. The extra skill, spiritual domination, has been recreated. Thanks. Spiritual domination allows me complete domination over a target's thoughts and emotions. The only way to resist is to have an extraordinarily strong will, or be powerful enough to fight off its effects. Thought domination is fairly similar to spiritual domination. Thought domination is better for immediate control, while spiritual domination is more all-encompassing. With spiritual domination I can control a person's entire being, while thought domination only controls the thoughts. From what I know, Mariable is incapable of fighting spiritual domination off. Before I summon Mariable, I'll give you two some information on her I was able to acquire, since you two don't seem to know all that much about her. According to my sources, Mariable is basically Granbell's second in command. She has access to basically all his resources, including the Rosso's secret forces, the Blood Shadow. I continued. The Blood Shadow? Asked Rimuru. The Blood Shadow is a force under the Rossos that is composed of otherworlders that have been enslaved with the locking curse. Rimuru's eyes widened. Then. I nodded. Yes, it is likely that the attackers on Tempest were members of Blood Shadow. Rimuru sighed but nodded, though I noticed him clenching his fists under the table. I'm sure he doesn't like that many people were killed in an attack they had no choice to participate in. But the world is cruel. Anyways, using her position, Mariable should easily be capable of mobilizing the Blood Shadow for this attack. Even the Chaos Dragon seemed to have been under her control. How did she control the Chaos Dragon? Asked Rimuru. Rimuru seriously needs to ask these questions to Raphael. I'm sure his skill is capable of figuring these kinds of things out. I did still answer him, though. Using greed. The Chaos Dragon didn't have much of an ego, so Mariable was able to dominate it fairly easily with greed. I'm guessing she sent the Chaos Dragon to attack as a distraction. Perhaps to distract us with the big threat while her Blood Shadow quickly caused chaos. Rimuru nodded. Anyways, that's about all the information I have on Mariable. One thing to keep in mind is that we definitely shouldn't kill her in Tempest if you want to build a proper relationship with the Western nations. Even her public identity as a princess of a small nation could cause Tempest trouble in the future if her death is used against you, Rimuru. Yeah, I already got that. I'm not that helpless at this whole ruler thing, you know. Rimuru pouted. I nodded. I did have an idea of how to take care of her. We could always just have her die in an unfortunate monster attack, but what I was leaning towards was using her to lure out Yuki and dealing with both Yuki and Mariable in one go. We can make it look like a crazy strong monster attacked them both, causing them both to unfortunately perish. Rimuru's face cringed hearing me, but he did eventually nod. That plan could work. Perhaps I can lend a hand as well. I can send some members of the church to investigate and confirm everything. Give the story more legitimacy. Said Luminous. That'll help, thanks Luminous. Luminous looked at me haughtily. It is no problem, Felix. Ah, what at Sundara? Maybe that's where Hinata got it from. Now that we got that out of the way, I'll summon Mariable. I got up and went towards an open area of the room and raised my hand. Beelzebuth. A swirl of darkness formed before my palm, and out came Mariable. She was ejected out and was unable to recover, leading to her landing face first on the floor. I smiled at her. Thank you for joining us today, Mariable. Mariabelle's gaze snapped to me, and I could see the sheer rage in her eyes, but behind the rage was some healthy fear for me. You. She snarled. Before she could do anything, I crouched down and grabbed her by the face. Now, don't act like that. We just want some information from you. Hearing me, Mariabelle's gaze wandered to the table I was previously sitting at. Her eyes widened. T2 more demon lords. I nodded. Indeed. Cooperation is in your best interest, you know. I'm sure Granbell has informed you plenty about Luminous. Mariabelle's glare returned in full force. Never. I smirked. Heh, I was hoping you'd say that. Odin. Wadash, Mariabelle's resistance immediately faded. It is done. Ah, it's relatively easy to take control of someone with spiritual domination with Odin's assistance, too easy, in fact. If I was a fat bastard I could totally abuse the shit out of this. But no. I am better than that. NTR is a trash fetish. I set Mariable down on the ground and let go of my grip on her face. Mariable had a far more compliant look on her face now. Whoa. What did you do, Felix? Asked Rimuru. The most basic explanation is that I mind-controlled her. Mind control. I rolled my eyes. You've seen me tear space apart, you've heard about time travel, we've even brought back the dead, but mind control you are surprised about. Rimuru rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, when you look at it like that. Anyways, Mariable should be more cooperative now that she is under my control. I didn't turn Mariable into a mindless slave like I could have. No, instead, I just made her give up. I made her give up on resistance entirely and made her realize how futile it is to attempt to fight back against me. At this point she was willing to basically do anything I said. Spiritual domination was a scary ability. Ramaris was once the mighty fairy queen, so it doesn't surprise me that she had such a skill. Even weakened as she is, Ramaris can be a reasonably bothersome foe. She is the queen of fairies, so I assume she is able to order the elementals under her to do various things. She could theoretically order the elemental lords, beings on par with awakened demon lords, they could even fight on the ultimate level. Ramaris may be a brat with no personal power, but she sure as hell had some strong people she could call upon for aid. Beretta and Trainee, on their own, are useful subordinates. Now, are you willing to answer my questions, Mariable? Mariable sighed but nodded. Yes, I will answer your questions to the best of my knowledge, Lord Felix. I nodded in satisfaction. Great. I'll leave the juicy questions for last. First off, why don't you give us some backstory about yourself as well as your relationship with Granbell Rosso? I already knew that she was his pseudo-granddaughter and descendant, but it was always best to make sure my information is correct. My name is Mariable Rosso, I am a descendant of Granbell Rossos and the princess of the headquarters of the Five Elders, the kingdom of Silt Rosso. I nodded. Continue. I was once a queen, I had complete control over millions and caused much blood to be spilled for my own greed, many wars were waged due to my desire and in the end I always won. I lived a life full of enjoyment and would always receive what I wanted. In the end I died due to old age. I nodded, I knew this was not Mariabelle's first life, and it doesn't surprise me that she cared little for the lives of others, and was a spoiled brat. I could already tell that much. While I'm not a saint, I'm not one to carelessly throw lives away just because I can. Something like that should always be a last resort. Mariable sure as hell is a bad cookie. If I were to give Mariable an alignment it would probably be chaotic evil, while my own would probably be neutral chaotic. After I was reborn I received the unique skill, greed, due to my vast desire to possess everything in the world. In this world I quickly gained influence inside of the royal palace by using my unique skill, greed. I was treated like a queen until my grandfather showed up. Yeah. I imagine it is relatively easy to dominate a country with greed alone, it is one hell of an ability. Mariable was just foolish enough to overstep her bounds, and she got burned for it. The moment we met, he knew I was different, it was as if he already knew about my skill. I imagine that if I dared to try and control him with greed, he would have killed me right then and there. After that first meeting both Granbell and I began working together, him as my grandfather and I as his granddaughter. Mariable continued. And what did you two work together on exactly? Asked Rimuru. I nodded to Mariable who took that as the K to answer Rimuru. Our dream was world domination. Rimuru sighed. Of course. He whispered. Man, that's a really stereotypical bad guy dream, world domination, seriously. How did you plan to go about that? I highly doubt you had the raw power needed for world conquest. This Granbell was apparently a hero in the past, he of all people should know that there are some truly strong beings in this world that are not to be messed with. With Guy and the other demon lords around, world conquest was practically impossible unless one was Veldanava himself. Mariable nodded. Indeed, for some reason grandfather was against using all of our vast resources to forcefully take control of the world, and so we came up with another plan. We planned to dominate the world through the economy. The economy? How would you manage that when the currency used in this world is gold? That is unless. Mariable nodded to Rimuru's unasked question. We plan to convert the global currency to paper, with each nation having their own unique currency. The value of that currency would be determined by the nation's power, and the nat dash. The nation's power was determined by the Western Council, which the Rosso controlled. I finished. Mariable nodded. Yes, it was a fairly foolproof plan. Mariable then looked directly at Rimuru. It was foolproof until you started making your moves, Demon Lord Rimuru. Hee, well that's good then. Said Rimuru with a nervous chuckle. That was what this attack was about then. Dealing a blow to Tempest so that you could continue with your plan with ease. Mariable nodded. Exactly so. I nodded. Tell us more about this plan in detail then. Mariable nodded and continued. Very well. Thanks to information we received, we were able to realize that Tempest was growing far too fast for us to counteract and maintain control over the Western nations, and so we came up with a plan to destabilize that growth. The death of various royals and nobles would cause Tempest to have far more difficulty expanding their relationship with human nations. Even with the support of Dworgen it would be difficult, if not impossible. Such a thing would set back Tempest's progress by decades. That's true. It would have given me a much harder time with my goals. Commented a ticked-off Rimuru. Well, at least her plan failed, huh Rimuru? I taunted. Mariable ignored my words while Rimuru laughed along with me. Yeah, it's good indeed. Seeing as Rimuru and I were done joking around, Mariable continued. During the attack it was my hope to gain control over the Demon Lord Felix and then use him to get the jump on Demon Lord Rimuru before finally converging on Veldora with 2 Demon Lords by my side. With the power of a true dragon on our side, we would be unstoppable. I had to hold my laugh in at hearing Mariabelle's plan. Even Luminous looked flabbergasted at Mariabelle's sheer idiocy. It would take a lot to mind control Rimuru or I, and even then we both could probably resist it with our skills help, Odin for me and Raphael for Rimuru. Sure, if they gained control over me or Rimuru the Rosso would have an easy time with a lot of things, but that plan of theirs was flawed in the first place. I did not think Granbelle foolish enough to approve of a plan to take control of Veldora of all people, especially with your meager power. Said Luminous. Mariable nodded. The original plan was to just take control of Demon Lord Felix due to being the easiest target. Excuse me. I'm insulted. Me, the easiest target. Fufufu, Felix, the easiest target. Perhaps Granbelle's old age is getting to him. Commented Luminous while Rimuru nodded along. It was our assumption that Demon Lord Felix was the weakest target due to his incomplete harvest festival. Said Mariable. My incomplete harvest festival? What's that all about? Mariable nodded. Indeed, it was thought that since human souls were not used for your harvest festival, Lord Felix, that your harvest festival was incomplete or still in the process of being completed. Ah, so they were just working off of wrong knowledge then. They assumed that using non-human souls would affect my harvest festival. Well, I guess they are sort of right. Perhaps if I did not have enough souls I would have gone through an incomplete harvest festival. Thankfully Clayman was more than willing to supply me all the souls necessary. Even his own soul was used in my harvest festival, and as a Deathman his soul was far more powerful than most Magen. Granbelle likely would have taken different action if he had the correct information. It was still foolish of him to work off assumptions, however. I honestly expected more from someone who has been around for so long and basically rules a large portion of the world. Alright, continue. Where did the Chaos Dragon come in? Originally, the Chaos Dragon was not part of the plan, but Yuki offered up the idea of causing further chaos by USI. You said Yuki. I interrupted. Mariable nodded. Yuki Kagurazaka is the guildmaster of the Free Guild and also my thrall. That didn't sound right. Your thrall? As in, he is under the control of greed. Mariable nodded. Yes, it was fairly easy to control him. Using his own greed against him was child's play. Both Rimuru and Luminous were staring at me as Mariable said that she had Yuki under control. But, that's not possible. How did you get around his anti-skill? Now it was Mariabelle's turn to look at me in confusion. Anti-skill? What is that? I see. Yuki really played all sides, huh? I sighed. Do you know of Yuki's abilities? Mariable nodded. Yes, I had him tell them to me when I first got him under control. And he mentioned nothing about anti-skill. Mariable shook her head. No, he never mentioned such a thing. What about his unique skill? He said that it was a skill focused on management and did not have much combat potential. While that could be true, the fact that he didn't mention anti-skill when he is seemingly under Mariabelle's control paints quite the clear picture. So Mariable was tricked then? Asked Luminous. I nodded. It seems so. If Mariable really had Yuki under control and asked what his abilities were, he 100% would have mentioned anti-skill. Not to mention it is impossible to control him in the first place with greed thanks to anti-skill. It would have just negated greed as long as Yuki played things right. So it was Yuki's idea for the Chaos Dragon to join in on this attack then? Asked a resigned Rimuru. It seems so, Rimuru. Rimuru sighed. I knew this meeting would probably involve something like this, but I truly hoped Yuki wasn't involved. I didn't know what to say to Rimuru, and so I said nothing. What other things has Yuki been involved in, Mariable? Mariable looked thoughtful for a moment before answering. Many things. He is the one that located the Chaos Dragon in the first place and supplied it to me. I'm sure if Malim heard any of this she would leave and immediately go and crush Yuki's head. I guess it's good that I left her out of this then. Along with that, it was his idea for Clayman to attack the Jura Tempest Foundation as well as Eurasania and eventually even the Harpy Kingdom to allow for easier trade between us and the Eastern Empire. However, his plan failed and led to the rise of two new demon lords. I could sense Rimuru's fists clenching under the table. I was pretty damn angry myself. But Yuki would get what's coming to him. Now that I know that he is for sure behind Seiko's death, his death is all but guaranteed. I see, is that all? Mariable shook her head. No, Yuki has also been using our resources to summon other worlders and sell them to the highest bidder. One of his most frequent customers is the demon lord Leon Cromwell. Rimuru banged his fist on the table, spreading cracks along it. That damn bastard. I sighed, hearing Rimuru. He was really against other worlder summonings, not that I blamed him. Let's deal with Yuki first, then we can think about Leon. He will be far more difficult to deal with, so it's best if we just stay out of each other's way, Rimuru. He's the one who summoned Shizu. Rimuru retorted. I nodded. I know, but realistically what can you do to him? Even if you are more powerful than him, which is doubtful, he has an entire continent at his beck and call, and an extremely well-developed kingdom. Now it is fairly easy for me to just wipe out El Dorado from the face of the map, but knowing Rimuru, he would be against that. Not to mention that Leon seems to have some kind of relationship with Guy, a fairly close one. Rimuru reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's focus on Yuki first, but I'm definitely punching Leon the next time I see him. Feel free to do so. I doubt a mere punch will escalate much. Plus, it's not like Leon doesn't deserve it. I looked back at Mariable. Do you know how Granbell will react to all this? Your failed attack, as well as your future death. Mariable casually ignored me talking about killing her and answered my question. He will likely be fairly upset about the wasted resources, while the Rosso still have access to a large amount of other worlders. Many of them were still wasted in this operation. But it is not a loss that will significantly weaken us for years to come. I nodded. While other worlders were useful for the sheer power they had with minimal training, they still failed to reach the higher levels of this world without training. They were generally around the A rank, and special A rank for the ones a cut above the rest. Most other worlders see themselves as special and so they assume they are people of significant value in this world, when in reality even the weakest of saints are capable of mopping the floor with them. It doesn't help that the vast majority of other worlders come from some variant of modern world Earth. With all the Ice Sky anime in that world as well as the so-called cheats that those protagonists have, it is easy to understand why other worlders tend to get a bit of a big head. With all of that culture from their previous world, they probably thought that their summoning was their chance to live out their Ice Sky dreams. As for my death, I am not sure how grandfather will react. He is a hard man to predict, but I would expect him to not let his emotions cloud his judgment. He will likely step back and come up with a new plan for world domination, as in our previous plan my abilities were necessary. Continued Mariable. Perhaps Mariable and Granbell weren't very close then, maybe their relationship was more transactional. Granbell protected Mariable and she helped further his goals. Or maybe Granbell did care for Mariable and was just good about hiding it. There is no way for me to know at this point. Very well then. I have no other questions to ask you now. I'll ask her more politically related things later. I turned to Rimuru and Luminous and gestured to Mariable. You two have anything you want to pick her brain about? Luminous shook her head. No, I see now the reason for Granbell's recent actions. I was surprised when he betrayed our alliance all of a sudden, but I now know that he was feeling threatened by Rimuru and wished to take him off the board so his plans didn't collapse. He was even willing to sacrifice his fellow luminaries in this pursuit. Well, they had it coming, said Rimuru. Luminous nodded. I do not deny that. They had reached too far and so they were dealt with. I have no use for rebellious pawns. Whoa, that's harsh, said Arimuru. That's how things work in this world. Most powerful beings don't care much for their traitorous or subordinates who are not truly loyal. Not like I blame them, why care for them when they don't return that care with loyalty? You're not the standard Rimuru but the exception. Rimuru blushed under my praise but still nodded. Yeah, I guess I can see where they are coming from. It just doesn't feel right for me to treat my subordinates as lesser than me. As far as I'm concerned they're my friends. Luminous and even Mariable were looking at Rimuru oddly. Well, you keep doing your own thing, Rimuru. It's clearly working. Rimuru nodded at me and then looked at Mariable. I did have one question. Are you aware of what Leon has been doing with all the other worlders he is having summoned? Mariable shook her head. No, I am not aware of what Demon Lord Leon could want with such defective products. Rimuru's Demon Lord's haki burst out from within him for a moment. I quickly unleashed my own to contest against it and protect Mariable, though Rimuru's haki did reach her for a moment. Rimuru quickly got his haki under control and sighed. Sorry about that, what she said ticked me off. Yeah, Rimuru really doesn't like that whole slavery thing. Mariable referring to other worlders as property seemed to have ticked him off. It's fine, I was able to protect Mariable from the haki, so no harm no foul. Since Demon Lord's haki releases spiritual pressure, the room itself wasn't damaged. I looked at Mariable, who was soaked in sweat and shivering. She was exposed to Rimuru's Demon Lord's haki after all, if only for a moment. I heard a loud exaggerated sigh. How disappointing, I did not expect one such as you to lose control of your haki, Rimuru. Commented Luminous. Yeah, well, give me a break, Luminous, I have a lot on my plate right now. Responded an annoyed Rimuru. Luminous nodded. Do learn to control your power. Haki is an ability that is highly influenced by one's emotions. Even Odin isn't able to prevent haki leakage unless she is actively monitoring my own haki, which she normally isn't. And even if she was, she wouldn't suppress it in the first place. In Odin's eyes, if I felt the desire to use my haki, then who was she to stop me? I imagine Raphael thinks fairly similarly. Rimuru nodded and looked back at Mariable. Well. Do you have an answer to my question? Mariable nodded, even as she continued to shiver. We are not aware of what Demon Lord Leon wants with the other worlders. We do know that one of his requirements was for them all to be young, so none of them had developed any unique skills of their own. He wanted children. If he wanted to recruit more forces for his territory, why would he want children? Asked Rimuru. Mariable shook her head. I am not aware of why. Well, he was a former true hero. It's safe to say he has an in-depth knowledge of elementals. Perhaps he knew that otherworlder children can be saved if they are contracted with a spirit. That way, he can mold the children's thought process in a way that is beneficial to him while also recruiting someone who has high potential. He wouldn't have to deal with the inevitable thoughts of rebellion older otherworlders would have that way. I chimed in. I noticed Rimuru was getting more and more upset as I continued with my hypothesis. Rimuru finally took a deep breath and sighed. That would explain why he gave Shizu Ifrit then. I nodded. Perhaps. Claude and Allrose's existence does give credence to that theory. Added Luminous. Claude and Allrose? Asked Rimuru. The Black Knight Claude and the Silver Knight Allrose are Leon's chief subordinates. They are also summoned otherworlders. Responded Luminous. Rimuru nodded. I see, I don't know much about Leon's subordinates, he didn't even bring anyone with him to the Valpurgis. Yes, Leon is quite uncaring like that. He is confident in his power. Said Luminous. Well, that doesn't surprise me. He has an ultimate skill after all. One needs a specific character to acquire an ultimate skill of their own. Both Luminous and Rimuru's gazes snapped to me. Seriously? I didn't know Leon had one. Said Rimuru. He seemed surprised, but he was overall pretty nonchalant about it, opposite to Luminous. Luminous seemed ticked off. Leon has an ultimate skill, you say? It seems hearing that Leon, a human, or at least a former human, beat her to the race of getting an ultimate skill has wounded Luminous' pride. She is a true ancestor, a being that, by all means, should be above a human. I shrugged my shoulders. What can I say, it's a skill issue. You just hadn't gone through the experience necessary to awaken an ultimate skill. They can be kind of finicky like that, who knows what the exact requirements are for such a thing. All I really knew was that willpower was key. I am not in need of your comforting, Felix, I am just surprised that someone such as him has an ultimate skill. Said Luminous. I rolled my eyes. Sure, whatever you say. Luminous seemed to be fighting down the urge to retort but eventually sighed and gave in. On the topic of ultimate skills, are you willing to share who else you are aware of with an ultimate skill? Asked Luminous. I'm surprised she swallowed her pride and asked such a question. I guess she wants to be really careful of ultimate skill wielders, now understanding the sheer amount of power such beings wield. I'm surprised she isn't on a bit of a power high at the moment, all things considered, she is acting relatively normally. Sure. I can consider you a friend, so why not? I could see Luminous suppressing a smile that was fighting to grow on her face, and I knew she liked me. I mean, it's hard not to like me, I truly have a winning personality. You have something to say, Odin? Negative. Of course. Well, don't expect me to give you the details of their ultimate skills, but I'll share who I know for a fact possess one. Off the top of my head, for the Demon Lords, there is Guy, Malim, Dino, Leon, and, of course, Rimuru and I. Then Velzard, the Frost Dragon, has one, and so does Veldora. Even that lizard. Luminous grit out. I shrugged my shoulders. Despite his personality, he is still a true dragon. Anyways, those are all the people I am aware of with ultimate skills. Realistically, barely anyone has one, we just tend to be in contact with the few who do possess one. Luminous nodded. I am surprised that Dino has one, but I suppose with his history it is not too odd. Thank you for sharing this information with me, I will not forget this favor. Heh, no problem. What's a little information between friends? Luminous paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, friends. Heh, I think I just won Luminous over. I'm still going to annoy her, she is just so easy to mess with, it's her own fault honestly. Hold on, what do you mean by Dino's history? Both Luminous and I looked at Rimuru with deadpan expressions on our faces. He had access to Veldora and Ramaris, and he still doesn't know all of this. He seriously hasn't been using them very well, they have tons of information. While Ramaris doesn't remember everything perfectly due to her continuous reincarnations, she still knows far more than most. I sighed and decided to fill the slime in. Dino is one of the first beings created by Veldanava, a primordial angel. Rimuru's eyes widened. Whoa. Like Diablo. I nodded. Sort of, their natures are opposite to each other, but they are fairly similar. Huh, I didn't know that sleepy-looking guy was such an important person. Said Rimuru. Luminous snorted. Oh please, as if that one is important. After his creator's death he threw a tantrum and fell to this world, and has been leeching off of Degrul ever since. I feel like I'm still missing a lot here. I sighed. Just ask Ramaris or Veldora, you should use them more often, both have a lot of ancient history stored in their heads. Rimuru nodded. I'll do that then. By the way, Luminous, even if one does not have an ultimate skills, it is still possible to threaten you. God-grade equipment and divinity are capable of bridging the gap, even sheer willpower can be enough in certain scenarios. Sometimes I feel like this world works on shonen logic. Willpower can literally get you practically anything in this world should one have enough of it. Luminous scoffed. I am aware that nothing is absolute in this world, but I thank you for the warning nonetheless. I nodded and looked back to Mariable, who had just been listening in on our conversation. It's not like I was worried about her knowing anything she shouldn't, she already had an expiration date. Now, what to do with you? Mariable did not respond, she wasn't shivering anymore, so she has recovered somewhat from her exposure to Rimuru's Demon Lord's hockey. Aha, I know. I snapped my fingers and took down the barrier that Rimuru had erected around the room. Felix. Don't worry, I'm just going to call someone to take care of Mariable for me for now. Rimuru nodded. Arcuade, are you available? Ah. My lord, I am always available for your needs. How may I assist you? Asked Arcuade. I just need you to take care of someone for me while I'm in this meeting with Rimuru and Luminous. It will be my pleasure, my lord. Would you like me to come to your location? Asked Arcuade. Yes, please. It took mere moments for Arcuade to appear outside the doors to the meeting room. I heard a knock. Come in, Arcuade. And in came my beautiful Demoness. Arcuade bowed deeply in front of me. My lord. I sighed, seeing that. No need for that, Arcuade. Hearing me, Arcuade straightened up and greeted Rimuru and Luminous with a short bow. Lord Rimuru, Lady Luminous. Rimuru gave Arcuade a wave. Hi, Arcuade. Luminous also responded. I had heard that Felix had tamed the primordial of white. I've even seen you from a distance, but it is quite something to see your devotion to your lord in person, Blanc. Arcuade looked at me before responding. You can talk with her, Arcuade, no need to ask for permission. That girl prioritizes me above everything else, to the point that she didn't even want to give a fellow demon lord any attention without my permission. Arcuade nodded and then smiled sweetly at Luminous. My lord is a man with many talents, though I do prefer being called by the name my lord had bestowed upon me, Arcuade. Arcuade said with devotion in her tone. Luminous nodded. Very well, I will keep that in mind. You seem much more agreeable than your kin. Arusi tilted her head before nodding in understanding. Ah, you mean Lalatina. She had told me of her clashes with you in the past, she even mentioned her fight with the hero, she seemed quite excited to fight the hero again but she never got the chance. Luminous grit her teeth at the mention of Lalatina. Yes. Lalatina, as she is called now, has always been an annoyance, always playing her games with no regard to the issues she causes for others. Oops. Maybe I'll have to punish her for that, heh. I imagine Luminous will be quite upset if she finds out what exactly punishment is, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I do recall her various games over the millennia. I can only apologize for the issues my fellow Primordial has caused for you. Arcuade seems to be awfully understanding with Luminous. I guess as long as Luminous is respectful, Arcuade will also be respectful. Luminous shook her head before sighing. There is no need to apologize. Lalatina is now the subordinate of my friend. I suppose I can forgive her prior transgressions. I was not aware of your relationship with my lord, I will remember that. Said Arcuade. I'm pretty sure Luminous standing just went up in Arcuade's books. Arcuade then turned to me. I apologize for getting distracted, my lord. I waved her off. It's fine, you don't have to apologize for having a conversation, you should remember to enjoy your life a bit too. Arcuade nodded. If that is what you wish, my lord. I nodded. It is what I wish. I then pointed to Mariable, who had been staring at Arcuade ever since Luminous called her the Primordial of White. This is going to be your companion for the night. I want you to go out with her in public, make sure everyone knows she is alive. I don't want any doubt when Mariabelle's future death comes to light, Tempest can't be implicated in that. Having people see her after this attack will go a long way for that, rather than just keeping her in my infinity space until it is time for a final act. Arcuade nodded. Very well, my lord. When you two are in private feel free to ask Mariable what you wish, she may not look it but she basically rules the Western nations as long as she does not go against her grandfather. See if you can learn any useful information or anything like that. Hearing what I said, Arcuade now seemed to be a bit more interested in Mariable. Very well, I shall make sure no information is kept secret. I see you have already brought her under your control, my lord. Yeah, she will answer whatever questions you ask and do whatever you tell her to. That makes things fairly easy then. I will disturb your meeting no longer, my lord, unless you have need of me. I shook my head. No, feel free to leave, Arcuade. Arcuade gave me one more bow and then left with Mariable in tow. Once she was gone, I replaced the barrier I took down and then took my seat at the table once again. Now we have one last person to interrogate. Luminous nodded. The clown. He might be a bit harder to deal with. He was far stronger than Mariable and had a will to match that. In fact, he was abnormally strong for just a deathman. Those guys are said to be Demon Lord class, excluding Clayman. Even that clown, Footman, was pretty powerful. For a deathman to be as strong as the clown that attacked Hinata. Luminous nodded. Indeed, it does not paint a good picture. Are you capable of keeping him immobile as you had before? I nodded. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll still try my spiritual domination, but I'm not sure that it will work. All things considered, it should work. Spiritual domination boosted by Odin is an incredibly powerful ability. But I decided to give a heads up in case it somehow didn't work. Alright, you guys ready? Both Rimuru and Luminous nodded, and so I got back up and I summoned the clown from my infinity space. Gah. He, of course, immediately started struggling in my grip. Do you seriously have to do that? You should already know that it's hopeless. My words only made the clown struggle harder. What a pain. Odin. The clown immediately stopped struggling in my grip. Both spiritual domination and data from greed were utilized to put the clown under the master's complete control. Heh, nice Odin. Well, it seems we had nothing to worry about. The clown is in the same state as Mariable, except he is basically just a doll that can only follow orders, rather than Mariable who just saw no point in resisting. Ugh, if it's that easy to mind control someone, I will need to take measures of my own. Said Rimuru. Luminous nodded. Indeed, I was aware of such skills existing, but I did not think that it would work on someone as powerful as this clown. Even Lewis, at his full power, is weaker than this clown. Well, not everyone can do it the way I did it. I used multiple skills to control this clown, skills I will be keeping secret. I did not want more people than necessary to be aware of my ability to copy skills. A trump card is only a trump card if no one knows about it. I imagine if that information got out, people would stop using their skills in front of me, which would be annoying. I want to catch 'em all. I mean, analyze them all. Luminous nodded. Very well then. I set the clown who was still in my grip down. The clown made no movements, he just stood there waiting for orders. I imagined that this guy would be useful, even in his current mindless state. He was strong and could get my grunt work done. But I agreed to hand him off to Luminous, and I'm not one to break a promise. Now, first off, what is your name? Laplace. The clown mindlessly responded. I see. Laplace it is, then. Now, why don't you tell me about why you attacked Hinata Sakaguchi? I was ordered to do so. He responded. Ugh, one thing about making someone basically a mindless drone is that they were idiots. They didn't elaborate on anything unless asked. They were basically incapable of thinking for themselves. Who ordered you to do so? Lelass paused for a moment, as if he was resisting the urge to answer. He had an impressive amount of willpower for something deep inside of him to be resisting even in his current state. Well, one doesn't reach his level of power by being weak-willed. He must be incredibly loyal to his master. Yuki Kagurazaka. And there it is. Not that I needed more proof against Yuki, but the more the merrier. Rimuru sighed. So this guy really is Yuki's subordinate, huh? I nodded. It seems so. However, I do wonder how Yuki got someone like Lelass under his command. Well then, at least he wasn't helping with the Falmouth invasion or helping those other clowns that were trying to unleash Charybdis. I nodded. That's true. He would have been an issue at that point. I did still have Odin, so I imagine I would have beat this clown, but it would have taken some effort. While I fought Lelass, his allies would have unleashed Charybdis, and Rimuru just wasn't capable of getting past Charybdis magic jamming at that point. Lelass may have even been able to get away after all that. I focused my attention back on Lelass. Who are your allies, Lelass? Once again, he paused before answering. The guildmaster of the Free Guild, Yuki Kagurazaka, the former demon lord Kazalim, also known as Kigali, and the vice guildmaster. Tyr, a fellow member of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, the... Before Lelass could continue, I interrupted him. The Moderate Harlequin Alliance. What is that? The Moderate Harlequin Alliance is a group of powerful magen that was created by our mistress, Kigali, also known as Kazalim. What? Leon said that the demon lord was killed, and even Elmia confirmed it. That shouldn't be possible. Maybe someone was just using Kazalim's name. I have a feeling I'm going to be learning a lot more from Lelass than I did from Mariable. Chapter 118, Chapter 48, Interrogation continued. Felix. The Moderate Harlequin Alliance is a group of powerful magen that were created by our mistress, Kigali, also known as Kazalim. What? That demon lord was said to have been killed by Leon, even Elmia confirmed it. That shouldn't be possible. Maybe someone was just using Kazalim's name as an alias. I have a feeling I'm going to be learning a lot more from Lelass than I did from Mariable. I looked to Luminous to see if she knew anything, but she shook her head. It seems even she wasn't aware that the Curse Lord had survived, if it was even the same person. The question is, did Leon spare her and lie to everyone else about it, or did something else happen? Notice. Deathmen are capable of surviving without their flesh. They are capable of roaming the world as an astral body for years and can possess a suitable host. It is likely that the individual Leon Cromwell was not aware of this, allowing Demon Lord Kazalim to escape and survive. I see. That makes sense, thanks Odin. Then it seems this is the real Demon Lord Kazalim then. I'm not quite sure how powerful he was in his prime. I don't even know if he was an awakened Demon Lord, or just a Demon Lord seed. I'm leaning towards just being a Demon Lord seed. I remember hearing that he had gone toe-to-toe with Roy Valentine, Luminous substitute. Roy, while powerful, was no true Demon Lord, so I imagine Kazalim was around Roy's level, therefore fodder. I suppose Lelass may know for sure. We are currently a group of mercenaries for hire. Our current employer is Yuki Kagurazaka, who is allied with our mistress. I nodded. Who else is in this Moderate Harlequin Alliance? Our president is Kigali, I am the vice president, Lelass, the Wonder Pierrot, then the main members were Clayman, the Crazy Pierrot, Footman, the Angry Pierrot, and Tyr, also known as Teardrop. Now we are down to merely myself, the president, and Tyr. Lelass informed. So Clayman was a member then, huh? And just like I thought, Lelass did have some kind of relationship with Footman and Tyr. The main members. So do you have branch members or something? Lelass nodded. We have various resources to call upon throughout the Western nations, but our only true permanent branch member was Eva, also known as No Face. Eva. That wouldn't happen to be Clayman's former maid, would it? Lelass nodded. That would be her. I see. Eva had disappeared shortly before Clayman launched his invasion, and no one I asked knew where she had gone. Do you know where she is? Lelass shook his head. I see. Well, tell me more about your president. Start with how Kigali managed to survive when Leon claimed to have killed him. Kigali was an ancient high elf, the princess of them in fact. A princess. I thought Kazalim was male, weird. Her father, the high elf king, had been experimenting on her. These experiments resulted in her death. Her father brought her back to life as a deathman with an ugly, rotting form. He cursed her. At which point Kigali had gotten into a dispute with her father as he was mistreating his citizens. In the end her father turned her into a male using the curse he placed on her, while also giving her the name, Kazalim. That's... Yikes. I'm definitely not going to be showing her mercy just because of a sob story, but it does help me get a better understanding of Kigali at the very least. I did always wonder what happened to one of my kin's daughter, to think she would turn into Kazalim, how unfortunate," said Luminous. I turned to look at Luminous. "Did you know the High Elf King?" Luminous nodded. I was well acquainted with all of Twilight's creations, the so-called pupils of the ancestor. I had even met Kigali in the past, back then she was a kind innocent girl. The pupils of the ancestor? That was a group I haven't heard about. Luminous nodded. We were a group composed of the various true ancestors of each of the various races created by Twilight Valentine. Ah, I see. It isn't surprising that they had a group like that. Do you guys still meet up from time to time? Luminous shook her head. No. The majority of us have already passed on, the only one I still regularly maintain contact with is Sylvia, Gunther, and Valentine. Gunther? Isn't that your butler? And who is Valentine? Luminous nodded. Gunther is my butler and one of the true ancestors of the vampires. Valentine is the name that Roy and Lewis had when they were a single being. Ah, I see. So there are 3 vampire true ancestors then, huh? Luminous shook her head. No, while I can technically be considered a true ancestor of the vampires, I am much more different. I am the single being that Twilight was able to create that was similar to him. He called me his other half. I am the only one of my kind, a high blood, a being born divine. Talk about being a cheat. Being born with divinity is incredible. Luminous seemed to have caught on to my impressed look as she puffed up her chest and looked at me haughtily. I ignored her and looked back at Laplace. Continue. Laplace obediently nodded. After some time, the High Elf King angered Malim Nava, and so she attacked Kigali's country and destroyed it, killing the High Elf King in the process. She was one of the sole survivors of the incident. Ah, well, the High Elf King is one hell of an idiot, for thinking he would get away from kidnapping the pet of Malim Nava. He was a true ancestor, there is no way he was clueless as to who Malim's father was, and yet he still proceeded. Talk about stupidity. The president ended up using the forbidden magic, birthday, to create 3 Deathmen, Clayman, Footman, and Tear. So that's where all the Deathmen I have encountered have been coming from. Kigali created them all. But one thing is a bit odd. You weren't created at that time. Laplace shook his head. No. I was created when my former self had drove away the Chaos Dragon, but suffered fatal wounds in the process. My former self made a deal with Kazalim. Kazalim would bring him back to life in his service. He warned my former self that I would not recall my memories, but he still agreed. So Laplace seems himself as someone different from his former self then. My former self ended up losing who he was, and I was born. Said Laplace. Just out of curiosity, are you aware of who your former self was? Laplace nodded. The identity of my former self was Sarian Grimwald, the husband of Sylvia L. Rue, and father to Elmia L. Rue Sarian. My eyes widened upon hearing that. Rimuru slammed his hands on the table. What? After resurrecting me as a Deathma? Hold on, go back for a second. You were Sarian? The elven hero. Laplace nodded. And your memories of when you were Sarian are just gone? Laplace nodded. Kazalim had tried to delve into my soul to attempt to restore them as a gift to me, but he was unable to. I did not have much of a problem with losing those memories. I'm sure his former self disagrees. Asmodeus is a skill that has some authority over souls, so perhaps it can help Laplace regain his memories. Negative. When the individual Laplace became a Deathman, the memories of the individual Sarian have been completely suppressed if not wiped. They may be located deep within the heart core, but delving that deep into an individual's being is incredibly dangerous and may result in the soul completely collapsing in on itself. There is not enough data to safely extract the memories. I see, well, it was worth a shot. Now that I think about it, that was a pretty unreasonable request. How unfortunate. From what I have heard, Sarian Grimwald was a good man. Sylvia had spoken of him fondly. Sighed Luminous. Ugh, what should I tell Elmia? Sighed Rimuru. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, she does have the right to know what happened to her father. I guess we just tell her what happened and let her mourn. The man that was her father is gone, all that's left now is the Wonder Pierrot. We can worry about that later though. Rimuru sighed but nodded nonetheless. Hopefully Elmia doesn't act like a pain. Her demanding for Laplace despite his crimes would be bothersome. Laplace has his own crimes to pay for, Hinata's death, killing Roy Valentine, and possibly assisting Clayman in the invasion. I'm not one to demand absolute justice about everything. In the end the powerful get to decide things. Unfortunately, while Elmia is strong, she is the weaker party in such a thing. Elmia and her dynasty against 3 demon lords, even she would be hesitant to go against that. Though I would feel a bit bad to strong-arm her like that, I do somewhat like her. And in the end Laplace is, or rather was her father, I can understand why she would want custody of him, whether it is to try her own methods of restoring Sarian, or even peacefully ending him. In the end, we can just hope for the best and prepare for the worst, it seems. Humph. I am willing to forfeit Lelass to Sylvia, as a gift. Even after everything, I do still consider Sylvia a close friend. While I am upset about Roy's passing, I will simply have my fill with Lelass before forfeiting him over. Said Luminous. Rimuru looked at Luminous in surprise. Seriously? You would do that, Luminous? Luminous nodded with a small smile as she looked at me. Indeed, seeing as this is the birth date of a new friendship I hope lasts, I am willing to do this favor. It has been a long time since I met someone I could consider a friend. The most recent one was Hinata and Chloe, in fact. The life of an immortal is only enjoyable if there are others to share it with. Those are wise words, Luminous. Your age is really showing. I commented with an impressed smile. For some reason, my comment only ticked Luminous off. My age, you said? Asked Luminous with a serene smile. What is this invisible pressure she is giving off? Is this some new hockey Odin? Negative. Do you have any idea what this is then? Even I'm beginning to feel pressured. Don't leave me for dead now. Luminous was still glaring at me, as if hoping I would contentiously erupt into flames. I just sighed. Women were truly complicated creatures. Still, I smiled at recalling what Luminous had said. Who knew she had some deer behind all that sun? But thanks, Luminous, I truly appreciate it. If you need me, just call me and I'll be there. Luminous' eyes widened slightly as she recognized the worth of the words I had said. Having the friendship of someone as powerful as me was useful no matter who you were. Luminous gave me a smirk and nodded, the invisible pressure she was releasing vanishing. I'm sure Hinata would be surprised at Luminous and my newfound relationship. It'll be fun seeing her expression. Rimuru loudly sighed in relief. Oh man, I thought things were going to get messy. I looked at Rimuru in confusion. Why would that be? He looked at me as if I was missing something obvious. And you call me dense? He just shook his head and refused to elaborate. Still that's a relief. Thanks a lot, Luminous. I was worried about how to handle Elmia. After everything that has happened, having an angry Elmia was not going to help at all. It must be your sorta lucky day, Rimuru. Yeah, I guess. I looked back to Lelass. Tell us more about what Kazalim did after the Chaos Dragon's attack. Lelass nodded and continued. After the attack, Kazalim gathered some elves that were still loyal to her and set out to make a place for herself. Unfortunately, the elves that remained with Kazalim were corrupted as the Chaos Dragon's miasma had been infused into the land itself, resulting in them becoming dark elves. I see, and was the nation she established Jistav? Lelass blankly nodded. Yes. I see. Continue. At some point, Kazalim set out to return to her homeland, which was now in ruins, to acquire some of its technology. There she met Sarian, who had set out to repel the Chaos Dragon as it was still terrorizing elven citizens, while the Demon Lord Malim Nava and Demon Lord Guy Crimson continued their clash. He ended up suffering mortal injuries during that battle, at which point Kazalim found him. Informed Lelass. Yes, the fight between Malim and Guy, the fight that lasted 7 days and 7 nights. Though Kazalim just found Sarian, That makes me think of the fate demon lords and heroes share that is bound by causality. Perhaps Sarian and Kazalim were connected by fate. Eventually the elves that did not remain loyal to Kazalim established their own kingdoms, leading to the birth of 13 new elven nations. At some point the Empress of Sarian came forth and consolidated all the elven nations under her rule, creating the dynasty she now rules over. Said Lelass. I see. You can skip over Kazalim becoming a demon lord, start after the battle with Leon. Lelass nodded and continued. After facing defeat and her physical body's death against Leon, Kazalim wandered around the world for over 100 years as a disembodied spirit. He managed to possess someone a few decades ago, however the person he possessed turned the tables on him, but decided to take pity on him and allow her to dwell within his body. Who did she possess? Interrupted Rimuru. Answer him. I ordered. He summoned and possessed the otherworlder Yuki Kagurazaka. Of course it was him. Sighed Rimuru. Seriously, this guy is involved in everything, isn't he? What could possibly be his goal? Hopefully it isn't something as stupid as Mariabelle's goal of world domination. Hold on, you said a few decades ago. Rimuru asked, rubbing his temple in frustration. Lelass nodded. That's weird, I was under the impression that Yuki was a stray otherworlder in the Western nations. Commented Rimuru. Well, he could have just been lying. I then looked at Lelass. Where was Yuki summoned and how long has he been around for? Yuki Kagurazaka was summoned in the territory of the Eastern Empire. He has been around for over 3 decades. Explained Lelass. See, he was just lying, I said to Rimuru. Now continue Lelass. Afterwards Kazalim lay dormant inside of Yuki while also subtly assisting him. He got Yuki in contact with us, and also in contact with Clayman. With all of our help Yuki was able to revive Kazalim in a new body. Informed Lelass. So Kazalim walks again sighed Luminous. I nodded. So it seems. He, or rather she was always a bothersome one. Always attempting to gain more pull among the council. She even recruited both Carrion and Fry into the council. Said Luminous. Well, he had to do something to make up for his weakness. In his mind, numbers likely helped. I guessed. If Kazalim, or Kigali as she goes by now, is alive, how strong is she? She was able to go toe-to-toe with Roy in her prime, so she is a threat. Said Rimuru. I gave Rimuru a blank stare. A threat? You could mop the floor with Lewis, let alone Roy who was half as strong as him. But I do see your point, the majority of our people are incapable of fighting against someone of that level, only our strong subordinates are capable of that. I turned to Lelass. How strong is Kigali now? She maintains her former strength, however her host body is limiting her. Said Lelass. Oh. What is her host body? I asked. A homunculus purchased from Sarian. Responded Lelass. I nodded in understanding. I can see why she would be limited then. I recall that when they do sell their precious homunculus they only sell the weak ones with no combat potential. How much strength can she use currently Lelass? Kigali can only bring to bear the strength of a greater Magian. That's. Oh how the mighty have fallen. Laughed Luminous. I recall Rimuru placing the average greater Magian has about 10,000 existence points. To think a demon lord, even if only a demon lord seed would fall that far. Well, I guess Kigali should just be happy to be alive. At least that will make her fairly easy to deal with should she cause a problem. I commented. Luminous nodded. Indeed, while it is a shame what happened to her, should she be an enemy she must be dealt with accordingly. Speaking of enemies. How does Kigali see us Lelass? She is wary of Demon Lord Rimuru and slightly hateful of him due to his hand in Clayman's death as well as Footman's. She feels neutral towards Demon Lord Luminous, and she despises Demon Lord Felix with all her heart. The only person she hates just as much as Demon Lord Felix is Demon Lord Leon. Said Lelass. Well, that's something. I commented. Fufufu, it seems you are even capable of bothering those that you are not even aware of Felix, perhaps it is a natural talent of yours to be an annoyance. Taunted Luminous. I pouted hearing her. Hey. I didn't even know about her, it's not my fault that she takes every loss she has taken so personally. Maybe if she wanted her plans to succeed she shouldn't have been so weak. That's. Rimuru seemed somewhat mixed about what I said while Luminous was nodding along. Felix is right, you know Rimuru. In this world it does not matter if you are just or unjust, it does not matter if you are considered evil by the masses. What matters is if you are powerful enough to decide who is right and who is wrong, as long as you are powerful enough you can do as you please. Should Guy wish to destroy some human nation, no one will truly stop him, even among the demon lords. Hinata learned this lesson firsthand from me. Added Luminous. Rimuru seemed to be deep in thought, so while he was thinking I decided to hear more about what Luminous had to say. Oh. What did Hinata do? I asked, curiosity tinting my voice. Luminous smirked and elaborated. When she joined the Holy Church she quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a captain in 2 years. Eventually she caught on to the secret that the Pope was a vampire and that the Pope's brother was the bloody Lord Roy Valentine. Ugh, I can already picture what she would do. She was always less of the thinking type and more of the doing type. Luminous nodded. Indeed, your guess is fairly accurate. Hinata made her way to my inner sanctum and confronted Lewis, leading to a fight between them, with Hinata against both Roy and Lewis. In the end both Roy and Lewis were at death's door, but Hinata was also beyond recovery by mortal means. Seriously? Rimuru exclaimed. I know she is strong but even back then she was a total diva. Luminous nodded. Indeed, it was an impressive show. In the end I appeared and healed Hinata as well as Roy and Lewis. She went on to pass the challenges of the 7 luminaries and fought against me. Once she lost I explained everything about the Holy Church and Hinata decided to serve under me, in order to maintain the peace that was present in Ruberius. I nodded in understanding. I was somewhat aware of the circumstances inside Ruberius. Basically everyone is Luminous sheep, they are easy sources of blood that she has free access to. Everyone's roles are determined, there was no real freedom available for the people, but they did not care as they never even experienced freedom. How could someone want something they don't even know exists? Everything was provided for them, everyone had a job to do, and thanks to this there was no hunger or pain, in fact the people could even be considered happy. It was a realistic approach to achieving lasting peace, if a hollow one. Seeing as our discussion was done, I turned back to Lelass. So Kigali hates me, huh? But why exactly does she hate me? Sure, I ruined her plans and killed some of her subordinates, but to hate me as much as she hates her killer. Lelass, what exactly is Kigali's reason for hating me so much? Rimuru looked at me like I was an idiot, but I ignored him. Because you killed Clayman and Footman, two beings she looked at like her own sons. Huh, well, that'll do it. I didn't think someone like Kigali, a cold-hearted demon lord, would look at those two that way. I see. Where exactly is Kigali now? We know where Yuki is, and obviously, Lelass is here, but I had no clue where Kigali and Tyr are. If I can, I'd like to take care of them so they don't cause any issues down the line. They are in a meeting with Demon Lord Leon Cromwell in El Dorado. Responded Lelass. Oh. Why is that? He has been one of the people to buy Otherworlders, and soon we will be stopping such a service temporarily. And why is that? I asked. We will be moving our base of operations to the Eastern Empire in order to rely on our foundation there, as well as due to the vast resources we have available there. Is that so? So I can't take on Kigali now then, huh? I know just showing up to El Dorado is not going to go well. It isn't a big deal anyways. Kigali and Tyr on their own aren't threats. Moving on to more recent events, why did Yuki help arrange the Falmouth invasion? I know Mariable said that it would make trading with the Eastern Empire easier, but there is a very high likelihood that Yuki did not tell Mariable the entire truth. Due to the very existence of Tempest being in the way of his goals, he thought it best if Tempest was removed entirely, as well as thinking that having Clayman awaken would be useful. Said Lelass. Oh. And what are his goals? I asked. Yuki wishes to rule the world. Answered Lelass. Ugh, seriously. Does everyone want to rule the world now? Luminous bell-like laughter rang throughout the room. Truly, the idiocy of Mariable and this Yuki astound me. Rule the world. What a joke. I nodded. I know, right? If he wants to rule the world, he's got a long way to go. The demon lords wouldn't allow that, the Eastern Empire wouldn't allow that. If their rapid expansion is anything to go by, they also have similar goals. Even the Western nations wouldn't allow that. And why does he want to rule the world, Lelass? He wishes to make a fair society, one where everybody is equal, one where a demon lord can't just spontaneously decide that a country is an eyesore and get rid of it. One where he and his friends can laugh and have as much fun as they want. Said Lelass. I had to hold in my laughter at hearing Lelass. The dream itself is nice, a world where we can laugh and have fun. But to actually reach such a thing is practically impossible, at least through world domination. Mariable had a better plan than that. Seriously. Is he delusional? Luminous was nodding along as if agreeing with me. Equality in this world is not something easily achieved. I managed it in my own way, and even then it is merely a half measure. She said. Hey. I like to think people are equal in Tempest. Said Rimuru. I turned to look at him. Sure, it's better than practically all nations in this world. In fact, Tempest can be considered a paradise in this world. But to replicate such a thing worldwide. And through world domination at that. I shook my head. It just won't work. People need to fight for their peace and freedom, otherwise they will just take it all for granted. Not to mention the inevitable resistance such a thing would have. World domination just isn't possible for someone like Yuki, who doesn't seem to realize just how high the heights of power truly are. Indeed, Felix speaks the truth. Many have tried for world domination throughout the years, and each has been crushed under the boots of their betters. Luminous said. At least Rimuru's plan has some feasibility to work. It sounds very far-fetched, but it is still doable. I sighed. It's not that far-fetched. Rimuru whispered. You sure about that, buddy? You want to create lasting peace between monsters and humans through understanding and through merging our cultures. That sounds very far-fetched, but you're already making good progress. Rimuru chuckled nervously. Well, when you put it like that, it doesn't matter. I'll accomplish my dream no matter what. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, it seems to be working, so you do your own thing. Good shonen speech, by the way. Rimuru blushed and looked away when I called him out on his speech. Shonen speech? Asked Luminous. I'll tell you about it later. I responded. Luminous nodded. I turned back to Lelass. I'm sure he still had more information that would prove to be useful. Now, what did Yuki do after meeting Kazalim? He set about learning the language of this world as well as its history. Once that was done, he began building up his resources in the Eastern Empire. Eventually Yuki met a man who had access to an incredible amount of resources. With his help, Yuki was able to take over a dark organization that had already taken root in the Eastern Empire. He calls it Cerberus. Through Cerberus he was able to get involved in many things he wouldn't have been able to with his position as guildmaster: kidnapping, otherworlder summonings, monster taming, anything that could allow Cerberus to gain something they would do. They were also backed by various nobles and higher-up military personnel, which eventually led up to him taking over the secret organization Echidna and rebranding it into Cerberus. Said Laplace. So he has long since had some resources in the Eastern Empire then. Perhaps he wished to divide and conquer. Since he had some foundation in the East, he wanted to establish some in the West before moving forward. After that he made his way to the Western nations and got into contact with Clayman. It didn't take him long to go to a school funded by the Mutual Aid Association and further learn under his teacher, Shizu. Laplace answered. The Mutual Aid Association is the precursor to the Free Guild. From what I've heard, it's super inefficient, the rankings were done horribly, and the death rate of adventurers was sky high back then. At the very least, Yuki did something good by reworking that entire system. Continue. Later on, Yuki met Mariable Rosso, and with her help managed to rise to his current position in the Free Guild as well as enforce his changes. Laplace informed. So that must have been when Mariable began gaining control over Yuki then, at least in her mind. I commented. Mariable continued to stand in the way of Yuki's plans, so he had to come up with a way to prevent her from getting in his way. He knew killing her too early would get too much attention on him, and so he simply had to make his moves from somewhere that Mariable had no power. Continued Laplace. Somewhere Mariable had no power, huh? Yuki wouldn't move to El Dorado or the Ice Continent. Both are basically death wishes, so that only leaves. So that's what he has been using his resources in the Eastern Empire for then? Asked Rimuru. Answer. I ordered Laplace. Laplace resisted my command for a moment before nodding. Still, resisting even now, huh? Yes. We do need to worry about what resources Yuki may have in the East. It would do us no good to underestimate him. I muttered. Luminous nodded along. Indeed, hearing of their leader's death, they may either come for revenge or perhaps ignore it and have an internal fight while deciding who gets to take over. Then I better make sure I leave no traces that we were involved in Yuki's death then. She nodded. Please do. Who exactly is part of this organization, Laplace? The more we know, the better. The Grandmaster is Yuki, then there are the three heads of Cerberus that are directly under him. There is Damrata of Gold, a merchant originating from the Eastern Empire. Misha of Women, who is in charge of gathering intel, and then finally Vega of Power, a brute with more brawn than brains, but an incredible threat should he be underestimated. Vega of Power, huh? He must be quite something for Laplace to think highly of him. Damrata. That name does sound familiar. Said Luminous. Ah. That was the name of the merchant that had informed Hinata about Shizu's death and Rimuru's involvement in it. He also met with Hinata when my night garden was being invaded by this clown. Thankfully she was called back by Roy and was able to hold the clown off until my arrival. Ah, so did Damrata hope to distract Hinata while Laplace quietly infiltrated? Night garden. Isn't that where Krenoa is? Rimuru asked. Luminous nodded. Indeed, I am not aware if they know exactly who I have with me, or whether they just knew that I was keeping something important inside my palace in Night Garden. I am betting on the latter, as no one should know about Krenoa other than Roy, Lewis, and Gunther, none of whom would betray me. What about Granbell? I voice out. He had been your subordinate for centuries, who knows what he was able to find out during that time under you? Luminous looked vexed but nodded nonetheless. It is indeed possible that he knows something. I see, then that is something we need to watch out for then. All of a sudden, a thought came to mind. What if Granbell is attacking Night Garden now to get to Krenoa? Luminous and Rimuru's eyes widened. It is highly likely he knew something was up with Luminous. There is a good chance he used his granddaughter as a sacrificial pawn and a distraction so he could get what he really wanted, Krenoa. All of a sudden, I felt Luminous attempt to teleport away. She bypassed the barrier I placed entirely, since it wasn't meant to keep people locked inside, rather to keep people out and to keep our conversation secret, and then I helped her get through Tempest barriers. Felix. I quickly grabbed Laplace and stored him in my infinity space, and then I tracked the spatial coordinates Luminous teleported to and teleported both Rimuru and I to the same location. Once we arrived, I saw a glowing blue coffin at the end of the room with Luminous standing in front of it. We must be in Luminous Palace now, then. Now that I know where it is, I can freely travel here as I please. Most barriers couldn't hope to hold me back either. Rimuru and I slowly approached her. So that's Krenoa, huh? Luminous didn't respond, but I didn't need one. The figure within was completely nude, and seemed to be in a coma of sorts. Chloe. Rimuru whispered. Odin, can you break this seal? It is possible, however it will take time. How long exactly? Approximately 6 months. I see. Well, I think it's best to leave it to Luminous then. Wait. What about the anti-skill dagger I got from Lelass? Negative, it is impossible. Perhaps with the original anti-skill it is possible, but the weapon is mainly designed to negate and cut through magics and skills. It will not be nearly as effective against the Holy Arc that the individual Luminous Valentine designed. However, it will shorten the time that Odin needs to break the seal down to 6 months. I see. What about Beelzebub then? It can separate and fuse various things, even skills, souls, and the like. Negative. The spirit of Krenoa will intrinsically resist, making it difficult to consume her with Beelzebub. Other complications may arise when attempting to separate Krenoa from the Holy Arkansas. If the individual Luminous has a method to release Krenoa, it is recommended to follow that for safety purposes. Got it. Looks like Luminous is going to have to be the one to unseal Krenoa, then. I put my hand on Luminous' shoulder. You good? She nodded. Indeed, I apologize for my panic. I sighed. It's fine, Luminous. She stepped back slightly and finally broke her gaze away from Krenoa and onto Rimuru and me. Come, we shall continue this discussion in my meeting room. I do not wish to be away from Krenoa until her unsealing. I nodded. That's fine. It's probably best if you stay nearby in case Granbell does something. Yeah, I don't want Chloe to fall into his hands. Added Rimuru. Luminous then led us out of the burial chamber, as she called it. Just outside of it Gunther and Lewis were waiting. They quickly bowed. My lady. Luminous nodded. Gunther, prepare some tea for the 3 of us. Lewis, you may return to your duties. At once. And with that, they disappeared at speeds the human I couldn't follow. Come, follow me, said Luminous. It didn't take us long to arrive at the meeting room. We each took our seats at the long oval-shaped table. Now, we may resume our earlier interrogation. I apologize for my abrupt disappearance. I was simply worried that Felix's guess may have been true. None of my traps had alerted me to anything, but I wished to make sure, said Luminous. I waved her off. As I said earlier, it's fine, I'm sure Rimuru agrees. At my words, Rimuru nodded. Now that we know that Granbell's plan was not to take advantage of the attack on Tempest and your distraction to get Krenoa, we can rest easily. If he knew about Krenoa and wanted her, he would not have missed this opportunity to acquire her, unless his personality is different from what we know, said Rimuru. I nodded. Indeed, perhaps Granbell just wasn't expecting there to be an opportunity to acquire Krenoa. As far as I know, Granbell should not have known that Luminous was even attending the festival, so he may not have even known there was an opportunity to take advantage of. Luminous nodded. Indeed, he should not have known. I had already long since taken care of any spies he placed in my midst. I see, well, that explains things. Seeing as we had solved the mystery of why Granbell did not take advantage of the opportunity to snag Krenoa, I summoned Lelass out of my infinity space and resumed my inquiries. Now, why don't you tell us more about Cerberus? What about the general strength of the 3 bosses under Yuki? Lelass nodded. Misha is extremely capable at charm magic and can extract any information from a target. Is it just charm magic, or does she have a unique skill for charm as well? Either way, it is something to be careful of. It likely won't work on me, but my subordinates are another thing entirely. I don't doubt that my direct subordinates can likely brush any sort of mind control magic off, but a unique skill might be a bit problematic. Are you aware if she has a unique skill? Lelass shook his head. Well, that just means I need to be a little careful about Misha. Odin, are you capable of detecting charm in my subordinates? Affirmative. I see. Let me know then if someone is charmed and help them resist it if need be. Affirmative. Thanks, Odin. It is Odin's duty. Yeah, I know. Felix? Asked Luminous. I spaced out for a moment there when talking to Odin. I usually use thought acceleration when doing that. I shook my head. It's nothing, Luminous. She nodded. All right, then continue, Lelass. I ordered. Damrata does not have any combat capability as far as I know, he is just a merchant with vast resources. For some reason, I doubt that, but if Lelass doesn't know anything, then there isn't much I can do. And Vega. Vega is practically a force of nature. His aura is extremely oppressive and capable of killing regular humans instantly. He is a man loyal solely to his instincts. He follows those he sees as strong, he has a very caveman-like mentality. Explained Lelass. Of course, it's another person who is not sane in the head. He is fairly impulsive and shows no remorse for his wrongs, he is a beast. A beast that cannot truly be trusted by anyone. Said Lelass. I see, do you know his origins? I asked. Lelass nodded. He was born in the kingdom of Ingracia, his father went insane as he was a magic inquisitor who took in too much monster power. Magic inquisitor, huh? I've heard a bit about those. They are basically humans who take in the factor of a monster, which turns them into a magen. They gain various abilities depending on which factor they acquire. Their muscle strength is at least 10x greater than that of regular humans. They have skin as strong as steel, their skeletons are very tough, as they need to be to support their muscles. They are just overall a very good combination of monster and human. The best of both worlds ideally. Unfortunately, incorporating a monster factor can have some side effects, just minor side effects that include insanity, dementia, mood swings, and extreme aggressiveness. Like I said, definitely only minor. Fucking humans. The kingdom of Ingracia is the one primarily conducting this research on the down low. The majority of people aren't aware of it, but of course Ingracia was incapable of hiding that information from my subordinates. After his father went insane, he forced himself upon Vega's mother. Vega had an ego from the moment he was born and was often scraping for scraps on the streets while avoiding those who would do him harm. At some point, he even began eating humans, causing a kill order to be given to the Free Guild. Yuki used Shizu Izawa to hunt Vega down and stage his death while secretly securing Vega while lying to the rest of the world about his fate. From there, Yuki had experimented on Vega, granting him more abilities. Continued Lelass. Rimuru banged his fist on the table. Bastard. If Rimuru didn't hate Yuki before, he definitely did now. Yuki seriously has been involved everywhere, huh? Before I could ask my question, we were interrupted by a knock. Come in, said Luminous. The double doors opened and Gunther came into the meeting room with a tray, 3 cups as well as some other amenities. He went to Luminous first and served her tea, and then to Rimuru and then to me. Thanks. Gunther bowed and then left the room. I took a sip of my tea and then turned to look at Lelass. Do you know what abilities Vega possesses? Lelass nodded. Some of them. I am aware he possesses a unique skill, but I do not know of its abilities. Along with that, he has an extreme healing factor that allows him to regenerate from even an atom. I sighed as Lelass didn't elaborate. How extreme is his healing factor? Should an arm of his be cut off, it will generate an entirely new body even if his original body is already healed. This new body can be used as a vessel for demons as it has no soul. However, we have learned that even his body alone has a corruptive influence, turning whosoever is using the body into a being with a similar temperament to Vega. So even his cells are corrupted, huh? What a man. We continued to question Lelass until we learned practically everything he had to offer, from Cerberus base locations to hideouts that Yuki and Kigali have access to. Ah, one more thing, Lelass. Do not tell anyone about any of the information you gave us. The only reason I was doing this was because so far the plan was to give Lelass to Elmia as a gesture of goodwill thanks to Luminous, but at the same time I don't want her learning what we are up to. My order was engraved into his very soul, so even should he break free of my control, he would still need to abide by it. Hearing me, Luminous looked at me with approval, likely realizing what my goal was with that order. Even Rimuru seemed to understand and did not voice out any disapproval. Whether that was Raphael's suggestion or his own, who knows? I slouched on my seat. Ugh, we finally have all that taken care of. I'm gonna need some time to mentally process all of that. That was a complete lie. With Odin I could practically instantly understand anything, but that didn't mean I didn't need a breather from time to time. You're telling me, Felix? I had no clue there were so many plots surrounding Tempest. Seriously, thanks, Felix. Without your help, I wouldn't have known about all these threats to Tempest. Sighed Rimuru. It's no problem. What are friends for? Luminous nodded. Indeed, the purpose of having allies is to help each other out. When one is attacked, the other comes to their rescue. Yeah, what she said. I added. Still, I promise you both that I'll feed you the best food there is to eat after all this is over. Declared Rimuru. I won't say no to that. I laughed out. Indeed, the food in Tempest, I have found, has been quite delectable. Though there is still one more issue to discuss. Said Luminous. Oh. What issue? I voice out. Hinata's body. I would like for you to leave it here. Requested Luminous. Now, I don't know if that is the best idea. Hinata's body will be necessary after we free her soul from within Krenoa. I am capable of keeping it in peak condition without any sort of decay happening. I am also capable of the same. Said Luminous, who had narrowed her eyes. That may be so, but you already have Krenoa with you. It feels like we are two divorced parents debating who keeps which child. And your point is? She said. My point is that it really isn't the best idea to leave both bodies with you. It just isn't wise to keep two important things right next to each other when we have other options, and you don't strike me as a fool, Luminous. Luminous grimaced. TCH, fine, you win this time, Felix, but should I find that any harm has come to Hinata? Yes, you will slit my throat and torture my soul for eternity or something. Luminous nodded her head in satisfaction. Honestly, I'm surprised that it was that easy to convince Luminous, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I stretched as I got up off my chair. Well, since we have all this sorted out and have a general plan, I'm going to head back to Tempest. I want to check in on everyone. I haven't had a chance to talk to any of my subordinates since the attack. Luminous nodded. Very well, I will be in touch. Are you going to be coming too, Rimuru? I asked. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, I still have some people I need to check on. It's probably best if I don't leave those nobles waiting for too long. I nodded. All right, that sounds good to me. I then looked at Luminous. I'll leave Lelass here. I trust you not to go overboard with your punishment. We do still need him alive to give to Elmia. Luminous nodded with an evil grin. Of course. I turned to Lelass and stopped controlling him completely, giving him back some of his free will. All of a sudden, his eyes went wide. Damn it. Bastard. He shouted. I knew he was trying to move but was unable to. He likely just received all the memories of our interaction. He knew all the information he gave to us would be used against his comrades. Feel free to do what you wish to him, Luminous. I made it so he will follow all your orders, but his old ego has returned to the forefront, so he is the same person that killed Roy and Hinata. I'll come back to pick Lelass up when we have the meeting with Elmia and perhaps her mother. Again, thanks for offering up Lelass. And with that, I snapped my fingers, teleporting the both of us back to Tempest. Chapter 119, Chapter 49, Meeting Between Rulers. Felix. Feel free to do what you wish to him, Luminous. I made it so he'll follow all your orders, but his old ego has returned to the forefront, so he is the same person that killed Roy and Hinata. It would have been pointless if I had just given Luminous a doll with no real ego. That was practically a different person. I gave Luminous one final nod and then I snapped my fingers, teleporting Rimuru and I back to Tempest. We appeared in the meeting room that we left from, my barrier still surrounding the room, so no one should have caught on to the fact that we left Tempest entirely. Rimuru sighed, took a seat at the table, and slouched back. Man, that was something. I took the seat in front of him and nodded. Yup, who knew all of that was happening in the background? So many things happened in such a short period of time. At first we were just having fun drinking at the VIP bar, and then the attack happened. I dealt with some attackers myself, dealt with the Chaos Dragon, and then found out about Hinata. Luminous explained everything to us, after which we interrogated Mariable and Lelass. It was hard to believe all that happened in a single night. Time travel, huh? I can understand why Rimuru is so astonished even now. Time travel is something that's just that hard to wrap your head around. Even I can't claim to fully understand it. What is your plan to deal with Yuki? Asked Rimuru. Once the festival has fully wrapped up, while Yuki and Mariable are traveling back to their various locations, I plan for Mariable to order Yuki to come with her to have a discussion. Once they are at the location of my choosing, I'll show up and kill Yuki. I could also always wait until Yuki arrived back at the Free Guild, use time stop, and quickly delete him from existence before vanishing, but this was personal. I wanted him to look me in the face, knowing I was killing him. I just didn't want to be an idiot about it and let him get away after all that, so I'd need to prepare. Rimuru nodded while wincing slightly, ever the softy that he is. You don't plan to kill Mariable? I shrugged my shoulders. She could be useful, but I won't go out of my way to protect her either. I see. Do you have a way around anti-skill? I shook my head. Yeah, I do. Yuki won't cause me any problems, so you don't need to worry about that. Rimuru nodded. Do you have a plan on how to avoid any blame being placed on either of us? They likely won't blame you or I immediately due to there being no proof, but they might think it, which could be problematic. It will be nearly right after the founding festival after all, there are bound to be some suspicions. I bet Raphael is the one that brought that topic to the forefront of Rimuru's mind. Rimuru usually isn't very politically knowledgeable. I'll just frame it as an unfortunate monster attack, or perhaps a demon attack. Perhaps I'll make it so that one of Mariabelle's guards summons a demon due to wanting revenge on Mariable for some random reason I can make up. That plan could backfire. Some could just say that we sent the monsters after Yuki and Mariable, or that I ordered the demon to attack them, both things I am capable of. But then Luminous also offered to cover for me if I wanted her to. If the Western Holy Church declares something, most human kingdoms won't doubt a word of what they are saying. I'll have to fine-tune the attack a bit, but I'm leaning towards a random monster attack. It'll likely happen in Western nations' territory. Those humans are confident in their ability to detect any demon or demon lord that enters their territory, so they might just brush us off altogether due to their arrogance. The Western nations don't know the true terror true demon lords can bring to bear, thinking their measly detection barriers will alert them to our presence. Yeah, I think that is what I will do. I'll have Mariable call Yuki to travel with her to a discreet location in the Western nations to talk about something. Yuki will be wary, he always seems to be, but from what I understand he will still be fairly confident in his ability to escape, so he will still accept Maribel's request. It will take some time to get to a good location, probably a few days in fact. Travel by carriage is not very fast. Perhaps I will grab a dragon from the Kanat Mountains. I can place it under spiritual domination and have it stay in the area. I'll make sure to frame the scene so that it looks like the dragon ate Yuki's corpse as I plan to finish him off with Beelzebub, but I can always use random monsters for that too. It's not like Yuki was widely recognized to be as strong as he really is. They likely won't consider the possibility that I or Rimuru could be behind it, as if we were, why would we allow the dragon or monsters, whatever I decide to use to stay in the area, allowing whatever night order that reaches the area first to have a way of tracking us down, at least a way of tracking us down in their eyes. In reality, if one of us wanted to hide our involvement, no night order would be capable of tracking us. Not to mention, Rimuru's so-called friendship with Yuki is well known. Tempest and the Free Guild do have a healthy trading relationship after all. It is through the Free Guild that Tempest trades with the rest of the Western nations, with the Free Guild sort of acting as a buffer between the Western nations and Tempest, though that is bound to change after the festival. Many other kingdoms are aware of what Tempest has to offer now. Arcuade even informed me that some nobles and royals had personally met her in order to secure a future meeting about some of the goods my kingdom sells. Rimuru nodded. I see, well then please do tell me when you plan to do this ambush of yours. Yeah, sure. You should speed up your plan to join the Council of the West. After Yuki is dealt with you may have a harder time trading with the rest of the Western nations, though that's unlikely with how interested some kingdoms seem to be in the goods you produce now. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, but I still want to be safe. I'm going to either have to ask to join or wait for an invitation. Ah, I can probably help you with that. I can have Mariable send back orders to allow you onto the Council of the West. I offered. Rimuru nodded. If you could do that, that would be great. Yeah, I can do that. Thanks, Felix. No problem, you owe me though, I'm expecting a 5-course meal. Haha, don't worry, I can do at least that much. I'll be waiting then. Rimuru nodded. Now that almost everything is taken care of, we just have to wait I guess. Sighed Rimuru. Yup, we need to wait until Luminous gathers everything needed for this ritual of hers. She is far too prideful to take either of our help so I didn't even bother offering. Rimuru nodded. Right, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, then after she has everything gathered, we can either place a ton of barriers around wherever we unseal her, or perhaps I can take us to another dimension. You're willing to tell Luminous about that? I nodded. Yeah, I do trust her, I know she won't tell anyone so I think it's fine. Rimuru shrugged his shoulders. Alright then, it's your call. I wish we could have dealt with Kigali, what a wasted opportunity. I sighed. Well, she's in El Dorado, even if I want to deck Leon in the face, I know that a confrontation with him right now would not help at all. Said Rimuru. Yeah, you can't even go to the Free Guild headquarters to see if she's back, as that may alert Yuki that something is up. It would be pretty suspicious if you just went to the Free Guild right after all this happened in Tempest, and that too without even alerting him, he would definitely know that something is up. In the end we will probably have to deal with Kigali after dealing with Yuki, and there is a good chance she will be bunkered up by then. We do know where their bases are thanks to Lelass, so she shouldn't be difficult to deal with after Yuki. I was in no rush thanks to that, since we knew where their bases were. I could just send one of my subordinates to kidnap her after Yuki is dealt with. Of course that is under the assumption that Lelass knew the location of all the bases. If they aren't in any of the bases we know of we can figure something out later. In the end, Kigali isn't my main target. I shrugged my shoulders. At the very least, it isn't that big of a deal anyway, Kigali is pretty weak after all. I laughed out. You sound super arrogant right now, Felix. Well, I'm strong enough to be arrogant. Yeah, I wonder what Luminous is going to be doing with Lelass. Rimuru asked, his face twisting slightly as his imagination began to run wild. Lelass, huh? Well, I'm guessing she will use her newly acquired ultimate skill to hurt him a bit. That was me putting it lightly. Luminous could cause soul-level pain with just her unique skill, Lust. With Asmodeus she could do so much more. She could basically rewrite the soul entirely. It was a scary ability. Of course, I did not think Luminous would do that to Lelass. We did need him in one piece, after all. Lelass was relatively strong himself as well and may innately resist Luminous changes. He did have about 1 million existence points after all, higher than even what I had as a Demon Duke. Well, higher than what I had before I consumed Footman. After consuming Footman I gained a fairly large boost in power. Though I expected no less from a true hero, and even then I'm fairly certain he was weakened from his transformation into a Deathman, so he should have been even stronger in his prime. Weakened as he was, his sheer experience made him a fairly bothersome foe to fight. Falsifier and Seer made for a good combination. He could use Seer to look ahead and see if his falsifier would work, and if it didn't he would try something else and repeat the process until something stuck. All of a sudden I remembered something that Rimuru would need to take care of. Ah, by the way, I fought a group of other worlders. I ended up sparing the ones with the locking curse. I froze them with some magic I had picked up in the past, but they are still alive if you want to free them from their curse. Rimuru's eyes widened. Seriously? That's great. I shrugged my shoulders. I knew they were being forced to attack me since I could afford to spare them and I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just froze them and placed a barrier around them to protect them from the fatal effects of my magic. Alright, where exactly are they? I'll have somebody go and pick them up and transfer them to a secure location and then I'll free them of their curse. I told Rimuru where they were, after which he sent off a quick thought communication. Rimuru and I continued to talk for a few minutes before I decided to check in on everyone. Alright, I'm going to go check on the others now. I told Rimuru. He nodded. I'll do the same. I snapped my fingers, removed the barrier around the room, and then teleported out. Kigali. She sighed as she finally left El Dorado through a warp portal that she had set up beforehand. She was followed by Tyr. She disliked dealing with Leon Cromwell. Thankfully she did not have to go into the guild for the next week. She had taken a leave of absence in order to finish up moving all the important things to the new base Yuki had her establish. He thought it prudent to create a new base that Clayman had no idea about in case the Demon Lord Felix managed to gain some information from him. It was highly unlikely, or else all of their bases would have been ransacked by now, but Yuki was not one to be careless. They had no idea if Clayman left the locations of their bases in some paper he left in Gistav after all. She planned to stay in hiding until Yuki's return as well as Laplace's return. She knew there was a very low chance of something going wrong, but in case something happened her only protection was Tyr. While Tyr was strong, many were stronger. She would have preferred to have Laplace with her, but he had a mission of his own to accomplish, so Kigali did not fault him for his absence. She sighed as she took a seat on the couch. She could at least rest easy here. No one but her, Tyr and Yuki should know the location of this base. She trusted Tyr with her life, so she did not need to worry about betrayal from her. She would have shared the information with Laplace, but Yuki told her to wait until after the mission. Kigali knew why as well. Yuki had considered the possibility that Laplace may be captured. They were playing at the big table now after all. With awakened demon lords one can never be too careful. She would apologize to Laplace for keeping the secret when she met him next. She knew he would forgive her, but it still made her feel guilty. Laplace should have finished his mission by now and should contact her soon once he felt he was safe enough. He would normally contact Yuki as well, but Yuki was unreachable currently due to being in Tempest. Yuki did not want to take any risks about being caught with his pants down, as he said in Tempest, so he decided that Kigali would be responsible for coordinating with Laplace. And so Kigali would wait. Felix. I appeared in the home I had in Tempest. Master. My lord. Felix-sama. All of a sudden I found myself being greeted by everyone. I noticed Arcuade was here as well as Mariable. I guess I didn't exactly tell Arcuade where to take Mariable after showing her off, and she likely didn't want to bother me with a thought communication. I took a look around the room and verified that everybody was okay. Once that was done I greeted them. Hey everyone, sorry for not checking in with you all in person earlier. If you were busy, Felix-sama, then there is no need to apologize. Besides, it's not like those weaklings could cause us any trouble. I'm sure basically no one had a chance against Siko when she has her bullshit skill. She is even able to create an anti-magic area but use her skill so that it doesn't target her, giving her full access to all of her abilities while practically crippling her enemies. Cook is scary. I also noticed multiple people nodding their heads to Siko's proclamation. Well, thanks for understanding then. I continued to talk with everyone for a few hours before deciding to turn in for the night. I don't need sleep, but I sure as hell enjoy it. I ended up storing Mariable back in my infinity space for safekeeping. She had already played her part for the most part. She just had one more thing I needed her to do. Tomorrow was probably going to be annoying. I'll join Rimuru in his meeting with Elmia and Gazel as well as some other allies. Of course I don't have to, but why not help a friend out when I can? As I was laying in bed I decided to ask Odin about the influx of souls I had received throughout the night. Notice. The souls the master received are from his subordinates. As they collect souls, those souls are automatically transferred to the master. Ah, that's right, that was the reason that those who are subordinates can't ascend into true demon lords. Whenever they get a soul they immediately lose it. The master has approximately 4,853 souls stored in infinity space. What? How do I have that many? There sure as hell weren't that many attackers. Due to some souls being far more powerful, Odin was able to approximate how many regular human souls there were. Ah, I see. Some of them were enlightened, and so they had stronger souls, and so each individual soul of theirs was worth more. So harvest festivals work based on the total energy collected rather than the number of souls then. Correct. I see, the issue is that you do still need souls for the harvest festival, as souls contain the needed energy. It's just that you may need less souls if you claim the souls of stronger beings. Theoretically one could have a harvest festival using a single soul. They just need to use an extremely powerful soul. Good to know. Before I fell asleep, my thoughts wandered in another direction, to my alternate selves. I truly wonder what lives they had lived. Luminous had said that they were different but also the same, at least according to Chloe, and while Luminous had shared what she knew about my alternates, she didn't know all that much herself. Chloe and Hinata were fairly tight-lipped about that, not that I could blame them. I wonder what my other self got up to in the Cardinal World. He was around for years longer than I have been at this point. It would be pretty interesting to hear about my alternate's adventures. I'd have to ask Hinata to share some stories with me when she is back. And with that, I decided to sleep. Underscore 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 underscore. I knocked on the door to my newest subordinate's room. Come in. I opened the door and was met with Sasha, who was fixing up her hair with little to no success. It seemed she was forever doomed to have messy hair. Ah. Lord Felix. I nodded to her. Sasha. I apologize for the mess. Hearing her, I took a good look around the room. The bedsheets were messy, the blanket was on the floor, and one pillow was across the room. Sasha's cheeks were glowing redder and redder the more I looked. I sighed in exasperation. It's fine, Sasha, that's what maids are for after all. Though Raiden likely wasn't going to be the one to clean this up unless I directly ordered her to. She was more my personal maid that saw to my personal needs rather than doing general cleaning and such. She trained other maids for that more basic stuff. Of course I didn't need her all day, and so she did have a fairly large amount of free time. I snapped my fingers and quickly cleaned the room using various magics. It required next to no effort for me, so why not help out? Ah. You did not need to do that, Lord Felix. I waved Sasha off. It's fine. For some reason, I heard her whispering about how Arcuade was going to have her soul. Weird, I must have misheard. I was just coming to check in on you. I assume you've met the rest of my subordinates, right? Sasha nodded. Yes, Miss Arcuade introduced me to, in her own words, everyone who matters, and then also gave me a rundown of what my role will be. I nodded. Good, I'll bring your mansions to my territory after some time. I have some things to sort out here. Sasha nodded. Thanks. It's still hard to believe that you can just teleport my mansion. I shrugged my shoulders. If you can't believe that, then I'm sure you'll grow even more surprised over time. Sasha rubbed her hands together. Excellent. Well then, if you need anything today, just talk to Arcuade. For some reason when I mentioned Arcuade, Sasha seemed to get nervous, weird. But she nodded nonetheless. Okay, thank you, Lord Felix. I nodded and left the room. Rimuru had informed me that the meeting with Gazel, Elmia, and Yum would be in a couple of hours. It would be just us. Gazel, Elmia, and Yum will not be bringing any guards or anything like that. It's probably best that way. The things that will be discussed are best kept secret. Rimuru had said that he invited Luminous, but she rejected, saying she wished to remain in Ruberius, and holding the meeting there likely wouldn't go very well with the others. My next stop was to the room I allowed Rain to use. I didn't bother knocking this time and just walked in. I wasn't all that surprised to find Rain laying down on the bed lazily. She immediately noticed my presence and jumped slightly. Lord Felix. What are you doing here? Said Rain as she hurriedly fixed her outfit and stood up straight. It seemed she was going to act like I didn't see her being a complete sloth, something I was fine with. I was coming to check in with you. When do you plan to return to the ice continent? Rain shrugged her shoulders. In a few hours or so. Why? I was just asking. Ah, I wanted to thank you for your help last night. She didn't greet me like the rest of my subordinates last night. I'm not sure what she was up to at that time, and I don't really care either. Ah, it's no problem, Lord Felix, but please do visit Lord Guy sometime, please. Pleaded Rain. Man, she really hates working, huh? Alright, I already agreed to that, but I'll visit Guy sometime soon. Rain gave me a happy smile as she thrust her arm up. Victory. You are a horrible maid. I sighed out. Rain looked at me with shock written on her face. What? How could you say that? I sighed once again and didn't bother to respond as I left the room. I heard Rain yell from her room, but she did not follow me, thankfully. I really feel bad for Guy. I don't think I could handle dealing with Rain on a daily basis. He really cursed himself by accepting her as a subordinate. Uselessness aside, she was still strong. A primordial demon duke was a force to be feared for the majority of the world. Only the extraordinary could afford to brush her off. As she was, she could likely deal with multiple saints at once as long as they had no ultimate skills. Now I have 2 more things to do, to fulfill the promise I made to Rimuru. I went back to my room and summoned Mariable from my infinity space. Mariable. She nodded. Lord Felix. She was still in her state of absolute obedience, but she kept her general personality as well as intelligence. She wasn't a hopeless doll like I made Laplace, as I had to take extreme measures for Laplace, or he may have been able to resist my questioning or even feed me false information. Sometimes wrong information can be more deadly than no information at all. Mariable can attest to that with her failed plan for controlling me, a plan that was entirely based around false information. Mariable just wasn't capable of resisting me. She was basically the same person as she always was. She still had her desires and her dreams, it's just that I took priority over all of that. Spiritual domination is seriously an NTR bastard skill. Is it possible for you to get an invitation to the Council of the West sent to Tempest? I didn't bother asking for one to be sent to my territory. I didn't really care to build closer ties to the West after all. I had already inherited all of Clayman's trading relationships. Numerous of them had been with nations in the West that Arcuade was managing. I was fine with leaving it at that. Not to mention I am expecting more nations to reach out after trying the alcohol served at the festival, since it was sourced from Azeroth. If there is one thing that nobles love, it's luxury. Mariable nodded in response to my question. Indeed, it is easily doable. Would you like for me to send word to do so now? I nodded. Yes. Mariable nodded. Very well. Would it be possible to meet my guards and my attendant who accompanied me? They have the means of sending a message out. Indeed, while Mariabelle's main guard was the adventurer Gay, she didn't come with just him. She had someone to drive her carriage as well as some extra guards and an attendant to take care of all of her needs. Apparently Arcuade had Mariable notify her cohorts that she would be staying with me in order to build a closer alliance. And since these were people in affiliation with the Rosso, they knew far more than most about the inner workings of the Western nations, and so they saw no reason to be suspicious. They likely thought that Mariable had some blackmail over me and was extorting me, something I didn't mind. And it's not like Mariable was going to try and escape from my grasp. She might as well be considered my creature. She couldn't even think of such a thing. I'd feel super put off about doing this to a child. Thankfully Mariable is no child. Yes, I'll have someone escort you to your group. I could trust Raiden to follow my orders and not to stir up trouble. I have a feeling that if I sent Seiko, things would not go nearly as smoothly. Mariable bowed. Thank you, Lord Felix. Raiden, are you busy? Master, no, I am your personal maid. I am always available to fulfill your orders. Responded Raiden. Great, then can you escort Mariable to her group? I need her to do something for me. As you wish, Master. Do you wish for me to go now? Asked Raiden. If possible, yes. Mariable is with me, so you can come to me and pick her up. Very well. Moments after Raiden agreed, she appeared in front of me and bowed. Master. I nodded. Raiden. I then pointed at Mariable. That's the girl I want you to escort. Raiden looked at Mariable and nodded. Mariable, follow Raiden's orders, got it? As you wish, Lord Felix. She responded. All right, I'll see you later, Raiden. Raiden nodded and then disappeared in a burst of lightning, taking Mariable along with her. I'd normally be worried about Mariable surviving traveling with Raiden, but I noticed Raiden placing a multi-layer barrier on Mariable just before leaving, which will protect Mariable from the worst of the effects of traveling at such high speeds with a normal squishy human body. With that done, I snapped my fingers and teleported to Malim's residence in Tempest. Ah, I was not expecting you, Felix. Said Fry. For the duration of the festival, all of Malim's subordinates that attended decided to stay in her home, so that was Fry, Midray, and Ark. I gave a nod to Fry. Fry. Is Malim here? She nodded. Yes, she is lazing about in her room. Of course she is. Anyways, see you later. I waved Fry off as I made my way towards Malim's room. I didn't bother knocking and just entered her room and was met with the sight of Malim laying on her bed with her feet hung in the air, waving about. A well-known position that signifies that you have nothing to do. Malim immediately stood up when I entered. Ah. Felix. Hey, Malim. She gave me a pout. I was waiting for you, you know. Hey, sorry about that. Things came up. Humph. Fine, but you owe me candy. I nodded. Sure, I'll give you some when we return to our territories. Hearing me, a happy smile came to Malim's face. Really? Awesome. Have you just been in your room all day, doing nothing? Malim nodded. Yup. After the attack, I didn't want to bug you or Rimuru, so I've just been hanging around. That's thoughtful, thanks Malim. But feel free to drop by at my place, I always have time for my bestie after all. I declared. Maleem's eyes began to shine. Really? Great. Anyways, I stopped by to give you this. I said as I took out Gaia's egg from my infinity space. Maleem's gaze zeroed in on the egg as she carefully took it out of my hand and cradled it to her chest. When do you think it will hatch? She asked. I shrugged my shoulders. No clue. It shouldn't be too long, though, you should probably just keep it with you. Maleem nodded. Thank you, Felix. It's no problem, Maleem. I hung out with Maleem for a little bit before returning to my home. Now, I had some time to kill until the meeting. I wanted to de-stress a bit, and I knew just what I wanted to do, or more specifically, who I wanted to do. I walked forward and appeared in my favorite masochist's room by connecting the two spaces so that when I walked forward, I walked into the space that Lalatina's room occupied. Spatial manipulation can be a ton of fun. Master! Exclaimed Lalatina. She already had a heavy blush on her face. Are you here to use me? I smirked at her question. Indeed, so strip. She immediately complied, and I took a good look at her voluptuous body. I truly love my life. Underscore 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 underscore. I slapped Lalatina's panty-clad ass, causing her to moan slightly as I rose up off the bed. I killed a good few hours with Lalatina, the meeting should be starting any time now. Alright, I'm off, Lalatina. Tell the others that I'll be back later. I already told them of the meeting, but having Lalatina let them know I have left doesn't hurt. Yes, master. I snapped my fingers, quickly cleaning myself and getting rid of any sort of scent that lingered, and then summoned some clothing from my infinity space onto my body. A white collared shirt with black pants, simple but comfortable while also not super casual. I teleported myself to the place where the meeting would take place. It was ironically where Rimuru, Luminous, and I spoke yesterday. Rimuru was already there waiting, as was Elmia and Gazel. It seemed Yum had not arrived yet. Ah, Felix. Greeted Rimuru. I nodded to him. Sup, Rimuru. I then turned to Elmia and Gazel. Hello, you two. Gazel greeted me first with a nod. Lord Felix. Haha, no need to call me Lord Felix. You can just call me by my name. Gazel nodded. Felix, then. Elmia then greeted me. Hello Felix, I'm not surprised that you don't seem to have any injuries after last night. I heard you took on the Chaos Dragon. How'd she know that? I looked at Rimuru discreetly. He looked back at me sheepishly, so he spilled the beans on that, then, huh? I did with Maleem's help, yes. I see. On behalf of Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, I sincerely thank you. Should you wish to visit Sarian or meet me at any time, you will be given the highest priority. Said Elmia. Ah, right, she would be grateful for that, huh? Seeing as the Chaos Dragon, in her view, was likely responsible for her father's death, and it basically was. Not to mention it destroyed the original Elven nation and crippled their numbers. I'm fairly certain the only reason Elmia became Empress was to take responsibility for the Elven race and keep them under control. She doesn't seem to be the type that vies for power. Hell, Sylvia might have pushed her to do it, seeing what happened to the old Elven king. Perhaps she didn't feel like she could trust the next Elven ruler to properly guide the elves. In that case, who better to rule over the elves than her daughter? I noticed that Gazel was looking at Elmia wide-eyed. Was she offering something special or something? I looked at Gazel curiously, as if sensing my gaze. He elaborated. Even I have to wait up to 6 months to meet you, Empress Elmia. Elmia looked at Gazel haughtily. And? That shut Gazel right up. Damn, that's cold. I see. Well, thanks for that then. Elmia shook her head. It is no problem, I would not be surprised if even my mother wished to meet you for your achievement. The Chaos Dragon is an enemy the elves have always been fearful of due to its past deeds. I am sure having it taken care of will bring my mother some closure, as well as reducing the fears of the common populace once it is known that the Chaos Dragon was in fact not dead as it was believed. Sylvia, huh? I wouldn't be opposed to a meeting with her. In fact, after this meeting, I'm sure she will want to meet Rimuru and me even more. Hearing me, Elmia looked at me curiously. Oh. We'll talk about it later. I responded. Elmia nodded. Very well. Ah, by the way, did you manage to free those other worlders I froze, Rimuru? Rimuru nodded. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you about that. Apparently all of them seemed to be very thankful to you and wanted to serve you. They even asked me in their own words to try and convince you to grant them the privilege of becoming your subordinates. Huh, well, I didn't expect that. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that they'd even want to become my subordinates. They saw my brutality when I dealt with those who were not under the locking curse. I literally blew someone up with infinity, and sent another to outer space, along with a multitude of other things. I don't really regret any of what I did. They attacked willingly, plus I got to enjoy myself a little bit and experiment with some of my abilities. I don't get many chances to use half of my fun abilities in combat since they won't really work on stronger opponents. And above all, I am now a demon, my nature might as well match that at this point. I'm not one to cling to my humanity like Rimuru. I practically embraced my demonhood and all the advantages it came with. I just make sure not to go overboard. After all, being non-human doesn't make you bad or evil, even being a demon doesn't classify you as evil. Ingvile shows that, and even I don't see myself as evil. Hell, the angels, the so-called good guys in most myths are well known as the bad guys in this world. Felix. Ah, right, I forgot to answer Rimuru's question. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Can you send them to Arcuid later? I'll have her take care of everything. I'll never say no to more subordinates as long as they can be trusted and aren't a pain to deal with. Rimuru nodded. Yeah, sure. I'd rather not send my new subordinates to my territory until they're vetted by Arcuid, so I'll have to find some room for them. I can always ask Rimuru for more houses, but I already have a solution to that problem. Extending the space available within a room is child's play to me, so I can just turn a single room into a room that can house as many people as necessary. Hell, I could make the interior of a tiny broom closet as large as an entire mansion if I wanted to. Spatial manipulation is handy like that. It didn't take long for Yum to arrive. Once he did, Shuna quickly served us tea and then left the room. Once everyone was seated, Rimuru spoke first. First of all, I would like to thank everybody here for their help in dealing with last night's terrorist attack, said Rimuru as he bowed. There is no need to bow, Rimuru, we just did what was expected of us as allies. Normally we ourselves wouldn't be here to assist, but since we were attending as guests, we were able to lend more assistance than normal, said Elmia. Gazel nodded. Indeed, you have done good work here, Rimuru. It would be a shame to see it all go up in flames due to the greed of the few. Hey, greed. Gazel has no clue just how accurate what he said was. Yum chuckled lightly. Well, I wasn't able to do much like the rest of you, but I hope Raisin was still able to lend a hand here and there. Rimuru nodded. It is fine, Yum. Raisin was more than useful. With the thanks done, Rimuru took his seat. Are you aware of who was behind the attack? Asked Gazel. Rimuru nodded. We are, and we have already dealt with the attackers or will soon deal with them. Elmia tilted her head. Oh. May we know who was responsible for this attack? She asked. I can tell you it was someone from the west. More information will have to wait until everything is dealt with, unfortunately. Elmia and Gazel both nodded. Very well, that is fine. I assume it was that pesky Council of the West, said Elmia. Rimuru kept his excellent poker face and didn't respond, but from the look on Elmia's face, she knew she hit the mark. Did you need some food and supplies, boss? Asked Yum. Rimuru shook his head. No. Our supplies weren't hit too badly since we already had men stationed there, so we are not in need of much assistance there. But thank you for the offer, Yum. The orcs should have already gotten to work on repairing the damage caused to Rimuru City. Rimuru said the last part while glaring in my direction. I did cause a ton of destruction during my battle with those otherworlders for fun using that spatial construct. I remember I destroyed a couple of buildings, but the orcs can fix it. Yum nodded. Very well then. I decided to take a sip of my tea. I tilted it completely horizontally so I could drink from the straw. Normally the tea would have spilled already due to the way I was holding it, but thanks to spatial manipulation it just stayed in place. I noticed Rimuru, Elmia, Gazel, and Yum all staring at me. Seriously? Said Rimuru. I was not expecting for one to use an ultimate power for mere trivialities like that. Said Elmia. Ultimate power, huh? She's bringing it up now. It isn't that surprising that she picked up on my use of Ouroboros. She has an ultimate skill herself, so she could probably feel the way that space behaved differently around me. I directly manipulate the laws governing the concept of space, whereas magic has to manipulate space manually. I can just basically tell it what to do, and it will do it. I can bend the laws of space over my knee and spank it. I would not have referred to it as the ultimate power, but that is still incredibly impressive, Felix. Even my court mages would struggle to do such a thing with the casual ease you had displayed. While they do not specialize in spatial magic, that is still incredible. said Gazel, who had a written all over his face. Seriously, this was enough to impress him. Some lousy escort mages then. Though perhaps my standards are getting too high. All of a sudden, Gazel's eyes widened. Ultimate power. That is how you referred to it as Empress Elmia. Could it be? Elmia nodded with a satisfied smile. Era, I did not think that you would be aware of such a thing, but it is true, right Felix? I nodded. Yeah, I have an ultimate skill. I saw no reason to hide such a fact, just knowing I had it, did nothing. They had no idea about my skill's exact abilities or anything that could expose a potential weakness. An ultimate skill? Yelled Gazel, while Yum just looked clueless. Pardon me, but what exactly is an ultimate skill? Asked Yum. Before Rimuru could answer, I cut him off. Basically, the laws of the world were established at the beginning of creation. Certain people have some authority over these laws of creation. This authority is basically what an ultimate skill is. It gives you the power to directly manipulate the laws of creation and bend them to your will. No anti-magic area or anything similar can block these effects. Is that not what magic does? Asked Yum. I shrugged my shoulders. Sorta, while magic can lightly manipulate the laws of creation by interfering with them using magicules, you just generally won't reach the same level of ability as an ultimate skill through sheer magic alone. You would need to manually understand whatever law you are trying to manipulate, and to manipulate on the level of an ultimate skill is practically impossible. I see, thank you, Lord Felix. Yum said with a thoughtful look on his face. So it's impossible, huh? I recall reading records of my grandfather, the true ancestor of the dwarves, that explained a bit about ultimate skills. He claimed to have had one. Muttered Gazel. Huh, well, I didn't know that. The true ancestor of the dwarves had an ultimate skill, huh? I wonder how Luminous would feel about that. I didn't say it was completely impossible, just extremely difficult. I myself know a few arts and magics that are capable of being used on the ultimate level. Time stop, distortion field, dimension fault, melt slash, and the various secret arts I know would all qualify. Gazel nodded. I hope you do not mind me asking, but how does one acquire an ultimate skill? When a unique skill is taken beyond the limit, it can become an ultimate skill, though that is under the condition that one has a powerful enough soul to house an ultimate skill. There is no surefire way to acquire an ultimate skill. It all depends on the person. Gazel nodded. I see, thank you, Felix. It's no problem. I did enjoy teaching others, which is something I found out when teaching Hinata. If I continue to grow in swordsmanship, is it possible to defeat someone with an ultimate skill? Asked Gazel. Yeah, it is. It will be incredibly difficult, but in the end, it all depends on willpower. However, it is also theoretically possible to be as effective as an ultimate skill as a spiritual life form as long as you use enough energy. Then there are things that can help you in such a fight, like becoming a complete saint, or acquiring god-grade equipment. Gazel laughed lightly at my words. Not many can afford to speak of such equipment so casually, Felix. My own blade is one passed down in the royal family and is classified as legend grade. Then perhaps it will evolve at some point then. Gazel nodded. I turned to Elmia, who had brought up the topic. I'm surprised you brought up ultimate skills. I would have thought you'd want to keep it a secret, keep one trump card to yourself. I wasn't going to let Elmia get out of this unscathed, since she basically told Gazel I had an ultimate skill. I'll do the same. Even you, Empress Elmia. Yelled Gazel. My mother, Silva El Ru, acquired her own ultimate skill long ago and informed me about them. After that, I began seeking the ultimate power and eventually developed my own. Responded Elmia. I wonder how Luminous would feel if she knew that even Sylvia and Elmia got an ultimate skill before her. She'd probably be annoyed. I see, and she isn't going to be upset that you shared that knowledge. Era, while I appreciate you looking out for me, Felix, it is unneeded. In alliances like these one should share just as much information as they are receiving. She said. Alright, suit yourself. I'll have to try to get Elmia to use her ultimate skill in front of me at some point. We all continue to talk about various topics, such as rebuilding Tempest, improving trade relationships, and all the other things that came with kingdom management. I really should have had Arcuade come instead of me. Chapter 120, Chapter 50, Nudes. Felix. The conversation flowed easily as they discussed various matters concerning the rebuilding of Tempest, improving trade relationships, and all the other things that came with kingdom management. I really should have had Arcuade come instead of me. Gazel, sensing the natural break in the conversation, leaned back slightly in his chair. Now, I must return and go check on my cohorts. Gazel announced, taking a final swig of his drink before standing up. Rimuru nodded, offering a warm smile as Gazel began to leave. That's fine, thanks for attending, Gazel. Yum soon followed behind. Alright, see you guys, I can tell when I'm being a third, or rather fourth wheel. Rimuru nervously laughed, scratching the back of his head. Ah, sorry about that, Yum. Yum waved him off. It's fine. I can tell you three have something important to talk about, Yum said as he left, leaving just Rimuru, Elmia, and me in the room. Elmia clasped her hands together. Now, what did you two wish to speak about? Rimuru decided to start everything off. After the attack, we were able to apprehend one of the people responsible. Oh. Good for you, I assume you are going somewhere with this. Commented Elmia. Rimuru nodded. He was a Deathman. Deathmen are beings born from a dark magic that involves merging thousands of bodies together with the strongest ego taking control. Elmia nodded. Indeed, I am somewhat aware of that. The Deathman that was apprehended was powerful, going by the existence points he was over 1 million. That got Elmia interested. That is incredibly powerful, not just anybody would have access to such a resource. Rimuru nodded. Indeed. Sensing that Rimuru was going to dance around the issue as long as he could, I decided to step in and break the news. The Deathman was named Lelass. He used to be your father. I interrupted. Felix. We were supposed to do it subtly. What do you mean? Elmia's cold voice rang out. I shrugged my shoulders. I mean what I said, the Deathman that I apprehended was formerly known as Sarian, the true hero of the elves. Elmia sighed and took a deep breath, something odd as she didn't need to breathe. She let out the breath slowly, a sign of the effort she was putting to maintain her composure. Please explain things from the beginning. I nodded and elaborated. When Sarian went off to fight off the Chaos Dragon, he was grievously injured and was found by the demon Lord Kazalim. Kazalim? Asked Elmia. Yup, he was also a Deathman and has a story of his own, but that doesn't matter right now. Kazalim found a dying Sarian and offered to bring him back to life as his servant, though he warned him that he would lose his memories. Sarian went through with it anyways, being reborn as the Wonder Pierrot, loyal to demon Lord Kazalim. Elmia kept a composed face, but I could tell her emotions were raging within her. I see. I hope you understand that I wish to meet him for myself and decide what to do. I do not doubt that the words you speak are what you believe to be true, you have nothing to gain by deceiving me about something like this, but I do still wish to see him. I looked at Rimuru and we both nodded. Yeah sure, that was the plan anyway. The one thing you should know is that it will be practically impossible to recover his memories with our current means. His soul was practically wiped clean. Elmia nodded. Should I decide to pursue this matter deeper, I shall inform my mother and we shall come here and negotiate for custody over him. I am not one to demand his return when he is responsible for crimes against Tempest. Well who knew that Elmia would be reasonable about it? I wouldn't have blamed her for demanding her father back or something, as far as I know, she never had the chance to know her father, it would make sense if she wanted to meet and see him and try and save him herself. My eyes met Rimuru's, I quickly sent a thought communication. Why don't we wait to hand over Lelass? A meeting with Sylvia Elru would be extremely beneficial. We can keep looking for cures to his memory issue on our side as well. Fine. It would benefit Tempest to establish a deeper alliance with Sarian, meeting the Queen Mother would be helpful. Rimuru agreed, though he sounded reluctant. He seriously wasn't built for this whole political thing. So what if Lelass was Elmia's father? I could empathize with her, but if Rimuru has an advantage he should use it, especially when Elmia was willingly offering the advantage. If she wanted Lelass back, then oh well, as agreed upon earlier, we would give him to Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian as a gift. If I were into this whole kingdom building thing Rimuru is doing, I sure as hell would have used that to my advantage, but I'm not, so why not help Rimuru out with his kingdom building? He can do all the work while I reap the benefits, like good food. Well, Felix was the one who actually caught Lelass. Mentioned Rimuru. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm fine with a meeting with Sylvia, it would be interesting to see what knowledge she has locked up in that head of hers. The ancestor of the elves is surely a magical genius. Elmia nodded. My mother had taught even Leon Cromwell. Should you wish for it, I am sure she would not be opposed to trading knowledge with a demon lord such as yourself, Felix. I nodded. That's great. And you said she has an ultimate skill too, I'm sure she will be quite interesting then, not just anyone can acquire an ultimate skill. Even I had a bit of a shortcut to getting my own ultimate skills with Odin helping push things along, and before Odin it was Cursed Sage. So Sylvia, Luminous, Elmia, and all these other beings getting their own without an AI basically facilitating the process is impressive. Still, in my opinion, if you aren't cheating you aren't trying. And I sure as hell am cheating, and I'm going to continue to cheat. I'll go pick up Lelass, I'll be back soon. I told the duo, once they both nodded I teleported to Luminous Inner Sanctum, which was not in Night Garden, southwest not the same place Krenoa was sealed. Luminous Inner Sanctum was located on a mountain deep in her territory. I tore through all the defensive barriers Luminous had placed over her inner sanctum, to prevent exactly what I was doing, someone teleporting into her center of power. Of course those barriers couldn't hope to keep me away, but they were incredibly strong. I wouldn't have been able to tear through them before my harvest festival. Odin would have needed to analyze and dismantle them, which says enough about how powerful these barriers are. I appeared in the meeting room that we had used last night. I noticed everything was perfectly cleaned up. We did leave a bit of a mess when leaving. I exited the meeting room and made my way to where I sensed Luminous and Lelass. From what I was sensing, Luminous was currently inflicting soul-deep pain on Lelass. Not fun. He deserved it though. Dickhead. I didn't bother concealing my aura, and so Luminous should have noticed my presence the moment I popped in. That's likely why guards weren't swarming me currently. She probably ordered them not to. Gunther, Luminous' butler, appeared before me and gave a shallow bow. Lord Felix. My lady was not aware that you would be coming to collect her prisoner so soon. I nodded. Yeah, Elmia just wants to take a look at Lelass before deciding what to do. Gunther nodded. Very well, my lady has said that she will be with you in a moment. While you wait, would you like tea and biscuits? I nodded. Yeah, sure, those biscuits I tried last time were good. Gunther's expression didn't change, but there was a subtle note of pride in his voice as he replied. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Felix. It's no problem. Gunther led me to the lounge where he served me the promised tea and biscuits. I took a bite of the biscuit and simply enjoyed it in silence. That butler knew how to make a damn good biscuit. I bet Raiden could do better, but that wasn't surprising. My maid was the best. As I was eating, I spotted Luminous making her way over. Had your fill of Lelass? Luminous scoffed. Of course not. I don't know why I expected a different answer. I hope he is still sane. Luminous' eyes narrowed, yet she nodded nonetheless. Of course. To cause insanity in a spiritual life form is no easy feat. I would need to intentionally wish for such a thing. I know, but I was just making sure. Luminous took a seat across from me and grabbed a biscuit that was set on the plate. Hey. I was going to eat that. Luminous looked at me with a smirk. I know. Bitch. I whispered. What was that? Asked Luminous, feigning ignorance. I sighed. Nothing, nothing. Feel free to help yourself to my biscuits. That's what I thought. She replied with a satisfied nod. My eye twitched. Oh, now you are going there. Era, going where? Teased Luminous, who had an infuriating smirk. One of these days I'm going to take you over my knee and spank you, I swear it. Luminous' confident facade cracked for just a moment, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Spank me. How dare you? I am a fellow demon lord, show me some respect. Hey, Luminous is strong on the offense but weak on the defense. After all, who would dare to tease a demon lord and a true ancestor? Only a madman. I'm sure Luminous is usually on my side of the fence, teasing others while looking for reactions. Hey, they stop being a brat. Brats get punished with spanks. Even rookies knew that. Luminous is more of a hag than a brat. Maybe she is a combination of the two. Perhaps she is a brathag. A brag. A hagrat. I am no brat. Yaha. I shot back, my grin causing her to get more annoyed and flustered. No, I am not. She insisted, her tone growing more defensive. Yaha. Stop that. Nah. Felix the First, swear I will torture your soul for eternity. Aha. She always goes there, doesn't she? Torture my soul for eternity, yeah right. Cough cough, Lady Luminous. Called out Gunther. All of a sudden Luminous froze and mechanically turned to Gunther. Gunther. Hey, she was distracted by our little argument. She probably didn't sense Gunther coming in with Lelass. Yes, my lady. I will be erasing your memory after this. Gunther nodded as if all was right in the world. As you wish, my lady. I personally didn't agree with doing that to one's allies due to my personal views, but everyone has different views. It wouldn't surprise me if memory erasure was something minor for most of the beings in this world. My mindset was still stained with some of the things I felt back when I was just a human, and I was completely fine with that. That portion of my life made me who I am today. Lelass was right behind Gunther, completely sealed with holy magic preventing all movement. He glared at me in hatred, a glare I found easy to ignore. Well, Rimuru and Elmia are probably waiting for me. I guess I'll spank you next time. There will be no spanking, Felix. You can deny it all you want, but the amount of brat energy you were just releasing was off the charts. The inner brat in you craves for it, I know it. I teased as I walked up to Lelass and placed my hand on his shoulder. We are not done here, Felix. Don't you Before Luminous could finish her sentence, I teleported back to the meeting room in Tempest. Ah, that was fun. Messing with Luminous truly is one of my most enjoyable hobbies. Though I did mean what I said, I am not afraid to spank the lewd vampire. It doesn't hurt that Luminous is hot as hell, I would never say no to tapping that, no sane man would. Who cares that she's probably an unstable true ancestor, some insanity in a woman makes them hotter. Everyone knows that. I ignored Odin as Rimuru and Elmisia's gaze snapped to me, while Elmisia's gaze was focused on the bound Laplace. Luminous seriously knew her holy magic. I wasn't even aware a spell like this existed. Laplace was bound in spiritron-laced ropes that sealed off all of his magic as well as his recovering magic circuits, leaving him helpless. He couldn't resist me if he wanted to anyway. He was still bound by my spiritual domination after all, I just left the chains on him incredibly loose. Welp, this here is Laplace. I said, gesturing to the clown. Now, why don't you introduce yourself? I asked, not using my power over him to force him to do so. I was curious whether he would do it of his own initiative. I really hate ya, you know. But fine, I know when I'm beaten. Hello there, Empress, the name's Laplace, I am the Wonder Pierrot. Elmisia stood up and walked towards Laplace. Is it possible to remove his mask? She asked. Yeah, here. I said as I removed the mask from Laplace's face. Laplace had pointed elven ears, his red hair cascading down the side of his head. Father. Muttered Elmisia, taking a step back in disbelief. So his looks really haven't changed then, huh? Hearing Elmisia, Laplace sighed. I ain't your father, Empress, I would have thought that the demon lord here would have explained that. Laplace said while gesturing towards me. Elmisia shook her head, as if trying to escape her thoughts. Indeed he did. However, you do look just like the images of my father I have seen. Heh, well ain't that something? Laplace responded sarcastically. I could tell he was trying to be nonchalant about meeting his technical daughter. Even if he didn't associate himself as Sarian, it still must be entirely different to intellectually know you had a daughter, than to actually meet said daughter. Very well, I will inform my mother about this and we will come together and make a decision. Though do know that it may take up to 6 months. 6 months? How come that long? Asked Rimuru. My mother is often not in one place, she is traveling throughout Sarian's territory, never staying in one place for long, so it can be difficult to contact her. Responded Elmisia. All right then, that's fine. Said Rimuru. You can take Laplace with you if you want. I offered. Elmisia shook her head. While I do wish to do so, I fear that I may get distracted with my duties knowing of him being nearby. Being away from him will give me time to do some research of my own to recover his memories. I shrugged my shoulders. Suit yourself. You're wasting your time, Empress, your father is gone, all that remains is me. Elmisia glared at Laplace. That is for me to decide. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I turned to Laplace and tapped him in the back of his head, taking his consciousness away from him. I'll be keeping him in a coma for now. I told the two. I'll probably end up sending him back to Luminous while asking her to go easier on the guy. I'm sure he has been tortured to hell and back already. Though I can understand why Luminous felt the need to do so. Elmisia and Rimuru both nodded. Will you be taking him back now? Asked Rimuru. I shook my head. No, Lumi, his caretaker is likely pretty annoyed with me right now. Visiting her so soon is bound to be entertaining, but I would like to keep my arms attached to my body. I nervously chucked. Of course, Luminous couldn't hope to dismember me, but whatever excuse works, I'll probably just have Lalatina or someone take him back once she calms down. Rimuru rolled his eyes. Of course. Elmisia, while curious about who we were talking about, didn't inquire about it. I stored Laplace in my infinity space as we took our seats and resumed our conversation, a conversation that soon turned into a game session. Elmisia was taking the whole, whoa, my father is alive, thing really well. I guess with age comes wisdom, and Elmisia is old as hell. She's another hidden hag. If only she was more of a brat, she could join Luminous on the ragtag brat hag gang. Though the name was still a work in progress. After the heavy topics about long-gone fathers, we ended up just hanging out as friends. We ended up playing various games throughout the hours, Uno, Monopoly, Blackjack, Go Fish, and even Cards Against Humanity. Elmisia especially enjoyed Cards Against Humanity. We ended up talking about basic stuff, how things were going in our territories and stuff like that. By the time we ended up separating, it was already dark. Outside. The festival will officially be closing off tomorrow, which is when Yuki will be leaving. It will be easy to get into the Western nation's territory. The defenses they have established work based off of sensing a being's aura. Since I can completely conceal mine, they would have no hope of detecting me. I looked up to the shining moon in the night sky. Soon I'll have Yuki's soul in my possession, then that will be one chapter of my life closed. I made my way out of the Chancellor's office. As I was walking down the streets of Tempest, I felt the cool breeze brush against my face, all kinds of magen walking around, going about their business. There were housewives doing some last-minute groceries, and men coming home from a long day of work. It was pretty astonishing how similar the environment of Tempest had become to that of modern-day Earth. Rimuru had done some good work here. I noticed a soccer ball coming my way. I quickly caught it and noticed some kids running up to me. The kids were of different races. One was a goblin, another an ogre, another a lycanthrope. All these different races were living in harmony playing games. I placed the soccer ball on the floor and juggled it a bit, amusing myself with the kids' oohs and ahs before kicking it back in the kids' direction and moving on. Sometimes relaxing like this was nice. I noticed Veldora's takoyaki stand a distance away and made my way to it. He of course was disguised using magic so nobody would recognize him. It was rather amusing to think of how many people Veldora had served takoyaki, each unaware that they were eating food made by a true dragon of all beings. I stood at the back of the line and waved off the customers in front of me who recognized me and offered me their spots. Perhaps I should have disguised myself seeing as quite a few of these people are humans from outside of Tempest. Safe to say they were nervous to be in the presence of a demon lord. How I look isn't a secret after all. Gaha, Felix. I see that you could not resist coming back for more. Greeted Veldora. I snapped my fingers creating a small barrier around us that isolated our conversation. I didn't want anyone to realize that the friendly food stand chef was actually a fearsome true dragon. Your takoyaki is pretty good. I said as I took the takoyaki from Veldora's hand. Haha, good. One day I shall reach enlightenment and prepare a takoyaki so good that even my sisters will have to bow down to my greatness. Boasted Veldora. Aha, well, it's good to have dreams, I guess. Ah, according to Rimuru that hockey I felt yesterday was yours, right? Asked Veldora, his hands moving with surprising grace as he began to cook up a few more servings. Maybe. I did unleash my demon lord's hockey, and I'm fairly certain Rimuru wasn't able to place a barrier on time to completely conceal it. Gaha, as expected of you, Felix. That hockey felt as powerful as my sister's. Seriously? Veldora nodded. Demon Lord's hockey is inferior to Dragon Spirit hockey, of course. The true dragon race is supreme after all. But the power coming from your hockey was approaching that of my sister's. Which sister? Veldora shivered slightly, his smile dropping for an instant. Velgrind. I see, well that's good to know I guess. Anyways, I'm off now, don't want to hold up the line anymore. See ya. Goodbye, Felix. Stop by again, I promise my takoyaki will reach realms never seen before. You got it, buddy. I snapped my fingers removing the barrier I placed and then walked on. People from Veldora's stall were still staring at me, but I just ignored them. Fame is natural when one is a demon lord, even if rather than fame, one becomes infamous. It's thanks to Rimuru that people weren't shaking the moment they laid eyes on me. He's managed to change the perception of demon lords ever so slightly. And seeing as I have a relationship with him, the humans aren't as fearful of me. As I was walking I extracted my new anti-skill dagger from my infinity space, I swapped it into a reverse grip and did some practice slashes and jabs. I was interested in learning how to properly wield this after all, it would be a fairly useful weapon in certain circumstances. I ignored the stares I was getting and continued to practice with the dagger. My combat instinct was practically unmatched thanks to my various awakenings, but even I knew that I would need to train to properly wield this dagger, at least I would have to train if I really wanted to master it. I twirled it around in my hand before storing it back into infinity space. I can practice more with it another time. It didn't take me long to reach my home in Tempest. Master. Raiden greeted me. I gave her a nod. Raiden. Did everything go well with Mariable? She nodded. Yes, she was able to send out the message you requested of her, and her underlings did not question anything. That's about what I expected. Where is Mariable? She is waiting in the living room. She said you would wish to send her back to her prison. Responded Raiden. Yup, I need her safe after all. Plus she deserves some more punishment. I made my way to the living room with Raiden following closely behind me. Once I was there I saw Mariable sitting on the couch, staring blankly at a wall. She noticed my presence immediately. Lord Felix. I nodded to her and placed my hand on her shoulder, sending her back to my infinity prison. I turned to Raiden. Where is everyone else? I could just spread my senses throughout Tempest. With my universal sense it would be child's play to locate everyone, but meh, I'd rather hear it from Raiden. If I could do everything myself, then what was the point in having subordinates? It was of course to be lazy. Hey. I can be as lazy as I want. As you wish. Hee hee, victory. Lady Arcuade is currently negotiating with a foreign noble. Lady Megumin is currently sparring with Lord Carrion, and Sophia is watching them. Lady Lalatina is resting in her room. Siko is currently meeting with Miss Shuna. Huh, she called everyone else with Lord and Lady, but not with Siko. Well, those two always have had an odd rivalry as my first two subordinates. Woman, I'll never understand them. How come you are calling Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina with the lady title? I imagine it is for some maidly reason I couldn't hope to understand, but it is fairly recent. Raiden never used to call them that way before. Raiden nodded as if it was obvious. Out of respect for their strength, of course. Ah, so it was for a far more simple reason. Raiden usually doesn't act like one, but in the end once a dragon always a dragon. Respecting the strong is a very draconic thing. I see. Continue then. I ordered as I went to the fridge and grabbed some apple juice. Sukuna is currently in the dungeon. I tilted my head curiously hearing that. What's he doing in the dungeon? He has apparently sparked a rivalry with Lord Veldora's student. Said Raiden. Zijin. Raiden nodded. I do recall that being his name. Huh, well that's interesting. I'm curious to see where that rivalry takes them. Zijin has a lot of potential, he is the true potential man, Megumi is a fraud. Plus every shonen protagonist needs their rival, I guess Sukuna will be Zijin's. I wasn't going to complain, either Sukuna will keep up and grow, or he will fall behind, it's up to him. But I have a feeling he will rise to the challenge. He was once the king of curses after all. No matter what I said to that version of Sukuna, he was at the top of his verse for a reason. Kurumi is currently sleeping. Ugh, I swear that girl should have manifested sloth, she is lazier than even I am. Ingvile is currently attending another concert being held to celebrate the end of the founding festival. Glenda had decided to attend with her. I nodded in understanding. Ajira and Zonda had returned to my territory seeing as their job was done. Did Rain leave already? I don't sense her here. Normally that wouldn't be anything strange, but Rain is a lazy bum, I can't imagine her going anywhere willingly. Indeed, she had said she wished to stay longer but that Lord Guy would be angry at her. Said Raiden. I see. Finally she's out of my hair, Guy can deal with her now. Raiden nodded in understanding. Indeed, she is a below-standard maid, I cannot imagine why someone of Lord Guy's standing would accept such a thing. I shrugged my shoulders. Who knows? And Sasha had left just earlier in order to buy some supplies she wished to take back to your territory master. Raiden continued. Well, that was everyone accounted for. Very well then, I'll be going to see Lalatina, I have a mission for her. I'll throw the job of returning Laplace onto her. I'm sure she will find a way to deal with Luminous ire. Raiden bowed. I shall begin preparing dinner. I nodded. All right, thanks. I didn't bother knocking on Lalatina's door as I entered. Ah, master. Did you wish to make use of me again? Lalatina asked eagerly. I sighed. No, I have a non-sexual mission for you. I had to specify or I'm sure she would go on to ask if the mission was sexual in nature. What did you wish for me to do? Asked Lalatina, sounding slightly disappointed. I withdrew Laplace from my infinity space and floated him to the ground next to Lalatina. I need you to take him back to Luminous. Lalatina nodded with a grin. Luminous eh? It's been a while since I've had fun with her. Oh. When was the last time you saw her? I asked curiously. That was when one of my idiotic dependents summoned me into a new host body that I was unsatisfied with. The event took place within Luminous domain and so she showed up. We had a bit of fun before we returned to the demon realm. I nodded. I see. It didn't surprise me that Lalatina knew Luminous, after all, the primordials generally had established domains they liked to play around in. Lalatina usually made a mess of things in the western nations, Luminous backyard. Arcuade played around in the Eastern Empire, and Megumin in El Dorado. Would you wish for me to go now? Asked Lalatina. Yeah, that would be preferable. As you command, master. Lalatina snapped her fingers and put on her usual purple-colored military garbs. I'm not sure why Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina enjoy wearing those kinds of things when doing anything official. Then she grabbed Laplace by his leg as if she was preparing to drag him, which she might as well be. Here, I'll teleport you directly past Luminous wards so you don't have to deal with her guards. As expected of you, master. Hee hee, I'm sure Luminous will be very happy to see me. For some reason, I doubted that, but Lalatina was now Luminous' issue to deal with. I snapped my fingers creating a portal that connected to the lounge in Luminous' inner sanctum. I could have just directly teleported her, but portals can be fun too. Lalatina happily walked through while humming. I have a feeling Luminous is going to be even annoyed with me after this. Lalatina. You are my special. She walked through the portal her precious master had made while humming as she dragged the comatose clown by his leg. She recalled her master saying the song he was humming was called Special Z, it was fairly catchy. She could have easily carried him, or even floated him, but according to what she knew this clown had inconvenienced her master by killing his student. Lalatina didn't care much for the girl other than the fact that her fighting style seemed familiar, and that she had quite a bit of untapped potential, but many people were similar on that front. She had encountered many with high potential, most however never achieved their full potential due to various reasons, whether it was due to challenging a demon lord in their arrogance, or simply becoming too confident in their abilities and then getting taken off guard. She could count hundreds of times when those she was interested in would die. Of course, she would not help them. If they died, then they wouldn't have been worth her attention in the first place. Though on occasion she did claim the souls of such individuals and reincarnate them as demons under her. As a primordial, it was possible for her to incarnate the recently deceased as demons if certain conditions were met. In fact, Diablo was the one who did this the most, though he almost always lost interest in the beings he would reincarnate. From what she knew, Ajura was once a human swordsman that Megumin found interesting. Upon his death, she incarnated him as a demon under her, although he lost his memories in the process. She thought back to the so-called student her master had taken. For some odd reason, her master did seem to care for the girl. That was enough for Lalatina to immediately place the clown on her disliked list. Most people on that list were still being tortured in the demon realm by some of her subordinates on her behalf. She couldn't do that to this clown, seeing as her master needed him for something, so she would content herself in dragging his face around. The events of the last few days were quite enjoyable for Lalatina. It was fairly amusing watching the humans attempt to speak with her master as equals, not knowing he could purge them with but a look. Humans were always amusing like that. She had laughed when Arcuade told her of what she did in the Eastern Empire, to think some humans, even if they were stronger than the norm, would believe that they had slain a primordial. Truly, the wonders of the human race would never cease, would they? When one had lived for eons, they began to take pleasure in the little things. Like the feeling of when one of her plots was successful. Though occasionally, there were things Lalatina took great pleasure in, like feeling herself being filled up by her master's semen and submitting to his every whim. She rubbed her thighs together slightly as she thought back to when her master had made use of her. He truly was the greatest. Lalatina focused back on the events that took place at the Tempest Founding Festival. She even saw the result of one of her plots at the festival, which was a surprise. Tawa and that Kijin of hers, Iro had attended, and it seemed her master even knew the Kijin. That plot of hers may have been unsuccessful, but it was still enjoyable watching the Kijin beg for the life of his queen. He proved to be entertaining enough, and so Lalatina restored Tawa back to full health as a reward for the Kijin. It was shortly after that event that Arcuade had come to recruit her for her master as well, a reward for her efforts, she supposed. Not to mention how enjoyable it was to let loose a little bit. She hadn't slaughtered a large amount of people in such a long time. And while she would never trade her master's affections for anything, she did still miss the constant state of bloodshed present in the demon realm. Some of her opponents even had unique skills, which made them quite fun to play around with. She didn't truly need to take any of them seriously, for not one of the attackers that she had met had even a fraction of her magical capacity or magic power, and they hadn't even seemed to have fully mastered the skills they had been granted. One could not hope to challenge a primordial without true mastery over their abilities. From what she heard, Arcuade and Megumin felt the same. They enjoyed themselves, but there was no true challenge to be found in the attackers. They were simply fulfilling her master's orders while taking pleasure in it. But that was the life of a primordial. In the demon realm they were unmatched. That was partly the reason why the three of them would fight each other so often, because there was no one else to fight. At the very least, she got to offer her master the souls of those that she had slain. That was something of a staple in the demon realm, to offer souls one had obtained to their superior in the hopes for recognition. In her case, she just wished for more of her master's love. She knew she had changed since entering her master's service. She had changed irreversibly, but she would have it no other way. She expanded her senses to see where Luminous was, and she could sense Luminous lounging about in her throne room as she always did. The truth was that as long-lived beings, a lot of their time was spent doing absolutely nothing. Lalatina navigated through Luminous' inner sanctum. This wasn't her first time here after all. She used to show up fairly often to fight that hero that stayed with Luminous as well as Luminous herself. In fact, Luminous and her could be considered old rivals. Though she did always wonder where that hero went, Luminous would never give her a straight answer when she asked about the hero. She was not concealing her presence, which meant Luminous was knowingly ignoring her arrival, likely some form of power play on her part. She was likely expecting her to come to the throne room as if Lalatina were one of her subjects. Of course, Lalatina was not going to play along. She casually made her way around Luminous' inner sanctum, while poking through all of Luminous' secret rooms. It wasn't until she found a corridor that was hidden by numerous barriers and spells that she grew interested. "Oh, I wonder what you are keeping hidden here, Luminous." She laughed. She dragged the clown behind her as she took a step forward, triggering the various alarms Luminous had placed. It took but a moment for Luminous to teleport in front of her with an angry frown on her face. "What are you doing, Violet?" Luminous demanded. "Violet? Who is that?" Lalatina asked with a mischievous smile, only continuing after she saw her frown deepen. "Ah, I was just wandering around. You see, since I was not greeted, I assumed you were busy. Who knew I would find an interesting room like this?" Luminous' brow twitched as she sighed. "Ugh, you are such a pain to deal with. Fine, come with me. Bring the clown with you." Ah, but I wanted to see what you're hiding. She whined. As if. You just take pleasure in annoying me. Scoffed Luminous. Hee hee, perhaps. Lalatina laughed as she followed along behind Luminous. She continued to bug Luminous as they made their way to the lounge. Once there, Lalatina took a look around. You did not change much, huh? Of course not. What need is there to change something that is already perfect? Scoffed Luminous. Lalatina ignored Luminous' cocky words and took a seat on one of the couches while casually throwing the clown across the room. Do be careful with him. He does still have his uses. Said Luminous. Of course. I would not fail my master like that. Scoffed Lalatina. Luminous was acting awfully foolish for thinking she would go against her master like that. Luminous took a seat across from her. Your master, huh? I did not think there would be a day when you of all people would recognize someone as your master, let alone that master being someone like Felix. Lalatina's eyes narrowed. What are you insinuating? That my master is not worthy of my service. Lalatina voiced out, her voice chilly. Luminous laughed lightly, ignoring the pressure Lalatina had evoked with her words. No. I can understand why one would be drawn to a man like Felix. I did not particularly like him at first, but he has grown on me, like a fungus that refuses to leave. You must have been blind to not see the greatness of my master the moment you laid eyes on him, Luminous. She declared. Luminous rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm sure that you are correct. At least I'm glad you aren't making a mess of things for me anymore. All of a sudden a fun idea came to Lalatina's mind. Her master could always use more bed warmers, or lovers as he likes to call them. Not to mention she had overheard her master talking about the fact that Luminous was acting like a brat and was in need of punishment. She was his loyal slave, and so she would fulfill his wishes as was natural. Luminous was strong, she could admit that to herself. Having her completely on her master's side could be beneficial to her master. Not that she thought her master needed Luminous, but an extra tool to use could always find a use. So she will do her duty as her master's loyal sex slave and pet. She will convert Luminous into seeing the light, soon Luminous will be singing praises of her master just like her. It should be easy, all she needed to do was explain her master's greatness. Maybe her master will even reward her for her service. Humph. I'm sure you would change your mind if you got to experience my master's touch. Lalatina teased. What? Stuttered out Luminous. Luminous might not show it, but she had a weak defense but a strong offense as her master liked to say. Lalatina herself had borne witness to some of Luminous' seduction attempts on the hero after their battles, when she would stick around to bug Luminous a bit. But the hero from back then was either playing clueless, or she was actually clueless. Lalatina was not quite sure herself, but the show was still amusing. Lalatina nodded. Yes. I know you are still quite upset about your failed seduction attempts on that hero, but I'm sure my master will be more receptive to you. The blush on Luminous' face faded, and she just stared at Lalatina with a judgmental stare. She took a deep breath. My seduction attempts did not fail. Krenoa was just occupied with something. I am sure that once she has returned, she will return my affections. Luminous nodded confidently. Lalatina looked at Luminous with pity. Are you sure? From what you are saying, that hero from back then is still alive. What if, after all this time, they have found someone else, Luminous' face turned green upon hearing her words. Did Felix tell you? No, he wouldn't have. Lalatina tilted her head. Did Master tell me what? Luminous shook her head. No, it's nothing, I was mistaken. Lalatina nodded. Very well. I am sure my master's touch will be far better than the hero's. Whenever he caresses me, I feel shivers in my very soul. It makes me want to serve him with my very being. Lalatina went on and on about her master's virtues. Luminous had tried to stop her multiple times, but she ignored her. Before long Luminous stopped trying to interrupt and just listened to her detailed narration of their intimate moments. He said those things to you? Asked Luminous with a blush. Lalatina noticed she was rubbing her thighs together slightly. Even if spiritual lifeforms like Luminous and her had perfect bodily control, it didn't work when their soul was working against their minds. The soul knew what the body and heart wanted, and so it would cause the appropriate reactions in the body, even if the mind was resistant to it. Lalatina nodded proudly. Indeed, I am my master's personal bitch slave. He is free to degrade me as he wishes. In fact, I urge him to do so. Lalatina said with a pant. In the first place, love for spiritual lifeforms like them was far different from the love the mortal lifeforms indulged in. For mortals, love was fleeting, they would fall in love, and then fall out of love in a moment's notice. Even their physical bodies played a large role in who the mortals fell in love with. Spiritual lifeforms are beings made of pure willpower and energy, their physical bodies had no true influence over their thought process. For spiritual beings, love was far more spiritual. Once one is in love, it is nigh impossible for that love to be broken unless something drastic takes place. In the first place, love between spiritual life forms is a connection between souls. It is not something that is broken easily, if ever. Their memories are always available, the times such beings spend together are forever inscribed in the soul, as well as the feelings those memories evoked when they first took place. No matter how Luminous may have felt in the past, once an attraction between two spiritual life forms has developed, it is generally bound to progress due to how rare such a thing is. If one soul desires the companionship of another, even if the mind protests against it, the soul will eventually influence the mind enough to give in. Of course, it is possible to resist, but why would Luminous resist her beloved master? Lalatina knew that Luminous did hold some fondness for her master. When she had brought him up earlier, she saw some fondness enter Luminous' eyes. Her master truly had a way with people. He had an odd charisma around him. Luminous licked her dry lips. I see, he even gave you a collar? Luminous asked with some curiosity. Lalatina lightly touched her neck and deactivated the magic her master had her place to hide the collar from common eyes. Luminous laid eyes to her precious collar that she was always wearing. Property of Felix White. Luminous shouted, stunned. Lalatina gently caressed the collar. Yes. My master marked his physical ownership over me that day. A crimson-red blush appeared on Luminous' face. I did not think Felix was one to take part in such degeneracy. Lalatina took out something she had gotten Rain to make from her spatial storage. Even back in the demon realm, Rain was always fond of the arts. As a result, she was an incredibly good artist. Of course, Lalatina had commissioned a certain piece from her. It was an image of her master in all his glory. Luminous' gaze was drawn to the portrait she was holding in her hand. What is that? Luminous said as she saw the upper half of the photo. Lalatina turned it around, allowing Luminous to witness her master's full glory. This is my single most prized possession. Luminous' mouth opened in astonishment. Is that Felix? Lalatina nodded proudly. She had gotten Rain to draw her master in all his naked glory. She shakily passed the image on to Luminous. She had copies, but she was still hesitant to pass on such a glorious item. But it was for her goal, so she must do what was necessary. Luminous was staring at it with an odd look on her face while panting slightly. Lalatina noticed that the blush had returned to Luminous' face. She did not blame Luminous. Her master in all his glory was an attractive man. Each and every one of his flaws had been seemingly perfected through evolution. Not many could claim to be his match when it came to attractiveness. I do not know why you are handing it to me. But out of respect for Felix, the first will be taking it out of your hands and incinerating it. Huh. If you are going to do that, then just leave it with me. Unfortunately, she was too late, for Luminous had already grabbed the portrait out of her hand and stored it in her spatial storage. It would be rather unfortunate if such an image got out to the public. I will do my duty as a fellow demon lord and ensure the prestige of the 9 sovereigns does not fall due to this. Luminous grandly declared. For some reason, Lalatina felt that Luminous was lying. Aha. Luminous was just too shy to accept her gift. Lalatina nodded with a happy smile. I see. I understand now. What do you understand? Asked Luminous. Nothing. Don't worry about it. I see. Lalatina decided that she had made enough progress for today. She knew this would be a multi-step plan. She needed to be patient to succeed. I must return to your master now. I am sure that he is in need of my services. Declared Lalatina. By services, you mean? Of course, my services as his loyal bed slave. Luminous' brow twitched. I see, have fun then. I will keep Lelass in containment. I will have enough fun for the both of us, Luminous. Lalatina declared as she teleported out with spatial transport. Unlike her master, she was incapable of using instant transport. In fact, her master was the only person she had met to be capable of using instant transport. It only went to show how great he truly was. Spatial transport allows her to teleport with a notably shorter activation time than normal spatial motion and without a need for portals. The only requirement is an image of the current location and the destination. As Lalatina arrived back in her room, she smirked proudly. She may not have completely converted Luminous, but she had made good progress. Soon, Luminous would be on her knees beside her, pleasuring her master. She vowed it. Luminous Valentine. She made her way to her private quarters. Once Lalatina had left, she ordered Gunther to take Lelass to her dungeon, and then she sat there stunned at the events that had taken place. She had not expected to learn all about Felix's degeneracy today. As she thought back to Lalatina's explicit detailed stories, she rubbed her thighs together slightly as she felt her nipples harden. As a spiritual life form, she was easily capable of controlling her body perfectly. Of course, she saw no reason to stifle her arousal. Her unique skill was lust for a reason. She extracted the image Lalatina was attempting to pass to her from her spatial storage. The image depicted Felix completely nude with nothing hidden. Her eyes focused on his groin, and then wandered all over his body. She licked her lips slightly as she laid on her bed and stripped herself bare. She may have been mostly attracted to women, but she was also attracted to men who fit her criteria, and Felix did fit that type, even with his flaws. Someone strong, humorous enough to balance out her more serious nature, and one that was not afraid to exert their power over others. Of course there was more she looked for in a partner, but those were just the basics. She did not have much experience in the scene of romance, she was a demon lord after all, she refused to have a weakness that could be exploited. She did love her luminaries once upon a time in a platonic way, but they had betrayed her and so she had promptly dealt with all of them except Granbell who would meet his fate soon enough. The most serious attempt she had made was with Krenoa, but of course, that blasted slime, and Felix managed to get in her way again and again. Back then, even though it would take thousands of years for them to appear, they had already been a source of annoyance to her. Both Chloe and Hinata would go on and on about their teachers. Chloe made Rimuru out to be a god of some kind which was wholly inaccurate. While Hinata and Chloe both made Felix out to be a very powerful annoyance. At the very least, that was accurate. Sure, she had been interested in the demon lord, but that interest only grew after she met him at the Valpurgis. It was there that she witnessed true Gapmo for the first time. With Felix annoying her and exposing her identity, immediately afterwards giving her a full potion which may have saved Hinata's life. Besides, she was sure that evil lizard put him up to it, Veldora was a bad influence. Hinata's words were indeed correct, Gapmo indeed was truth. Rimuru was also at the meeting, but she respected her friend's interest and her unhealthy obsession with him too much to try anything with him. Besides, he wasn't even her type, he was far too good. It had almost cost him the lives of the people he cared for the most, but he was still searching for the best in people. Ever since she had heard about Felix she had been interested in the men that had taught Hinata as well as a previous version of Chloe. With some slight changes he would truly become her ideal partner. Perhaps she can mold him to match what she wished for. Maybe at first she was annoyed by Felix's personality, but she now knew his teasing and jokes were in harmless fun, he did not wish to intentionally harm her, that was simply his personality which Luminous could accept with some annoyance. Besides, she had centuries to prepare for him. Chloe and Hinata had gone into detail about both Rimuru and Felix. She knew he would infuriate her at times centuries before he was even born. Hinata had called him a bully, but Felix didn't seem to act like that with everyone as far as she had observed. Why would he only act that way to her? She knew it wasn't because he disliked her. All of a sudden a great epiphany hit Luminous. Perhaps that was his way of showing her affection. She was an attractive woman, she had many suitors in the past, and the present. Even a man such as Felix surely found himself charmed by her beauty. Yes, his annoying ways are simply his ways of showing her affection. How cute, he had multiple lovers and yet still could not properly convey his feelings to her. Hinata called this Gapmo. Hee, it seems Felix liked her but did not know how to show it. When she thought about it that way, all of the bullying took on an entirely different meaning. Along with the information she had received from Hinata in the past, she found Felix to be rather cute at times. Another example of Gapmo which Hinata had explained to her, when he would pretend to be annoyed by you but would still look out for you. Hinata mentioned him doing something similar when he blessed her elemental without informing her. He didn't even notice it, but he was what Chloe would refer to as a tsundere. Rimuru was lacking in that aspect when compared to Felix, he was far more hesitant to use his rightful power over others. He was a good man, she could say that with confidence, but he was not exactly her type. Felix was more of a tyrant, doing what he pleased, even if that usually meant annoying her to death. Perhaps Guy could have been her type, but he was far too rough for her. Felix was a bit of a goof but he was far more gentlemanly while also dominant enough to be to her tastes. She gently touched her tight moist slit and she began to finger herself. One of her hands went to her breast and began pinching and lightly twisting her nipples, causing her to moan out in pleasure. She clearly imagined the image of Felix that Lalatina had given her in her mind as she continued to toy with herself. That infuriating smirk of his only served to turn her on more. Especially when she began to play out his inner monologue in his head. How he was desperately trying to find a way to charm her, but was too tsundere to properly flirt with her. She slid one of her fingers into her untouched slit, then two, then three as she began to roughly finish herself to completion. The pulling of her nipples only added to the sensation. Ma! She cried out as she came all over her fingers. For some reason her arousal had not disappeared as it usually did when she pleasured herself to Hinata or Chloe, in fact, it seemed to have increased. Though that was probably Lalatina's fault, the primordial had gone on and on about her degeneracy. Her poor mind had been tainted, and now she had to clear it by working extra hard. Luminous would have stopped her, but with how determined Lalatina was, any real effort would have caused her to make a mess. She continued to toy with herself like that for hours, each climax making her image more and more degenerate things that each involved Felix. Ooh yes. Spank me harder, Fuix. She mewled as she was now bent over with her rear end aimed to the sky, wiggling slightly as if trying to revive the spanks that she was clearly imagining. She could tell she had continued playing with herself to the image of Felix for the entire night once she heard a knock on her door. Mistress. You had asked me to wake you up in order to properly punish the clown further. Luminous groaned as she pulled her fingers out of her sopping quim. She snapped her fingers and cleaned herself of the juices on her thighs as well as the mattress and her hand. She was still aroused, but she suppressed her arousal for later. She could satisfy her cravings another time. I will be out momentarily, Gunther. She announced. Yes, mistress. She heard Gunther walk away and rose up from her bed and made her way to her dresser and opened a drawer. A drawer that was guarded with multiple spells and curses, practically impossible to break through for most. She set the image of Felix besides a few other images she had collected over the years, one of her and Chloe sharing the bath, and one of Hinata and her sharing the bath. She remembered that according to Chloe, who was too dense to realize, Hinata and Felix were lovers in a previous timeline, and from what she had seen, her Hinata had grown rather fond of Felix. Perhaps she can acquire Hinata's love through Felix. But, she was far too prideful to practically prostitute herself just to be with Hinata. No, she would need to acquire both Hinata and Felix for it to be worth it. She would fix Felix and live out her ideal life. Perhaps after that she may grow to care for Felix beyond their friendship. She ignored the pang in her chest at the thought of Felix refusing to return her affections. Of course such a thing was impossible, as clearly Felix was already madly in love with her, which made her job of seducing him and Hinata easy. Felix will be her first target then. She took one last look of her most recent acquisition and groaned angrily as she felt herself get aroused once more. This was all Felix's fault. She would have her revenge. See how he likes being forced to endure her constant seduction. She already knew what he enjoyed thanks to Lalatina's stories. Somehow Lalatina was aware of what activities Felix partook in with his other partners. Though she did wonder, what type of girls did he like? All of his lovers were fairly busty, even the formerly flat Lalatina had grown a bust in order to please Felix. She looked down at her far more modest chest and humphed. She would not change herself for Felix's satisfaction. Well, perhaps she would if he begged or asked nicely. Though for some reason she began to feel a bit happy when she imagined Felix telling her to stay as she is in her natural form. She wondered why that was. Chapter 121, Chapter 51, Guardian of the West. Felix. I sensed Lalatina teleport back into her room. She took longer than I thought she would, but she probably just got caught up in some conversation with Luminous. I'm sure they have some ancient history between them. Perhaps they were even destined shonen rivals. Everyone seems to have a shonen rival now. Zijin and Sukuna, Lalatina and Luminous, Guy and Rudra, Leon and Kazalim, I'm sure there are more out there. Who's gonna be my shonen rival? Well, that was for me to worry about later. Now that Lalatina is back, I guess I'll go to the dungeon and begin training with my new dagger. I'm just not feeling like sleeping now, too much on my mind. Sure, I could force myself to sleep, but when I don't even really need sleep in general, what's the point of that? I've already checked in with everyone else, so I don't need to bother with that. Arcuade is with Megumin going shopping. Even at this time, a lot of stores in Tempest are open. Lalatina, Arcuade, and Megumin all seem to enjoy that activity. It must be universal for women or something. Ingvile and Glenda have already gone to bed. Siko said she was preparing a surprise for me with Shuna. I assumed it was some sort of dish. I wasn't too afraid for my health as Siko had improved by leaps and bounds compared to when she first started cooking. Not to mention, Shuna is probably there to mitigate the worst of her tendencies. Sukuna was still sparring with Zijin. He had wanted to return earlier, but I convinced him to enjoy himself with his destined shonen rival. Of course, he assumed I wanted him to get stronger, so he promised to become more useful. I'll never understand that guy. Kurumi was currently playing video games like the pseudo-NEET she had become. Carrion is out and about doing whatever it is he does. I don't bother keeping tabs on him like I do my other subordinates. I don't even really keep much of an eye on my direct subordinates either. It's mostly just them asking for permission to do things, which keeps me informed of what they are up to. As far as I know, Carrion has been training his ass off. He was getting beat up by Megumin earlier, but his pain hasn't been for nothing. When he first came into my service, I'd say his existence points were at about 250,000, and when he transforms into his beast form, he can push all the way up to about 600,000. Now his base is above 300,000, which is a fairly large improvement. Still below my direct subordinates, but Carrion is in no way weak. He is even beginning to approach the power of a weaker saint. I imagine after he goes through his harvest festival his existence points will rise to above 2 million. An impressive amount. After my harvest festival, my power increased multiple times over, but it can vary between each awakener. For example, Rimuru's Magicule capacity increased by about 10x, while my own increased by 11x. Perhaps it was based on one's innate potential. In that case, who knows where Carrion will end up? Though I imagine his existence points won't exceed 3 million. He has potential, but to get higher than that, he will have to train his ass off. He doesn't have any super broken cheats like Rimuru and me, so hard work is gonna be his best friend. Though from what I know, he'll definitely try and train his way up to match those individuals. His mindset is very beast-like in that way. If he isn't strong enough, then he just isn't training hard enough. I got up off the couch I was lounging on. "Will you be going to sleep, master?" asked my ever-present maid. I shook my head. "Nah, just going to the dungeon to get some training done." "I see. Did you wish for me to accompany you?" asked Raiden. "Nah, I'll be Finn actually. I could use a sparring partner that I can take it easy with, no offense, Raiden." Raiden shook her head. "No offense taken. I am well aware of your vast superiority over me. The difference between us can be described as the difference between heaven and the earth." "Ah, yeah, right. Perhaps you can also learn a bit from sparring with me. Feel free to try out any new techniques you've come up with on me. I could probably help you improve them as well as give you someone to go all out on." Raiden nodded. "Very well. Thank you for training me, master. It's no problem. As I've come to recently find, I enjoy training people. I guess seeing the progress my students make satisfies me for whatever reason." I shrugged. "Anyways, are you ready to go?" Raiden nodded. "Yes, master." Raiden's Tachi was already stored within her body, and I guess she didn't need anything else. Before we could leave, however, we were interrupted. "Ah. Master." I turned to the voice and was met with Lalatina, who was dressed in a fairly skimpy outfit that showed off plenty of cleavage. She had some black booty shorts that barely covered anything, and along with that, she wasn't wearing a bra, leaving a nipple imprint. Very sexy. "Yes, Lalatina." "Ah, thanks for handling that chore for me, by the way." "It was no problem, master. I got to have fun with Luminous as well." Giggled Lalatina, her smile turning mischievous. "Ah, so they did talk a bit then. Well, either that or they fought." "I see. Did you need something?" "Raiden and I were just about to go to the dungeon for some training. I just wanted to know if you wish to make use of this lowly slave's body." Purred Lalatina. "We just had sex earlier, but sexual stamina isn't really an issue for neither me nor Lalatina. We were always locked and loaded, if you will." I shook my head. "Perhaps later when I need to de-stress. If you wish to make use of someone's body, feel free to use mine, master." Interrupted my maid. "Haha, sure I will, don't worry." I noticed Lalatina pouting from the corner of my eyes. She was just jealous that I was giving someone else attention. For being my self-proclaimed masochistic slave, she sure was needy. "I'll use you when I want to, Lalatina. Remember who owns you." I growled out. Hearing me, Lalatina gained a full blush on her face and began panting. "Yes, master." Ugh, of course, that got her motor running. Degenerate. I'm getting more and more corrupted by Lalatina. She seriously is a bad influence on me. But she's hot. A lot of things can be forgiven if it's for a hot woman. It's just how the world works. Besides, I know Lalatina has my best interest in mind, so I don't mind her neediness. I turned to Raiden and nodded. Seeing she was ready, I snapped my fingers and teleported us to floor 90, a floor that hadn't been fully set up yet, so it was pretty empty other than the magic beasts and monsters that spawn from Veldora's magicules. The moment we appeared, all the various monsters scattered, not because of me, I was concealing my aura completely, but because of Raiden. Her naturally released draconic aura was quite fearsome to most. Her dragon's haki alone was only matched by Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin's Demon Lord's haki and Seiko's mortal fear, which allows Seiko the ability to inflict fear through her haki, causing the enemy to lose the will to fight. In doing so, the enemy is prevented from utilizing their full strength. This form of haki was tremendously effective in combat. Seiko can even use it through her subordinates, turning them into terror knights. In fact, Degrul's sons have long since considered themselves Seiko's subordinates, allowing them to become conduits for her mortal fear. It seems Sukuna and Zijin are still fighting on Veldora's floor. I commented. I am unable to sense such a thing, as expected of Master to be able to sense through dimensions. Praised Raiden. I don't really have the heart to tell her that I was able to easily sense everything in the dungeon thanks to the admin access I have over it. I simply nodded and withdrew my dagger from my infinity space. I twirled it around my hand for a few seconds, attempting to get more used to it as I waited for Raiden to get ready. Raiden summoned her Tachi from inside of her and got in her stance. We were in a fairly large room, so we had quite a lot of space to maneuver around. I gripped the dagger in a similar way as I would with my katana. My thumb was extended along the side of the handle, giving me more precise control as well as precise cuts and thrusts. I'm ready when you are, Raiden. Raiden nodded with a determined look on her face, changing her stance. Lightning crackled around her before she vanished. One moment, she had been standing across from me, but the next, she was in front of me. A trail of crackling lightning blazing behind her. I smiled as I noticed her improvement. It was clear that she had been working hard to grow. Lowering my body in one smooth motion, I let her slash pass right above me. I could feel the strong gust of wind caused by her sudden movements, which was quickly followed by a thunderous explosion. Using my universal sense, I saw how one of the massive pillars located over 100 feet behind me crumbled into pieces. Raiden's strength had grown to the point where she would be able to cleave through mountains with ease. That was with her physical power alone. When she channeled her innate skills and her unique skill, thunder, she would become a force of nature. A destructive storm disguised by her human form. While I got lost in my thoughts, Raiden's body crackled with lightning for a moment before she vanished into the air. With an elegant flip, she landed behind me, using all of her strength to thrust her tachi through my back. Without even bothering to turn around, I spun the dagger in my hand and intercepted her attack. Raiden's tachi froze just inches before reaching my back, but rather than losing motivation, she only became more determined. Her tachi crackled as pure white lightning began to flow wildly. The temperatures around her blade immediately heated up to around 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hotter than the surface of the sun back on Earth. Each bolt danced wildly around her before she vanished with a loud boom. The lightning dancing around her caused the air to rapidly heat and cool, which continued to create more and more disorienting thunder. Her body continued to practically teleport around me, searching for any opening. The combination of the sound barrier being broken and the thunder holding enough force in themselves to devastate a kingdom if she were to continuously fly around it. With a blinding flash of light, she would continue to appear from every direction. With each decisive slash she sent, I would send my own parry to stop them. I didn't need to try particularly hard, but this was still quite enjoyable. I'm sure if someone watched this from an outside POV, it would look like I was practically standing still while my arm moved at speeds the eye was incapable of seeing, while I blocked unseen attacks sent from a figure impossible to see. The only sign of Raiden was the almost constant after trail she left around me. Her speed had improved quite a bit from before. Raiden has been regularly training with my other subordinates, so it isn't surprising that she has grown. Eventually, Raiden had enough of her attacks and dashed back. I turned around to face her and flipped my dagger into a reverse grip. It was my turn to go on the offense. Let's see how her defense has improved. I wasn't using the dagger's anti-skill properties yet, as that would end the fight far too quickly. Raiden didn't have a clue as to what the dagger's true abilities were. She would be caught off guard, and from there, it would be easy to take advantage of her and knock her out. This spar wasn't about me dominating Raiden, it was about me becoming more comfortable with wielding a dagger, and it served as good practice for Raiden. I could wield a dagger perfectly with Odin's assistance, but there is a difference between knowing how to do something and truly understanding something. I divided the space between me and Raiden, allowing me to appear directly in front of her with my dagger aimed at her neck. I made sure to restrict my speeds to something Raiden could follow if she strained herself. Raiden raised her tachi just in time to block my strike but, in the process, was sent flying back into the wall hundreds of feet behind her. As she flew back, I held my palm in her direction and set a basic nuclear cannon towards her. Sliding on the ground, she forcibly and quickly recovered her balance. Without wasting a moment she sliced the nuclear cannon in half before sending a large chakram made of pure electricity toward me. I didn't need to dodge it, but when I see the opportunity for a clash of magic, I sure as hell am going to take it. Raising my palm in the air, I created a large mass of pure materialized space. I sent it towards Raiden's electricity. Archangel Destruction. The mass of space flew across the floor of the labyrinth, and once it met with Raiden's attack, it consumed it into the very void. Raiden's lightning was able to resist for a few moments, trying to pierce through, but it was for nothing. The Archangel Destruction continued on directly towards Raiden, who vanished from her spot, leaving the attack to crash against the dungeon walls. The attack carved a good chunk of the wall out before vanishing out. I imagine the reason we were able to cause so much damage was that Ramos wasn't focusing Veldora's Magicules on this floor since it hadn't been set up yet. Noticing that her usual attacks were not going to be effective, Raiden changed her stance. Focusing, her body began to crackle for a few moments before her very being began to change to pure lightning-given form. In her new form, the moment something touched Raiden, it would be burnt to a crisp. She would be able to wield her lightning to an even higher degree with far less effort. Even a simple physical attack from her would be able to cause unimaginable destruction. Raiden quite literally was undergoing a change in state. Of course, she had to pay an appropriate price in Magicules. I imagine if she had more Magicules to spare, she could increase the power of her lightning state further. Raiden was not unlike a spiritual life form as she was now, and her speed alone would make her a threat. That was one hell of a power-up. Let's see what you got, Raiden. Raiden gave me a firm nod. She slashed her tachi in my direction, materializing a spherical blade storm directly on me. Usually, I wouldn't have to worry as Infinity would take care of it. But it seems my maid has been learning. She has coated her attack with Spirit Rons, allowing it to bypass my Infinity. Raiden watched, confused, as her attack bypassed my Infinity and yet still disintegrated into nothingness the moment it touched me. I casually twirled my dagger. Infinity isn't my only defense, you know. Multi-dimensional barrier is not an easy thing to bypass. It literally envelopes me in spatial dimensions by manipulating space and time, giving me a foolproof defense against almost all types of attacks, even Spiritron-based ones in the right conditions. As expected of you, Master. Raiden praised, her voice coming out in a weird, almost otherworldly tone. I accepted her praise with grace. Still, that was a pretty good surprise attack. Not many have the same kind of defense I do, so I imagine that would be capable of taking quite a few people out. Multi-dimensional barrier is incredibly broken. It is practically impossible to penetrate, so I'm not surprised Raiden failed. Alright, let's continue then, Raiden. Raiden nodded with a determined look and then resumed her attacks once more. Her speed had increased thanks to her lightning state as well as the power behind her attacks. I can safely say her speed is in the massively hypersonic plus range. She is a fast girl now. Raiden's swordsmanship had progressed an incredible amount since she began training it. It hasn't been long at all, and she would still put most sword masters to shame. She isn't quite as good as Gobta, but that guy is a true idiot prodigy. I don't doubt that she will surpass him eventually, though. The moment Raiden materialized with her blade ready to strike, I teleported behind her, sending an aura slash of my own in what was practically point-blank range. Using her new form, she moved at an almost impossible speed, dodging the attack before reappearing a good distance away in a defensive stance. Spinning the knife in my hand, I could feel myself getting more and more familiar with the dagger. And, letting out a small grin, I dashed towards Raiden. I sighed as I looked down at Raiden, who was now in her dragon form and was lying beaten on the floor. Her injuries were healing fairly quickly, but she would take some time to fully recover. Still, her injuries weren't for nothing. Through battle, all beings can basically overcome their max magicule capacity as well as increase their magic power. This can be done through fighting beings stronger than you, strengthening your will, or, well, any number of ways, really. Becoming stronger in this world was something anyone could achieve if they simply tried hard enough and had the willpower. She ended up changing into her dragon form as none of her more precise attacks were working, so she ended up going back to her roots, using the raw power and large size that dragons were known for. In her human form, Raiden's strength and power was more focused, but she couldn't bring as much physical power to bear as she could in her dragon form, but she could make up with this with her sheer speed alone. In some ways, speed is power. Her dragon form had grown after receiving the gift from my harvest festival. She was about 50 meters tall now. But while changing into her dragon form did have some benefits, it did have some downsides as well. For example, it made her a massive target. Raiden had said she was working on shifting into her lightning state while in her dragon form, but she kept losing control of herself and shifting back into her dragon form, so that was a work in progress. However, one thing that size was good for was that attacks like Melt Slash were practically ineffective. Sure, it would do damage, but it wouldn't do what it was meant to since a larger target meant the Melt Slash itself had to encompass the entire target to erase them, which was not very easy to do. Melt Slash was only a one-shot kill technique against human-sized targets. Otherwise, it will just be causing some injuries. According to Veldora, Krenoa, who I'm not sure if it was Chloe or Hinata at the time, had attempted to use it on him in the past, but it only wounded him since he was in his dragon form. This was a pretty fun spar, Raiden. You've grown quite a bit. Good job. Raiden looked up at me and changed back into her humanoid form. Thank you, Master, but I am far from being able to deal with any threats in your way. Well, you'll get there eventually. Probably. Let's head back now. I'll leave Sukuna and Zijin to their spar without interruptions. I was kinda curious about what they were up to, but it's probably best if I leave them uninterrupted. Raiden nodded, and so I stored my dagger in my infinity space, snapped my fingers and teleported us to our respective rooms. In some hours, I'll have Mari able inform Yuki that she wishes for him to travel with her so that we can have a discreet meeting. Traveling back to the territory of the Western nations by carriage shouldn't take more than 2 days, but I don't want to give Yuki enough time to get suspicious and do anything bothersome. I had to modify my plan a bit due to Odin bringing up an important point. Traveling by carriage would take some time. Perhaps during that time, Yuki may get suspicious or something. So instead, once Mariable and Yuki are a bit outside of Tempest territory, I will teleport Yuki and Mariable myself somewhere discreet in Western Nations territory. As long as I am quick enough, Yuki won't have enough time to activate anti-skill, which could possibly mess up my teleportation. But in case something goes wrong, I can always go back to my territory, make sure I can properly use time stop without fucking something up, and then just go delete Yuki. The only reason I didn't go with that plan was that I wanted to make it personal. I wanted to slap him around with him, knowing he would die and that I was the reason for his death. Of course, I didn't plan on being an idiot and letting him get away like a shitty shonen villain. I would put certain measures in place just in case. Hopefully, Yuki will end up complying with Maribel's orders because he still thinks his cover has not been blown, which would be the ideal situation. It would be best if I dealt with him before he found out about what happened to Lelass. Once he does, I expect him to go to the ground as his strongest beat stick has been taken out, and he has no clue what information his enemies now have on him. So this will be my best opportunity to deal with him. I already have a few things I'd like to test on him to see if they would bypass his anti-skill, so at least that will be somewhat enjoyable. Underscore 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 underscore. I summon Mariable from my infinity space, and now is the time to learn if the plan will succeed or fail. Lord Felix. Mariable dully greeted. Mariable. I need you to inform Yuki that you two will be traveling together in order to have some kind of discreet discussion. Improvise if you need to. Mariable nodded. Very well. Where would you like me to lead him? We can talk about that later. Tell me what would be an ideal location in the territory of the Western nations to finish Yuki off. Mariable nodded. I do know of a place, just past the kingdom of Blumund, where there is a forest that is known to be home to many hostile monsters and Majin. That's fine. I was able to access Mariabel's surface thoughts thanks to spiritual domination and was easily able to find enough information about the forest to teleport there. I nodded. Good. I'll teleport to you once you have left Tempest's territory. Thanks to spiritual domination, I can always know of Mariabel's location, and see through her eyes as long as the distance is not too vast. This seriously is an NTR bastard skill. Your victims can't even escape you. Thankfully, I wasn't someone who would use my skills for evil, no, for that, I had Lalatina. I will go and notify Yuki now, then. That's fine. Actually, hold on, make sure you do not touch him at all, send him a message through one of your subordinates, and travel in separate carriages. Mariable agreed without question. I don't want anti-skill to nullify my spiritual domination after all. It shouldn't be that big of an issue. Yuki has no reason to suspect that the mind control woman is being mind controlled herself. Not to mention, he wouldn't want to expose his hand more than he has to, so I am fairly confident he won't even consider the option of Mariable being mind controlled. I don't really care if he releases her from my control after he has already been lured somewhere. After all, Mariabel's use will expire after that. As you wish, Lord Felix. Don't bother informing me when you are leaving. I am capable of monitoring all your actions. Very well. Mariable nodded and then left. Now, while I wait, why don't I meet my new Otherworlder subordinates? Arcuade said earlier that she would be meeting up with them today to debrief them. She left for said debriefing hours ago, so I assume she has already finished everything she needs to do with them. Raiden, I'll be going out. Let everyone else know if they are curious. I called out. Very well, enjoy yourself, master. Raiden called out from the kitchen. I snapped my fingers and teleported myself to the Tempest training ground where Arcuade said she would be. The training ground was fortified by powerful barriers that Rimuru deployed with Uriel. So, it is more than sufficient to contain all the spars his subordinates have. I appeared behind a group of humans who were watching a spar between Arcuade and 5 other humans. These must be the group of Otherworlders that wanted to serve me, seeing as they were demi-material lifeforms with unique skills. The moment I appeared, the Otherworlders in front of me immediately turned around and drew their weapons. Well, at least they aren't idiots. Their eyes widened the moment they laid eyes on me. They quickly kneeled in front of me. My lord. I examined each of them from head to toe. There were 12 in front of me, and then there were 5 more fighting Arcuade. So that makes 17 new subordinates for me. They weren't weak either, at least when compared to the average level of strength in this world. Their existence values varied from as low as 40,000 to as high as 200,000. They could only be matched and slightly surpassed by some of the higher-ups in my military that Megumin has been training up. I noticed that the spar in the training ground had stopped. Arcuade had seemingly beaten them all to the ground in the few seconds I was not paying attention. And they weren't all that weak. Demi-material lifeforms are lifeforms that, despite being completely dependent on their material body, still display some spiritual qualities, such as possessing magicules. They are in between normal humans who are forced to draw on the magicules in the environment to fuel their magic and the far superior demi-spiritual life form. In fact, I am fairly certain that the ancestors of humanity, the high humans, were demi-material life forms, as they had their own innate magic capacity as well as a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Twilight Valentine really created some crazy beings. Arcuate approached me and gave me a deep bow. My lord. I nodded. Arcuate. I just came to check on my new subordinates. Arcuate nodded and gave a slight glare to the kneeling subordinates, who shivered. No need to scare them, Arcuate. I'm assuming they all passed your tests. Arcuate wanted to make sure none were spies for the enemy, and while I doubted that was the case, I was fine with Arcuate making sure. I could easily double-check with spiritual domination, but I didn't want to have to mentally dominate all my subordinates in order to confirm if they were spies or not. That sounded tiresome. Besides, I handed off all the hard work to my subordinates for a reason. I don't want to do any work at all. Guy had the right idea with just fucking off to some random continent and just hanging out. The demons that roam his continent make sure not to overstep their bounds, and he allows them to do what they wish. Some of them even attack the Western nations, though I'm not sure if that is on Guy's orders or if he just turns a blind eye to it. The demons' attacks are always rebuffed by the so-called Guardian of the West. Not much is known about this Guardian, but they are definitely powerful in order to single-handedly fight off hordes of demons. I remember Arcuade telling me about the Guardian. Flashback. I sat in the living room with Arcuade as she debriefed me about all the information she thought about asking Mariable. The Guardian of the West, huh? You said it is some being that is capable of single-handedly fighting off all the demons who attempt to invade the West. Just from that alone, I would put him at the level of my direct subordinates or perhaps beyond even them. The Guardian of the West may have a superior magicule capacity than even my primordial subordinates. Arcuade nodded. Yes, my lord, I had heard that even some of Rain and Misery's lieutenants occasionally took part in order to fight this Guardian of the West. And yet they still lost. Arusid shook her head. Perhaps, perhaps not. I am not aware of whether they lost and retreated or won and did not bother pursuing the Western nations further. I nodded. In the case that they won, they likely wouldn't have attacked the Western nations, as that would have been against Guy's will. They likely just went and fought the Guardian of the West for some entertainment. I recall that those lieutenants of Misery and Rain were quite powerful, easily powerful enough to defeat most Enlightened without much trouble, and their sheer combat experience alone may allow them to stall a saint. I see. What information about this Guardian were you able to learn? The Guardian of the West is an insect mageon named Razzle. It seems he was personally named by Granbell himself, and he possesses armor that is impervious to all kinds of attacks and capable of harnessing the power of elementals. Similar to Zejan. Arcuade nodded. From what was described, it seems so. That could be bothersome for my subordinates to deal with should this Guardian pose a problem. I see. What else did Mariable have to say about him? She said she had only met him once before, but that he exuded an incredibly powerful presence, one that terrified her, one superior to that of even Granbell's according to her. I frowned. I see. I'll have to take her words with a grain of salt. To those who are weak, someone like Clayman and someone like Rimuru would seem equally overpowering even when the difference between them was still incredibly large. Besides, Granbell, while magically powerful, wasn't a completely unbeatable foe from what Luminous told me. He was able to keep up with her due to his skill with a blade as well as support from his very own Saintess that would heal and buff him, similar to how the heroes in those Ice-Sky stories had Saintess that would do something similar. Razzle also seems to be a subordinate or partner of Granbell Rosso. He has been protecting the northern border of the Western nations for over 1,000 years on Granbell's order. Informed Arcuade. I see. Then he may be someone we will need to plan for since I doubt Granbell will just give up. Arcuade nodded. Indeed. Razzle seems to be a fairly poor matchup for us demons due to his high magic resistance and ability to harness some power from elementals. Elementals were known to be strong against demons. Of course, this was only for a certain level. No elemental except perhaps an elemental lord would even have a chance of injuring a primordial. I shrugged my shoulders. If some spell isn't strong enough, then you just aren't putting enough power into it. That logic always seemed to work for me. If a normal spell doesn't work, then I just pour more magicules and magic power into the spell. But I knew that mindset was inherently wrong. Sometimes raw power wasn't enough against certain opponents, but in those cases, I have my trusty assistant Odin to come up with a plan. I will serve to the best of my abilities. Odin said with a hint of arrogance in her tone as if she couldn't imagine a time when she would be incapable of coming up with a plan in such a scenario. Yeah, I know you will, Odin. Arcuade nodded. Yes, but I will still begin developing countermeasures to such a being. Arcuade was prideful of her power, but she was also very careful and liked to be prepared. Seeing as she had prep time, it wouldn't make much sense not to make use of it. I nodded. That's a good move. Perhaps ask everyone else for ideas as well. Arcuade nodded. It shall be done. Zijin's exoskeleton wasn't all that powerful as he was now, as it scales with his overall strength, and while he was powerful, as he was now, he would be incapable of doing what the Guardian of the West does, fighting off hordes of demons. Though I imagine there will always be things that can get through the defense of that type of exoskeleton, like Seiko's cook may be able to take advantage of certain opportunities, perhaps my anti-skill dagger along with various other abilities of mine. Maybe some of the more powerful nuclear magic as well, like gravity collapse, and if not that, then abyss annihilation should do the trick. Still, there is only so much planning that can be done without analyzing Razzle himself. Every plan we make without doing that will be guesswork. As Mariable has learned, it is best not to make plans based on guesses. Flashback end. Safe to say, the Guardian of the West, Razzle, is not a threat that can be brushed off by most in this world. If he is similar to Zijin, then that would mean that his exoskeleton will grow in power and durability as Razzle himself grows stronger. For all I know, Razzle already has a god-grade exoskeleton that would make him impervious to almost all attacks unless they can reach the ultimate level. I'm sure my subordinates are capable of reaching that level eventually, but I do not know how long that will take. Perhaps Seiko may be useful against Razzle. Maybe he can be a stepping stone for Seiko and some of my other subordinates. Yes, should I have prep time, I'll have Seiko and Raiden take on Razzle. As my two oldest subordinates, I have faith that they will overcome the challenge. I looked back down at the still kneeling otherworlders, and then I looked back to Arcuade. Why don't you heal those 5? And then after that, we can talk further. Arcuade nodded and quickly cast a combination of the basic holy magic spells, recovery, and healing. That was enough to heal the 5 otherworlders of all their wounds as well as regenerate their stamina and blood. Most of the unique skills these guys had weren't exactly combat-related, but they were useful nonetheless. Have you analyzed them, Odin? Yes, it has been done. Good. So, what do you think about these guys? I asked Arcuade. While they are not as strong as they could be, I have determined that none of them have any bad intentions for you, my lord. I nodded. That's good then. I can just have Megumin or someone else train them up to par. Arcuade nodded. Indeed, that was what I was thinking as well. I looked down at the still kneeling otherworlders, who now numbered 17 since the ones Arusi had healed up joined them. Well, I'll be leaving you in my subordinates' care. I don't expect all that much from you, you don't need to work yourselves to the bone. You guys have already had a pretty bad hand dealt to you, so feel free to take some time off if you want. I'll have Arcuade explain the finer details of what you have access to as my subordinates another time. Yes, my lord. Why don't you have them go explore Tempest a bit, Arcuade? If that is what you wish, then it shall be done. I nodded. Good. Arcuade and I spoke a bit more before I left. I checked on Mariable through spiritual domination. It seems Mariable had just left with Yuki in tow. They were traveling in the same direction in separate carriages. My connection with Mariable was not severed, and that's enough to tell me that Yuki did not use anti-skill on her. That means I do still have a few hours until Yuki and Mariable have left Tempest territory. Perhaps I'll go and see what Rimuru's students are up to. They did just find out one of their friends had left them. Of course, they don't know the finer details, just that Chloe is on an adventure as a hero. But still, I'm sure they do suspect something. They don't seem to be idiots after all. I felt Rimuru send me a thought communication. Felix. Yes, Rimuru? Yuki just left along with Mariable. He came to me to let me know he would be leaving and ended up mentioning that some noble he has a relationship with wished to discuss something with him and so he would be leaving with her. I assume this is your doing? Asked Rimuru. Yup, I plan to use Mariable to help me get Yuki somewhere. I can deal with him discreetly. Ah, I see. I guess I'll leave you to that, then. I'll take care of it. Remember Rimuru, Yuki has clearly made himself out to be an enemy. There is no need to feel bad for someone like that. I know. Thanks, Felix. I'm fairly certain that the reason Rimuru is so hesitant to harm Yuki and, previously, Hinata was due to his consumption of Shizu Izawa. He had let it slip that he had access to some of her memories, perhaps he did not have just memories but also some of Shizu's emotions. In that case, it would be pretty normal for him to feel attached to Yuki. I shook my head. There was no point in thinking about that topic any further. Rimuru was capable of solving that issue on his own. I flew towards the newly built school in Tempest. It didn't take me long to land in the back area of the school that was meant for training. School was currently not in attendance due to it being a holiday, but the kids were still here. Felix! Yelled Kenya as he ran up to me. I gave him a nod. Hello, Kenya. I looked behind him and saw the other children also following along. What are you doing here? Asked Alice. I shrugged my shoulders. I was bored and had time to kill. I wanted to see what you were up to. My gaze turned to my right. It seems I was not the only one. Fufu, I had asked Rimuru if I could come to this newly built school of his. I was fairly curious about how he is educating his young. Said Elmia. Kenya nodded. Yeah. Big Sis L has been really nice. Big Sis L huh? I said while giving Elmia a look. She puffed her chest up. Did you see how well-behaved Gazel turned out? Of course, I'm the big sister. Certainly old enough for it. I whispered. What was that? I rolled my eyes. No need to start a disagreement now. Nothing. Humph. Why are these immortals so defensive about their age? Women. You guys can go back to playing. They nodded and returned to their game of tag, though calling it just tag was a bit of a stretch. When all the participants in the game are basically superhuman, the game changes drastically. Elmia moved closer to me and continued to watch by my side. I did not get the chance to thank you for capturing Laplace Felix. It's fine, it wasn't all that difficult. Elmia shook her head. No, Sarian is in your debt. Should you need an ally in your darkest times, we will be there. Alright, thanks, I guess. Having the favor of a super kingdom of elves won't ever hurt anybody. I noticed Elmia watching Kenya with quite a bit of interest. I didn't think children were in your strike zone. I teased. Elmia scoffed. As if. I am simply curious about that boy. He seems to be blessed by an elemental of light. He has the potential to become a true hero. I wasn't that surprised that Elmia could seemingly sense blessings. She was a high elf, after all. Indeed, once Ramaris blesses him, he should acquire a hero's egg. Perhaps Rimuru will allow me to teach Kenya then. I have always wished to teach someone, and a hero is as good a place to start as any. I shrugged my shoulders. You'll have to talk to Rimuru about that. But he probably wouldn't mind. Elmia nodded. I shall do that then. I had heard that there was another child part of this group at one point, Chloe Aubert. Ah yeah her. Some stuff happened so she is no longer here at the moment. Elmia's eyes narrowed slightly, yet she nodded nonetheless. Very well, I shall not pry. I nodded. Thanks for that. I'm thankful that this isn't like a standard Isekai where every royal is absolutely unreasonable and expects the world to work in their favor. I guess being practically immortal is bound to help increase one's wisdom no matter what, and Elmia is old. Did you just think something rude? Asked Elmia with a glare. How? Odin. Hello Odin. Betrayed by my closest companion when I needed her most. Well, Felix. Ah, no, nothing like that. You must be imagining things. It seems too. Elmia said while still looking at me suspiciously. Could a woman's intuition be an intrinsic skill? It has to be. That would explain everything. Though I didn't seem to get any special benefits that one time I turned into a girl. Wait, would Guy have women's intuition? Wasn't he maybe I am getting off track. I expect those pigeons will be attacking Tempest during the next Tenma War. Said Elmia, shaking me out of my thoughts. Pigeons? Ah, you mean the angels. Elmia nodded. Indeed. Hey, pigeons is a fun way to call them. They seem to have attacked any nation that has developed past a certain point, right? Elmia nodded. That is right. Sarian has had to deal with their attacks for some time now. Thankfully, they are not particularly strong. They are just vast in numbers. How many angels were there in the last Tenma War? Elmia tilted her head. Around 1 million. Whoa, that's a lot. Elmia nodded. Indeed. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine. If they aren't that strong, they shouldn't be hard to handle. My only worry about these angels is if they are connected to the primordial angels. Those guys, from what I know, could pose a problem. As far as I know, none of the primordial angels have joined in on the Tenma War, but it is far too large of a coincidence for it to be angels that attack every 500 years. The primordial angels must be involved somehow. I just don't know how yet. I'll need more information to come to a conclusion. Elmia and I continued to watch the kids play until, eventually, Elmia had to leave as she would be heading back to Sarian soon. Goodbye, Felix. Do remember to feel free to stop by at Sarian anytime. I nodded. I will. See ya. Hopefully, it will not take Elmia too long to get in contact with her mother. Eventually, the kids stopped playing and approached me. Where did Big Sis L go? Asked Kenya. She had some prior arrangements. She might not look it, but she's an important person. The kids looked sad but nodded. To cheer them up, I said, why don't I teach you guys some new moves? their eyes brightened with excitement as they heard me. Really? Asked Alice. Sure, I might not specialize in golem magic like you do, but I'm sure I can help you improve your craft. I told Alice. They all nodded eagerly. Alice specialized in golem magic. She could control a good amount of golems at once, or in her case, stuffed toys. However, if given stronger plushies, she might be able to terrorize her enemies with stuffed unicorns and bears. Who knows, maybe she could recreate a certain bite of 87. Kenya seemed to want to be a magic swordsman, specifically one that used fire magic. Gale specialized in earth magic and had an elemental that complemented that. He was still figuring out his path, but he was surprisingly adept at tanking attacks. Ryota specializes in wind and water magic. He even had the extra skill, Frenzy, which allowed him to more than double their physical strength and speed at the cost of Magicules. However, he was still inexperienced, so he tended to lose his sanity if he pushed his skill too much. I taught the kids for as long as I could before sending them back to the school dorms. Yuki and Mariable have almost left Tempest territory now, not much longer now. I could feel the smile growing on my face at the prospect of finally killing Yuki. He had a lot to pay for. I in no way was doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I was just pissed that he was one of the reasons for Siko's death, and even if Hinata's death was always going to happen, it was still his fault. No, I was doing this solely for revenge, and I couldn't care less.